secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1st and 5. Hand off Cook on the right side. Look at him. 10, 5. Stroll in. That was just way too easy. That was like practice against air. 24 on the touchdown run for James Cook. The Cowboys are being thoroughly embarrassed.
Whew. Pretty perfect clip to summarize everything. No, Roberto, not fist pump time.
What a victory for the Mavericks over the Trailblazers on Saturday. Luka Doncic, 40 points, another triple-double. Are you kidding me?
It's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ. Choppy is out for the week on his Christmas vacation. We got Bobby Belt sitting in his chair. Uh-oh. Turn it up, Pepe.
Say something, I'm giving up on you.
Enjoy road playoff game.
We got Carter in for Ryan, running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 31-10. I got this one really wrong. The three of you, without hesitation, picking the Buffalo Bills. I tabbed the wrong team fragile, like on the brink. I'm like, Buffalo's the one that's ready to fall apart. Buffalo's the one in a close contest who's going to screw up in terms of clock management. Buffalo's the one who may or may not be playing for their head coach. They have Josh Allen getting all this MVP love, but 9 straight games with an interception. They got the banged-up defense. They're ready to fall. They're ready to crumble. If the weather doesn't wreak havoc on this game, the Cowboys are just more solid. That was really, really stupid.
Yeah, look, this is so distressing of a game, so distressing of a performance that at 5:30 in the morning on vacation, Mike Bassick is already texting.
Oh my gosh, I called Mike yesterday. I had to vent. It's usually the other way around. I had to call Mike to go ahead and vent. What did he say?
Mikey just texted. He said, I can't sleep. I'm so scared about skiing. I'm also scared you and Sean are going to physically fight each other this morning. Wrong, Mikey. What's going to happen is we're all going to just tee off on the Cowboys in general. That's what's going to happen this morning. There's going to be no interpersonal fighting. We're all equally disgusted by what the Cowboys put out there, which is what you saw yesterday is that's a team that would lose by 30.
Sandler's texting me too. He goes, wow, Choppy out again all week. I was like, yeah. I thought that 15-day vacation already got burned and used up, but apparently I was wrong.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's 15. I don't know how they calculate 15 days. It might be a little bit different, but
it's basic scale.
Exactly. No, that's a team that when we talk about, hey, would things be different against San Francisco? Nope. But what we learned yesterday is things would not be different against San Francisco. The 49ers would beat you by 30 again. You can't handle physical football teams.
Nope.
And that was their problem in 21 when San Francisco came to town as the road team. Was that year when they would lose, they would get punched in the mouth and they would lose. It felt like it improved a little bit last year. This year, I don't know that any team had played them super physically. San Francisco did, but San Francisco also just whipped you in so many different ways that it didn't feel like physicality was the difference.
Arizona had a ton of rush yards as well.
Yeah. Yesterday just felt like they bullied you. They hadn't allowed a 100-yard rusher all year, and James Cook goes out there and gets almost 200. I mean, it was just absolutely awful. James Cook by himself gets more yards than the rest of the Buffalo team and more than Dallas.
Josh Allen goes 7 of 15 for 94. You get smoked. 7 of 15 for 94 yards. Does not throw an interception, so the interception/turnover streak is snapped. And Pepe, we could already tell, to start off, you are disgusted as well.
It's just nothing went the Cowboys' way early on. I mean, it seemed like every penalty that the Bills got, it led to points. You had the missed block punt. You had the holding penalty on Tyler Smith, the late call. Yeah. Oh my, it killed points off the board. Nothing. I mean, the Cowboys were not competitive the entire game. Nothing.
I'll get to you and the rest of the excuse makers throughout the entire show. That's what took up. I had to call Mike to vent about that. I'm like, do you think every fan base cries about the referees like this? They probably do, but Mike just said the major difference is this is times 20 because it's the Cowboy fan base, the whining and the excuse making and the crying over the referees and the flags. Look, I've been saying it for 2 years, so I'm not going to let Bobby take my point and take credit today or this week. They're soft. They're a soft football team when it comes to this type of play. I'm not saying mentally soft and all that stuff. When a team decides to hammer them, which the Miami Dolphins are going to do as well, They put up no resistance. Zip, zero, nothing. We've been talking about the run D. Man, Jonathan Hankins needs to call for the contract. Forget Dak's extension. Forget Amari and Micah getting paid.
$40 million for Hankins. Give it to him.
$40 million for Hankins.
Man, that's you mentioned.
And they'll
right there,
fold. That's what Mike's biggest point was. Sorry, Bobby. And I'll just say, because Mike's out this week too, so I'll be the voice of Bassick. He goes, the Cowboys will quit on you early. And they will. And they did. I wasn't even upset watching this yesterday. I don't know why. Maybe I had a good family phone call earlier in the day, and that involved a lot of drama, but it was good for me. It was a minor win for me with the family dynamic, which I'll decide whether to talk about on air in real or not. I wasn't even mad. A lot of people are asking the either or questions today. Was this on the offense or was this on the defense? And then people are asking, what was worse, this or San Francisco? So all these things, but the number one headline, and if you couldn't watch that game and see James Cook's stat line and let that tell you the story, then you're just an excuse maker who's looking to cover up.
I mean, we talked about it the entire week. Obviously Josh Allen is the headline, but when you talked about outside of Josh Allen, it's like the guy you don't need to worry about is Stephon Diggs. You need to worry about James Cook, because that's somebody who his running style, the way he can beat them in the pass game, I think that was something that we had said specifically was, I don't know how you defend him. I don't know that the Cowboys have somebody to defend James Cook, didn't.
What is his background and story, and who do y'all think he reminded you of in terms of the style? Like, he was scat back, scoot, like cutting, moving. It wasn't power. He looks like a thinner dude. What's his story? Where did he come from, and who does he remind y'all of?
He was out of Georgia, and he is actually, probably no surprise you watch the running style, the number 4, what he does. He's Dalvin Cook's brother, and he is just, the thing that was the most impressive thing about him coming out was just the instincts that he runs with. Like, he's so instinctual and just so quick and decisive when he makes his cuts, and he's absolutely, I think Cook is a good comparison, honestly. Dalvin, he runs like a smaller Dalvin. Dalvin's a little more thickly built, but yeah, the way that he runs, the way he can make things difficult for you in the pass game. You remember, I know I'm reaching back a ways here, but you remember in 2019, that awful 8-8 season where the Cowboys were either beating people by 40 or losing against teams they had no business losing to? Dalvin Cook on a Sunday night game that year had like 180 rushing yards and like 80 yards receiving. And it was a similar performance last night. That's the performance it reminded me of, was Dalvin Cook just destroying you in 2019.
Mike McCarthy, what the hell was all that?
Assessment. Obviously, we didn't play very well. I want to give Buffalo all the credit. They played the way you need to play. They controlled the clock, ran the ball. Was thorough in the situation. Offensively, we didn't move the ball effectively. We knew we were going to have to go the long way, the way they played us. So we had some key plays there in the second quarter, and I thought that if you can make it, maybe the game goes a different way. The penalty on the block punt attempt, that was a huge play. Not getting the turnover was another play. So we needed those plays. I think we were -6 big play production in the first half, and obviously we didn't get we needed to go score some points. Got a break with the weather. The weather was great in the first half, so we did not play well.
I love this tweet from Seth to start off. It's not just that they're soft, it's that they're unbalanced and undisciplined on top of being soft. You can be soft as long as you're executing and you're faster and more discipline, but the Cowboys are undisciplined and unbalanced, and he is absolutely right.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. And we talked about when they've lost, like when you lost to Philadelphia, I thought they were better than Philadelphia at the link. I thought they played better overall, but when it was a close game, when it's thin margins, they always lose on little stuff.
Yep.
It's somebody didn't run the right route, somebody stepped out of bounds, somebody had a misstep, whatever else. That's the way that they always lose. So yeah, when you're not a tough physical football team, and then you also have the issue of you lose on details and you have stupid mental mistakes and things like that, it combines to getting your ass kicked in Buffalo or in Santa Clara against the 49ers. Those football teams that are tough and are smart are generally going to beat you down. And Buffalo's not even been great on details this year.
No.
They've lost a ton of close
Close.
games that they should have won. They just didn't even give you an opportunity for it to be close.
The truckwreck.com text line will be lit. So will the phone calls, and there will be plenty of them for the Cowboys Monday edition of Sean and RJ.
Cows lose, cows stink.
Yes, sir, Randy.
Galloway. Yes, they do. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Micah Parsons has no answers for the home versus road. And what did they do to Dak and the Cowboys offense? And is that going to be another Broncos blueprint? Cowboys Monday, just getting started. Need your opportunity to go off. You're going to get it as well right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Third and a healthy one. Dallas at its own 39. Prescott with hand signals to the running back. And he's going back to throw on 3rd and 1. No, he's not. He's going right to the ground. I think Steele got run over. Well, that was ugly.
That's it? 3 sacks for the Bills? It felt like it was 5 or 6. That was Brad Shea with the call on this radio station. Cowboys get humiliated with the game that the entire football world wanted to build up. And it's a Cowboys Monday to destroy them and make fun of them here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt and Choppy's Chair for the week. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. What happened to this offensive line? Of course, Zach Martin getting hurt. He took a vicious shot to the quad, like that middle leg area above the knee. He was out. Brad said he's going to be shocked if Zach is able to quickly recover. He was in street clothes right there for the second half, and then it was all Buffalo chaos after.
Yeah, and that was what was it? I'm trying to remember, was it a knee or a helmet to the quad that had hit him? But he got hit up there when you see the replay, and what it reminded me of was 2019 when this is the second 2019 reference, but 2019 when Amari Cooper against Green Bay had that helmet hit his quad, and he said that it broke the thigh pad that he had up there. And Amari, you remember, like, he had a lot of trouble coming back from that bruise on his quad. And he specifically, I remember he was talking in the locker room, he said, well, the way your quad is broken down, the way it was explained to me, is you got 4 quadrant muscles there at the top, and then there's one running underneath, and he had bruised the one underneath. Well, after the game, Zach Martin said he bruised the one deep. And so that makes me think he bruised that same muscle that Amari did. And so, man, I loved seeing, Zach Martin out there sticking up for your quarterback, willing to shove a little bit. I thought TJ Bass, I'll have to go watch the tape to see how well he played, but I didn't think he was bad when I was watching the TV copy. When I would sit there and focus on him, I thought he played pretty well, but I mean, just another thing on top of just an awful performance losing Zach.
Dak Prescott on the early mistakes and not being able to make a comeback in some of those second half conditions.
Missed one early. Boom. I think that obviously that can change the game right there alone. 7-7 to start it off. That pass felt good coming out. Don't know if the wind was behind me or not. Part of it though, right? You got to move on from that fast, and didn't do that necessarily, and so didn't get some completions early. Put us down, right? They already had the 7-0 lead, and boom, they score again. And at that point, trying to play in a drop back game in conditions like this is not going to be favorable. I can tell you that. And so they did a great job on defense, disguising for one, putting the top on it, making us play underneath. And as I said, it's going to be tough in conditions like this when they've got the lead, trying to have to just go drop back all game long. So they beat us with the formula.
And he's talking about the missed throw to Cooks. When Cooks had the step and it was an overthrow, and Dak was just off early yesterday. He almost got Pollard murdered over the middle with a high pass. Ferguson did not get a catch until all the Dallas weapons disappeared. Someone said, what about Gallup? And I was like, damn, I forgot about Michael Gallup even being on this team. I didn't notice him playing yesterday. CD obviously was limited in terms of his production. I got a tweet here from Jordan. This is the type of stuff. I don't need this at 5:48 a.m. Sean needs to make up his mind. Does he hate Dak entirely, turning into Stephen A every time the Cowboys lose? And this is why I tweeted back to Jordan. I know this is a novel concept for you to wrap your brain around, and basically everyone who is an obsessed political nut is incapable of doing it as well. And this is why I blame that human rat, Skip Bayless, for starting this in sports media. Try to wrap your brain around this, Jordan. When Dak Prescott plays lights out like he's been over the past 7 weeks, I say that he's playing lights out like an MVP. When Dak Prescott and the offense stink, I say they stink. It's not that difficult. But everyone's so glued to their narrative and married to their point, and you're too stubborn and your head is too thick, or you got too much wax in your ears in order to go ahead and allow any new information that counters your point to land home with you. You just got to sit there and be married to your original statement, which is ignorant and stubborn. And I can't stand it. I'm like the least stubborn person in the whole building. It's amazing. My mom would not have put money on that.
Dak was not.
I'm
good
just kidding.
yesterday.
I'm not the least stubborn.
No, you're not the least stubborn, but you do have when presented with facts counter to the take you had, you will adjust and go, okay, all right.
You're still going back to the prime rib brisket thing?
Yeah, not just that.
I gave up on that argument. You beat me in a food argument, a steak argument.
There's been a few times though where you'll come off of that, but no, I mean the biggest thing here is just Dak wasn't good yesterday. I mean, even given the opportunity, it's really hard to overthrow Brandon Cooks, it feels like. And so I know he just said there that the wind was, at his back, so he doesn't know if that impacted or whatever, because he said he thought it was a good throw off when it came out of his hand. But man, I wonder, they got beat down so bad it probably doesn't matter. But I do wonder if a few things just go differently in the first quarter, just how much it changes at least the tenor of the game. Because you have the DeMarcus Lawrence jumping off sides on the third, or not jumping off sides, the roughing the passer that extends the drive, they score the touchdown.
Yeah. You
have the Dak overthrow. You have you get them off the field, and then Sam Williams gets hit with the roughing the kicker, and they go down and score another. I mean, that right there goes from 14-0 to potentially, if those change, it's 7-3 Dallas.
The Diggs fumble / turnover.
Oh my gosh.
But here's a problem with Cowboy fans. You don't blame the players. You think and by the way, the Cowboys have been humongous recipients of all those things. A huge call to keep them on the field. How many 3rd and 19s have I talked about this year? That there was a hold or a flag or a defensive penalty that kept the Cowboys on the field. That's a lucky break.
Yep.
That is a lucky break. That's no skill. That's no credit to you. Now, if you torch a defender and they grab you and you're going to score a touchdown, that is skill. And that is ability that you capitalized and took advantage of. But everything that you just named, except for the Diggs fumble, in the court of NFL law, the Cowboys were guilty of them. They didn't get screwed by them. We'll have a separate penalty / referee segment, but Dak Prescott gave an answer that you wanted to isolate when being asked about playing on the road.
Yeah, because Dak, he's so polished, and he usually has so many. He's got his pat answers ready. He's got the little bag that he can drop into and go, okay, here's we got to do this, we got to do that. So I thought it was interesting. Joe Hoyt over at Lone Star Live had asked him about the splits on home and road, and Dak didn't really have a good answer for it.
Joe Hoyt, Lone Star Live. Obviously, it's a game of adjustments, but how difficult is adjusting to something that's not schematic, kind of like the translation between home and away performance?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. I mean, it's probably one of the first times I've dealt with something like this. And we've got to embrace, I guess, more than anything, just being on the road, being I guess you could say the underdog, going into somebody else's territory. Something I've always enjoyed, honestly. Yeah, I wish I really had an answer. As I said, that would be what we do in these next couple of days, and when we get in Wednesday, no different than the answers I try to find within myself individually, how I can help this offense make sure that we close that gap. I know the coaches will have answers as well, and then we'll get back to it. Maybe I've got more for you on Thursday.
Wow.
He's at a loss, and I think that's exactly what that shows, that even knowing that was going to be a big question. That was the first question a lot of the guys were getting last night. I think it was one of the first questions from Mark McCarthy.
And Micah had a really strong answer. It's unacceptable at this point. There's no excuse. It's mind-boggling. I don't understand why we're not playing well, why we're not coming together on the road. Super frustrating. And Choppy, to his credit, has been hammering home 2 Cowboy points. They don't play on grass, and they don't play on the road. And RJ's been talking about that now for weeks. Home 7-0, road 3-4. Home 40 a game, road 21 a game. Points allowed home 15, points allowed on the road 22.
It's not good, and it's.
I almost felt like Dak wanted to. This is a big leap in what I'm about to say.
Sure.
I'm not putting words in his mouth. Sometimes Dak, when he doesn't give his canned answer, we call it in the business. He's calling out. He can call out his guys harshly. He can call out his guys for not knowing their stuff, for lack of effort. I feel like he wants to kind of float towards a mentality thing here of like, we're just not tough enough to go into these buildings in these types of situations. That's what I hope he goes to a little bit later in the week.
Yeah, and it
may he does a very passive call out.
Well, and that's the thing. Maybe the pause, like you're kind of saying there, the pause may have been less about I don't have an answer, and it's more I've got an answer and I got to figure out how I want to say this. I don't know how I want to say this, how I want to push these buttons. Yeah. I've got to be measured in it. So come back to me on Thursday when I've had time to think about this.
Exactly. All right, star up, star down. This could be It could be. I'm trying to jog my memory. I got to go back and look at my San Fran report card. It could be the least amount of star ups in the 13-year history of Sean and RJ. We need yours. The Cowboys report card, star up, star down at 877-881-1053. Next.
If you're a new fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1st and 10 at the 19. Allen back, flushed out, throws on the run to his right to Cook, the running back, slithering across the goal line. Touchdown, Buffalo. Pretty play.
Yeah, it wasn't just James Cook on the ground. He was catching footballs as well. 2 for 42 through the air. That touchdown right here on 105.3 The Fan, and of course on the ground. 25 for 179. 7 yards a carry, and the Bills as a team ran it 49 times for 266 right down your throat. All your yapping and all your talking and Tank Lawrence, I'm just going to punch you. Tank is always that UFC fighter before the fight. Like, you know you're going to get some chaos. You know you're going to get some good sound bites, especially this past UFC event. My word. And then you go up against, like, an actual legit opponent. And I thought that Buffalo was still going to be fragile. No one had the Buffalo Bills, like, beating you up. We're previewing Josh Allen. Is Stephon Diggs going to continue to be quiet? Now, you were talking about James Cook, to your credit, a lot last week, but no one, I mean, even Dan Orlovsky, but man, was Dan talking and rubbing it in our faces yesterday on social media. Even he was saying, if the Bills win this game, Josh Allen will be the front runner for MVP. And he was trying to say Josh Allen was going to be the factor, like he usually is in all of their games. But let's look at this coordinator change, too, from Ken Dorsey to Joe Brady, trying to take stuff off of Allen's plate.
Yeah, Joe Brady has been running the ball a lot more. Yeah, Joe Brady. He's been running the ball a lot more than Ken Dorsey had. Now, Ken Dorsey didn't just, like, neglect the run, but it's something that Joe Brady has been a lot more committed to, is using James Cook. I think their rush attempts per game have gone up something like 6 or 7 since over the Ken Dorsey average. So they've been a lot more committed to running the ball. And they knew yesterday Dallas couldn't stop it. And because Dallas couldn't stop it, they weren't going to stop attacking it. And next week, get ready, because Miami is going to look at this tape and go, why shouldn't we run the ball 60 times? And they run the ball as effectively as anybody in the NFL.
With Raheem Mostert setting touchdown records.
Yeah, this is what they're going to have coming their way, and Devon Achane and everything that he's done. I am terrified of what that defense is going to look like running around chasing Miami next week. The speed just in general, whether it be in the backfield or throwing the ball or whatever else. This was brutal.
Miami won yesterday, dominated without Tyreek in embarrassing the New York Jets. So people are trying to figure out if this is the worst star up in the 13-year history of the Sean and RJ program. This year, I was going back to the San Fran game, because people are saying, which game was worse, San Fran or this? My star-ups for San Francisco after that California humiliation. Dak touchdown to Turpin on 3rd and 4. I guess he was showing some touch on that pass. Hankins, look at that. Hankins' 3rd and 2 deflection on the second drive. I had a star up for a deflection. Jordan Lewis stripped McCaffrey on the Dallas 2. After Tony Pollard had a fumble, and then I have a first down Cowboy tush push. So basically nothing. I have like plays that start a star up. Like yesterday, I started one for Stephon Gilmore early on against Diggs.
Big pass breakup.
But it does not get completed. So that's a pretty pathetic star up from the San Francisco game. Here's my star up for yesterday. We'll figure out whether it's more or less. Zach Martin defending Dak. Gilmore versus Diggs on 3rd and 3. He also had some coverage on Stephon in the end zone, but they got wiped out on the tank penalty. And then Brandon Aubrey's still perfect. So this is the worst star up of the season by my grading and my assessment.
By my grading and my assessment, and I just had to go back and look as well, this is not as bad as San Francisco. Not quite.
The overall game, or just your star up?
Just the star ups. I mean, the overall game was much worse against San Francisco too. But the star up, that game I had Jonathan Hankins as well. Jonathan Hankins really cleaned up in that San Francisco game. You know, I mean, he was the only one who showed up. And then I had Jordan Lewis, because I think Jordan Lewis had a couple pass breakups in that game and looked good. But that was all I had. So I had 2. I've got a few here at least.
Oh.
All right. Zach Martin as well, same sort of thing. Stephon Gilmore, same thing. I did think that when given the opportunity, it wasn't great on offense yesterday. I thought Tony Pollard ran well yesterday. Like, I thought the opportunities that he got, it's unfortunate that the Cowboys were out of this game so quickly and were so inept throwing the ball that it didn't really matter. But I thought Tony Pollard running the ball was good. And then I'm going to give a star up for the guy who stepped in for Zach Martin. I thought TJ Bass played well, and being asked to play, on short notice, an undrafted free agent, not getting you killed with the interior pressure, I thought was important. And so I've got 4 right there, and then everything else in the game is a star down. Every single last thing other than that. Those are the 4 that you can say star up to, I think.
Here's Mike McCarthy comparing this game to what happened against the Niners. I'm sorry, this is Dak Prescott doing the comparison.
No, I felt it was much different in this game from early. I mean, obviously you can say, the penalty hurt us after, saying get the late hit on me, the penalty of those guys backing me up. But that's kind of the difference in those 2 games alone. We weren't doing that in San Fran. We didn't do that. We didn't have that response in San Fran. So proud of that for one. Proud of the fight, the aggressiveness, staying that way. But we just didn't execute. And as I said, they beat us in the formula. I mean, they got up on us and continued to control the ball, control the possession, kill the clock. And we didn't convert on our third downs, which was something we've been great at all year. And then you look up, and I mean, I don't even know how many plays we had, but it doesn't feel like a lot. And yeah, I mean, that's been our way of winning the game. So they just beat us in the formula. They did a hell of a job of it, all 3 phases. We didn't help ourselves in the first half with some penalties. I missed the throw, right? That's 4 plays right there that those go the other way. Who knows what we're talking about right now? But that's the National Football League, especially when you're playing a team like this.
So it sounds like Dak is saying San Francisco was a worse game, and you and I agree.
Yeah.
We agree with him.
Yeah, it was absolutely a worse game. Look, I mean, they were awful
because
yesterday.
of the build-up and the hype against the 49ers, right?
Yeah, it was all your focus. Like that was your entire season. That was this is our Super Bowl, basically, the way they talked about it. And so I think that one was worse just because they went out there, and Dak kind of referenced it there. I hesitate using words like this because I know people can get offended by it. But I mean, the reality is Dak just sort of referenced it. That was sort of a gutless performance against San Francisco. They didn't have a lot of fight. And that's one of the things that Dak said was different right there, was like, no, we had give up against, because the question that led into that, I believe, was somebody saying, you had talked about how you guys didn't fight enough in San Francisco. Do you felt like that was the case again today? And I think that is the difference. Is there was some edge to them. They just got beat. They got the snot beat out of them.
Start down to the defense and the run D. James Cook had 104 rushing yards in the first half. He had 42 receiving yards. Y'all, 146 in the first half. He beat Damone Clark for a touchdown catch. And let me pour one out for Damone Clark.
Ooh.
Because the worst play in this entire game, the number 1 play that epitomized everything, and I couldn't tweet it right in the moment because Damone got hurt on it. It looked like Damone Clark got caught in a Texas tornado, picked up, carried down the field, dropped on his back, and then gets slammed by a 300-pound body right in the ribs. I'm going to pick you up. CT Johnny Bananas for you challenge fans. If anyone gets the reference, I'll buy you a beer next time I see you. Damone Clark gets picked up, carried, dropped, and then crushed. And I was like, I'm like at my TV, like, oh my word. That was the play that epitomized yesterday. Insult and then injury at the end of it. Damone Clark gets beat for that Cook touchdown catch. There was a somersault. Freaking James Cook did a somersault on us going into the end zone for 24 yards. That made it 31-3. And the man dropped a second touchdown that he should have had. So star down, pants down, manhood down, toughness down, run defense, and we've been talking about that for years around here.
Yeah, that's been, if you want to talk about, and I had mentioned this in the pregame show yesterday, that when you take a look at all the good things Dan Quinn's done and all the different things Dan Quinn's repaired from previous administrations and previous defenses that the Cowboys have had, it's light years different in a number of ways. The one area where it's still not is the run defense. For several years now, they have poor reads. They over pursue. They leave cutback lanes. That's something that, regardless of the volume, the amount that teams are trying to run the ball on them, Dallas still struggles with that. Like, for instance, the fact that yesterday, is
it a team makeup thing where we should give them a little bit of a pass where they just said, this is how we're building our team? Like the Indianapolis Colts under Peyton Manning were light and fast, and they were going to come around the edges to rush the passer with Freeney and Mathis. Certain NBA teams are like, we're not going to have a big team. The Mavericks, 2 years ago, because they didn't make the playoffs last year, 2 years ago, we're saying, it's no secret. We are going to bomb away from three. We're going to stand outside with Maxey and our bigs, and we're going to shoot threes. Is this Cowboys defense just totally built to not stop the run by design in a passing league?
I mean, they are. So they do have smaller linebackers. Like that. That's some of the issue right there. But I do think that a lot of their problems extend past just the play style. Like when the issues when you're Marquise Bell and you're 215 pounds, or you're Damone Clark and you're a lighter linebacker or whatever else, that shouldn't affect your ability to read it right. Like the fact that they seem to just fill the wrong gaps consistently. They read the blocking incorrectly. They leave these big cutback lanes. Like that's just a discipline issue. That's not I don't think a play style issue.
The other thing that epitomized all that we're talking about, the Cowboys got involved in like 2 pileups yesterday, which Tolos were right about this too. Can we blow forward progress dead at some point in the National Football League? If you're going to allow the tush push crap, can we blow the forward progress dead? But the Cowboys got involved in like 2 pileups, and their net yardage on that was about minus 13. They got pushed backwards in a 7-yard pileup. They got pushed backwards in another. That will tell you early on what makeup your squad has. That will tell you early on what type of fight your team has. Because if there's a pileup and there's a tush-push confrontation, the Cowboys will lose the tug of war. Josh Allen scored on a touchdown. That made it scoring drives of 11 plays, and then 12 plays from the Buffalo offense. 11, and 12 play scoring drives.
I mean, it was pathetic. And it's funny, I remember the
Cowboys actually got lucky that progress got called in the moment. Mozzie had Josh Allen. Josh Allen broke out of it for a sack, but they called the play dead.
Yeah, and so that was when he broke out of that initially, and I was at a bar. You couldn't hear the TV turned up very loud. You couldn't hear the whistle. Yeah. I was hanging out with Tolos. But I couldn't hear the whistle for so I just thought he had broken out of it, and I was about to lose my mind. Like you can't. You've got to be kidding me. The one time you get this opportunity, this happens. But the James Cook run I think it was on the opening drive, the one where he carried the pile like 6 yards and that whole like rugby push occurred. That was something where that was the first indication I had of the day where I was like, uh-oh, like they might be in trouble here. I mean, I don't know about for you. We were discussing this when we were at Underdogs. We were trying to figure out, all right, is the game over yet? Or game may be over, got to take off. At what point did you feel like in this game you're like, all right, they're not winning this game today? Because I kind of felt like when Buffalo went down on that first drive, I felt like, I don't know that Dallas is stopping them today.
Oh, no, I was like, this is going to be a shootout. I thought the under was really, really low. I had the Cowboys, the only one in here that got it wrong. You guys picked Buffalo. I had the Cowboys like in a shootout. I'm like, all right, this is going to go back and forth. Like when I saw Cooks get open and Dak missed him, I'm like, okay, that's there. Like Dak will pick it up. I don't know, maybe 24-3, 21-3, 24-3 is when I said this is now over.
When it was 21-3, I remember because Dallas had just got the ball back with like a minute and a half left in the first half, and it was like, okay, you're gonna get the ball coming out of the second half, do something, just get points, get a field goal, and then you can come out the second half, get a touchdown, and now you're within a score. And you're within striking distance. And when that didn't happen, it was like, okay, this is probably over.
Let's talk about all the little things. All the little things, including Mike McCarthy with the Stephon Diggs challenge, and all you whiners and all you crybabies that want to do nothing but blame the referees and take zero accountability for your own football team. This next segment is for you.
Sam Martin. Oh, that was tipped. Flag down, though. They didn't get the ball, and they ran into the kicker. Turpin caught it at the 30, running around and tackled at the 25. And Sam Williams, who was that's twice they've been that close to blocking it, but Sam Williams didn't get the ball, and he did get the punter.
I think that's going to be the big variety.
Personal foul. Yep. Roughing the kicker. Yep. Defense number 54. It's a 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
All right, let me defend by far my most controversial take from yesterday's game here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider in Chop's chair for the week. Thank you for being a total that stands for turn it on, leave it on. We're doing calls at 6:40. I can't wait any longer. Y'all need to vent. You want to vent. We'll open up the phone lines at 6:40 here on Sean and RJ. And, of course, Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg and Ciroc Vodka, bringing you the fan replay. My most controversial take yesterday was not being mad at Sam Williams for this penalty. And I'll tell you why. I never blame. I think it's way too unfair for the defender to be expected not to make contact when you're that close to a punt block. It's like the margin for error is so small. You're that close and you run into the guy. Because if you make contact with the football, if you block it and destroy the punter, it's not a flag. Mm-hmm. It like totally wipes out any roughing, any penalty towards the punter. The problem with Sam Williams is he didn't make the contact with the football. I don't know how he missed it, but Sam being that close and running into the punter, I did not have a big problem with. Now, Greg Olsen immediately talked about special teams technique, and that's what all the Tolos lit me up with. Greg Olsen saying, you never leave your feet. You're not supposed to leave your feet. Sharif, do you not watch football? I thought you watched more football than Choppy and Bobby. Clearly, that is not the case. And I said, guys, people leave their feet, jump and dive all the time to block punts. I don't know where Greg Olsen came up with this, and I know that he played, and I can't even, have a competitive game in Madden. But I just YouTube for in a commercial break real quick. I'm like, pump block highlights. And I call basketball. I'm like, am I out of my mind that people leave their feet all the time to block punts? And they do. So Sam Williams running into the punter being that close, I did not have a problem. And nobody criticized the Cowboys' stupidity, lack of discipline, and penalties more than I do. I did not have a problem with that play for that very reason. My problem is, were you scared of the football? Did you do a little dodge and sidestep? But Sam has made special teams plays like that this season. Earlier in the year, that was my big hot take, apparently, controversy that I tweeted out. Does any of that make sense to you?
It does, and I think the leaving the feet thing, there is language in the rule book about leaving the feet, but I think it's about you can't leap over defenders when trying to block a punt. So you can't leap over them and leave your feet.
Dive at the punter to block all the time.
Now one of the things is
you're saying I do watch more football.
The coaching technique a lot of times for guys on special teams is that they don't want them leaving their feet. That's a coaching point a lot.
Yeah.
They say, because you risk, roughing the kicker or whatever else.
If you run through it, stay on your feet, easier to avoid the punter.
Yeah, a lot of times people coach work to the side of the punter and move your hands back to the side. That's what they'll coach up. But man, I kind of wonder when you ask, why did he miss the ball? Or you don't know how he missed the ball. Do you think the over insistence on Sam, you got to pull it back? Do you think he hesitated at all?
I don't know.
And because that didn't go, full bore in there?
You would know that. You have been saying more than anyone what they tell Sam, and you tweeted, hadn't seen one of these from Sam in a long time. Guess he was due.
It had been a minute, but I do kind of wonder when I saw him, because it looked like he almost hesitated, or he didn't, like he was going 90% at the end or something. And I wonder if it just got in his head a little bit can't hit the guy, got to pull up a little if I'm not going to block this punt. But man, if you're going to go in there, go big or go home, because if you block the punt, you can run right through the guy.
Yeah.
And so just make sure you get the ball. That was a huge play.
Huge.
Oh, and there's the Dak overthrow on Good Morning Football right now.
That was my defense of Sam. Roughing penalty gave Buffalo the first down. Never jumped to block. Now let's talk about the rest of the penalties. Peyton, how many penalties do you think were in this football game total yesterday?
Let me go with 10.
Bobby, you think it's more or less than 10 total?
I think it's probably less because I remember I was caught off guard at one point in the second half when I saw it was like 5 total.
6 total penalties.
Felt like more.
All by the Cowboys, right?
5 and 1.
That's right.
Now, I will say this before I blast all the crybabies that take it to referees every week. It's just getting more and more and more and more and more. Peyton and the rest of the other Cowboy fans. For Buffalo to run it 49 times and have 1 hold, that does not add up. That just doesn't make that just doesn't make any sense. So that would appear to be a lack of holding penalties on Buffalo. 49 carries, 1 hold, and miraculously, I mean, getting 5 penalties in a game for the Cowboys, that's like having none basically for this football team against good opponents. So let's talk about the penalties. Because Michael Gelkin put that out there, and everyone, when you put us behind the 8 ball like that, what do you expect? All the momentum was sucked away in the game. Argue with me about these penalties. First touchdown drive. DeMarcus Lawrence roughing the passer, the forearm or the arm to the chest of Josh Allen on 3rd and 4. They got the stop. Gilmore versus Diggs. Were the Cowboys robbed? We're going to go around the room for each of these.
No, it was roughing.
It was.
Peyton.
By the rule, yes, it was. It was soft, but by the rule, yes.
And Josh Allen, he's a flailer. Yeah, he's going to sell the call. But Tank made contact. Let me rephrase it. You don't have to think it was like a good call, but you have to acknowledge it's something that like could be called. Like, we're not shocked that was called.
No.
Right? So that was legit in today's NFL standards. The Sam Williams roughing, was that a fair or good call?
Yeah, I mean, by the definition of the penalty, it is roughing.
It is.
It's at the very least it's running into it, but I mean it's probably roughing.
Pay.
Yep. I mean, he knocked him on his backside. Got to call it.
I mean,
he ran right through him.
He ran right through because he had no other choice. That was part of my Sam Williams defense. Like, he had to hit him because he was like there. Again, the miracle in that play is how he didn't touch the football or make contact with it. The only call that you could really go crazy about, in my opinion, I don't even know crazy, the J-Ron Curse unnecessary roughness. I knew that when the hit occurred, I was like, that they're gonna throw it. They just do. I thought that's the one where you could say that the Cowboys, not even screwed, but that's the one I would argue the most.
It was ticky-tack, probably. Like I mean, yeah, I don't know that it was full on. They got screwed from it, but
and that was 2nd and 19.
It felt a little. It did feel a little like, okay, you haven't been throwing stuff all day, but you're gonna throw on that one. That just seems a little over the top. But I do think that for the most part,
Curse's helmet did make contact.
Yep.
When a receiver goes high like that and gets splattered like that in the back, they'll say defenseless. I thought I had an issue with that one. I'm not going crazy about it. It was outright like theft, like Chiefs fans would whine and cry about Andy Reid and Mahomes. That to me was the most ticky-tack one. Pepe, where did you stand on the J-Rom one?
Yeah, ticky-tack. I mean, it made contact. It made like he made contact. It was head, and
so let's just say that let's just say it shouldn't have been called. For argument's sake, these big 3 penalties that everyone's whining and crying about, the Cowboys committed 2 of them.
Yeah.
In the court of NFL law, you're guilty. Stop crying about it. You didn't get screwed. You did it. And instead of placing the blame on the players or the staff, you take it somewhere else because you lack accountability. It's your teacher's fault. It's your kid's fault. It's the bus driver's fault. It's never your kid. Your kid's not the brat. Your kid's not the troublemaker. It's somebody else. It's YouTube. It's the cell phone. It's the internet. It's not Johnny. It's not Susie. That's how you sound. Every time you bitch and you whine and you cry. And this isn't new either. The Dallas Cowboys do this year after year under Mike McCarthy. Undisciplined. Big moments, they fold. But not your beloved football team. Oh my gosh, you screwed us. 2 of the 3 calls, and you could say all 3 were legitimate. And even if you got screwed in all 3, the way that they played run defense and the way that they were helpless and soft and folded against James Cook, you still want to put up a fight in an argument that you were going to win that football game? Get out of here, man. Get out of here. I can't stand it.
Yeah, and I think that I think the some of the issue that I know from watching the game with people yesterday, watching it with fans yesterday, was like it's sort of what you just referenced there. There were a few different times where I saw people go like, that's holding. Look, they're holding. Why is that not being called? Why is holding not being called? It's almost like now they wanted more penalties when they haven't wanted any of them. But yeah, I think when you're talking about 49 rush attempts in the rain, or 46 because there were 3 kneel downs, but 46 rush attempts in the rain, and you gash a team like that, there's probably a couple holding calls that just got missed.
I agree.
But I also don't know that it was a symptom of the referees looking at it and going, well, I'm not calling that. Like a lot of times whenever a holding gets missed, it's because when they say there's holding on every play, that means it literally is happening somewhere and somebody's going to have an oversight.
If Chop was here, he would probably just repeat what I just said, not paying attention. But number 2, he would say it will even out. Not one Cowboy fan complaining yesterday remembered or would cite the segment we did last week, how the Cowboys benefited. I went through 8 plays. 8 plays in the previous game, and the Cowboys benefited 90% of the time. It evens out. You have benefited from 2nd and 19, 3rd and 19 questionable calls. But when it's done for you, you put your head in the sand. When it's done against you, the league is out to get you. And Roger Goodell doesn't want the most popular and biggest attraction by far playing in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. Micah Parsons on all the flags.
I mean, it's super deflated. I think that changed the whole momentum of the game, changed the course of the game. They might get 3 on that 3rd down. We get off the field, though, and they don't get any points on them next 2 drives. We make them earn it. I mean, if you just told me, I think that changed the whole momentum of the game, forced our offense to be in certain situations, not letting them get into their full game plan and things like that. Those crucial penalties really hurt. They really hurt. And time and time again, we come on the road and we face these crucial penalties and we just can't overcome it. And that's just something we got to look at.
Thank you, Micah. Not blaming the refs. Usually that comes from Mike McCarthy on down. The excuse making, point to the stripes, point to the referees, point to the officials. I'm glad Micah did not take it there. Star up for that.
Yeah, you get a star up for the post game, I guess. But man, it's hard to legitimately to with a straight face blame officials though when you get beat down like that. and I think the players know that is that they got their asses handed to them. They got absolutely run in this game. And I had said yesterday, obviously, we talked about it on Friday. I had picked Buffalo, and I picked Buffalo again in the pregame yesterday. But I had said,
well, I'm glad you stuck with it.
Well, I'm just saying. I said in the pregame show, I was like, I'm picking Buffalo in this game. I would not be surprised if it went either way. I said the only thing that would surprise me is if either team blew them out. I did not expect Dallas to just get blown out yesterday. And it's concerning.
That's not in Buffalo's makeup to run it down your throat like they're San Francisco.
That's the thing. You look at when it's presented to you. It's in Buffalo's makeup to attack weakness, though. And they saw weakness, and they went, all right, let's go after this. And that's something that now that's been rightly established is that physical football teams are going to look at you and go, oh, okay, we can just really rough this team up.
Well, it's a good thing they're facing a team that doesn't run it a lot this upcoming week.
Thank God.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right, let's unleash it. Let's go. Early phone calls on the Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill hotline.
Oh, crap.
877-881-1053. It is oh crap for you.
They have the Dolphins. I just realized they have the Dolphins next week. They do run the ball a lot.
Oh, I thought we just realized that we were going to talk about your boy in the offense next.
Oh, crap.
First hour, all on the D. Don't worry, y'all. I ain't letting Roberto off the hook for Dak Prescott and another possible blueprint against this Cowboys offense. 877-881-1053. Cowboy Tolo calls for the 6 a.m. club after this. But Roberto was sitting there driving this morning. He said almost got in an accident that
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Here's 4th and 5 at the Dallas 48. Snap is back. They protect him. Prescott has the ball intercepted at the 40-yard line and tackled after about a 5 or 6 yard return. And Benford came up with the first interception of the game.
And Dak, props. He tried. He tried on that drive 3 separate times. He finally got it done with the interception.
What would it be, his 5th year? 6th?
Could have been the 5th pick or 6th. 31-10 Buffalo. And now it's time to go after the offense, not just the defense. Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair, as we'll talk about the quarterback and why this team looked absolutely confused and lost while trying to score. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Dak was off early. His offensive line allowed him to get pummeled. And either these receivers did not and could not get open. I've not seen this much Dak Prescott hesitation in a long, long time. When he's in rhythm, MVP. When there's hesitation, he's not using the legs. I'm like, are these guys just not getting open? Greg Olsen, throughout the broadcast, was talking about a zone look that Buffalo was going to, Bobby. Now, the Cowboys' success this year, ton of it has come against man. But there were some PFF numbers out there. John Owning does a great job. He had put out some numbers before the game showing that the Cowboys, they were fine against zone and these two deep coverages and everything like that. But it appeared like Buffalo's game plan was, you're not getting the big plays. You're going to have to run the football, which we know is a Cowboy question mark, and you're going to have to put together drives. And the Cowboys looked as confused as they did in that Broncos game, the famous Vic Fangio game. Oh,
gosh. Yeah, the man match scheme that just absolutely killed the Cowboys that day, and then led to a lot of people just saying, all right, let's do 2 deep shell. Let's drop guys in coverage. If you guys can't run the ball, we're going to, we're going to keep everything underneath. And that's something that was, I think, expected, though, from Buffalo. Like we talked about that last week. Like, Buffalo wasn't going to allow you to just throw the ball deep against them. They were going to play zone. They were going to, drop a lot of guys. They were going to keep everything in front of them.
They used 2 high shell at the 3rd highest rate in the league. But Dak against too high this year, 6 in Pro Football Focus passing grade, 7th in big-time throw rate. So McCarthy said in the post, we knew that was what was coming, but the Cowboys have had success against it.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see when you get a chance to look at the game back. I'll be interested to see how open guys were. If this is a function of just guys weren't open, were they disguising things and throwing things off and making Dak hesitate? I don't know which one it was, obviously, just watching the TV copy, but it did feel like they were taking away everything. Just when you watch Dak and the way he's reading the field, you obviously can't see down the field, but it felt like they were taking away anything that he wanted to do down the field, and that it was all this stuff underneath, and it caused him to hesitate, and the offensive line wasn't winning enough in pass protection to make a difference.
Let's turn it over to the Tolos. 6 a.m. phone calls here on Sean and Bobby. Let's start off with Bob in Frisco. Bob, you are first up on the Fan. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Well, that sucked. I kind of want to know. I don't want to get into a big tirade. I did that in front of my television after I rifled my hat off at about 100 miles an hour at the screen from what I saw. But I was kind of curious to see, because this is a glaring problem. This team on the road absolutely sucks. We're the opposite at home. I mean, polar opposites. And I'd love to know when Coach comes on the air with you guys, if we could find out, I'm not saying ask him this, but like, if you want to reword it, what does he need to do as a leader? And I'm not putting this at his feet, but how do you change your team's mentality to where when they're on the road, like the Rangers were, maybe get the Rangers to come in and talk to the guys. This is the mindset you have, because they're uninspired, unorganized, disinterested, and they play with zero heart.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have to challenge them on the lead up to a road game, but something's amiss. And if it's not corrected, I only care about correcting the problem. We've got a lot of skilled players that, frankly, I expect more from, and I didn't see anything out of. And that's not on the coach, but getting this team to play with a little bit of heart is. Yeah. And I'd love to find out what he has in plan this week, and especially on the very next road game, what he's going to do differently to get a different result. That's what I want to see.
Great phone call. Excellent points. I have nothing to say back to it, to challenge or counter anything. McCarthy was asked yesterday, have you ever coached a team that had this kind of disparity home and away?
I think there's normally a gap. I mean, I know the last place I was at, I think the record would reflect that. But it's about performance, and you want to be hardened in these games. That's why I go back to this schedule, playing Philadelphia, Buffalo, and Miami. I mean, this stretch, I think this is a great stretch for us to get ready for playoff football. So, but we got to play better than this tonight. We're all disappointed. We're disappointed with the way the game went and the way we performed, starting with me. But we'll do what we always do. We'll get to work. The game will be great and watched on the plane ride home, and we'll hit it running tomorrow. Get ready for the Dolphins.
Leon, you are up next on Sean and Bobby. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, sir. Yeah, hey, they should call this show the Fairweather Fan. I'm tired of you guys always doubting the Cowboys when they lose. Look, how many games did you expect them to win this year? I knew they weren't going to win them all. That's why they call it every given Sunday or any given Sunday. You can lose a game at any time.
Leon.
I gave them
12
wins.
Leon, you can have all the time after you respond to this question. Tell me how this next statement that I make is wrong and incorrect. Here's why we're having this opinion. The Dallas Cowboys will be the 5 seed. They will kick the ass of the NFC South winner in the first round. Then they will get eliminated in the second round like always. That's our problem. Tell me why I shouldn't have that type of attitude towards that outcome.
Because the Cowboys have a historic offense this year. Just because they lost a game on a particular Sunday, I didn't expect them to win every game. I'm a true fan. I'm that homer y'all talk about. I'm him. And I give them a loss or two because I didn't expect them to win them all. We have a historic offense, guys. You have to believe in that process.
But, Leon, what about the way they lost yesterday? What about the way they lost in getting manhandled?
If you played any type of sport at all, and you've been any type of leader or any type of superstar, sometimes things just don't click. So we go back to the drawing board and we try to find out how to keep that consistency. We had a 5-game win streak, guys. That's consistent.
Leon, but here's
I'm not going to down them. I'm not going to down them with one loss.
Okay. That's fair. That's fine. But Leon, when you talk about any given Sunday, let's look at the good teams they played on the road this year. Buffalo, what happened? They got beat by 21. San Francisco, what happened? They got beat by 32. Philadelphia, they lose on details all over the place. If it's any given Sunday, how come none of these any given Sundays have gone their way when they play good teams on the road? They lose every single one of them.
It's a 17-game series, like they say. We got to go home and figure it out.
And right now they're 0-3, Leon.
Here's the problem. It's not any given Sunday. It's every given Sunday. Because as Carter just said, I told Carter, I said, I don't know. He goes, fight through it, Sean, fight through it. I said, I'm not even upset. I'm not even mad. I'm trying to figure out why. Hey, Carter said, and he would know about this being an Oklahoma fan, because we know what the defense is in these moments. Not this year, every year. We know the Cowboys will commit penalties. We know the Cowboys will fold early. They're front runners. They're finesse front runners. We know this is fact. That's why I guess yesterday I didn't get emotional and worked up. So, Leon, this whole week-to-week, your Jason Garrett process, no, it's year-to-year. That's the difference. Charlie in Springtown. Charlie, you're up next on Sean and Bobby. Chuck.
Hello, hey, fellas. Good morning.
What's up?
So, I thought the game the play call was a little soft early on. I thought they could have been a little more aggressive early. Offensive line was kind of breaking down, was getting a little bit of pressure on Dak, but, he was kind of not getting the ball out as fast as he had been the last, 5 games.
Yeah.
But, I love to see the intensity out of Zach Martin. He stood up for Dak. I love seeing that, but, that fumble that they didn't challenge, I really think hurt them.
We got to talk about that as well. Thanks for the call, Charlie. We got to talk about the McCarthy fumble issue and his earlier point of Dak not getting the ball. That's what we're talking about. He either wasn't seeing something or guys weren't getting open. That's why we have the Love of the Star podcast with Bobby and Broadus. Justin in Miami, listening on the Odyssey app. Justin, you're up next.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Huge fans of you guys. I appreciate you guys. I wake up with you guys every morning, and just want to show my appreciation to that.
Thank you.
It's going to be a ton of storylines all week being spoken about. I'm sure on First Take, Good Morning, Dak, Mike McCarthy, turnovers, everything like that. I want to speak about the interior run defense. Yesterday, Damone Clark, Marquise Bell, Osa, and Mozzie, they got whooped yesterday. Simple as that. Blown out of the water. And it's very concerning to watch this team get into this late stretch. This is what the playoff teams are going to do to you. And the Dallas Cowboys had this problem in which they don't know how to defend these teams who just punish them at the line of scrimmage and the point of attack.
Yeah.
And I just want to know your guys' opinions on our run defense thus far and how concerned you are moving forward. So thank you guys.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, I mean, the run defense has been a concern now for several years.
This is why I fight with Choppy. This is why I fight with Choppy for a lot of reasons. This is why I fight with Choppy. He's just wrong about his football philosophy. Well, run D doesn't matter. It's a passing league. Middle linebackers don't matter. Or D tackle is a waste of space. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it does. The biggest problem from yesterday is why it matters. You got controlled. You were helpless. You're emasculated. Even RJ tweeted, "This is emasculating." That's run defense, and that's power football.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
And we can talk about the interior. The interior definitely was not good yesterday, but a lot of this also was done on the edges. Like, they just destroyed you outside where you're supposed to be good with guys like DeMarcus Lawrence. I'm just looking over the game log here and looking at some of the plays that happened. Josh Allen, left tackle, 5 yards. Cook, left tackle, 10 yards. Cook, left tackle, 12 yards. Johnson, left tackle, 7 yards. They were getting outside and getting anything they wanted, getting 5 to 10 yards at a time.
Yeah.
That's a massive problem.
Everyone, not just the interior. This guy looked like freaking Barry Sanders out there. Ben in Houston. Ben. Not Bijan Robinson.
I was about to say, I mean, Bijan's in Atlanta.
Ben in Houston, you're up next.
I feel like they're not scheming for teams specifically. Like, I feel like they go in with the same game plan on offense and defense and watch film all week. And then even into the game, hey, look, this team's trying to run it down our throat. Guys, quit getting so far upfield on the outside, inside, set your gaps. Linebackers, set your gaps, hold your gaps. Don't pursue the quarterback as much. Things like that. And I don't know if the coaches are just not telling them how to do it, or they're just too gung-ho about trying to get their stats or whatnot.
I love that Dan Quinn was trending yesterday. Thank God, the untouchable one, the Prince of DFW. Ro Purry on Twitter. Dan Quinn needs to own this. The Cardinals, 49ers, Rams, Eagles, Seahawks, Bills have all taken this defense apart. It cannot be that DQ gets all the glory when we win and McCarthy gets all the S flung in his face when we lose. Preach! Preach!
No one's dying.
We continue with Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. We got your Cowboys phone calls as well. And the Cowboys just didn't screw up my Sunday. They screwed up our Monday night as well next. But don't screw up that 401k.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Play clock at 3, 2. They snap it. Purdy under 7. 7-step drop. Gets chased out of there. Will throw on the run. Wide open. McCaffrey makes the catch. Goes down. Gets up. Touchdown. CMC.
We've been waiting for someone to break out of the MVP pack, separate themselves. It has happened. Brock Purdy is your clear and obvious front runner. San Francisco beats the Cardinals 45-29. This is Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out for the week. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton running things and Carter setting us up live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. McCaffrey should be up there as well. 18 for 115 and a touchdown. Man, Arizona scored first in this. I'm like, yes, James Conner, fantasy points. Bam, bam. San Francisco answers back, and they drop 45 on the Cards.
That Christian McCaffrey, if you did not see the play, and you just heard the play-by-play there, that was not an exaggeration. Christian McCaffrey was so damn wide open that he caught the ball, fell on his stomach, gathered himself, stood up, and ran into the end zone before being caught. And had 15 yards to go. There was plenty of time for them to catch up to him. So he had to get up and start from a complete stop to sprint to the end zone. Still scored by an easy length. San Francisco is they are so much better than everybody else right now. And I know that we've at times had some Cowboys fans that get a little annoyed when we talk about how good San Francisco is. It's like, well, are you a bunch of San Francisco fans? Like, no, it's just the reality of this team is the best in the NFL, and it's not close.
Only one that's clinched their division. They are 11-3. And they put it on Arizona, broke out, and Brock Purdy enjoy that comfortable lead right now in the MVP race. And the Cowboys didn't just screw up your Sunday. What I'm really mad, they really effed up tonight. I was so looking forward to tonight. I really was. The Eagles have so much drama for a team that's 10-3. They quietly changed defensive coordinators after Nick Sirianni lied to the media last week. Matt Patricia is taking over with the defensive play calls. They're sending the other guy up into the booth.
Sean Desai.
Upstairs. So they're flipping the defensive play caller. Jalen Hurts downgraded with an illness, with a nasty sickness. He's been downgraded to questionable. We don't know what's going to happen with Geno Smith and Drew Lock. With this game tonight in Seattle, I was going to treat this. This was a playoff game for me with my freaking level of excitement. Cowboys handle business. Philadelphia drama. Darius Slay out with surgery. Darius Slay calling them out for being soft and bickering and finger pointing. Former players there in the city. Seth Joyner. All this chaos taking place with Filthy, and the Dallas Cowboys flushed it right down the effing drain because now the division race is going to be over.
And you missed the biggest headline. Like, the Eagles are having to do all this without Dommy Cutlets. Dom DeSandro. He's out now. He's banned from the sideline for the rest of the season. So the Eagles are in complete turmoil. It sounds like we might have to, or if this was a Cowboys victory, it sounded like we would have had to have prayed potentially for Drew Lock to save you, since Geno Smith might not play. There's a lot of juice taken out of this game, but this was setting up perfect for Dallas to really be in the driver's seat if they had won yesterday, because this was going to set up for a real opportunity for the Seahawks to do you a favor and handle business against Philadelphia tonight.
Speaking of cutlets, let's now tone down this, you loud New York meatballs.
Carr back to throw, looking for the end zone, and he gets the touchdown to number 80, Jimmy Graham, the touchdown man.
Saints radio with the call. New Orleans wins 24-6. Tommy DeVito and his leprechaun-looking agent dressed in all green go 20 of 34 for $177, 5 yards a pass, 0 touchdowns. He got sacked 7 times. The QBR was a 14.
Don't you bury the lead, Sean Sharif. The lead from this game, what a gutsy, MVP-like performance from one Derek Carr. Boy, just to pull that team to 7-7 again, 218 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. If you'd like a chance, look, like, I'm going to have to own some Dak stuff today. If you would like a chance to own your Derek Carr hate, I'm going to give it to you right now.
Cowboys lining up to face the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now because New Orleans is not even in first. Baker Mayfield goes off. Good for Baker, man. Mike Evans is just a straight baller. Tampa Bay, and this combination of games also earlier in the day, I guess we should tell you an hour and a half into the show, the Cowboys are in the playoffs. The Cowboys got a lot of the early help that they needed. They made the playoffs. A lot of Tolos saying that's why they quit. That's why they bailed. You know, you all hyped them up in the media. They already won the day by getting into the postseason. And it looks like they're going to face the NFC South winner right now. That would be Tampa, but Tampa is really tied with the Saints at 7-7.
Do you believe Dak Prescott when he says in his post-game press conference yesterday, he's like, I didn't even know we had clinched a playoff spot. He's like, I mean, that's good, but do you believe him when he says he had no clue they were in the playoffs?
No.
I don't either.
No. But why would he lie about it, too?
I don't know, because he didn't want to seem like he was celebrating anything, probably. But, man, Tampa, this game, Green Bay's defense, especially the second half, was awful. Baker Mayfield cooking you for a perfect passer rating. Yikes.
The walk of death, the death march, off the plank, continues for Ron Rivera.
Stafford from a strong right set. Play fakes, set up to throw. Full send, deep down the left side. No one near Cup. Caught at the 20. Untouched to the end zone. Don't look now, but the Rams cheat code is back. Cooper Kupp for the third week in a row.
What's up with these NFL announcers?
I don't know,
They're
man.
so good, man. I love it.
They are getting worked up. The touchdown CMC, the Jimmy Graham, and then that one. Good grief.
Rams beat the Commanders 28-20. Is it Kyron Williams? 27 for 152 on the ground. James Cook laughs at that, but that's still a nice day at 5.5 yards a carry. Cooper Kupp 8 for 11, and the Commanders now are racing towards that higher draft pick with a record of 4-10. Jacoby Brissett had to come into this game for 10 pass attempts.
What I don't understand is how did Kyron Williams have 5 catches in this game for 3 yards? How does that even happen, that you get 5 receptions and they average like a half a yard each?
Last night, maybe you were looking forward to a good football game. You know, the numbers look decent for Trevor Lawrence. But once again, like I've been telling you for 2 years, and Mike Bassick as well, they're Jackson frauds.
Well, the Ravens at the 16-yard line. Lamar wants to throw, lobs to the end zone, looking for his man. He's got him. Isaiah Likely. Touchdown, Ravens. And John Simpson should be the first one over there to hug Likely because he just got him out of the doghouse.
Yeah, and he should be hugging Lamar.
Ravens radio with the call, 23-7. Jacksonville scores 7 points. They absolutely botch the end of the first half possession. They get 0 points out of that. And Jackson Fake is now 8-6. Thank God they cooled off. Because RJ was going to try to sit back and develop, even though he hasn't watched Jacksonville at all. He's going to sit there and try to say, oh, there's two games away from the top spot in the AFC. Oh, you're dogging Trevor Lawrence, and they're just sitting there. No, that's what they are, 8-6. Even Bassick has started to give up.
See, one of the members of the NFL, data analytics community, Arjun Menon, on Twitter, he had tweeted yesterday, is it okay to say that Trevor Lawrence will probably never reach the elite tier of quarterbacks despite being touted as the most generational quarterback prospect since Andrew Luck? Still a good quarterback, but we're going to be 3 years in and he's never put it all together to show he's worthy of that tier. And I think that's really become the discussion in the last couple weeks about Trevor Lawrence, is that, hey, the reality is setting in that he's probably not going to be what he was touted to be. He's good. He's not great.
Congrats to the rest of you for catching up. Good job. Glad you cite that guy's narrative.
Great. You watch more football than us. What do you want me to do?
You should be reading my tweets. That's what you should be doing. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. Saturday's games were actually pretty daggone entertaining. I was watching high school football mixed with the NFL. The best game of the day ended up being the biggest stinker. The Lions got 5 touchdown passes from Jared Goff. They crushed the Broncos, and Sean Payton is screaming and yelling up and down at Russell Wilson, and Sean Payton wasn't in the best mood afterwards when asked about it.
The frustrating part of the sequence was the next run, so we'll leave it at that.
Did you want Russell to wait so that you could?
No, I said the frustrating part of the sequence was the next play to Burton where we scored.
You really animated on the sideline.
I was upset about the call. That's all. Simple.
We got on Russell, but it looked like he yelled at Russell.
No, I was upset at the call.
Speaking of frustration,
Yeah.
you get the 40-yard pass and then you lose the fumble. You had a chance to seize the momentum early. Just talk about that turn.
No, listen, it's a difficult night, like you said. You know, It was just one of those moments.
If you're upset with the call, what were you yelling at Russell about?
Listen, what I talk with Russell about, it's none of your business.
Woo! Got Rick Carlisle, Sean Sharif right there putting his plays like I did with Coach. So that was Sean Payton. I misspoke. The middle game sucked too because the Steelers were playing. Yo, man, Coach of the Year consideration for Shane Steichen. 30-13. The Colts with Gardner Minshew are 8-6. Another give up from Kenny Pickett. Like every week there's a play. Like the world is focused in. Kenny doesn't care. Kenny don't care. Kenny does not care. He is not going to go 100% all out. The Steelers fall to 7-7. I think Kenny Pickett actually had like the longest interception less streak in the league. Dak had the second longest one. They got snapped yesterday with that pick. Pickett hasn't been turning over, but they don't score points. And then early on, Bengals-Vikings was amazing.
This was a good game. This was the one that I caught a little bit of before Lee Bryce. This was the one that I was able to take in a little bit. But what I was really excited about is I wanted to see if all the fans were just hammered drunk. Like Zach Taylor had told them to be earlier in the week. I've never seen a coach do that. The coach steps up to the podium and says, hey, my advice to you guys would be have that one more drink before you walk into the stadium. Just basically encouraging drunk, unruly fans. But, a great performance again from Browning, who, of course, I don't know if you saw this. Did you see he got the drug test from the league right after his performance? They're like, hey, I'm with the league. I'm a tester. I'll be there tomorrow morning to pick up my sample.
He also basically gave you like an FU statement in the Post that Minnesota was the worst of all his roster cuts. Because I've been cut a lot. But the way they did it to me, that one really, really ticked me off. So good for Jake Browning. Good for all the family sitting in Joe Burrow's suite as well. And, man, one of the plays of the year made by T. Higgins. With that no-look, reach around, ball over the plane. That broke it. Did you see that play?
Yeah, no, he was great. The Cincinnati game in general, that was the one that I got to catch there. But man, Higgins, that was an incredible play. This was a week though. I felt like this felt like a week where we just didn't get a lot of big time like highlights or great plays or anything else. Higgins is the one that stood out to me. But man, just a great performance from Cincinnati these last several weeks after Burrow's gone down, to be able to rally. And like now I believe they are the top wild card or the second wild card right now in the NFL. They're in the playoffs right now and they've been doing it without Burrow. It's been an incredible job by Zach Taylor.
Who took in the high school football state championships at AT&T? Who watched? Who checked it out? Did he?
I think he went. I know he definitely was keeping up with it, but I think he actually went to the games. He was talking about it on Saturday.
Pepe, did you check it out?
I saw stuff on Twitter. I saw the crowd shots of how packed it was there, but I did not watch any of the games.
South Oak Cliff loses. A lot of controversy over a call in that game, so they did not get the three-peat. Duncanville beat down North Shore 49-33. As I was checking out some of these games.
And DeSoto won as well. You remember we were when we went to DeSoto, right there around that line of DeSoto and Duncanville, and we were calling it Titletown, and they retained that moniker, but they were both impressive in both their games. A little surprised South Oak Cliff didn't win.
All right, how Bobby pointed out that Dak and the offense was going to fail because of the weather conditions. What happened with the Mike McCarthy non-challenge on the Stephon Diggs play? And an NFL Hall of Famer, Terry Bradshaw, summarizes America's team perfectly. Could not be more perfect in a video clip that I sent out yesterday that blew up. More of the Cowboys carnage in Buffalo during the Expressway. We go commercial free right after this. But this...
Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
3rd and 4. Shotgun for Allen. Looking to his left. Chased, flushed out right. Thrown it through the back of the end zone. Well covered by Gilmore as Diggs. Now there's a flag back in the pocket. It's going to be a late hit and a first down.
Yep. More of the same. Brad Sham with the call. This is Sean and Bobby. Expressway is commercial free starting right now. Choppy is off. Wait till y'all hear. This is going to be a good best and worst of the weekend. Bobby going to see Lee Bryce without tickets. The hard launch from Peyton and his girlfriend. It's going to be a good best and the worst coming up. And you got to let us know what you got into this weekend. Good or bad or both. At 877-881-1053. I love this tweet from Ryan Tolo. Days like today make me glad I'm not on air. I'm content with forgetting about yesterday and just staring dead-eyed into the silent void of nothingness that will surround my husk of a sports soul for 2 to 3 more days. Duration of my sadness depends greatly on number 70's quad. That would be Zach Martin. So what else happened in this game with the embarrassment in Buffalo? Well, Mike McCarthy missing an opportunity to challenge. Here's what happened with the Stephon Diggs play. It was 14-3, 5 minutes left in the second quarter, and Diggs fumbles. It's a clear fumble. Now, I did not notice it live at all. I wasn't thinking, oh my gosh, that ball was out. The Cowboys are acting like they were. The Cowboys are so lifeless and dead yesterday. I didn't even notice them like arguing or like being animated, like first down the other way, our ball. Maybe they were, and I'm just wanting to pile on them even more. But what ends up happening? Josh Allen scores on a quarterback sneak with 1:36 left in the half. So you go from 14-3, should be Cowboys ball, to 21-3, and basically game over. Mike McCarthy, of course, very pleased to answer in the post-game presser. Why didn't you challenge the play?
Well, I grabbed my flag because I'm in the, it was a bang bang, and they went to hurry up, so and then there's communication with our guys up top, and we didn't get a review.
Okay, all right. Well, I would think that, and this is the argument. So Nick Eatman tweeted about this. Said that just so you know, we're getting the exact same feed from Fox that they get upstairs. They never showed a replay of the Diggs fumble until after the next snap, and that's why the Bills rushed to the line snap. It could have challenged the play, but didn't have a lot of time and no second look. So the idea apparently is that whatever we're seeing in real time, that is what the guys in the booth who are helping McCarthy make the decision are seeing. So when they didn't see a replay, they weren't able to just say, hey, yeah, that was a fumble. But here's what I would think. Diggs jumped up and was like, snap the damn ball. Like, you could tell Diggs was concerned that he had fumbled the ball. And I think just on that reaction alone, it's like, man, you need a boost. You need something. You need a spark. Challenge just based on, like, I got to get something going. Even if I lose a timeout here, it's worth potentially getting this spark. And so I think that alone was just poor game management. You have to throw the flag there, given the gravity of the situation, regardless of whether you'd gotten a chance to see the replay or not.
So are we thinking they just didn't get the replay? Like, they didn't have the video accessible?
That's basically what it is. They didn't get a chance to look at it by the time that Buffalo went up and snapped the ball. That's why you were going to have to go just based on the reaction. But even if you didn't have the reaction, like I said, you're at that point, it's 14-3, 14-0, whatever it is. At that point, you really could use that spark. So to me, it's worth that timeout. Anyway, just do it. And you know what? You didn't end up using your last timeout in the half anyway, so you very easily could have burned that on a missed challenge.
Terry Bradshaw, I thought, absolutely nailed it. Everyone, part of the narrative this week, Stephen A. is going to laugh at the Cowboys for folding in big moments. Dak Prescott in the rain and bad weather. Bobby will cover that here in just a second. Facing good teams, over under 500. But, of course, everyone is going to be talking about toughness, going on the road, home versus road. And Terry Bradshaw yesterday on Fox, I thought just absolutely nailed it.
You take a certain amount of intensity with you when you're playing a good football team. If you're a good football team and you're going on the road to play a good football team, you take that intensity with you. They don't do it. I don't know why. I believe in Dallas. I love their coach. Why don't they take it on the road and get nasty? They don't do it. They sit back and they just look like, come on, just take all you want from me. We'll just go ahead and look stupid. And that's what they did today. They don't match the intensity. And when you're playing great football teams and you believe in yourself, you take a certain amount of intensity with you that you deny them what they're doing. To say that they could come out and rush the football against Dallas's defense, you got to be kidding me. They knew they could. That's why they did it.
Soft, lack of toughness, lack of back, whatever you want to call it. That's what they are. That's what they've been. That's why Jake Ferguson is my favorite player. He's the most clear-cut dog to me on this entire team. Mike even gets criticized for fading in some of these types of moments. That he'll pack it up too. Some criticize. Fair or not, I'm just telling you. Yesterday, the amount of Tolos who actually got mad at Zach Martin. 2 of the Cowboys' personal fouls I didn't have a problem with. I already explained my Sam Williams point. I didn't have a huge problem with that. And you're mad at Zach Martin for defending Dak? If no one goes over there, we have the Andy Dalton situation all over again. Wasn't it Andy Dalton?
Yep, it was Andy Dalton who got hit by John Bostic in Washington.
I could not believe the amount of Cowboy fans saying, stupid, gave him 15 yards. It was early on in the game. I think it was scoreless. Even if it was 7-0. I don't care. I don't care if you pick up 15 yards. It shows you everything about the team. Zach runs over there, bumps the Bills defender, offsetting penalties for 15 yards. So what? But people are getting on Zach. What are you doing?
To do that.
You have to.
You have to do that. That was something that universally they talked about at the time. Mike McCarthy, when that happened in Washington, said that's a teaching moment. Somebody's got to go out there. You can't let your quarterback get hit. You got to defend him. It was something where, the guys talked about it afterwards, like, hey, yeah, we got to be better than that. We got to stick up for a quarterback. I remember we talked to the late Gary Brown. We interviewed him around that time. And Gary had said that, yeah, that's something where you get in those meeting rooms and you tell your offensive lineman, this is unacceptable. You guys need to go out there. So that's Zach being a veteran and knowing what's required of him and doing it. And you just take that penalty.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. This whole toughness thing too, what's even more deflating is Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys tried to change this after the first San Fran playoff loss. I remember you coming in here and you just hammering that home, and you said that was going on the bulletin board of the offseason. And unfortunately, not much has changed in these moments, Bobby, even after McCarthy or whoever wanted that to change after the 49ers punked them.
Yeah, I thought that was something that improved last year. They didn't get pushed around nearly as much. It wasn't as much of an issue where we were like, man, this team really out-physicaled you. And you could see it at the time when if you look at their draft, look at the top of their draft board from 2022. This is immediately after the 49ers game where they talked about we got to be more physical. We got to be tougher. These are the guys that they picked. Tyler Smith, pretty tough guy, pretty physical player. Sam Williams, pretty tough, edgy player. Jalen Tolbert has not come together the way they wanted yet, but that was one of his things coming out was that they said he had a little bit of attitude to him. The next pick was Jake Ferguson. A little bit later on in the draft, Deron Bland, Damone Clark. Like, you got tough, physical football players who like to mix it up. That was one of the big things that they looked for in that draft. And so they tried to address it. You remember we talked about that with Dan Quinn, where we had said toughness has been such a big thing lately. Is that something you can coach out of somebody, or is that something you have to identify and acquire, is toughness? And he had said, I think you can get about a 1 to 2 point difference. If a guy's a 5, you can get him to a 6 or a 7 with coaching in terms of his toughness, but you're not going to be able to make a guy who's a 5 a 10 as a tough football player. And that's something that I think they're finding right now, is that they need guys with a little bit more of an edge and who are able to play physical, hard-nosed football.
The Bills had 147 rushing yards in the first half. Worst games for the Cowboys' run defense this season. The Athletic tweeted this out. 222 from the Cardinals, 170 from the 49ers, and you were down 21-3 at halftime, giving up 147 in the first half.
They gave up 266 yards rushing yesterday, and that was only because there was -3 yards with kneel downs from Josh Allen. It was actually 269 is what you gave up.
Woo.
But that's the third time in the last 5 years the Cowboys have allowed at least 266 yards rushing, and there are 21 other NFL teams that time that haven't done it once.
Wow.
So you have definitely struggled in a way that is not normal across the rest of the NFL. Michael Gelkin had the note yesterday that they allowed 22 carries of 5 yards or more, and that's the most they've allowed since they gave up 27 to the Ravens in November of 2000. We're talking about 23 years, Dave Campo era Cowboys. That was the last time that they were gashed like this on the run.
You also did a little Dak research project with the weather forecast that we expected to get.
Yeah, and there were some hurt feelings on social media yesterday when I tweeted this out.
Tad? Was it Tad?
No, I don't know. I don't know why people were getting worked up about it. They were just like, it was a little defensive. It's, well, that was a different time, or, oh, what about Josh Allen? Where are his numbers in the rain? I'll wait. It's like, well, I don't cover the Bills. I'm sorry. I cover the Cowboys. And so I wanted to see how Dak Prescott plays in the rain. And I was a little surprised. I had thought, like, there were a couple different times where I was like, wasn't this game in the rain, or wasn't there wet conditions or whatever else? And I found there were a few games where maybe it was raining in the morning, but it didn't actually rain.
How
during
did
the
you
game.
go back and figure out what time of day it rained?
There's like weather history. They've got the Weather Underground has the history like hour by hour for certain dates. So I went back and looked. There have been 3 games before yesterday that he had played in the rain. So this was number 4. These are his numbers now through 4 games in the rain. And I obviously know the rain impedes things. But for everybody who thought, well, Dak's going to throw for 304 touchdowns today, Dak is now 67 of 113. That's 59% completions in the rain. He is 632 yards. That's 6 yards per completion. He has not thrown a single touchdown in 4 games in the rain. And he has 2 interceptions. His pass rating is 67.4. Now, obviously, I don't think anybody's going to have better numbers in the rain than normal. I'm just saying it is such a significant drop-off. You have to recognize going into those games, you can't fall down big early. You're not going to be able to turn this into a track meet. You're going to have to run the ball. You're going to have to have success doing that because it's not going to come from the passing game.
They're so finesse. They're so pretty.
They are.
They really are. I told Bassick yesterday because he was talking about their shutdown factor, how quickly they'll quit and pack it up when they get punched. It was our Debo reference. When the Lakers were winning titles with Shaq and Kobe, and they were going up against the Sacramento Kings, the Phoenix Suns, run and gun, those teams were fun as hell. But they were thought of as finesse. You bully them up a little bit. Shaq goes in there, throws his weight around. Vlade Divac, great, offensive player, and a nice little no looks with Jay Williams, the White Chocolate, and Chris Webber, and Steve Nash, and Amari Stoudemire with all his dunks, but they're not tough. They're fancy. They're finesse. They'll drop 150 on you, and it'll be the most fun thing to watch. But muck it up, playoff basketball. That's what this team is. That's what this team has been, and we all know it. And you're either in denial about it, or like Carter back there and us, we're like, yeah, we know. It's just going to keep coming. Like Buffalo just emasculated you. Handoff after handoff after handoff. They are a pretty finesse Western Conference run and gun team from back in the day. And then when Kobe's Lakers faced the tough, gritty Boston Celtics in the finals, they got their ass kicked. And that's what the Dallas Cowboys are.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to be looking into a mirror in a lot of ways this next week because Miami has a lot of the same things. Miami is, for McDaniel coming from the San Francisco tree, that team's not very physical. They run the ball a lot, but they run it still in a very finesse style and kind of spread things out.
Philly beat them up. That was a criticism.
Yeah, and physical teams have given Miami issues. So I think that this was your best opportunity left on the schedule. Detroit's a tough football team. They play somewhat physical, but this was going to be your best test the rest of the way to determine how do we go up against that San Francisco play style? How do we go up against physical football teams?
I didn't think of Buffalo like that.
As a physical football team?
No.
I think they're pretty physical. I mean,
Really?
you think about Allen. Like their quarterback is the only quarterback left in the NFL who won't slide. He tries to run people
he's
over.
a beast.
I think that their offensive line in the trenches, they're very, very physical. Their defensive line, they're a little finesse in the way they rush the passer. They like to get upfield. But
I never thought of the Buffalo Bills as tough.
Oh, I do. I think that my biggest issue with them has been, I think that they're undisciplined at times, but I think they're very physical. Their defense, the guys on their defense, a lot of times their linebackers are very physical. They're just small. their cornerbacks. Rasul Douglas is one of the more physical, grabby, jam-you type of corners in the NFL. The safeties, Poyer and Hyde, Hyde didn't play yesterday, but Poyer and Hyde are two of the more physical safeties in the NFL.
So you think this was the biggest physical test compared to Miami and Detroit?
This is the most physical test left on their schedule, probably after, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's probably since the 49er game. This was going to be the most physical game left on the schedule, and they got punched in the mouth again. The only one that maybe, I don't know, like, I mean, you can say that at times, like, teams like Washington play physically, but they're just not very good. So when you talk about being good and physical.
What about Philadelphia's physicality?
I don't think Philadelphia is very physical. Like in the run game they're on one side of the ball, but I don't think complete both sides of the ball there. They do play physical football on the offensive side, especially on the offensive line, but I think that as a complete, hey, both sides of your team are seeing this physicality the way San Francisco does, Buffalo was going to be the closest one to that.
More of your Cowboy phone calls. You can give us your star up, star down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg, coming up at 8 o'clock. Are these Tolos still on hold? I don't know if they're still there.
Yeah, I put them on hold.
Okay.
Yeah, if they hang up,
Let's
they
see.
go away.
I mean, they've been hanging around.
Want me to check real quick?
Yeah, check real quick on Drew, Justin, and X in South Carolina because you guys have been on hold for a while, so I want to go ahead and get you through for taking the time. And then we'll get more Cowboy phone calls for sure at 8 o'clock.
Can I give you really quickly as a side note? It's not Cowboys related at all. I've just been wanting to use this stat all morning. And we didn't get to go to the Tennessee Titans game when we did the recap at 7 o'clock. My favorite note from yesterday, Derrick Henry is the first player in NFL history to have at least 20 touches in a game and produce less than 15 yards from scrimmage. He had over 20 touches yesterday and had fewer than 15 yards from scrimmage. First player in NFL history to do that. So King Henry might be past his prime. He might be hanging it up.
Mr. DFW workout guy. Drew in Dallas. Drew, you're up on Sean and Bobby. Go ahead, boss.
What's going on, y'all? Tolo.
Thank you.
Hey, I got a few things to say. Real quick, I got a buddy here that wanted to say something to y'all.
Okay.
Hey, y'all, it's me, Jerry Jones, talking. I just want to let y'all know, y'all get in this MVP talk and talk about my Dakota Rain Prescott quarterback and this Brock Purdy fella. But I just got one thing to say. We're not going to be jacking around like that this morning, all right? You hear me? Now, listen. You want to talk about Dakota Rain Prescott, not to be tried, but any one of y'all and me can fight, all right? All right, boys. Hey, I got a couple things. When we're talking about
that's a famous Jerry impersonator on social media.
It's pretty good.
Nope, it's not, but I'll come on anytime to do it, boys.
Okay.
Listen, when
I thought he actually did pass the phone to another buddy. Well done. My bad. Good job. I'm stupid.
When we're talking about this run game, Micah Parsons was nowhere to be found from what I saw yesterday. And one of my questions is if they can get him off the ball at linebacker a few yards off, I mean, there's no reason he shouldn't be a heat-sinking missile going at Cook all night.
Great
point.
point.
I mean, I don't know if that's something that they can scheme up, but I mean, he's nowhere when he's down on the line, getting washed away with all these big guys, you know?
Great point. Great impersonation. Thank you for the call, Drew. Bobby, what do you say to that?
I'll be honest. I don't think Micah has been exceptional as a run defender since he got here. He's been okay, and when he has to play traditional linebacker, I feel like he does a decent job. There are times where he steps into the wrong gap. He reads things incorrectly. I think that as a run defender, he's lighter. He's not as athletic, whatever else. I think Marquise Bell is a better run defender than Micah is at linebacker. And so I don't think you're getting enough by standing him up and doing that to take him out of the trenches. You do get so much with him as a pass rusher.
2 tackles on the day for Micah. Justin, great impersonation.
No quarterback hits. Only second time this year that he's had no quarterback hits in a game.
Justin and Garland, you're live on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline.
Morning, fellas.
Morning.
Here we go again.
My daddy said
this team has given us the ugly truth once again that when teams get tough, when they get physical, when they really reach down and grab acorns, they have no acorns of their own. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, I hear Brian Broaddus, and I love Brian Broaddus. I hear him say all the time that Marvin Smith is slow getting off the line. I mean, this has been going on all year, apparently. If they can't scheme it up, if they can't coach it up, if they can't, I mean, I don't know what else you can do. I mean, that's obviously a bust. I know he keeps saying, like, when he gets off the line, but, like, there are a few times that I've seen him actually get off the line with everybody else. It's like everybody goes, and there's a second, and then he goes. It just drives me crazy. And then another point I want to make about these callers, I'm going to use a Family Guy reference. It really grinds my gears when this Leon fella comes on and he's all, oh, well, you know, it's week to week, guys. We have to go back to the drawing board. It's not that we're telling you not to be a fan. It's not that we're telling you that they're not going to win. They're going to win every game. It's the way they lose the games when they lose them.
Yes.
They get pumped. They get pushed around. I've seen Dak Prescott. I've seen Jay Ferguson, CeeDee Lamb. Everybody's bull jobbing. Everybody's dancing on the field before the game. Everybody got their will on.
Yep.
And then the team come out and punch you straight in your mouth. And what do? You sat there and you freaking let it happen. You go to the locker room after dude down there put up, Danny they put up 200 yards on you on the ground. And I understand you got to make adjustments. And we come out and we see the same thing. This team is gunless. They're heartless. You know, they're front runners. When things get tough, I was a Marine. I didn't want neither one of those guys in any foxhole or anywhere in the overseas if things get real tough because they all fall back. And I need DeMarcus Lawrence to shut the hell up. Things go right. You know, it'll be push. Well, what happened when they push you down today? You sat there and you got rocked. You fell down. You waited to the 10 count. You went home. And the only person that should have been on that plane ride home, I agree with Bobby, is Tony Pollard. Love you guys. I'll listen to the rest of the show.
Great call.
Wonderful call.
Phenomenal call. Now, what will happen this week? One of two things. I know what's probably going to happen tomorrow at 8:30. Are the Dallas Cowboys going to stand up in front of the media and acknowledge that they have a question mark about their toughness? Or are they going to spin it and be delusional? Jerry tomorrow, when we ask him about his team's toughness, because he did not talk after the game, whether we attach the word soft to it, we're still trying to come up with the phrasing of the question. Are they going to own it? Or are they going to get upset? Because Mike McCarthy yesterday in the Post was getting a little butthurt. Is Dak Prescott going to own it? Are they going to take offense? Tank going to take offense? Micah sounded like he was owning it yesterday in the Post. What are they going to do? They going to have a real conversation? Or are you going to be delusional? Because Jerry's going to come on here and be like, well, I don't know if we can get fake Jerry to do it. I don't know if that's really fair. And, you know, there's good teams and everyone's tough. And we knew it would be a mighty tall task. And don't forget about 10 or 11 wins. And we did make the playoffs. That, to me, is just being delusional and putting your head in the sand. What are they going to do? Are you going to own it? Probably not. 877-881-1053. Back to your Cowboy phone calls at 8. Best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Woo! We got a hard launch road trip from Pepe making it official and RJ Choppy leaving Bobby, hanging Bobby out to dry with Lee Bryce.
Yep. So we did go see Lee Bryce, friend of the show, Lee Bryce, who we talked to. And so last week.
Awesome dude. Awesome interview.
Yeah, and he was fantastic on Saturday night. Great show. I was glad I got in there. I was glad I actually got through the doors and was able to watch the show.
What happened?
So I talked to Chop before when Chop was booking it. I'd said, hey, can we get tickets? Didn't you say something about tickets? He's like, yeah. What do you want? How many do you need? And I was like, okay, let me find somebody to go with this. I was like, can I get 4? He's like, yeah, I'll put in 4 and I'll let you know. I was like, okay, cool. So he puts in for the 4. He tells me, he texts us on the group thing. He's like, hey, you got 4 tickets at will call. And if anybody else wants tickets, let me know. We can get them. So I was like, sweet. So Kristen and I were looking for the last week, trying to find somebody who could go. Everyone was either busy or just something was going on. So it's like, all right, fine. We'll go ahead and drive up there. It'll just be the 2 of us. So I get to will call and the lady there is like, you don't have anything. There's nothing here. Who was it with? Was it with a casino host or was it with the show? I was like, I don't know. Here, I was... RJ Choppy is who called them in for me. They were supposed to be under my name. I don't know who he was talking to. Now, somebody who used to work here at the station, Anthony, he works with Lee Bryce. So I said, I think it was Anthony was the person we were connected with, but I'm honestly not sure. So she goes, okay, let me call back to the show. So she called back there to him. They handed the phone over to me and he goes, who were you talking to? I explained the whole situation to him. He goes, well, how many tickets do you need? I was like, I mean, we had 4 first, but we only brought 2 people. He's like, well, I got 2 tickets. We'll run 2 tickets up to the front for you. He's like, there's still 2 left, so you can get those. So whoever I talked to there, saint of a man, he ran 2 tickets up there, fixed it, hooked it up. I texted Chop. Chop's like, Yeah, I have no idea. Let me reach out. It was not Anthony that was the contact person. It was somebody else. When I finally reached them, they're like, hey, sorry, must have been a mix-up, but I called them. Sounds like you got tickets, so, enjoy the show. I was like, all right, cool. So we did go in there. It was a great time. Ran into a couple Tolos while we were out there. I had bumped into Jason Chambliss and his son Gage from Denison. They're listeners, and they yelled out to me from across the casino when they saw me, and so I went over and talked to them. That was cool. And then one of the security guards there, Larry, who used to be the head football coach at Dripping Springs High School years ago.
Oh, great vodka.
Yes, and so he's from around the area, and he drives 105 miles twice a week to pick up some shifts at Choctaw. And I was like, oh, okay, that seems like a lot of driving. He's like, well, it's just for my gambling habit.
Did you dance, and did Lee Bryce call you on stage?
I did not get called on stage. I did not dance. And I'd already told Kristen, I was like, I don't think anything's going to happen. But let's just say we get called on stage. And she's like, no, I'm not standing up. Do not. She did not want to be.
Because she's in love with Lee Bryce.
She is. And she did not want to be the whole center of attention. So that was Saturday. That was an enjoyable experience. And then, of course, yesterday.
Did you stay?
Yeah. I was going to drive back, but then I was like, no, it's late. I think I'd rather stay out here. So I did not stay at the casino. Because that was, when I looked at rooms, I was looking at the last second. It was like $500 a night. I was like, no, we're not doing this. So
you got to talk to Tim Collins. He knows a guy, knows a guy, knows a guy.
No,
you never stay either.
I did once.
Okay.
I did once.
All right.
So I went a mile down the road to like a La Quinta or something. It was like, we just need a bed for the night. We got up, drove back in the morning, and then went to Underdogs in Flower Mound yesterday. Watched the game with some Tolos. Chef Eric came out there, pastry chef Eric.
Love Eric.
Twolo John, his buddy Philip, who Philip had his little daughter there, a year old, and he was like having me talk to her, and he's like, she wakes up to your voice every morning because she hears us playing the show every morning. So that was cool. And then Tate and Marty Skaggs came out there, father and son, big time Tolos. It was great hanging out with them, getting to just enjoy the brutal experience. Had a couple shots of screwball with them.
Screwball?
Yeah, which I had never had before.
What is it?
So Cody had been telling me about this. Cody, our marketing planner, whatever his name is, he had been telling me about this recently. It's a peanut butter whiskey that I guess is getting really popular.
I've heard about it.
Tasted like a peanut butter milkshake or something. It was so good.
I would love that.
So, man, it was fantastic. It was a great weekend overall, other than the Cowboys getting their asses kicked.
And now we get to pay.
Oh, yeah.
First thing on the couch, Amanda goes, is that the hard launch? And I didn't know what she was talking about or referring to, but it was the RJ Choppy phrase that all the kids are using. Take it away, Pepe.
Yes, me and my girlfriend Mackenzie went to Shreveport. She went to Texas Tech, so we had to watch the world-famous Independence Bowl between the Red Raiders and the California Golden Bears. And the Red Raiders pulled it off. They won the game. They blew them out of the water. 34-14, I think, 17.
Was that your first bowl game?
In a while. I'd been to some. I've been to Cotton Bowl here and there.
Okay.
But yeah, that was my first out-of-state one that I'd been to. But I mean, I miss the college atmosphere. I mean, the Red Raiders showed up, and it was nice. We didn't tailgate or anything. It was an 8:15 kick. Was not happy about that, but it was cold. But I love the atmosphere.
Did you drive back that night or did you stay?
No, we stayed.
Oh, separate rooms, right?
Absolutely. And we were in the Bally's Hotel. I guess Bally has their own hotel there. I don't know how much longer that's going to last. But
they didn't black out the whole floor?
No, they didn't. But, we had to stay at one with
Mike
the casino.
Bassick picking up a shift.
Yeah.
There was a casino on the first floor. Had to stay at one with the casino.
John Ragan checks you in.
That's where all Bally's money's going. So, casino, did you win?
Well, I was up, and that's we had fun. We were competitive for about an hour and 15 minutes.
Did she sit down with you and gamble or just watch you?
No, she just watched. She just stays over my shoulder. Yeah, but the drinks were free there, thank goodness. You know, so it was a good time. But I knew she says she's fine with it, like just standing there watching me, but I'm like, you're not having fun. Like, this isn't enjoyable for you. So I was trying to get through it quick and be there for like an hour and a half max. But
still a long time.
But yeah, then we had a few hours to chill. Went around downtown a little bit.
Yeah, but as you pointed out last night, since you started dating her, she's the human mush. Since you started dating her, you have not won at gambling one time.
No, I've been up, but I have not walked away from casino. Because this was the thing, is like
before this.
I was on a roll. I was up like $800 in my last like 6 trips going to the casino. Because all I do is just go up like 150, 200, and then like I stop after that.
Yeah.
I could not get above $55 to save my life. So I mean, and if you include my loss in Vegas, oh my goodness, I mean we're almost talking $2K here that we've been down. It's been bad, but we can't lose them all, right? You got to keep going. You're only a loser if you quit, right?
Right.
So yeah, lost again.
800 hotline in your future.
I need the number for sure. Just lost a couple $100. Just played a little bit. But
well, I mean, let's be honest here. So since you got in the relationship, you're losing money gambling. That's one. But then you also got to look at the net loss of what you're spending on the relationship.
Yeah.
And I think you're way down now. You're more down than you would probably consider.
And you've now shown her, like, you've upped the gift ante. Like, you've shown that you're willing to lose a couple $100 gambling. Like,
oh, yeah.
Got to be going to her now.
Because if I only spend $100 on her birthday or something, but I'm losing $200, $300 gambling, oh, man.
Oh, yeah, you will hear that. You'll spend $300 on gambling. You'll lose $300 to play poker or whatever, but you won't buy me, whatever. Yeah, you've set yourself up for that now. Did you go with the tippy toes when you took the picture? Because I noticed you guys were even height.
Carter, are we getting that on the fan cam? Are we going to get the hard launch on the fan cam, Twitch? Ryan would have it.
Yeah. Don't say that.
The decision, Pepe, the decision to do the hard launch.
I think he was wearing lifts, too.
How was it discussed?
We had talked about for a while. I had put her on my social media before, like Snapchat, but it wasn't like an actual picture, which that's the rules. The picture goes on Instagram. It's not a selfie or anything. It's just the you two with whatever in the background, the picture. That's the hard launch. That's the first official picture of the relationship. So that's what we did. She posted it first, and I posted it a little bit later. Ooh. But it was her idea. I mean, I was gonna do it anyways, but she wanted to say, "Hold on, let me do the hard launch. Let me do it." And all her friends would comment on her picture saying hard launch. The Tolo showed up on my picture. But the big issue Tolo's had with me, because we all know, I'm a big Texas fan, right? But I was at the Texas Tech game. She got me a Red Raider polo to wear.
And you put it on?
I put it on. I didn't want, now people are saying, because you're whipped. I was like, well, what was I going to do? She bought it. It's like a $55
Bro, she should know not to have bought it for you.
Well, but
doesn't she know you're a Longhorn diehard?
Yes, she does.
Then why did she buy you a Texas Tech?
Because she wanted me to look like I belonged in the crowd. Because I was doing the tortilla toss, which meant I flung that tortilla so far.
Well, you're used to it at your family gatherings.
Yeah, you've got a lot of experience throwing bread. Yeah. No, this is
dude. That's a soft move, Peyton.
But I think
that's a soft fan move.
You're trying to make her happy, though, guys. I just want to make her happy, right? Oh, is that too simpish? My bad.
Mike McCarthy's coaching this guy through his relationship. How soft he is. Oh my gosh. No, look.
Soft as that tortilla.
Yeah, we can't call him Texas diehard anymore, by the way, if he's going to be running around in tech gear at a Texas Tech game. I'm curious, did the...
Are Bobby and I the only guys left?
Yeah.
Are we the only men left that don't just morph? Choppy.
Us and Bassick.
I don't think Bassick does. I think he talks big and then he goes home and he's probably a completely different person. Or Bobby and the only ones left that just don't sit there and turn into jellyfish and just get told what to do.
Well, you're married, I'm not married yet. I'm a month and a half into this.
I know. Who knows how much worse this is going to get when you're married?
It's worse that you're doing it this early.
Did she happen to hear the segment where we talked about you guys sharing locations?
Yes, she listened to the whole thing.
Oh, and what was her take on that?
She said, "You guys are just old."
I can't believe it's an age thing. You don't have children.
Did you see the poll, though? Did we get a final result? It was 56-44.
Yeah, it was like 56-44.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
But she said, because we mentioned the My Life 360 or whatever. Mm-hmm. That's more psycho than sharing.
Yeah, Life 360 is generally for like a kid, I think.
Because you can see like how fast they're going. Where they've been every single minute of the day.
It's for kids typically. It's like to know where your kids are
when they're driving.
Yeah, it's not typically you don't have couples sharing Life 360. That's for kids.
Yeah, that would be what.
That's like families watching over their kids.
Best and worst of the weekend during the expressway. Look. Good Lord, Carter. You didn't even put it up.
He's working on videos back here.
Good YouTube page is when is Ryan? Is Carter in for the week? Hopefully not. He's prepping for his week. Now he's a big radio star. He's got to do his college football segment on KMC. Now he got a little bit of airtime.
He's got to prep for the Fantasy Football League playoffs. He's got to get his roster right.
God, he's worse on the fan cam than in fantasy. He's 3-11 on the fan cam. Cowboy phone calls next on Sean and RJ.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd and 10. Prescott up under center, makes the points and makes a little change in the protection. Snap back, fakes the draw. Look out, Dak. Down he goes. Jordan Phillips blew right up the middle. They ran a little stunt. Prescott down for the 3rd time.
Brad Sham with the call. Felt like it was a lot more than 3 sacks with this offensive line getting torn up from the inside. What about Terrence Steele? Another terrible game for Terrence Steele, your boy, Bobby?
Yeah, it didn't look good. And not just my boy. You guys had a great interview with him a couple years ago. He's salt of the earth gentleman. He's been good in the last couple weeks. Yesterday did not look good. I haven't gotten a chance to watch it, but I did notice there were a few different times where it was like, that looked like he got beat. So watching it again, I'm sure it's not going to look pretty.
All right, all you loudmouths yesterday on Twitter, this is your moment. I gave 7 of you the phone number. I said 8 o'clock. Call and talk that big.
7.
Call on the radio, 100,000 watts, and let's see if you bring that same energy. John McClure, Remery 56, Jake, Nate, Brian Casey, all y'all bark, all loud, and talk all that smack yesterday on social media, whining and crying about the referees. Call into the show. Oh, you got a red carpet rolled out for you. 877-881-1053. Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair for the week. I do have an excuse, though. I have a legitimate excuse for the Cowboys' lack of toughness and James Cook, that performance against them. You ready?
I can't wait.
Cowboys were sick.
Okay.
The illness.
Didn't we give a star up, though, to one of the guys who was sick? Like, one of the guys who was sick was one of the old who looked like he was playing okay, Stephon Gilmore?
Well, it was the least amount of star-ups in the history of the show. But 10 players battling through it, 10 players going out there not feeling great, maybe that was the explanation for James Cook looking like Thurman Thomas. Bam!
I mean, you know what? We can give it there. I didn't know if anybody in the trenches was sick. Nobody in the front 7 I didn't hear had any sort of flu or anything else. But, I mean, we did have the... Did you panic at all, or did you think Micah Doncic when he went and grabbed his knee early in the game?
Well, that wasn't drama. That was bad.
Did you think that one was
bad?
bad?
A hyperextension, like falling into it. I'm like, that stinks. But Micah toughed it out. He was back out there. Oh my God, is this the famous Jimmy in Plano?
You ruined the morning show.
Oh man, Jimmy in Plano. Peyton said take his call first here on Sean and RJ with Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. Jimmy, you're live.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
What's up?
First and foremost, star up to Brandon Aubrey for being the only productive player on the Cowboys roster.
That's right. That's right.
Bobby, you called me a P word a couple weeks ago for hanging up the phone when I had to go into work because you wanted to talk about Dak's stats. Let's talk about Dak's stats there, MVP.
Yeah, I'd love it. What, this is 3 weeks later, Jimmy? You're going to call after the one bad game in 8 weeks? That makes sense. Go ahead. Hit me.
Yep, because what does an MVP do, Bobby? What does an MVP do? They're the most valuable player, right? Not the most valuable player for a 3-week stretch?
That wasn't 3 weeks. That was like 8 weeks. But I mean, I would say that Vegas and the entire gambling market listing him as the favorite probably said that over the stretch of the season. They had a better argument for it than you did, Jimmy.
What did yesterday tell you?
That he's
lost a game, right?
Yeah, I mean, he lost a game. Like, I mean, do you honestly expect like things to just be like smooth sailing every single game, every single week, Jimmy?
No. I expect him to play like he makes $2 million a game to play the game. What do you expect?
Well, Jimmy, you do acknowledge he was playing like an MVP, right? He was legitimately at the top of the conversation for a reason, correct?
I have said since the day he got drafted, Dak is a good quarterback who has great games, and you need to stop with the MVP nonsense because Dak is a good quarterback who has great games. When everything is perfect and he has 15 seconds each play to throw the ball, yes, he plays like an MVP. But the moment he has even the slightest setback, he turns into what he did yesterday against Buffalo. And it would just be nice if any one of the talking heads in the Dallas sports media could acknowledge that because it's the truth.
15
I don't
seconds.
care what Vegas and I don't care what the NFL Network says. That you guys say it all the time. They're there to get clicks. They're not there to talk the truth.
15 seconds to throw, though. When you say 15 seconds to throw, like, you know, this is the highest sack percentage he's had in the last like 6 years, right? Like, the pressure rate is higher now than it's been recently, like in his entire career. So how's that everything going perfect except like having 15 seconds to throw?
That's awesome. So tell me about the Super Bowl that Tom Brady won where he had 5 Pro Bowl lineman. I'll wait.
Okay, but it completely
That's a long
negates.
blinker he's got. He's waiting for that blinker turn.
Yeah,
he's waiting for the stoplight.
He's sitting there right in his turn lane. No, yeah, that's the thing is that to say everything's got to be perfect and he's got to have 15 seconds to throw, then it's like, okay, well, he hasn't recently. He's been pressured a ton relative to the last few years.
Yeah.
You then can't flip it around and go,
Because
tell me about Brady's 5 Pro Bowl offense. Okay, well, that's a different. You're Orlovsky.
Because
Great, Jimmy.
Because Dak's legs have been a humongous X factor, and the reason he's using some of those legs is because pressure, escape in the pocket. And look, he didn't play well yesterday. The biggest question I need you and Broadus to answer, Love the Star podcast, were receivers not getting open, or do we have to worry about this shell coverage look? Are teams right now in these final few weeks of the regular season going to tell Mike McCarthy's offense, you are not hitting us for big plays anymore? You are going to run the football, which they may have a problem doing. It's a question mark. And you're going to have 12 play drives. That's what you're going to do. You're not getting Brandon Cooks deep early on in the game. Is it a concept thing? Was it a separation thing? Or was Dak just not seeing it and he was off? That has to be answered about the offense.
I don't think it's a shell thing because Philly and Carolina hit him with shell coverage, and he was fine. Okay. And so yesterday, I think,
because that's my biggest concern.
No, yesterday I don't think he was very good. Like, I think he wasn't very good, and I think a lot of people weren't very good.
Jesse in Oak Cliff. Jesse, you are live on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Go ahead, boss.
Shout out to Sean and RJ and Bobby.
Love you.
I just feel like, man, we start getting our hopes up again, and then we see the same Dak again, man. It's just like, man, why can't we get past this humiliation? And then they broke a record on us as far as running the ball. I want to say one thing to Bobby. Bobby, you don't ever wear no enemy shirt to a game. That's horrible.
That was Peyton.
Oh, Peyton, yeah, don't ever do that, man.
Yeah, that was bad. You should be banned from the Longhorn fan base. Honestly,
playoffs though.
I'm not even joking. You shouldn't be allowed to root for them in the Final Four. Sandler's just lighting us up. That's all he's been texting about. Your relationship is going nowhere. My wife would never buy me anything that's not USC because I won't wear it.
Wow.
It'd be one thing if she got you like a Boston College shirt or something. This school was a conference rival of your favorite team.
Well, he called Tech a rivalry. I'm sorry, not a rivalry. It's just an opponent.
I know, but you can't wear a Texas Tech shirt. Like, she bought you a Texas Tech shirt for the bowl game. Man.
Ask Texas Tech fans what they think of Longhorns. Ask them what they think of Longhorns, and then tell me that.
She tells me all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said if I bought you something, she would say, "Oh, I'm not wearing it." But,
wow. So she has more sports morals than you do, Peyton.
If Sarah had RJ wear a Gator shirt, would you view that as a humongous sports crime?
Yes.
Okay, what's the difference?
But because I don't want to make this relationship about like, oh, sports are like going to be above everything. Like
as you're sitting in a bowl game.
Well, that's her that was her thing though. She wanted to go to the bowl.
Would
game,
you? Several questions. If she got you an Eagles shirt, would you wear it?
No.
If she got you a Spurs shirt, would you wear it?
Sure. I don't care about the Spurs.
If she got you an Astro shirt, would you wear it?
Yeah, no.
Okay, so that clearly
Tech
says
isn't that big of a deal to me, man. It'd be different if it was OU or A&M. That's the two schools I will not wear. OU, A&M. That's different. Tech is just another opponent.
It sounds It sounds very much like you're just not as much of a diehard of the Longhorns as you are the other teams.
He's trying to say because it's not a real rivalry that it's like
57-7. Whatever we beat them this year.
You're so insignificant. Like whatever. I'll don your shirt. All right, back to the phone lines for Cowboy calls here on Sean and Bobby. Jeff and Keller. You're next up on the Fan.
Good morning, boys. Bobby, you know what, Bobby? I'm going to give it to you.
Is this Lions Jeff? I love Lions Jeff.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Okay.
sir. So last night I was trying to channel. Did you guys ever see that movie Cape Fear with Robert De Niro?
It's been like 15 years.
Remember when he was coming up out of the water going, counselor?
Yeah.
Counselor. That's what Miami and Detroit's offensive lines are saying right now because it's back a couple of years ago. What year was that, Bobby? Where they were getting their stool pushed in on the run right up the middle.
2020.
Here it comes again.
2020.
Okay. That was bad last night. And Detroit's offensive line is much better than Buffalo's, but it's at home, so I'm a little nervous. And if Miami scuffs you guys up, then I got a problem. But that was bad yesterday. It was like remember, Sean, you guys used to revoke band cards? You and RJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're looking at here. So Jeff brings that up, and you were talking about how Detroit is more physical. We're looking at the possibility of 3 straight emasculations. Not 3 straight losses, y'all. We're looking at the possibility of 3 straight humiliations from a physical standpoint. What Buffalo did yesterday, look at what the Dolphins do in the run game. And that may just be an athletic embarrassment with Achane. Gosh, I'm still bitter I didn't draft him. And Raheem Mostert setting franchise records for touchdowns. And then Detroit. I think of Detroit as like finesse, Jared Goff. I can't get California and Jared Goff out of my mind. California. But there's Jeff saying that they're more physical than Buffalo with Gibbs and Montgomery. Well, that's 3 straight possible physical matchups where the Cowboys get punked like they are known to do. All right, X-Man in South Carolina has been the most patient. X-Man, you're live on the Fan.
Morning, fellas.
What's up? Morning.
I just want to talk about, man, that was a wasted opportunity yesterday. And you can't win on the road. And now you got these next game in Miami on the road. You're probably going to end up with the 5th seed. So that means you're going to be on the road in the playoffs. And I'm agreeing with you, Bobby and Sean, that it's going to be another win in first-round playoff, and we're done in round 2.
Yep.
Then I'm going to give a star up to Pollard. Pollard played lights out yesterday. And we won't show up on the stat sheet, but he just looked like he had a little bit more burst in his step yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
That was off the whole game. I mean, even from the first snap, from the first play, it just looked like it just wasn't there. The team just looked soft.
Yep.
You know, and this is one of those, after one of these losses here where McCarthy needs to go up to Jerry Jones' office and ask him what the hell did he put on that field yesterday. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you for taking my call this morning.
Thanks for being on hold, and thanks for the patience, and thanks for being a Tolo, man. We appreciate you. Now, how much of a break should we give them? I think it was who was the homer, self-admitted?
Leon.
You can't win. You can't win, just 7, 8 in a row. They had won 5 in a row, and then this game. But it's just the way that they lost this game.
This is what I thought.
This was a bad quit and non-show up factor.
I thought about this with Will yesterday because Will was trying to go back and forth. Yeah, Will Chambers and I were trying to talk about this, and we were going back and forth a little bit. And Will had said that he's like, look, they won several in a row. Like what is it that you want them to do? And I was like, Will, it matters who it is and when it is. When they're on the road against good teams, they lose every time. That's what happens to them. They when they go on the road again, let's just think about this. And this is something that Dak has to answer. And everybody knows that I'm the biggest Dak fan in the world. Outside of the playoff game against Tampa, like if we're just talking regular season games, think of what are the signature road victories in his career in the regular season. It's like Pittsburgh as a rookie, Green Bay as a rookie. Outside of that, what really stands out as, oh my gosh, that was a fan. New England probably in 21. That was a big one. But I mean, there's not a lot that's on his ledger, and they've got to be better on the road than they are.
Jeff in Utah listening on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Jeff. You're live.
Hey, morning, Sean and Bobby. Good to be with you guys.
Thank
I
you.
just need to vent a little bit. I was listening to an early segment, Sean, where you said we as fans seem to not really blame the players as much, and I agree with you, but I need to go off a little bit on this coaching staff a little bit.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Why does nobody really hammer Dan Quinn? That first drive yesterday when they just got curb stomped, ran down their throat, I'm just like, it's going to be like this all day. Mike McCarthy not challenging that flag that fumble when Buffalo's running up to the
Diggs fumble,
the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
That drove me nuts. That's a sign. Throw the challenge flag.
Yeah.
And then Bones Fossil, him having that communication with Bones Fossil on the sideline on Sam Williams' penalty, that should have been blocked, but you're deep in Buffalo territory. We don't need a punt block in that situation in the weather conditions. It's just we don't have any discipline, especially on defense, dumb penalties. Continuously every week. It drives me absolutely crazy.
Yes.
And I just don't know. Mike McCarthy, I think what he's done the past 3 years have been great, over 10 wins, but I wasn't happy when they hired him. Dan Quinn, you saw what he did in Atlanta when he was the head coach. He was over that defense. They were awful. I just don't know.
Yeah.
But like you said, Sean, the players need to take some of the blame as well. They're not. There's no discipline there. But I don't agree with Jimmy in regards to Dak Prescott. We wouldn't be where we were over the last 7 games, 6 games without the way Dak Prescott's been playing. So I'll hang up and listen. Love you guys. Listen to you every day on Odyssey here in Utah.
Great call, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, Jimmy's a hater. Jimmy is a Dak Prescott hater, no doubt about it. Yes, Bobby is a homer, but Jimmy is a hater. And yeah, Dan Quinn wears his hat backwards and, awesome, smiling all the time, fist pumping. He gets free pass all the time. 877
You ruined the morning show.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and the Big Green Egg. Below the belt, ruined, coming up at 8:40. Around the rest of the NFL, the Hail Mary that was dropped. And y'all, we got a problem with the pitching staff of the World Series champs. A big problem. We'll talk about the Max Scherzer news next. But if you got a
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Chased by Garrett, flushed, looking, sets up, throwing deep, Hail Mary, end zone, deflected, tipped and intercepted, almost caught, and then a deflection into the hands of DeAnthony Bell. Darnell Mooney, achingly close to a game winner, and instead the Browns survive 20-17.
How did Will Chambers take that, Mr. Chicago Bear fan? Or was he happy to get higher up with that draft pick? The Browns survive behind Joe Flacco throwing that touchdown pass to Amari Cooper. Cleveland is 9-5, and they beat the Bears 20-17. How did he not catch that freaking football for the Hail Mary? How did he not catch it? Sitting there right in his bread basket. Right there.
So Will yesterday, by the way, he was kind of devastated about it. And I was asking him, I was like, y'all are not going anywhere. And he's like, I know. He's like, I don't know what it is. I don't know why it upsets me so much. Like, I know they're not going anywhere. This doesn't matter. It's the brat. Like, what does it matter if they beat this team? But for some reason, it really upsets me. But what was interesting yesterday, and I noticed, I watched a little bit of the Cleveland-Chicago game, and I was in here, Broadus and I were talking about it during a break during the pregame show, and Brian was like, man, you watch Fields sometimes, and he'll throw the ball at times, and you're just like, holy cow, there's something there. Like, you really, you'll at times see him throw the ball, and you're like, he's got special talent. And then there are other times where he just looks completely inept. Like, he has no clue what he's doing. And those are some of the most frustrating players to have as your quarterback, because it's a tough place to be in as a franchise, because you start looking at it and going, you don't want to hold on to the potential too long and ignore the flaws, but you also don't want to just accentuate the flaws and let go of a special talent and then they rally and become something else. Ryan Tannehill became something later on down the road. You don't want an issue like that to crop up.
Texans survive the Titans with all the throwback jerseys. No C.J. Stroud. Case Keenum gets the W, and the Texans survive to move to 8-6.
So this was another interesting discussion that Will and I had yesterday. Well, or maybe I thought it was interesting because I was half drunk. Yeah. But Will had brought up the point that he said, I think, the Texans have been around for 20 years now, and it doesn't feel like we've gotten used to the Texans as an organization. Like it's still, they feel kind of on the periphery of the NFL. He's like, I wish that like a similar situation with when the Browns moved to Baltimore and became the Ravens, like since the Titans are the Titans, that should be accessible to Houston again. Like Houston should be able to go back to being the Oilers. We should have the Houston Oilers again. And I thought about it. I was like, you know what? That probably would help them from just a national branding perspective, because the Texans do still feel kind of like this expansion team, even though it's been 20 years now.
Yeah. Man, I was hoping that the Chiefs would lose. But New England is New England. 27-17. Kansas City. Kadarius Toney struck again, hit a bobbled pass that he should have caught easily that turned into an interception. Andy Reid was fined $100,000. Mahomes fined $50,000 for the whining and the crying over the offsides. And Brandon Aubrey, courtesy of Zach Wolchuk, Brandon Aubrey is now the only kicker remaining who has not missed a field goal this year after Harrison Butker missed. And I was like, Aubrey guaranteed he's going to miss. In the wind, in the elements. Well, they'd have to score for him to have a chance. So that did not happen.
Look, I love, this is their job. It's a very tough job after a game like yesterday, which is the wonderful Cowboys PR staff over there. After every game, they've got to send out their little one sheet.
This was sad.
Hey, here's some news and notes and stuff like that. Some statistics. It's a wonderful service they do, that they send that off to media people, so it gives them some talking points that they can use and some research that they know is verified. Man, yesterday, the lead note. There's a lot of Brandon Aubrey in these notes. There's also top one, Dallas allowed 15 pass attempts today. The last time a Cowboys team allowed 15 or fewer pass attempts in a game was in 2000 against Tampa Bay.
Allowed? What is that? What a spin job that is. The Cowboys allowed 15 pass attempts because they ran it down your spine.
Look, I mean, there's space that has to be filled here.
Good Lord, y'all.
And they were digging
Come on,
deep.
Trahan.
I respect whoever did that. I'm not sure who would have been if that would have been Bront or who it was, but man, that's
Peyton Manning throws for 500 yards on you. The Cowboys allowed 40 rush yards. The defense.
What are you supposed to do, right? So
they should have left it blank. My star up is blank. Their game notes should have been blank with compliments.
Some of their game notes are fantastic here, though. Like they will give you some, like every single game note, that game release that you get, they'll give you the Cowboys record when the broadcast crew is with them. So the Cowboys are now 4-2 when it's Burkhart and Olsen this year.
Worst loss of the day probably goes to the Atlanta Falcons. They lost to the 2-12 Panthers 9-7. Did you see the crowd shots? Florio took a shot at halftime. This was supposed to be the 45-cent game.
Yeah, the 45-cent game, which I was thinking about that. So, yeah, if you would, now, to be fair, 500 level seat. There was a ticket available on StubHub or Ticketmaster, one of them. It was a 500 level seat, a single seat, and it was in a rain game for the Panthers. 45 cents is probably too much.
And they're dealing with East Coast weather.
Yes. And so that was going to be a brutal game to attend. But I started thinking about it, and I was like, what is the amount? Because you would have to pay me to go to that game. All that info, like if I have to sit for the whole game in the 500 level, a single seat by myself in the rain for the Panthers, I started thinking about it. I was like, what's the amount? And I think it's like, I don't know, $75 is probably what you have to start at. Minimum, maybe more. And my parking has to be paid for. I'm not going to do, I'm not going to pay for parking either. This isn't the Rangers ALDS. I'm not going to do that.
All right. Speaking of the Rangers, what a segue. We are, in case you're new to the show and the station, we are your home of the World Series champs.
Yeah, we are.
Max Scherzer is not going to be joining us for the start of the season or probably the first half. Scherzer underwent surgery to repair the herniated disc. Chris Young told this to reporters. So now you got Max, DeGrom, and newly signed Tyler Mahle, all expected to return from injuries in the middle of the season. So we got 2+ months of the year with rotation question marks for the Rangers. Here's how the rotation currently stands. Eovaldi, Gray, Heaney, Cody Bradford, and Dane Dunning. That's the opening rotation for the defending champs, as the bodies and the arms have fallen apart.
Get it together, Jack Leiter. Get it together, Owen White. We need some help here in this rotation. And it's certainly not going to come via free agency. Because, I mean, that right now, they're not spending. They don't, it doesn't seem like they have the capital to get things done right now. They're not liquid enough, they might say. But, man, this is awful news. And this was something that, like, I think we all felt like watching Scherzer at the end of the year, that it felt like so much, it felt like a much bigger deal the entire time than they were talking about. And it felt like it was just on the verge of going really south really fast with him. And, you know, the issues with, man, my back tightened up or this tightened up. I couldn't loosen it up. I couldn't do this or that. It was incredibly admirable the way he fought to get back and to pitch a little bit there down the stretch for the Rangers. But, man, this is a brutal start to the offseason for the Rangers. This has just not been a good run.
They're going to need one of the Dane Dunning to be the man again.
Are you surprised Shohei Ohtani didn't sign here just for the fact that he has a torn UCL? Like, hey, I've had Tommy John too. I can hang out with all the guys rehabbing.
You find any other reason to hate Shohei over the weekend? Anything new?
Man,
anything you want to pick apart?
I'm not kidding. I did look. I specifically looked. I was like, let me see if I can find another story. What I did find was, did you see the ESPN story inside Shohei Ohtani's $700 million contract with the Dodgers? It's no wonder the Dodgers are kings. It's no wonder that they were able to sign Shohei Ohtani. So back in 2017, when they were courting Shohei Ohtani and they didn't get him, the Dodgers had planned a final pitch. And part of that pitch was going to be a minute or so long video clip at the end of the pitch that they were like, this will be the real cherry on top. This is going to sell them hard. They did not get that final meeting with Shohei Ohtani, so they were never able to use it. But some heady individual there in the Dodgers organization held on to it and knew, hey, we've got to hold on to this and use it again. And boy, the power it probably had today versus what it would have in 2017 is nuts. It was a video clip of one of Ohtani's competitor idols, Kobe Bryant had recorded a special message for the Dodgers, like pitching Shohei on, competition and joining the Dodgers organization and, talking competitor to competitor. And Shohei Ohtani's interpreter spoke with ESPN. Somebody finally was able to access Ohtani and said that was one of the highlights of the whole meeting. I was really surprised to see it. It was a strong and touching message, which I got to imagine the power of that. If you were to see a video years after his death where it's like, oh my gosh, like I never even knew this existed.
Yes.
And here he is speaking directly to me. That has to give some weight when you're going through these negotiations with teams.
So last week, Bet Online sent me the World Series odds. You and Pepe can combine here to try to get this correct. The favorite to win the championship is who?
The Dodgers.
It is. The Los Angeles Dodgers at 11-2. After that,
the Braves.
It is at 7-1. After that,
the Yankees.
Yes. Did you read my email?
I did not.
Okay. The Yankees jumped the Rangers after the Soto trade.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, 9-1 for the Yankees.
State of the art.
After that,
Baltimore Orioles.
No.
Damn. Houston Astros.
Yes. Next. Oh, crap.
Let's go Baltimore again.
No.
Damn it.
Philadelphia Phillies.
Good job, Pepe. They're tied with somebody.
Ooh. Let's go Milwaukee.
Us, the champs.
Oh.
The Rangers, 11-1. Now, this was before the Scherzer.
I was going to say, does Vegas know about all the Tommy Johns we have over here?
This was before the Scherzer news. So, in order, Dodgers, Braves, Yankees, Armpit, Filthy, Rangers, then the Orioles and the Blue Jays, then Tampa, and then Arizona, who is not tucking and running. They're trying to build. They're trying to add. AL MVP favorite is Aaron Judge, followed by Soto, then Seager at 8-1. No other Rangers in the top 10. NL MVP, Acuna, then Shohei, Mookie Betts. Got to remember Shohei is not pitching. AL Cy Young, Garrett Cole, Fromber, Gausman, Castillo.
Dane Dunning.
And I went to look for Scherzer. He was 25-1. See you later. Nathan Eovaldi is 33-1. Cy Young favorites, Strider, Wheeler, Logan Webb, Gallen, Corbin Burns. So that's a little bit of your baseball fix on your home of the World Series champs. Peyton, you are the Rangers prophet with all the predictions. Are you feeling down or still optimistic?
I was down. The Scherzer news hit me because I did not expect that to be that long of an injury. And then the DeGrom news on top of it, we're most likely not getting Montgomery, didn't get Shohei. So it's just everything's piling up at once. Nothing's going our way right now, but we're still defending champs. We still have the offense. That's the only thing really right now that we're looking forward to.
We do. We have Texas Tech Red Raider Josh Young, and that's a big boost for them, Peyton.
Did anyone have a problem with Dak being left out there in the rain? What star ups do you actually have? And there's a report about a Mike McCarthy extension, plus some Brian Broaddus film study of yesterday's disaster, and below the belt after this.
Coming up today on
right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Second and goal from the 3. Under center, Allen will give the ball to Murray, and he's going to be, oh no, he's crossing the goal line. Hold on. Looks like they stopped him just short. Now it's a touchdown. Looked like a touchdown. They didn't signal touchdown. And finally, Latavius Murray slithers in for the Buffalo touchdown to start the game.
Let's plagiarize Brian Broaddus, shall we? The great Brian Broaddus was listening to us here just a few minutes ago. Asked him to come on, said he was too busy, big-timed us. He slated us.
See, I got to watch the offense. I've sent us his defensive. Oh, I'm proud of you for that ref. Wow, Bobby getting in on the.
That took you a
I don't know
second.
how Slater's not heard all these things I've thrown her way.
It's
over
a
the
bad
past
running joke, Bob.
month and not hit me up or heard it whatsoever. She must not be in. She must not be a Tolo. But Broaddus sent us the defensive notes. We're like, come on, talk about it. Love the star, buddy. And he goes, nope, now I got to watch the offense.
So Brian's notes are going to be, I've just kind of flipped through them and gotten an idea of what Brian was looking at. It's specifically the running plays that he's got notes on. And here's the thing.
Yeah, because there were no passing plays. They didn't have to.
I don't believe in, which shout out to Brian Broaddus, those glasses, the prescription you got, buddy, must be working great because this is about 6-point type that you put these notes into. And even at 6-point type, single-spaced, Sean, this is 3 pages of notes on running plays because there were just that many damn runs from the Buffalo Bills. But just to kind of summarize, because the way this is written out, it wouldn't read very well as notes. It's not like a cheat sheet. But it's just kind of looking over it and looking at some of the stuff he's seen here. This was a bad game for Damone Clark. Damone Clark at linebacker got worked pretty bad in the run game, it looks like.
And to me, the worst play of the entire game, the epitome, everything that summarizes it, the microcosm, whatever you want to say, Damone Clark gets carried down the damn field inside the 10 by a Bills offensive player. Carried, elevated, slammed to the ground, and then the dude dropped all 300 pounds on top of him, and I was like, oh, that was a crime scene. Manhandled, dominated, then injured at the end of it.
Yeah, this was not a good game for Damone Clark. There's a couple different notes here from Brian. Says he guessed wrong or he got blocked up. He was in the wrong spot. You had some of that yesterday. This also doesn't look like it was a very good game for Mozzie Smith.
Oh.
Okay,
a lot of Broaddus Mozzie Smith messages to me from the Tolos. When everyone's like, "Where's Mozzie? What's going on?" I was like, I don't hear anyone really defend Mozzie. A couple Tolos were like, and I don't know who to believe. They were like, "No, Broaddus defends him," but then some others say Broaddus has said he's slow off the ball. What has he been saying about Mozzie, and what about yesterday?
That is what he said about him, that he has been slow off the ball, and that's the biggest problem that Mozzie runs into pretty quickly or pretty consistently is that Mozzie is just, he's not very quick off the ball. That is a consistent issue. I don't know if this is and I've talked about this with Broaddus before. I need to ask some people around the NFL about this. I think that looks like a Michigan issue because Rashawn Gary during his career at Michigan, that was something that stood out. He was pretty slow off the ball. Taco Charlton was not quick off the ball. And I mean, those are two different players. Taco Charlton flamed out. Rashawn Gary's turned into a good pro. I wonder if there's just something about that Michigan defensive line scheme that causes them to be a little bit slower, or they're not being coached properly on some of those snap instincts and other things like that. But man, there's a lot of notes in here about Mozzie just not playing very well. And that's the biggest thing. Brian has a note here early on. Mozzie getting, he's slow off the ball, which I noticed that on, I think, the second snap of the game, that he was late coming off the ball. You've got some notes in here about Mozzie getting turned around, getting pinned, getting blocked out. In general, this looks like a game where there's some guessing that was wrong, but just looking over Brian's notes here, man, it looks like they just got blocked up and dominated. And there's a bunch of notes in here, too, about Carl Davis, who was called up from the practice squad, former Iowa defensive tackle who had been with Baltimore and a couple other teams that they've had on the practice squad for a couple weeks, had to call up. Carl Davis, it does not look like from Brian's notes, had a good game here. There was specifically one play where Davis guessed wrong and slanted one way while everybody else slanted the other, and the ball got ran at the opening that was left by Davis. And the other issue here that is not going to make anybody feel very good, especially those who argued earlier in the show for Micah Parsons, looks like Brian saying they ran at Micah Parsons a few times. Like they looked for him. They sought him out and had some success doing it.
J-Ron Curse has responded to that call on him, saying, did not lower my head or shoulder, did not make contact with the crown of my helmet. What am I supposed to do at NFL officiating? And Micah Parsons was asked after the game, not just about the home and road disparity. What about this defense getting all these flags?
I mean, it's super deflated. I think that changed the whole momentum of the game, changed the course of the game. They might get 3 on that third down. We get off the field, though, and they don't get any points on them next 2 drives and make them earn it. I mean, if you just told me, I think that changed the whole momentum of the game, forced our offense to be in certain situations, not letting them get into their full game plan and things like that. Those crucial penalties really hurt. They really hurt. And time and time again, we come on the road and we face these crucial penalties and we just can't overcome it. That's just something we got to look at.
That's fair. He's looking at it the right way. I think they've got to reflect a little bit. This is no time to sugarcoat what your problems are. You're about to head into the postseason. You cannot have your head in the sand on these issues. This hopefully was a wake-up call. I think they got a wake-up call against San Francisco in Week 5. I think it definitely made them address some certain things.
I don't think you can fix. The effort is the only thing you can fix. I don't think you can fix toughness. You're either tough or you're not. I don't know if Dan Quinn can give some hype speech. I don't know if Mike McCarthy or Jerry Jones can scare a backbone into the defense when they're getting run down. Now, I guess effort. That's it. But
yeah, I need to. We'll hopefully have this for 9 o'clock.
Because when that first pileup happened, you knew they were in trouble. When you get pushed back 8 yards, that shows give up. That shows fight. That shows resistance. And when the Cowboys get involved in these pileups, they usually go backwards. That's why Jake Ferguson is my favorite player. Unfortunately, he plays offense. He doesn't play on the other side of the ball. Bassick says this team will fold up and quit on you real quick. Oh, and they don't get up 14-0. They're not the finesse front runners that they are. Fold up and get embarrassed like they did over and over and over and over again.
Are you embarrassed? Yeah, look, that's the thing. It is a question, that physicality, that toughness, those sorts of things. I don't think, like when you talk about the effort there, I don't think they lacked effort yesterday. I didn't think they didn't strike me as gutless yesterday. It looked like they were trying. It just looked like they got their asses kicked.
Yeah.
Like San Francisco was bad. San Francisco, they took your will, and in the second half, you didn't look like you were very interested in playing football. The only time yesterday that I can recall that they were not showing a lot of effort was at the very end. At the very end of the game, when Cook had that 24-yard touchdown run, his longest run of the game, by the way. He went for 179 on you without breaking like a 60-yarder. He just was gashing you consistently. And that 24-yard touchdown run at the end, it felt like the last 10 yards of it, they had no interest in pursuing. It was just like, all right, he's going in. Let's get out of here.
All right, Michael Gelkin seemed to have a big problem with Dak Prescott. Pepe had a problem as well, I think, with Dak Prescott being left in that game at the end while they were getting worked in the rain. 8:18 left. Bills are up 31-3. I did not have a problem with it. And I'm usually the first one to yell and scream about this. Get them off the field. Stop letting Micah Parsons tell you when he's going to play, control his playing time. I didn't have a problem with it because my biggest offensive concern coming from this game, and that's why I'm waiting for Broadus to finish the offensive study, is this Vic Fangio 2.0? Is this a shell coverage, too high look, zone blueprint that other teams are going to try and copy? Who's the defensive coordinator you're facing this week?
Who is the Dolphins defensive
coordinator?
Vic
Fangio.
Yeah.
Messed up my smooth joke.
Sorry.
So
I don't know. I don't watch as much football as you.
That's right. So I was like, why is Dak hesitating? Are you tell me Brandon Cooks and CeeDee Lamb all of a sudden aren't getting open? You tell me Jake Ferguson all of a sudden can't get open against a team who's missing a lot of defensive guys because of injury? I know that Michael Gallup never shows up. He's MIA all the time. But what's happening? Is he not seeing it? Is it a coverage thing? Is it a separation thing? That was my biggest worry from yesterday's game. So I was like, the Cowboys want to try to chip away at that and do something offensively to leave this with a score, and they got the CeeDee Lamb rush touchdown. I didn't have a big problem with it. Of course, I'd be a hypocrite, and I'd be changing my opinion if something happened to one of the important guys in the fourth.
Yeah, and I know Dak had said after the game, he got asked about it. He's like, no, I wanted to be out there.
Well, of course they do.
Yeah, but he's like, I wanted to be out there. It was important for me to be out there. And I mean, look, yesterday, Dak was not good. I think that the coverage they were giving you was meant to you're not going to be able to hit anything over the top. And when they fell down like they did, you needed to hit some stuff over the top, and it wasn't going to be there. So I think they were probably, without looking at it, I think they were probably trying to develop some stuff. It wasn't there. They weren't getting enough pass protection long enough, and it ultimately led to what you saw.
Were you screaming, Peyton, to get him out?
Yeah, the game's out of reach. You know, when you're up by 40, you take him out of the game. When you're down by 21 or whatever, 30 at the time, you take him out of the game. There was no competitive edge in that game. Unless you wanted him to boost his stats or finally get a touchdown in the rain, touchdown pass. But no, you take him out of the game.
Now, one other thing.
What about you?
No, I'd probably just take him out when it gets as bad as I wasn't like losing my mind, but it was one of those where, especially in the rain.
You're losing your voice though.
Yeah, especially in the rain. Jeez, it's hitting me. Especially in the rain. That's the thing, because you never know, somebody could slip, could cause a knee to be a little wonky. That is a little dangerous. Now,
what about in the rain though?
Because that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. One last here. We got time for it if you want to do it, or we can save it for later. I sent Peyton the clip of when we had asked Dan Quinn about, can you coach physicality and toughness out of a defense? This is us when we talked to him.
We'll do McCarthy extension tomorrow.
We talked to Dan Quinn in training camp and asked him about, hey, can you basically coach toughness out of players?
Why I think it's important, because any good defense or any good team, and you guys know this, you better have an identity. And when all of our friends and our family and people watch us play, they better know exactly what it looks like. And that, should be a team that's, one that's ball hawking and tackling. And that's where some of that toughness comes, not just at the line of scrimmage, but the way and the attitude that you tackle. So I would say, yes, you can coach someone up maybe one level, to say he's a good competitor. And when you put him around great competitors, they can move up one. They probably won't go up 2 or 3 spots. So I'd say the reason I brought that up is I think that's also part when, you get a chance to acquire somebody to be on the team, you want to make sure, hey, do they fit the standards and the identity that we want to be about? Because if you don't, then you're kind of up and down as a group. But what the things that stand out to me, amongst this defense, and the fun part, we've had a few guys here, been together for, going on to our 3rd year together. That connection, that toughness, that competitiveness, it does go around the room. And so for the new guys coming in, these 9 rookies, and Steph as a new vet, trying to prove that, to say, yeah, I want in that group.
So, I mean, based off of that, if they do have a toughness problem, it sounds like Dan Quinn's saying there's probably not much more you can get out of them. They probably sort of are what they are. You can get a little bit, but there's not going to be a ton.
And what have we really screwed up? A possibly amazing Monday night where we could have sat back and caught filthy, especially with them falling apart. Is the NFC East totally and completely over? Final hour, Cowboys Monday with Sean and Roberto next.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Play clock at 3, 2. They snap it. Purdy under 7. 7-step drop. Gets chased out of there. Will throw on the run. Wide open. McCaffrey makes the catch. Goes down. Gets up. Touchdown. CMC.
And we now have about a 3-horse battle. Tyreek Hill was on the sideline as Miami destroyed the Jets. Brock Purdy, 4 touchdowns. Division wrapped up. Number 1 seed in the NFC, I believe, is going to be wrapped up. And the road to the Super Bowl will go through San Fran on the NFC side, unless Philadelphia can pull something out. They play tonight. The Cowboys totally just kicked me in the balls when it comes to sitting back this evening and loving and enjoying Monday Night Football. Even if they won, I still was going to enjoy that 3 hours with all the turmoil and the possibility that the Cowboys really make some noise on top of the NFC East. But Dak loses the MVP lead to Purdy, and the Cowboys lost the NFC East and any chance and hope at being top seed in the NFC.
Yeah, these last couple weeks it had been pretty tight. There was a couple weeks ago it was Hurts, Purdy, and Dak were all like plus 300, and they were all kind of in the same spot. And then last week it was Dak was maybe slightly ahead of Purdy, like a plus 250 to plus 300. I just looked up the latest odds. Sporting News has it from Caesars. The odds, what do you think Brock Purdy is sitting at now?
Pepe, you used to be good at gambling. What do you think? These numbers and these odds.
I mean, it's got to be really good. Plus 110.
More than that. Well, heavier favorite than that.
Yeah, heavier favorite than that.
Plus
minus,
3 something?
He's minus money.
Oh, minus money.
Minus 200?
Minus 200. Nailed it. He is up on Dak Prescott, who is second at plus 380. Lamar Jackson plus 550, and then it's a steep drop off to Christian McCaffrey, Josh Allen. Jalen Hurts way down at plus 1,400 now.
Am I wrong about the NFC East being over?
No, I mean...
who hit me up? Jesse on Instagram said NFC East is not out the window, especially with Hurts questionable for Monday and them not beating Seattle in 15 years.
Okay, so that's the thing is that even if they lose to Seattle and then you guys both win out from there, you beat Miami, Detroit, and Washington, and they beat Giants, Cardinals, Giants, Philly wins the division.
Yeah. They essentially have like a 2-game lead, right?
Yeah, this was the one. This was the game that was supposed to, if you were even with them, this was supposed to give you some clearance potentially. But yeah, they're essentially out. Unless Philly just goes on some collapse and Dallas rallies and wins these next 3, you're looking at the wild card, and you're looking at, in all likelihood, right now, Tampa
or Atlanta.
Atlanta's 2 games. Atlanta's back behind the Saints and Tampa at this point.
I'm sorry.
Atlanta losing that game yesterday, which was awful.
Saints or Tampa?
Yeah, Saints or Tampa. And Tampa obviously had a big victory yesterday, but you're looking at Tampa potentially. Like if playoffs start today, you're on the road against Tampa, and then it's Vikings-Lions. You would take Lions, I'm assuming, with the quarterback questions the Vikings have.
What do you mean? What I take?
I'm assuming you would say the Lions would beat the Vikings in that matchup.
Of course.
Okay, and then Philadelphia taking on the Rams. You would pick the Eagles, I assume.
Yeah.
Which, if that happens,
but close.
You're looking at an exact repeat of last year. You go on the road to Tampa. If you win, you're on the road at San Francisco in the next round.
There you go. Same exact thing as last year will happen. You beat Tampa on the road, you get waxed in California. California.
It's probably not as close as, if they played this game right now, it's not as close as the one was last year, even the 7-point game with San Francisco. San Francisco handles them pretty easily. And look, I just want you guys, I know sometimes you feel like maybe we're being negative about it or else. Just, you need to have a healthy understanding of where this Cowboys team is right now and where that San Francisco team is right now. And that San Francisco team is just the class of, not just the NFC, of the NFL. That's the best team in football. It's not close.
Is the fan text saying we're being too negative?
No,
today?
but I just know that at times whenever we've talked about, hey, San Francisco would deal it to you right now, there's some people who go, things have changed and you can't be so negative. And I'm just saying, look, this is just a reality that right now, what you saw from Buffalo, if that same team was out there on that same field playing San Francisco, it's even worse. They're beating you worse than Buffalo even did.
You know, a lot of people want us to answer who we blame more between the offense and the defense. And I always, make fun of everyone when they, don't have an absolute answer one way. It's both. It's both. I can't sit here and say now my bigger storyline is the defense because that's the bigger problem to me. But the offense didn't protect, and Dak was off, and receivers I'm assuming did not get open, and the defense was gutless and didn't show up. Do you have a clear answer to who you blame more yesterday? Some people are saying, oh, well, when the defense is doing that, Dak's got to put you on the scoreboard. I mean, guys, he was averaging. I mean, the Cowboys were averaging, 32 points a game? Like, they were doing their job offensively. Now, you're doing it against a lot of scrubs. All scrubs, basically. No doubt about it. You guys have an answer for who you blame more on which side of the ball? I mean, to me, I blame both of them, really, even though it's a soft answer.
Yeah, I mean, look, specifically.
Largest halftime deficit in 3 years, 92 yards through 3 quarters. Their fewest since 2010.
Yesterday, I blamed the defense a lot more because, again, the type of conditions you were going to be playing in, if you couldn't get stops, if you got them down early, Dallas was going to be in a really bad position to have to try and throw themselves back into the game. 21-3 is like 31-0 on a grass and a dome in that situation yesterday. You're not going to have the same ability to push the ball downfield. So I think you've got to come up with a stop, and they couldn't do it. And the times they came up with stops, they had an error. They had it's a personal foul on the punt. Oh, DeMarcus Lawrence roughing the passer. There was always a mistake. Offense was not good yesterday, but I think that if the defense plays a little better and gets the ball back to the offense a little more consistent, they find a little bit more of a rhythm.
I've never covered a Cowboys game where the fan base, and it's mostly really a toxic place, where the fan base has been more blind to who was guilty of the penalties. All I keep seeing is the 3 penalties led to scores. The 3 penalties led to scores. You were guilty of them. You were guilty. Tanks is a penalty. Sam Williams, I'm not even blaming him for the penalty, but it was a penalty. And then you sit there with J-Ron Kearse. You want to argue that one? You can argue that one. But in today's NFL, when a guy gets hit from behind like that, guys leave their feet, helmet making contact, they're usually going to protect the offensive player. Penalty. Stop. My God, what is wrong with you? Own it. The Cowboys have been a stupid, undisciplined football team. Did you just turn on the game yesterday? And you have been the beneficiary of these types of calls. You were last week for damn sure, and you have been throughout the season. 2nd and 19, 3rd and 19 is getting wiped out. But you don't want to remember that. Your convenient memory selection, selective. You committed the penalties. They did it. Oh, it would have been a different game. If what, you weren't dumb? And what, you didn't do this over and over again year after year? A Mike McCarthy hallmark in terms of the lack of discipline? We have you on camera. You committed the crime. What are you crying about? Guilty.
I've waited 3 hours and 39 minutes before I've brought this up. I've been good. I know there's a lot of other things that we need to point to yesterday, so I have. But I am going to ask, is yesterday an example, just with the challenge flag and, in general, how everything played out yesterday, is yesterday an example of, this is why we can't just assume the Mike McCarthy game management has gotten better? It's because they haven't been in a position for it to hurt them. Now, you see moments where it's okay, that screwed them over. Are we starting to see that?
Well, what did he mismanage yesterday besides the Diggs fumble?
I think that the fumble was the biggest thing, obviously, the challenge flag there. But I think recently what you're seeing is a willingness to, even when it works out, against the Eagles, you're willing to go ahead and just kick the ball and, take a little quick screen pass, kick a 60-yarder. That's fine. You made it. You got points on the board. But instead of being a little more proactive, managing the clock better, the whole series where they come out on the 3rd and 1 where they call the pass and then Dak gets sacked. That was one where a lot of people were like, why aren't you just running the ball on 3rd and 1? Now you're sacked. You're kicking the ball away again. Are we just seeing, I'm curious, do you think we're seeing that, hey, the reason why we feel like the Mike McCarthy game management has gotten better is because we just haven't been in a position to see it most this season?
Yeah, I mean, 2 things. Number one, I don't think yesterday applies whatsoever to the discussion. Irrelevant, erroneous points everywhere.
Erroneous.
But number 2, to your overall point, yes, we have not seen it tested. So I haven't sat here saying he's gotten much better in game management. I don't know. They're kicking everybody's ass at home, and then you're a completely different team on the road. Oh, unfortunately, we're going to find out probably in the postseason again.
We'll find out.
And in the playoffs. Peyton, don't send me 2 things, y'all. Instagram, do not send me that fake Skip Bayless crap about him throwing his jersey away. That fake sigh. And if you, Darren Woodson or anyone else wants to believe that it's a legitimate reaction and Skip Bayless is actually genuine, just unfriend me, block me.
Damn.
And then Peyton, do not. I'm done with Orlovsky. Peyton sent me Orlovsky talking smack yesterday. Cowboy fans, why don't you guys let me do my job and be an analyst, and y'all stay being fans. Cute video though. This was the video put out of Orlovsky having a double-sided interception argument with Josh Allen versus what an arrogant, I'm smarter than you thing to say of, yo, I'm an analyst. You just stay as a fanboy, fangirl over there. And then someone wrote back, Will, want to hop on the fan to talk about it 30 minutes ago? Orlovsky said, sure.
The boys from 105.3.
Not on this show.
Oh, no.
Not on this show. I've learned what gaslighting is now because of my brother, Orlovsky, my family. They gaslight me all the time. I've learned it. And Dan is he's a target mover. He's a gaslighter. Oh, I didn't say that. Oh, you're misinterpreting with his eyes all, that's what he does on TV all the time. You're watching the fan cam. I'm serious. I'm really contemplating. So he can go on one of the other shows if he wants.
I'm so glad.
And plus, what am I going to interview him by myself? Because we know Bobby runs in the bathroom and hides.
Okay, all right. Nope.
I don't want to do a one-on-one sit down. This ain't 60 Minutes over here.
No. We're not going to do that on a Monday because I was more than willing to take part in that interview. It was.
We need Tim behind you.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly it. Yeah, getting ready to snatch my headphones off at any second.
Okay.
We should try to book Mina Kimes.
So offense or defense, I would lean towards blaming the defense more, but the offense was helpless too. They did nothing. All right. Is Bobby's hair safe? What's remaining up there as Aaron Rodgers apparently is going to get cleared to play.
But they lost. They lost, baby. So that was
what was the original statement?
Uncome back withable. So the report yesterday.
Original statement from you about Rodgers.
So I think what I said was if he.
Now you think. Now you don't remember.
Well, I'll go back and find it.
Misremember.
I think what I said was he wouldn't play in 2023. And so I think the last game of the season, if he comes back for that one, I think that one's in 2024.
Oh, no, they don't have regular season games in 2024.
Yes, they do. The last game of the season is the Cowboys' last game of the season is in 2024.
Wow, you're gonna RJ this thing.
I'm throwing it. I'm not saying if he plays.
You are not capable of being that much of a coward.
I will turn it over to the fan text to vote.
I'm sure they're gonna say
fan text. Let me know.
Yeah, let him off the hook.
If Aaron Rodgers plays.
Oh, here it is, January 7th.
If he plays on January 7th. One day after he gets back from DC, if he plays on January 7th, would you count that as I have to shave my head since I said 2023? Just let me know. I will go by what they say. But here's the report yesterday.
I thought we ended this. I thought that it
was supposed to be over.
It got exposed that, he was never really going to play. It was not a possibility.
That's what the report had been. Well, now Ian Rappaport is saying that the Jets have until Wednesday to activate Aaron Rodgers off of IR and that he could be medically cleared this week. And Ian was one of the ones who had reported and come back and said he's not likely to play this year. Well, now it sounds like he is going to be cleared to play this week, and that'll basically come down to a discussion about is it worth it to bring him back. And they said, this was yesterday morning this came out, they said the result of the game that the Jets were playing against the Miami Dolphins would be a big factor in determining if they were going to go ahead and activate him off IR. That game ended 30-0. Miami Dolphins over the New York Jets.
Why will this Cowboys season turn out any differently from last year? Exact opponents. Exact ending. And is Nick Eatman blaming the officials as well? Nick Eatman back from Buffalo joining us next. But it is the most wonderful time of the year.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
1st and 5. Hand off Cook on the right side. Look at him. 10, 5. Stroll in. That was just way too easy. That was like practice against air. 24 on the touchdown run for James Cook. The Cowboys are being thoroughly embarrassed.
That summarized everything with Brad Sham yesterday on this radio station. It's Sean and Bobby with Choppy out this week. After the 31-10 drubbing in Buffalo, Nick Eatman was there, and he's joining us here. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, what's your headline for this one?
I think it was they took the season of giving a little too far.
Okay.
That's what it was. I mean, and I pointed out several times in the article, or at least twice, that they got beat down. Okay. Let's not say, the Bills played better. They played harder. They finished, they did everything better. But I also think that the Cowboys, there's always a handful of plays that kind of can turn it in the first half. And I thought the Cowboys were just giving them way too many second chances to go get points. I mean, and 5 penalties for 48 yards is the stat. It's way worse than that, yes. Really, because I counted 21 points, potential points that they gave the Bills just by those extra penalties. And when you lose by 21, you think, all right, that's one of the big differences in the game. But some of these penalties are just, one of them I thought was kind of a bad call, but most of them were just not good decisions by veteran players, or not all veterans, but by players that you expect, better from.
Let's go through them. Let's go through them in order and get your review. The tank roughing the passer that kept that drive alive led to 7.
I mean, Hollywood's calling for for Josh Allen to see if he wants to be in the movie. I get that. Okay, he sold it. That's what you do.
Yeah,
that's what you do. Just dumb though. Why? The ball was thrown. I mean, if the windows were in the press box, I could have reached for it. I mean, the ball was there. I mean, it was not gonna. And not that Tank knows that, but you just can't. You just can't do that. You can't push the guy down. That's a field goal turned into a touchdown. That's 4 points right there.
You have a
Martin.
Yeah, Zach.
Sorry, Zach Martin. I mean, I get it. Going and trying to protect it, but to just knock him down like that. That just negated. Now this one's tricky because
we all lost our minds over that Andy Dalton incident years ago.
Exactly. So you kind of like to see it, but he wiped out the 15 yards on top. But then they got 15 on the very next play. So you're like, okay, this is where they would have been, 15 yards. The one that got me was the holding penalty on Tyler Smith, because I went back and watched it. Pollard gets tackled inside the 30. He gets up. I counted 5 steps, and then the flag comes in. So I'm like, okay, what was this? I mean, face mask, a false start already. I mean, what's going on? And then they called a holding on Tyler. I thought that one really was big because then it pushed him back and never got any points out of that. But of course, and then Sam Williams. I mean, that's probably that's the biggest one, I think.
But legit call.
Legit call. Yeah, I mean, did he not open his eyes?
I actually defended Sam as maybe one of my craziest takes of the year. Because when a guy is that close, I always feel bad for the special teams player. You're going to make contact. Now, if you make you're going to run into the punter that close. It's like, what do you want him to do? Now, if you make contact with the football, which I don't know how he did not, it wipes out. That's my biggest problem is how the hell did you miss the football? But I always give guys a break when they make contact, when they're going all out. Now, I know Greg Olson said, well, you don't leave your feet. I've seen plenty, Nick, and you have too, plenty of pump blocks and pump block attempts where guys dive and leave their feet.
Right. He was there, and I think he just mistimed it and just didn't know exactly where to go, what to do with it. I mean, I saw Greg Olsen. I mean, you know, he it was funny because he like broke it down like he's blocked punts before, but it sounded right. You know what I mean? I mean, he's been an all-pro tight end, so I don't know if he was punt blocking anything, but it sounded right about taking it off the foot. It kind of just looked like he got there, probably closed his eyes and just jumped, and you know, it was unfortunate. But then, you know, I mean, it's not like the defense had to let him go down and score. It was an 85-yard drive. I mean, they still did, but you know, it was just one of those things, just extra possessions. You leave the offense on the field, and, you know, it kept happening. Now, the Jaron Curse penalty, I just don't understand. Like that one, I'm just not going to ever get that.
Yeah.
Because if he catches the ball, you're supposed to blast him. And what are you supposed to say? Like, oh, I thought he might drop it, coach, so I laid off and I didn't hit him. I mean, it's the NFL. You expect that guy to catch it. If he catches it and then he hits them and he jars it loose, we're talking like that's a great play by Curse. I just think I don't think that people really understand how quick these decisions are on the field, and you know that's why I don't love some of these targeting calls in college and all that. The play is happening so fast. I don't think you can ask these players to react the way that. But again, they got beat. They didn't play as well. They didn't seem as hungry as the Bills were.
Nick Eatman on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline back from Buffalo. What was it like in the locker room after? Were they dejected, confused, angry? What was it like?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of that, a little bit of everything. You know, it was just testy to the ones that talked, and then there were some that didn't. You know, and that's normal. That happens. You know, Bobby and I have been through that before. Mm-hmm. You know, you had a bad loss, and you expect a guy who made some of these plays that we've talked about to stand up and talk, and then they don't, you know, and but it happens, you know. I mean, that's what I like about McCarthy. I mean, McCarthy doesn't really sugarcoat anything. I mean, he understands there's a lot of football still to be played and all that stuff, but you know, he was, hey, we got beat. We got beat in every way. Nobody played well, and you know, we just pick it up and get going. I mean, that's the one thing that we really know about this team, especially with McCarthy, is they do a really nice job of bouncing back from losses, and what a great week to do that and keep that streak going.
Nick, you know, we obviously think there's a lot of concern about the run defense, like long-term concern. Yeah. That's not something that just people go, that's a one-off. That's a serious concern for this team right now. What from yesterday that was really bad or troubling or whatever else within the game itself do you look at and say the opposite, though, and say, I'm not worried about this going. I think that was a one-off, or that was just something that occurred in this game. That's not going to be an issue moving forward.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you turn decent running backs into Barry Sanders, then you know, you're not going to win. Mm-hmm. And you know, and I thought that was a key. I think there are some concerns. I mean, the weather really is thrown out to me. That's not really a factor. We've seen this team win 40-0 in weather that was way worse than that. So, you know, it's not really about the weather, but I do think when you get in games like that, you need to be able to lean on your running game. And I thought the Bills did a great job. The Cowboys really couldn't do that, and that was the key. But those outside edges, you know, that was, it was just nonstop. Just kept running on the edge. And this team needs help at linebacker. You know, I mean, because when we see when you get these speedy, faster linebackers, but when they get hat on a hat with a bigger guard, and everyone's seen the play, obviously, with Damone Clark by now, I mean, that kind of summed up the entire game, you know. And so he went down with an injury, and I was like, I don't know what the injury is other than pride. I mean, that one was bad, you know. I mean, it was bad, but it wasn't just him. I mean, we've seen that before, you know. And I think it is kind of a domino effect of Hankins not being there. But he's not going to stop those plays on the edge. So it was. I mean, they got out schemed, and I thought early in the game, and I know, and I hate this play, but it's still part of the game and still part of the rules.
The flea flicker.
I love the flea flicker. It's never run enough. But anyways, was it like a 2-3 yard run that ended up being 11 because you know the rugby pile just got pushed forward, and it's one of those that's like. You know, it's just like, all right, is anyone going to stop this? Which if the defender if like 2 or 3 of the defenders that are trying to push just went down, just went down and low and started cutting legs, then the whole thing would end quickly. But
I know.
And
I hate
a lot
it.
of injuries there. There'd be a lot of injuries if you just started doing that. Yeah, I hate it too. It's not really football, but it's still allowed, you know. And Connor McGovern, you know, he pushed the pile 3 or 4 times in that game, and helped him.
We're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com here. Nick, we've been kicking around here this morning. We got Jerry coming up tomorrow, obviously, and we're kicking around what's the best way to cut at what we think is one of the biggest questions coming out of this game, which is the toughness or the physicality of this football team, which was a big talking point a couple of years ago. Hasn't been as much of one in recent years, but man, it looked like the physicality and the toughness, there was a real disparity there yesterday.
I think there was a disparity yesterday. I believe that. I wouldn't sit here and say that this is a tough. I mean, this isn't a tough football team. And what do you have to go off of? I mean, I think there's only been a couple teams. There's only one team I think this year that has won the next week after playing the Cowboys. Right? I mean, I think we saw that stat. It's just the Giants. The Giants have actually done it twice, but no other team has come back the next week after playing the Cowboys and won a game. The very next week. And I don't know if you can call that toughness. I think the Cowboys are a tough team. I think they play tough. I think they hit hard. I mean, but they got beat. They got beat yesterday by a team that looked like they wanted it a little bit more. They played with a little bit more intensity, fire, and then it kept just kind of rolling downhill. Take some of those plays away, I think there's a different game. But you don't take those plays away. They happen. They happen, and you know, and you have to adapt to officiating. You know, I mean, the Bills, give them credit. I mean, they're a 7-6 team at the time, average football team, and they have 1 penalty in the game. I mean,
on 46 rushing attempts,
1 penalty.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Nick, give us your perspective on the Diggs challenge that you were tweeting about.
I was hoping I could get out of it. I went back and watched it. That's the one play. You know, we got in. It was probably about 1 a.m. I went back and watched it. I just wanted to see what was happening there. And there's a lot going on in that play. If you look at it, first of all, it just did not look like a fumble. It did not. Right. From the press box view, from, you know, even from the TV, it just, the way it went down, it didn't really immediately look like one. It didn't help that Gilmore and Jordan Lewis are like arguing. They're not even looking at the ball.
Yeah.
They didn't even argue. Thankfully, Donovan Wilson, but I mean, he went and got it. But Marquise Bell, who knocked it loose, didn't even know that. So nobody's in the Cowboys is really
reacting to sell it.
Yeah. And if you go look at Diggs, they didn't. This wasn't like a mayday, kill the clock, rush to the line. They just didn't huddle. They just kind of got up. If you look at Diggs, they show him. He kind of points at the sideline like, "Let's go, let's go, let's go."
Yeah.
So they weren't making a huge deal out of it, but they got up there and so this is different too. In the press box, the delay from the TV to the field is usually about 40 seconds. It's like a full play. In this case, yesterday was only 1 second. So we were getting the exact same feed from Fox that the coaches get in their booth. So it's usually right on top of it. And I went and looked immediately. They did not show a replay.
No.
Not once.
No.
Before that play, then they showed it afterwards. They were a play behind. So they just, the other side of the field, they didn't have another look. And nobody from the Cowboys was kind of saying to do that. So I'm not really killing Mike for this because we know damn well if he throws a challenge or calls timeout and it's like, look, his knee is clearly down. What's he doing? You know what I mean? Then he's going to get crucified for that. So in hindsight, you're like, wow, what a huge play. But it was one of those, I don't know if you really can fault him for that. Are we just throwing challenges because we're down 14-3? Maybe. I mean, sure would have won it, but I'm not really killing him for that. That was such a quick, and it was just unfortunate that nobody from the Cowboys, the players, said, hey, look, review this. Nobody was doing that. Hell, 2 of the 4 guys over there are arguing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Excellent recap, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk Wednesday. Get some sleep. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right, bye.
Nick Eatman. Great stuff. Unfortunately, about a loss from DallasCowboys.com. We got a Draymond update. Crosstalk with KNC is next.
Coming up in the next G.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Carr back to throw, looking for the end zone, and he gets the touchdown to number 80, Jimmy Graham, the touchdown man.
Where's the fraudulent NFC Offensive Player of the Week?
Hey.
NFL.
Oh, way.
Fixing the award for New York, because they're so desperate to get the Big Apple to care about football, not just baseball.
You need Tommy DeVito to dial it up one more time to save us.
That's right, because Cowboys can't do it. Seahawks, Eagles tonight. Mavs against the champs. Stars, Kraken. And tomorrow, Jerry Jones at 8:30. What was the stat you had on these East Coast teams?
Just now, we were looking at this. So the Patriots, Jets, and Giants this year have combined for 13 games where they didn't score an offensive touchdown.
13 games.
Something in the air up there.
It's too much. Do you want to play the Corey drop at the beginning of
you embarrassed?
Jerry Jones' interview tomorrow? Are you embarrassed?
Don't do that. Don't do that. That'll be a poor decision. Are you embarrassed?
As long as we set up the interview, like when Jerry gets on the phone, Peyton tells him you're with Sean, Bobby, and Corey Majors today, and we keep setting it up as if Corey's there, and then the only thing he does is we just hit the drop in the middle.
Brad
of the interview.
Shams said that.
Settle down just a little bit.
Thanks, Jerry. Brad Shams said it on that play. Brad Shams said it in the post game show last night too, that it was embarrassing.
So we're trying to figure out whether this is a toughness or personnel thing. Are the Cowboys built to stop and defend the run, or is it more of an effort/quit thing? I think that's a great topic. Where do y'all stand on it?
But here's what I need to know. Is it going to infuriate you if I say it's both?
Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Okay. Corey,
it was both.
I'm going to kick it over to you.
Sean.
I have complex thoughts about this.
And my reason here is, one, Arizona did this too. They ran at Micah, and they ran right through Micah. And when they didn't run right through Micah, they ran far away from Micah to make him run. Then this, I will say, Buffalo did a phenomenal job at planning what they were going to run, and then never had to do anything else. The offense wasn't doing anything. But I think they are if you go back and look at the Dan Quinn defenses in Atlanta, they were light and fast. And you want to be fast. You need to be fast. You have speed. You have some element that nobody else can have. But whenever you start to rely on being opportunistic and that being your calling card instead of being physical, because I don't think they're physical at all. I think they are very opportunistic. They will say, hey, look, we had a dominant performance. We had 2 pickoffs. We had this. Was it were you physically dominant, or did the opponent have to play catch up and you got to do what you wanted to do best? Whenever it calls for something like this and the Cowboys have to do something that they don't do always and isn't what they do best, then they have problems. I don't think they are best at stopping the run, and I think at times they become very not physical, especially whenever somebody else decides they want to bully them around.
222 from the Cardinals, 170 from San Fran, and then what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that.
But not every opponent, not every opponent can.
And that would be RJ's point. He's like, what are you going to face in the playoffs?
You're going to face San Francisco. And not every opponent can do that. That's why the Cowboys can get up on an opponent and say, catch us. Good luck.
They're a great front-running team.
Oh, they're
they really
finesse
are.
front runners. That's what they are. Changing the media guide. They are finesse front runners.
And so as soon as, I was invested the entirety of the rest of the game, but as soon as you got to the end of the first quarter and they hadn't scored, I thought this team is in a lot of trouble.
I wasn't anticipating receivers not getting open or Dak not seeing them or the passing game being or overthrowing Cooks. I thought we were in for a shootout.
Yeah.
That the Cowboys offense was going to be slowed down like that. And that's what I want to know. From Broadus' film study, whatever y'all look at, this too high, this shell coverage, because I'm getting Vic Fangio nightmares right now, getting ready to face him in Miami, of some type of blueprint that other teams are going to force you to do, because Dak has not been that hesitant in a long, long time. And I'm like, are they really not getting open? Are they doing something surprising defensively? Is he not seeing it? Is just the offensive line sucking? I knew the defense would fold. I knew that. but I wasn't seeing that from the offense. I didn't know that before the game.
Okay.
I knew that within the game.
Okay, I was like,
no.
wow.
Once that pile up and push happened,
Yeah.
I was like, okay, this like they're gonna get run on nonstop. No one knew Buffalo could run like that, but I was not expecting no one to throw to.
Yeah, I a couple of those sacks, I immediately thought they're coverage sacks before watching the all 22, and that is a shame. I'm not arguing that the offensive line played well at all. I just thought they were bad. I thought Dak was horrid yesterday. It was a tough game.
Third possession in the game. So Buffalo, Cowboys, Buffalo. My note was, I don't know why they even threw the ball. They should just keep running for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And then at some point, Joe Brady decided, all right, that's what we're going to do. We're not going to, we don't need to. And this is, again, what the Cowboys do best. I think whenever you're dropping into, this is, I'll have to watch the all 22 also, and I know Broadus is doing that right now, but when you drop back and you have those two high safeties and Dak hesitates or doesn't see it there because now we're trying to push the ball downfield, right? That was the plan after the bye week was let's start pushing it downfield. That's what Dak wanted to do. And now that those routes are a little bit longer, take a little bit more time, and your offensive line didn't do a good enough job blocking up front to give him the time he needed to not have to feel uncomfortable in the pocket. And so whenever that's happening and you can get to the quarterback with 4, the Cowboys are going to struggle a little bit
But
with
this
that.
too high, it didn't surprise them. Buffalo plays that shell coverage, according to PFF, at the 3rd highest rate in the league. Dak against it ranks 6 with his passing grade, courtesy of PFF. You said Carolina and Philly played it?
I mean, Philly and Carolina both showed some shell and dropped back and took everything away. And so he still was able to pick through that and throw against it. So I don't think that's... I don't think
Maybe
it's
I
the too high thing.
underestimated their corners.
I mean, so Rasul Douglas, one of their corners I know is very, very physical and likes to jam guys. And so
Everything
I mean,
was close yesterday for sure.
Yeah, everything was underneath. And I mean, other than the shot he missed on Cooks. And so I mean, without seeing how often they were in zone versus man, I know that typically Buffalo has spent most of this year like league average in both looks. Like they're about league average in man looks. They're about league average in zone looks. Lately, they've played a lot more zone and they've been a lot more successful in zone. They've gotten beat pretty frequently in man coverage.
What else you guys have?
Dak at his best is when he sees a single high and goes, all right, I only have to choose one side of the field. And I can, once that safety breaks, now I know exactly where I'm putting this football. Oh, we do have Stephen Jones coming up at 12:20 today.
What type of mood?
I'm sorry, 12 o'clock.
I'm sure that's going to go great.
What type of mood will he be in?
You got to give credit to Buffalo.
They pay their guys too.
Executed better than we did.
Why won't this, part of the fun of life is, as I get deep here, like the unknown.
Sean goes deep.
Like when you know what is going to happen, the outcome, that's a little boring. And if the outcome is not good, that can be a little depressing. How would any of us in this whole Metroplex right now not just feel that what happened last year will be a 1,000% repeat? We're going to go to Tampa, we're going to wax the Buccaneers, you're going to win that game, and then you will get eliminated second round in San Francisco. Like the outcome is predetermined and it's factual and done.
Because Sean, Tommy DeVito still exists.
Oh,
and he gets 2 shots
you're
against the Eagles. You just need one of them to come through to get you the tiebreaker to still win this division.
With Seattle tonight. Like if the Giants beat the Eagles once, you don't win the East, right?
Yeah, you do.
No, so if they would need to lose to Seattle tonight too.
How's that? We would
Because
have a
of
better
the
division record.
wait, which one is it? It's I need to look at the playoff thing.
Oh.
If they lose this
Kevin
tonight,
Hagelin, Cowboys Insider.
I think Kevin's already looked at it.
Okay.
I feel like.
So if the Giants beat the Eagles one time,
As long as
and
you
the
go
Cowboys win
undefeated,
out,
I'll go double check that.
but the
But
Cowboys would win the East.
as long as they go undefeated, I thought that was ahead of.
Let me look.
That was the
Conference.
next
Somebody
tiebreaker.
asked on the fan
Tiebreaker.
text the other day because we were doing, the Cowboys finished with 14 wins. And we were like, oh, this is the outcome. The guy was like, no, what if they finish with 13 wins?
And
Like
they lose to an
that's
AFC
what we got to
team
know.
and-
Like, what if both teams finish with 13 wins? And so I think you looked that up the other day to try and confirm that for
well,
us.
it would depend too on I guess where because I'm not getting the machine up right now. It's not opening on ESPN.
Man.
Those
You
bastards.
get
Stupid
fact checked, and now
computers.
your internet's suddenly broken.
No, it's not opening.
So rude. But otherwise, to the rest of your question, I understand, and I don't have a good explanation to convince you otherwise, right? Because the playoff strategy you just laid out, or the likely path, probably.
I can't feel that way because I don't know.
You don't know what?
I don't know what's going to happen. I can try and predict it, and I feel like that's going to happen, but I can't just be like, well, let's just fold it up and not even show up.
Well, I'm not saying don't show up, but like,
we did that already.
Yeah. We got a Draymond update from Shams. Draymond Green has started the counseling process and is expected to remain sidelined via suspension for at least the next 3 weeks.
That's so good.
We got a what do you call this move right here? Where you're about to show off the knowledge.
I'm going to say Hagee's right.
Break a tie.
Smug news?
No, yeah, the NFC East is definitely the tiebreaker.
I'm the Cowboys with a lead right now. But look, it goes back to you have to win the rest of your games, but the next tiebreaker is going to be within the division. So if you can somehow get Tommy DeVito to work his magic, you're back in this thing. Now, obviously, I would like it if they lost to Seattle tonight.
No. That also assumes that Sam Howell is not going to work his magic in the final week of the season.
Well, you know what? If we have the division going into the last week of the season and we lose to the Commanders,
we deserve it.
Yes, you deserve your fate of having to go to the South.
But what you're saying is if the Cowboys win out and the Giants beat the Eagles once out of the 2 remaining games, you win the East?
Yes.
Okay, I did not know that.
Thank you, Kevin. So what would it be? It'd have to be, because the Eagles are 10-3 right now.
Yep.
So that would have to be their only loss, and they'd have to win out after Miami runs for 600 yards.
Yeah, you just said the same exact thing I did.
That is a big if, and we have not begun to dive into the Miami run game.
Yeah, it's much more likely that the Cowboys lose 3 in a row.
Hey,
what's more likely? The Cowboys lose 3 in a row, or the Giants beat Philly once?
Cowboys lose
Tommy
3 in a row.
DeVito, come on. Did you watch Tommy DeVito yesterday? He scored 6 points.
Hey,
I'm serious. Giants beating the Eagles.
He was
more
Tommy, whatever you think an overrated Italian meal is.
Hey, that's the part
Tommy Ricotta
about a revelation like this. You don't get it every week.
Yeah.
So you need to save it for when you need it.
It's more likely the Giants beat the Eagles than the Cowboys lose 3 in a row.
Forget about it.
You've forget about it. You got to say it all
clean.
non-Italian.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. We're back tomorrow. The KNC masterpiece on the Cowboys money. You just gave me new restored hope. Kevin Hagen.
Yes.
Thank you. We're back tomorrow.
Forget about it.
Always a welcome sign. by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey has an important question for us, but also maybe some bit of news. Corey, is your question, would you like us to do our regular show or just make dirty jokes the entire time?
877-881-1053. What would be more entertaining for you today? You let us know. We'll wait.
Well, okay, we waited.
But yeah.
Now to the next part.
We have to continue to wait until we see the first text, until if the phones start to ring and we have stuff we got to get to. So there is some significant Rangers information out there.
You signed Jordan Montgomery?
It is not signing of Jordan Montgomery. And we'll, if you want me to hold on to it until later for baseball buckets with Corey Majors, I absolutely can.
We can expand on it in buckets. But what's up?
According to CJ Nitkowski, he is stepping away from the television duties on the Texas Rangers broadcast effective immediately to pursue an opportunity closer to home in Atlanta. And I know I mentioned this the other day that, hey, look, if you see me talking to a Rangers personnel person, it's because I'm pitching Mike Bassick to become the TV broadcast, the analyst there. And it's not because I don't love working with Mike. I do love working with Mike. But it's because I know he would love to have that opportunity to be the guy that is a voice for the Rangers, the team he grew up, wanting to be a Ranger. He became a Ranger, and then you hear his passion. And whenever I heard, whenever we were watching the games he did this year up in D.C., I was like, man, Mike's really good at this, and I was really pulling for him somebody to see it, and I hope that they did. But CJ Nitkowski, I thought, did a wonderful job, and we'll see how things fall together from there. But I am going to continue pushing for Mike to be the next guy out there. We'll see how baseball go.
From the 817, oh my God, please, Mike, take over. That would be amazing. By the way, Mike is, well, look, I'll let you decide for yourself what's happening. Mike's on vacation, or he knew there was about to be an opening with the Rangers on their broadcast team, and he's auditioning all week. I will let you decide which one of those things is more likely. 877-881-1053. Now, unfortunately, we've put it off as long as we can. Go ahead and hit me, Chris, with that cut number 4 because, look, I could play you a whole bunch of different cuts, but this is a good microcosm of the entire day.
1st and 10 at the 19. Allen back, flushed out, throws on the run to his right to Cook, the running back, slithering across the goal line. Touchdown, Buffalo. Pretty play.
It was a pretty play, but it really didn't matter. Pretty play, ugly play. They were scoring all day long. But my question for y'all to start this off is, did you bail on the Cowboys game yesterday at any point? And then we'll get into, did they even bother showing up? Did you bail on the Cowboys game? That's what I was curious. I did not. I have to admit, if we didn't have this job, I probably would have dipped at 31-3.
Okay, yeah.
And I also was really curious about why all of our starters were still in a 31-3.
Well, because hey, man, if you perform that poorly, then you deserve to have to continue to go out there. All right.
So it was a punishment?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are going to stink that bad, and you're going to put out that kind of effort. Then y'all keep going out there and show me you got a little fight in you. Show me there's something before we leave this place, because you showed nothing else for the entire day. It was a rough one, man. I don't know exactly where to start with what I hated the most about yesterday. I really don't, because I want to start with the play caller. And if you want to push the ball downfield, which the Cowboys have been good at, but you can't do it and it's not there, then you got to start finding something different and other ways to continue to be efficient and work your drives. And I felt like the play caller was continually putting Dak in places where they had either long distances to deal with, and he was having to do it, or they were looking downfield too far and not having enough time to be blocked up front.
Okay, can I ask you?
I felt like Tony Pollard did a decent job of running the ball yesterday.
And I'm telling you, I think, and I know the stats might not bear it out. So if you just go to the box score and you're like, actually, if you just watch the game, I thought he did a good job yet again. But I want to talk about what you were just saying about the deep passing game. Because you essentially got one shot at it, right?
Yep.
Like, you got one shot, you missed. is, and I understand it, like deep passes are tough to connect on. The ratios for the completions there are low, but Brandon Cooks wide open, streaking to the end zone. Dak overshot him. And from the 9-7-2, I thought this was probably too early to bail, but you know what? I won't judge. Everybody live your life how you like. From the 9-7-2, bailed after the bomb to Cook missed. Is Corey, I want to know, because you were kind of detailing.
That was early.
Yes.
You bailed that early?
That's what I said, a little early. Let me ask you this, because you were hypothesizing about this before the show. How do you think that play changed the game? Outside of just, hey, you could have scored a touchdown.
Well, it may have been the moment where they just decided to keep their two high safeties there for the rest of the day. Like they might have said, we're not going to let them do this again to us. Now, Broadus is watching it, so he's going to get a good eye on what the safeties were doing most of the day. But every time I looked up, when they would go behind center and go behind Dak Prescott, it looked like they were back, and Dak struggled with it yesterday. Now the secondary play, but by the cornerbacks was good. Everything was contested tightly. It felt like you weren't just getting that runaway from CeeDee Lamb out of nowhere or another one of those Brandon Cooks opportunities. So I felt like that put them in a situation again where the defensive front of Buffalo was able to get to Dak fast and faster than the time Dak needed to get the ball out and deep somewhere. So I know somebody's like, look, Dak was able to get the ball away 2.7 seconds. Okay, man, like that's really awesome and everything. Did it connect? Was it a good pass? Was it in the right spot? Was it a throw that he just put it in that area, or was it even beneficial to the team in those 2.7 seconds? So that was a huge moment, Kevin, right there. I did not bail on it. I did not step away from this at all, and not just because of the job either.
Okay, well then, just real quick, Corey, can I tell you? You're better than I am, because if it weren't for this job, I would have bailed at 31-3.
I mean, what else was I going to do, Kevin? I was just laying
with the family.
I was laying on the couch anyway, just hanging out. I was fine. So look, if they want to hang out with me, they can come sit there and watch the game with me.
Okay.
All right, kids, if you want daddy time, come talk to daddy.
I don't want you to call it that anymore.
What do you mean? That's my name. I'm daddy. That's what they call me in the house. Well, I guess Avery calls me dad. Carter's kind of turned it to dad now too. But man. Hold on. Are you saying that if baby Noah starts calling you daddy, you're going to be like, you know what? Baby Noah, you can't call me that.
No, that's fine.
I'm father.
But I don't go around the house and announce to everybody, I'm daddy and it's daddy time. That's weird.
That is weird to me.
Don't mark that. Is from the 817. I bet Mike is crushing that audition right now. Yes, could be. I don't know. I
hope so.
From the 214, will the Rangers be ready for all the vacation days that Mike likes to take? That is also.
He won't need that much vacation days because, Kevin, he'll be working during baseball season.
Yeah, we'll see. From the 972, I bailed after Zach Martin got hurt. Man, that felt like it was tough. The injury added to the insult. I know usually it goes the other way, but at that point I thought, how much worse, or this game is going as bad as I could have imagined.
When did that happen? Was that was still early first quarter, right?
Ooh, I thought it was.
Was it early second?
Yeah.
Okay, let me know when that happened, because I'll check my notes real quick. But I still felt like that was early, like to bail on that. But you say insult to injury. Was the insult?
Yeah.
Was the insult part already when the pile happened? Was that the insult because they couldn't stop anybody, and you're like, it's going to be this kind of day?
So, look, I appreciate everything that Nick Eatman and the team at DallasCowboys.com bring to the table. However, about an hour ago, 50 minutes ago, one of the things he said, I was like, no, about how they hate the push the pile play. Then do something about it. All right? I get it. Maybe you're going to give up an extra yard or two because somebody dives in there. The Cowboys players just stopped, and the Buffalo players kept going. And what did they get? Like an extra 6 yards out of that play? That was embarrassing to me, just as a one-off play. And look, in sports, you're going to probably get embarrassed several times a game on either side of the ball. That was an embarrassing play because in that moment, I wasn't thinking, what a stupid play that is. I was thinking, holy crap, Buffalo is going to punch us in the face all day long. And what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, they've made their mark in that moment. They said this is going to be this kind of day. Don't just think that we're going down easy. That was the moment that they made that statement. And then, Kevin, I thought, and I know we're about to disagree on this, I thought on the next drive when the Cowboys had their chance, Zach Martin, I really wish he'd have hit the guy harder now that he got the penalty that he got. But Zach Martin, I thought that he needed to do that because you're in a hostile environment. You walk in there, you got to show some toughness, and Dak gets hit while he's sliding. And I thought, hey, you need to make a statement. Instead of knocking the guy down, that was a huge flop too.
Yeah.
But instead of knocking the guy down, I would have liked him to go over there and maybe shove him just a little bit in a back and forth. But he goes over there and bumps into him, and the little tiny fella falls down. It would have been better if you're going to get that penalty, just level him, right in the sternum somewhere, and just take care of that.
And I think most people are going to agree with you. I did not like that penalty from Zach Martin because they had already thrown the flag. And plus, when you watch it, I didn't really think it looked that bad. Like, I realize you can't go flying over at Dak's head when he slides, but I watched that replay several times. It looked like he might have been like, bloop, and just barely kind of grazed Dak. I didn't think it was that bad.
You can't do that, though. You can't do that to the quarterback.
I know.
That's why I got flagged.
That's why he got flagged, and you're already losing 7-0, and I'm like, take the yard.
And I agree with that. Cooler heads will tell you that you're right about that too. Just take the yards and move on. But you let somebody do that once, they'll do it again and again. And somebody had to stand up, and Zach Martin was the one.
And then what happened? They did it again and again anyway.
Yeah, they screwed us over because they needed that yardage. They needed to be as close as they could on every single drive.
I guess in that instance, I thought if he was going to do it, he should have done it sooner. Now, that's easy for me to say because I'm watching the game. It's probably exceedingly more difficult when you're actually engaged in the midst of a play and it's kicked all the way out to the
on the
right
other side of the field. Yeah.
I was like, no, stop. He's already thrown the flag. If he wasn't going to throw the flag, then I'd probably been like, you know what? Knock that MFer on his ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I see that too. Like, I totally get that. And there were some very clumsy moments in this game. I mean, the Sam Williams moment was clumsy.
The Sam Williams.
There's so much teaching that he still needs. Like, his physical talent is so impressive. The fact that dude can get back there that fast and be the size that he is and have that much power in his body to do all these things. But the lessons he still needs to learn in this game. And again, we talked to him before the season. He was like, look, I didn't play until like my senior year of high school. Like, what? He's like, yeah, I want to play basketball. And so, like, he still has so much to learn in the game, and it's just, you're like, but we need you on the field to be good, but we can't put you on the field because of dumb things.
Can I tell you, I had to go back. In the moment, real time, I did not understand why Sam Williams got flagged because I didn't understand that he didn't block the punt. Like, I couldn't. He was right there. And then when the ball came flying out, and he just trucked the punter, and I was like, hold on. Why is there a flag? Wait, how did he get that kickoff? And then they showed the replay, and it just boggled the mind. Good job by the punter, I guess, for Buffalo. Good for you.
Yeah.
That was impressive, but I could not fathom how not only did you not block that punt, now Buffalo had the ball back on like real offense, and that was really frustrating. And by the way, it looked like a lot of people bailed on this game, but I appreciate some of them were like, I stopped watching on TV, but I got in the car and I just listened to the fan, which is great.
There you go.
Some people said they switched to their phone. And then from the 817, I said it was game after they went down 14-0. The way the Bills ran the clock, there was no way the Cowboys were coming back. And I understand all of that from a logical point of view, but I still get caught up in hey, we can figure this out. Like, I was furious when the Cowboys had to settle for a field goal to make it 14-3 because I was like, hey, look. You can score a touchdown right here and just stop committing idiotic penalties when they should have to punt.
When they had 8 minutes left, I definitely thought they still had an opportunity to win that game. There was 8 minutes left in the game, and I'm like, we could do this, man. Like, all they got to do is get a couple of good things downfield. And then I realized, Kevin, Buffalo is now in their give up defense where they just let you have everything underneath, and Dak was getting it all.
Right.
Like, that's when I was like, okay, crap. Here I am thinking we had a shot here.
Look, this is another thing I'm sure a lot of folks are going to disagree with, but when you had the incomplete pass on 3rd and 4, I was like, I'm going for it. It's already 14-0. they have been driving the ball right down your throat. I realize idiotic penalties led to that, but I was like, I'm going to go for it. So we kicked a field goal, and I was glad that Brandon Aubrey made it, but yeah.
From the 845, this city is filled with front-runner bandwagon fans. Imagine shutting off game down 2 scores with plenty of time left. And I
stayed till the end.
But I get that moment of you're watching and you're going, no, man, they're playing different than my team today. Like, that team is definitely playing different. My team didn't even show up.
It was the moment I would have bailed is when Buffalo was ahead 31-3 and Dak was, I don't know, he almost had like 2 more interceptions on that one drive, and then it finally got picked off. Keep this in mind. The Cowboys were losing by 28 points, and Dak had 4 dropped interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
There were 4 balls that were in Buffalo players' hands that on 2 of them, the Cowboys receivers, by the way, good job by them. They had to flip to be defensive backs to knock the ball out of the hands. When that play finally ended, when that drive finally ended in an interception, that's probably where I would have dipped out at 31-3, but I rode it out to the end and we scored a touchdown. So in your face, Buffalo. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more with the Cowboys, but also what was the most surprising result or biggest statement win of the NFL weekend? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Two under center. Back to throw, looking deep down the left sideline. He wants one. He's got it! Touchdown Miami! There's a new cheetah in town.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Even I was thrown off. What was the most surprising result or biggest statement win of the NFL weekend? I like this one. For the 972, the biggest statement win will be tonight when Seattle beats Philly. Okay, that would be awesome, and I would love it if that happens. That would temporarily put the Cowboys back into first place. However, I still think you're not going to ultimately get the tiebreaker in that case. The tiebreaker goes like this to break a tie within a division because people are asking. Head-to-head, obviously, that's even. Best win-loss percentage in the division. That would, assuming they win, both teams win from there, and both the Eagles and the Cowboys are 13-4. That would end up being even. Conference best win-loss in common games. That would end up being even as well because they both have 3 losses in the common games, I do believe. And best win-loss percentage within conference, that would be even as well, which go back to strength of victory. And that's where, as of this moment, Philadelphia holds the advantage. So if they can only lose one game, you want them to lose to the Giants because then you'll win the tiebreaker and win the division. But if you're also like, I just want Philadelphia to lose every game, that makes sense to me as well. Let's start it tonight, have Philly lose, and then just keep on losing.
Yeah, that's fine by me. So that the Cowboys can have first place. Then on top of that, have home field advantage.
Yes.
For some playoff action. And that's something they need. You just proved it yesterday. Actually, I do wonder, what is the difference, Kevin, in home field advantage in yesterday's game? The Cowboys didn't have to travel? Because the way they showed up, if they'd had home field advantage, still wouldn't have mattered.
Here's the thing. I might get crushed for this. I don't know if I think that is true. I can't explain it to you, Corey, and if you're looking for me to give you a logical, numbers-based answer, I got nothing for you. Nothing. All right? But there is something about this team mentally. I don't know what it is, and you can say quality of competition. Well, look at the Philly game on the road versus home. At home, it looked like Dallas was leaps and bounds better than Philadelphia. In the game in Philadelphia, it was really close, and obviously the Cowboys lost. There is something mental about this team. If you told me they were going to play the Buffalo Bills again at home, I'm not saying they would win, but I think there's a shot.
Yeah,
I really, really do.
Okay, I mean, I guess maybe maybe they have a feeling of playing in front of their fans gives them different expectations, and they play better for it. I don't know.
I don't know either, and I want to get Steven's input about this as well. I know Mike McCarthy said, "Hey, there's a huge gap," and I know that Micah Parsons said, "Hey, it's unacceptable." That's great. You've played 7 road games. It's now unacceptable?
Well, at first you were like, hey, it's not working out, whatever reasons. But then, after a while, you're like, okay, hold on, this is a trend. That's when the trend becomes unacceptable. It's when it's a trend now, Kevin. Now, at first, it's like, it happened. But the trend.
From the 817, hopefully we could just clear all this up right here, right now. If the strength of victory is the tiebreaker, you want them to lose to a good team, not a bad team versus New York. No! Strength of victory is 5th on the tie-breaking list. Division record is 2nd. You want them to lose to the Giants because then at least that would potentially give you the tiebreak. Although I do see plenty of people texting in and being like, that's assuming they win out. Agreed. That's a huge assumption, and they're already underdogs in the game coming up against Miami, and that spread has shifted a lot. It was a pick'em game last night, is now shifted to Miami by 1.5. So I obviously agree with all of that, but we're just like playing out the string if they were both 13-4.
All right, okay, I see where you're going with that, Kevin.
Now, rest of the NFL. We played that highlight from the Dolphins, not only because that's next up for the Cowboys,
but because you also knew that if you played the San Francisco highlight, I'd turn it off. That's why.
That's true.
Yes.
We'll see what happens to the rest of the show. We'll see. We'll see. Would you rather me play Buffalo highlights coming back? I thought that was a huge win, not because of quality of competition, but if you want to look at the MVP case of Tua, which obviously you have been. Yeah. You haven't said like Tua's the guy to beat.
I just feel like he's still in that conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This was a huge win for them because of a variety of reasons. You beat the Jets 30-0. Neat. But in that game, Tua completed 15 of his first 17 passes. And for the day, he was 21 of 24 passing for 224 yards. And I know it wasn't the most mind-boggling numbers or anything like that.
4 or 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, because it was 30-0, and they were dominating that game. So I thought that was a huge performance by specifically Tua right there. And then obviously the Dolphins need to keep stacking up wins.
Okay, so I want to add to that real quick, just because I have been watching the Hard Knocks Miami Dolphins in-season thing, their in-season tournament. And I know it's not tournament, Kevin. That one of the big factors going into December was, guys, anybody that was in this room right now should remember what December was like for us last year. We were 8-3 with an opportunity to go out there and pummel some people and get into the playoffs feeling really hot. Right now, guess what? We're 8-3 again, and we're going into December. We can't lose 4 games. We can't lose 3 games. They are currently 2-1 in December. That is a big point that they wanted to make, was they didn't want that to happen again to them. So to see that yesterday, again, a 30-0 win, even though like they lost guys like Jalen Phillips and stuff like that, they had a really good outing there.
I thought that was maybe the biggest statement, and that might have been from a individual perspective. There are 2 other games, unless you want to drop one in there.
I do have. I feel like the Buccaneers made a little bit of a statement yesterday.
Agreed.
They played really good football on the road at the Packers in December, which usually people don't fare well there.
Yep.
And whenever they had opportunities for the Packers to get the game back in play, Tampa Bay made the good offensive plays and the good defensive plays. They were really good yesterday.
Hey, think about how much, look, I understand in the NFC in particular, the bottom of the playoff mix doesn't look too
weird.
encouraging. But just think about how much that one game changed is the Bucs beating the Panthers. The Bucs lose that game, all of a sudden they're out of the playoffs altogether. And New Orleans would now be the team that Dallas would travel to in the first round of the playoffs. And on the flip side, Green Bay is now 11th. Whereas if they would have won, they would have at worst been 8th, like knocking on the door. And I realize it's still just one game, but I thought that was a huge one right there as well. And then the Browns over the Bears, because
what a boring game, though.
But
exciting.
I agree. It was boring for most of the way. But then let's go to cut number 17, because some clever folks have started to call this the Fail Mary. So good for you who came up with that. Is Chicago had this game.
Fields, chased by Garrett, flushed, looking, sets up, throwing deep, Hail Mary, end zone, deflected, tipped and intercepted, almost caught, and then a deflection into the hands of DeAnthony Bell.
It was, they say bat the ball down. Well, the Bears had a receiver sitting right there. I get it. You don't expect the football to just come flying right to you once you've fallen on the ground.
Yeah.
But it was in his hands.
It was in his breadbasket.
It was.
Moody had the entire everything. I still don't know how it popped out. I still have no clue how it got away from him. It doesn't make any sense. It's like somebody, like little Ant-Man ran out there and got on his stomach and punched it away or something, because it makes zero sense.
Do you think that's what happened?
It's a possibility.
Oh.
That's more likely than him just fumbling it away that way. Dumb.
Now, I'm not saying that the Bears were going to go anywhere, but do you realize if they would have won that game, The Bears would have been 6-8, just one game out of the playoff mix at the bottom of the NFC.
It makes no sense to me either.
Hey, that's fair.
That's just where we are.
Hey,
NFL's bad this year.
Think about it. The Buffalo Bills and the Chicago Bears would have been in the same place playoff-wise, just barely on the outside looking in, if the Bears had made that Hail Mary catch. But instead, it turned into the Fail Mary. The other reason that was a big deal for the Browns is same kind of deal. You lose that game, then you're stuck in this glut of 8 and 6 teams, whereas now, for the moment, at least they have, I don't know if you even want to call it breathing room or not, but they are firmly in the playoffs versus having to go down the tiebreaker loop of like 8 different things.
Yeah, which, that's not where you want to be. You don't want a tiebreaker loop. Kevin, there's a possibility that maybe the biggest game of the weekend took place in Carolina. That might be the biggest statement because the Panthers were like, look, we've only won one game this year, but this is a division opponent. We are destined to win 2 games.
You know what? Because you brought it up, we'll dive into that later in the show.
All right, fine.
Because that game sucked. It sucked. It really did, and I get why the ticket prices went as low as they did. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Major.
Well, we just got some interesting broadcast news. Let's talk about some other awards as well next on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece.
segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Fly ball deep out into left field. Hayes going back. Mitch Garver, can you take me higher? You most definitely can.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Mike Bassick is not here this week. He's on vacation. Maybe interviewing with the Rangers. Maybe more likely, he's skiing with his family.
Terrified.
He is. He did look very concerned about his skiing. So in his stead, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan, for that kind introduction. Really appreciate that. The Rangers won the World Series, ladies and gentlemen, and that never gets old. I was out in Fort Worth this weekend, Kevin, and every time I met a Tolo out there, that was the first thing I said. Rangers won the World. We did it.
Congratulations.
And this is the part that I love about winning championships, which doesn't happen that often here in DFW. Whenever you're done winning a championship, it lives with you until the next season starts. And then
Unless you're Peyton.
Unless you're Peyton, who's like, hey, forget about it. Not even forget about it. You know, he's just like, you know what? It was a month ago. Get over it. Move on. If you're Peyton, that's what you do. But if you are like the rest of us, then you enjoy every moment. Again, Kevin, it lasts until the new season and then into the new season. Because then guys are getting their rings. They're having ceremonial first day stuff. Is there something, what?
No, I know you have more of a point to make. I just want that as a drop because if you're Peyton, that's just what you do. Like I think that's a great burn right there.
So like it seems like every time I see something that is regarding the Rangers, it's a positive thing that I'm really excited about. Some video on TikTok or some video on Twitter, somebody's mentioning it. And so it's just a really good feeling still. And I hope that look, man, yesterday's Cowboys game was bad. But we still won the damn World Series. Okay. So live with that.
Okay. And you said we might sign Jordan Montgomery after all? Breaking that news?
I don't have any information on that at the moment. However,
that would have made my day better.
The Rangers did lose another.
Who do we lose this time?
CJ Nitkowski wants to be closer to his family. He has had, I think, 130 days a year he is away from his family. And so he wanted to stay in Atlanta, be around them. The Rangers were great. He said this thing, the Rangers were gracious and kind in allowing me to take this new opportunity. He wants to take something closer to home.
Okay.
He said, I can't thank him enough because the Rangers didn't have to. Like, they don't have to say, hey, you're out of your contract. You can go ahead.
Yeah.
They said, hey, we understand what you're going through. We'll give you this opportunity. He said, it's been a dream job. It was capped off by watching them invested in the World Series. Look, and the Rangers are a first-class organization throughout.
If you're going to take off, this makes the logical sense. This is a good time.
I really do wish, though, that he had taken a couple shots at Dave Raymond and Emily Jones on the way out. But again, best teammates and friends, stuff like that. Like, take a couple shots at him just for fun. For old time's sake, you know?
Why? He said they're leaving on good terms. Why do you want to set that bridge on fire?
Because that's what you do to your friends. Kevin, I leave. You know what I'm saying about you? Something that you'll laugh about.
Oh, yeah.
Something that you'll be like, that's fair. And you know what? I get it.
Whoa, with that in mind. No, I'm just kidding.
Here we go. Now I talk about Kevin. So that happened. And now the Rangers have Dave Raymond. And there's, I would assume that I think Dave Valley was a promising partner in that throughout because he was there a lot last year in times. Did I love it? No.
Yeah.
But
he's maybe
he
not.
was there.
He would maybe not be my.
You want to bring back Busby and Sundberg?
I want Mike Bassick to try out for the job.
I want Mike to try out for the job too. I think he got an opportunity to. And somebody did text in and they were like, he's not polished enough. I think Mike could be very polished by the end of it all. And I will say too, I do believe the DC games, he was with CJ Nitkowski.
Okay. Yeah,
So that's a little bit different when you have two guys who are kind of considered the color commentators running it, even though CJ did a good job of being the play-by-play guy. But I think one of the things all the Tolos and Twolos out there can agree on is when Mike talks baseball on this station, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
You're learning more about baseball. One of our bartenders at Buffalo Wild Wings came up to us the other day and was like, I learned so much listening to Mike. And that's why, I was like, I get it. Like, he's passionate about it. So I'm just openly on our radio station vying for this right now. I'm campaigning for Mike Bassick, just like a campaign for Darren Woodson to be in the Hall of Fame.
Hopefully this one is more successful.
Good God, yeah.
Actually, if you had to pick one, Darren Woodson gets into the Hall of Fame.
Mike.
Oh, my gosh. That was so fast.
Okay. I mean, I think Mike would too.
I agree.
He would say, "Yeah, please for Darren."
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
And I don't know. I do know that Mike has been interested. He was like, "Look, if somebody came to me and said that, I probably would really want to consider that opportunity." So, good luck in that venture. We'll see how things go. But what I'm understanding is the Rangers aren't signing anybody this offseason. So,
okay, great.
Get it? Because they haven't signed any free agents.
No, I get it.
They got to pitch. They got Molly.
I know.
Who can't pitch.
Yeah, we're going to have the best second half rotation of people who didn't pitch at all in the first half you've ever imagined.
I thought Bobby's joke this morning was really funny. He was surprised Ohtani didn't sign with the Rangers because he's like, I got the injury too, guys. Let's all have the most star-studded clubhouse training facility.
Yeah.
Kevin, have you ever heard of the All MLB team?
Okay, I have, but I have to admit, just within the last couple of years, because I'm used to like All NBA or All Pro.
Yeah.
I have to admit, for the longest time, I guess I didn't even know that this was a thing.
I didn't either until this morning, Kevin. I was like, hold on, what is this? But when I saw it, I was like, well, I mean, it makes sense, but does it feel like it takes away from the All-Star game? Well, the All-Star game, Kevin, is two different teams that are selected.
That's right.
And it doesn't kind of take into account the entire season, but this is the all Major League Baseball. And the Rangers plug 6 people on the first and second all MLB teams. First team, Corey Seager. And Marcus Semien. So our guys up the middle that cost $250 million apiece.
That part is
$500 million.
Okay, total. I thought you meant it sound like per year. Look, if you're gonna have 2 people on the team, it makes sense that it would be the people who finished second and third in the MVP. Right?
Yes, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So that makes a lot of sense.
Also on the second team, Jonah Heim behind Adley Rutschman. Which I mean, come on,
sure.
He was calling better games than Adley Rutschman. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Because we beat Baltimore.
I know. But then there's just like the rest of the part that goes into baseball.
Adolis Garcia.
I love it.
Also earned an all MLB honor. And it's very difficult for me to say this because I feel like I'm saying NBA.
Yeah.
But Adolis gets it, which is interesting. He had a really good season, man. Like he did. And he was the superstar of the playoffs. Like he really was. That whole Astros series was amazing. Nathan Eovaldi and Jordan Montgomery all on the second team. And I think those are all very deserving. I don't know that Jordan Montgomery.
And we're not going to sign Jordan Montgomery.
I'm kind of curious about Jordan. Was he an all MLB pitcher this year?
No. I would say no, because there was a time when you could make a case that Eovaldi should have started the All-Star game, but I also know he got hurt. It's just down the stretch. Jordan Montgomery was just about as good as anybody. So
down the stretch in the playoffs, I feel like Montgomery the regular season, you were still kind of he had a couple of moments where you're like, whoa, can he go 8 innings? And the Rangers were like, no, we're sticking with like 6, 7, and we're fine. But he would have good outings. He felt pretty confident.
He was good.
He was pitching for a big off season.
And that's probably going to work for him, I'm assuming.
You want to hear some other things, Kevin?
If possible, I would.
MLB.com has this listed as the 10 players that are all MLB sleeper picks in 2024.
Kevin Carter.
And I'm like, are these guys sleeper picks or are they haven't gotten it yet? Here's one. Shortstop, Bobby Witt Jr.
Okay.
Did he not have a good enough season?
I mean, he did. Yeah.
30 homers, 49 steals at the age of 23. He had a pretty significant season.
If you haven't got it yet, you're asleep.
Okay, so that's a sleeper then. Third baseman Royce Lewis for the Twins, who again had hit.
Mike thinks this is the best.
Yeah, didn't he hit that grand slam, that grand slam against us? So he was the first overall draft selection in the 2017 draft.
Yeah.
Made his MLB debut this year. Only played 12 games before tearing his right ACL.
Oh.
So maybe that is he'll sleep it off and then he'll get back out there and be a sleeper. Jung-Hoo Lee from the Giants, center field. Spencer Steer, infielder, outfielder for the Reds. I feel like they have some other people on the Reds that could stand out like that. And Evan Carter, Kevin.
Yes! I actually didn't see this list. I was just guessing.
If his performance during the 2023 postseason is any indication, we could be seeing a lot of accolades heading to Carter's way next year. The 21-year-old, 306 with 4 doubles and 5 home runs in 23 games. And those numbers are insane to me in 23 games. He was able to do that.
That does feel like a lot of pressure, right?
And, okay, hold on. What kind of pressure?
For Evan Carter to, now I need you to be
better,
first or second team all Major League Baseball.
In 162.
Yeah.
And I agree. He was the number 8 prospect in baseball according to MLB Pipeline, but I feel like, Kevin, during the playoffs, when he was at bat, I just wanted to watch him take pitches. Because when Evan Carter took pitches, I was like, yeah, he was right to do that.
Yeah.
I always felt like that Evan Carter was better than the umpire at his job. I think there were times when Evan Carter felt he was better than the umpire at their job too.
Definitely. Just real quick, he's got a tiny bit of that Luka gene in him, right? Of complaining to the refs.
Okay, so let's have this discussion then right now. Luka complains to the refs, and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, while the game is still going.
Yeah, and it doesn't help anything. Evan Carter complains to the refs and then hits a double.
Okay.
Because he got the pitch he wanted.
Yeah.
And every pitcher out there was thinking they got him figured out or whatnot, and they're just like, now I can oh, crap, he just hit it. Like, Evan Carter, I think the way he does it politically to try and force that umpire to go, you know what, he was probably right. That was a close one.
All right.
So I think now if I see him, Kevin, on strike 2 turn around and start yelling at the umpire and then miss and swing and miss on the next pitch, then I'm going to say, hey, Luka, stop. But for the moment, I think Evan Carter, he politics the right way.
Okay, there's just been a few times where he's just looked right at the umpire like, you got to be kidding me, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, I don't know if that's going to help you.
I feel like that
right
look
now.
kind of got him, too. Because he's a rookie. Because you're like, hey, kid. Like, you can't be doing that to the... But he's got the cojones to do that to the umpire at such a young age. And now they're like, God. So I'm really excited for what he can produce next season. At the moment, they consider him an all MLB sleeper pick. I am also curious where he's going to be lined up out there next year. Will he be out in left field again? Will he take over center field? And I don't know exactly what's going to happen. So there's a lot of excitement going on there. So that is Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, I'm just curious, how much do you enjoy Saturday NFL football? All of it next right here on The Fan.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's it going?
Fix the Cowboys, Mickey.
Me?
Man, I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
What would you do? What would you do to fix it this week?
This week?
Outlaw running the football.
Ooh, I like that.
Learn to stop the run.
Yeah, that was tough. Where does most of that fall for you at this point? Because my opinion, linebackers didn't hold up. The outside defensive line struggled. Inside struggled.
Let's start on the outside,
Okay.
not setting the edge.
There you go.
Let's start with your opponent going 2 tight ends or playing a fullback and going out there with 3 safeties instead of another true linebacker. Or maybe it was 4 safeties, if you want, however you want to count Bell. And being basically outmanned on the edges. And obviously they came out with the idea that we can beat the Cowboys to the edge. And they did. Time after time after time. And even when they weren't running the ball, where did they throw it? To the edge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? The touchdown to Cook. I don't think anybody touched him for 18 yards, right? He was wide open. So, a little bit more. I mean, this guy did something that had been done for the Bills since 1991.
Thurman Thomas.
Can you believe that?
Wow.
More than 200 yards from scrimmage and a touchdown running and receiving. And the fact that they just didn't do much to stop the run. Well, what happened in Arizona?
Same.
222 they gave up.
Yep. And it looked the same, Mickey.
Right?
It looked like they just took that play, whatever they did,
And
they were like, we're going to do it again.
they once again used the Cowboys' aggressiveness up front
Yep.
To their detriment. And then what happened in San Francisco? 170. So if we look at some of these games, I mean, stopping the run has nothing to do with being on the road or being at home, right? Remember back to the playoff game, 2018, the Rams?
Yes.
273.
Yeah, and they started that off immediately.
So, at some point, run defense has to be important. And I don't care where you're playing. And I'll use Jason Garrett. You could be in the parking lot or the moon.
Right.
You got to be able to stop the run. So that's where, if I'm being critical, that's where I start right there. You got to play the run better. And they obviously came in with the idea, and I don't know if it had to do with the rain or what, but we're going to run on this team. And so that's 2 of the last 3 games the Cowboys have given up 30 points.
Yep.
That's brutal.
And look, and I know Jonathan Hankins was out, and I know people brought that up, but I was like, he's not the greatest player in the history of football. Like, there's more to it than just Jonathan Hankins.
As McCarthy said, rightfully so, after the game, this was a group effort.
Yeah.
It wasn't, us missing one person. And Mozzie was okay. He didn't play. It's not like he was out there playing the whole game, right?
Yeah.
There was a lot of others that had a little bit to do with that. I mean, he did have, 2 tackles and a sack and a
What do you
tackle
think about
for a
that
loss.
sack, though?
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, it's a good thing they blew the whistle, right? Because it looked like Josh Allen was shaking.
Okay, so they blew the whistle, right? Did they blow the whistle on the goal line when they stopped Murray coming up the middle for the touchdown and he got pushed in? They had held him. They stopped him. And there was no momentum, and they didn't blow the whistle. So, I guess maybe they don't like blowing their whistles.
I thought there were a weird couple of moments when that whistle was blown, because like it goes back to maybe it was the run earlier that was the rugby run, we'll call it from now on.
Yes.
Where they were just like, you know what, we can't blow our whistle at all today because that could happen again. They just kept going. I've never seen like that kind of push that way work that way.
Well, that long.
Yeah, that long.
At some time you blow your whistle, right?
Felt like it.
But they decided he was in the grasp, so whatever. But yeah, there was a lot more things that caused problems. Now, my first problem is you win the toss and you deferred. You've got, and I don't care what the analytics say, all I know is I got the number one scoring team in the National Football League. I got the quarterback that's leading the league in touchdown passes and second in quarterback efficiency. And I'm 5-0 when I score first. And the last 3 games, the Cowboys' first possession, they scored points. And now I give them the ball, and they've got an opportunity to put me behind right off the bat. And what happens? It's 7-0.
Yeah.
Now I got to play catch up, right? And now I got to throw the ball at times when, they know I have to throw the ball because I got to play catch up. And what happened with the double possession, why you defer? They got stopped on the final possession of the first half, and they got stopped on the first possession of the third quarter. So what did deferring do for you? I got an offense. I want to be in the lead. I want them to have to play catch up. I didn't like that part either.
So speaking of that offense, what was the thing limiting them yesterday?
They got beat up front. They had a hard time protecting Dak. They didn't have the opportunity other than that. What was it? The second play of the game.
Second play.
Yeah, when he got the ball down the field. But after that, I mean, there was a reason why he was holding the ball in the pocket. I mean, there was nowhere to go with it, and they weren't giving him any extra time, by the way. I mean, look, this was going to be this matchup of the two quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
They threw the ball 15 times. They didn't even have 100 yards passing. They didn't need to, right? I just thought, and then when Martin goes down, and Bass was okay. I saw some moments where he did a pretty good job, other than the one sack they gave up when he just fell down without anybody touching him. He just kind of slipped on the ground and went down and created a problem for Steele because he had 2 guys and he was only one. And then there was the weird stuff, okay? I thought Sam Williams blocked the punt.
Okay.
I saw
Kevin's
the ball,
right there with you.
I saw the ball coming off his foot, and it was weird. It was like it was going end over end, and I said, oh, he blocked it. And then the ball kept going, and I'm going, well, I guess he didn't. And then he hit the guy. I don't know how he missed the ball.
I am with you 1,000,000%. I did not understand why there was a flag because I was like, he blocked the punt. Now, I realize upon replay that's not what happened, but that boggled my mind that I was like, oh, my God, he could just take the ball off of his foot and run in for a touchdown. That play was crazy.
And that happened, right? And, okay, if the punter was left-footed, the ball gets blocked, right?
Yep.
So that gives him, a first down. And then they're able to go and score on that possession. And then we can go to the Cowboys are sitting there 2nd and 1 at the Buffalo 11, down 14-0. And the safety blitzes and drops Pollard for a 3-yard loss. And now you basically, 3rd and 4, you got an incomplete pass, and you got to kick a field goal. Then Buffalo's next possession, 2nd and 6 at the Buffalo 40, Diggs fumbles after he catches the ball for the first down.
Yep.
And McCarthy said he had his hand on the red flag, and by time he got the word that, it was a fumble, they had hurried to the line of scrimmage and snapped the ball in time.
Okay, can I ask you 2 questions about that? First of all, I know it wouldn't always work out like this, but do you think if you're a head coach and you see that team hustling up, your natural inclination would be to think they're trying to get away with something?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's almost like, okay, I lose a timeout, right?
Yeah.
But there's a reason they're doing that, number one. And number two, what was the guy in the replay booth doing?
I agree with you there. I definitely do. The other people I wanted to throw in the mix were there were 3 Cowboys players there. The one who punched the ball out, and then the 2 that were staring right at the play. Nobody saw that this was a fumble and like waved over and said, "You need to challenge that."
But he had the ball. Didn't Wilson have? They were getting ready to, on the broadcast. That's like Wilson recovered the ball.
Yeah, and that's why I was surprised that whether it was Wilson or whoever else, there were 3 Cowboys right there that as soon as they were like, "No, still the Bills' ball," that none of them like flagged McCarthy down. It was like, no. That's a fumble.
Right. Yeah, it's like react. Well, then they paid for hurrying up because that's when was it Mozzie got the sack on the very next play, right?
I think that is correct.
Sacked.
Yes.
Yeah, -9. So now it's 2nd and 19. And they throw an incompletion, and Curse gets called for the roughing penalty.
Yep.
So now they go down, and like 5 plays later or whatever, they finished off the drive with another touchdown, and now it's 21-3. So there was a sequence of plays there that really led to what actually ended up taking place with I think most of the Buffalo fans were leaving at the end of the third quarter.
Wow. Speaking of that roughing penalty, I saw this morning Kirsch posted the video of it, and he asked at NFL officiating what he's supposed to do.
Right.
He listed the things that he did not do. He's like, what am I supposed to do here? What was your feeling on that?
Yeah, I just thought he came in and made the hit. It was high, but it was with the shoulder, and then eventually their helmets hit. But the initial hit was, with the shoulder. So I don't know how, they throw the flag there, but that's another one of those things where, things weren't going your way. You didn't play well enough to win, and then that stuff happens.
Because I just want to make sure there's no part of you that thinks that officiating is why the Cowboys lost.
No, but it was just those plays that had such consequence to it. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, every one of their drives to get to 21-3 at the half had just like weird things, and including the Cowboys at fault for not picking up the blitz on that 2nd and 1 at the 11. Guy just came through clean.
Yeah, Pollard had no shot on that.
No, and so, but again, you still had 3rd down, and that doesn't mean you can't pick it up with 4. I mean, we were sitting in the press box and basically said 2nd and 1. This could be the game right here.
Yeah,
and sure enough, they didn't convert, and then the third quarter was just a mess.
See, this is where, Mickey, like, I'm watching some highlights right now from yesterday's game, and there was this
Cowboys highlights.
Yeah, there are. Well, the Buffalo Bills highlights.
Probably low light.
Yeah, it's all Bills highlights. And I'm seeing some things in the tackling world that I'm like, that's not. They didn't even tackle. They tried to put their shoulder on somebody, or they just were scrambling to grab, and it feels like the Jimmy Johnson era. Like this week would be the most exhausting week of practice ever. Like that. That's what Nate always says is. Those kind of things, you're gonna feel it. He's gonna make sure that you don't want to be, having that happen again. What is then this mindset for Mike McCarthy this week? You think going to be like?
Well, I don't know if they have a padded practice left.
Okay, and they need those. Yeah.
I think I'm trying to remember if they used the last one up last week. I think they did. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, it's a different era, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
It definitely is.
Can't do it. Not allowed to do it. And you got to worry about, keeping guys fresh on their legs because after this one, you're on a short week the next week, right? So, yeah, I don't know that times have changed, right? I don't know that the punishing practices following a loss still, are used. You better correct the stuff on why it happened.
Yep. Gentle
and,
parenting.
it's like, okay, it rained, but I mean, it had a factor on a couple balls, I think, that slipped out of Dak's hands. But other than that, I mean, they had to play in it, right? They don't practice in the rain.
Yeah.
They got a beautiful practice facility, by the way, by that stadium now that they didn't have previously.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's great, Mickey.
Thanks. So when it's nice, they're practicing indoors. They're not practicing outside.
Because they're getting ready to build that new stadium.
Yeah, without a roof, by the way.
It's good thinking there by the crew.
I mean, what about a roof? You got more bad weather coming off of Lake Erie than anybody else, right?
Plus, if they have a roof, the Cowboys might think they're at home and play well.
That'd be awesome.
Play better.
Yeah.
I swear this had nothing to do where they were. Nothing. And the consequences of those plays, led to what happened, and that didn't have anything to do with where they were playing either, by the way.
I might want to pick up that conversation with you, Mickey, because I definitely agree that the physical outcome of it is what led to this game. I'm curious though about the mental aspect of it. I would love to get inside some of the players' heads because they all were like, hey, the way we play on the road is unacceptable. But I was curious if there's some sort of mental hiccup there too.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. These guys are football players. They've played on the road everywhere they've played at whatever level, right? Now, again, the 3 of the 4 losses on the road is against teams with winning records.
Sure.
I think that has more to do with it than anything else.
Which is what I'm afraid of.
Because they haven't played San Francisco at home. They got back at the Eagles, right?
Yep.
I could write off what happened in Arizona. That's one of those things. But these 3, you just got outplayed by and they were solid teams. What do they have at home? 2 wins against teams with winning records. The Jets were 1-0.
That's right.
And then the Eagles
and the Seahawks were at the time, though.
And at the time, yeah, that's right. The Seahawks. I forgot about that one.
Yes.
So yeah. That game seems like a year ago.
I know.
So, but anyway, they're in the playoffs.
We did it.
That feels like it's so weird
Mission
how much of an
accomplished.
afterthought that feels like today. Thank you very much, good sir.
We will
catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right, leave you something to chew on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Man, that is weird. That feels like such an afterthought because I think I was not on social media until maybe about halftime of the game. And then I saw all those posts about the Cowboys in the playoffs, and I was like, who gives an S?
I immediately, whenever they announced it, with that loss, now the Cowboys are officially in the playoffs. I saw it on Red Zone, and immediately I went, crap. Now Mike's going to be right because human nature is going to come into play, and human nature definitely did.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst? And if you're at that South Oak Cliff game, I need some insight as to if the refs belong on this list. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You are dialed in to the North Texas Baseball Show of Record. It's the KNC Masterpiece.
Patrick Mahomes last week, but he's like, no. I will create more interceptions by dropping a ball that was right in my hands. And Patrick Mahomes, when he sat on the bench and he looked like he was just like, F him. Don't ever put him in the game again.
Yeah, he was furious. And because, again, this goes back to how many times this season, I can count at least 4, that it's been big play moment and they need him to do something and he can't do it. And he can't be there to make that significant play that happens, or he just does something dumb within the play. And so, yeah, it's got to be a point where head coach is like, look, I'm dealing with the talent that I have. I used the well of Rashee Rice as much as I possibly could, but that's it, man. Yeah, he's furious with him right now.
Yeah, he's got to be on the list. Obviously, I still have the Cowboys at the top of that list. Now, do you want something fun or something not fun?
Fun. Let's start with fun. Lead with fun, Kevin.
All right, we will lead with fun. Now, you should not have been watching this. If you were watching it, I would question your choices. The Lindenwood IUPUI game this weekend, college basketball.
Okay. Did you watch this?
No.
Okay. Wow, I'm surprised.
I know. Then you would probably have to have an intervention. Is a LeBron James superfan attempted to check into the game. Is IUPUI has red and white colors on their jerseys. So somebody went up to the table in full LeBron James jersey and had the shorts, shoes.
Lakers?
No, from the Heat.
From the Heat. Okay.
From the Heat. And attempted to check into the game. I wish I would have told you to pull the call, because the officials are like, yeah, I don't know if they already thought the ball was checked in or why they couldn't bring that player in. He's like, you got to stay with the procedures. But it was actually because it was somebody who was not on the basketball team and was wearing a LeBron James Miami Heat get-up.
That is amazing. Listen, there are lots of security breaches that we can't approve, all right? That seems harmless. It seems harmless. Again,
he did not run at anybody. Or anything like
and he was escorted. Was it peaceful? A peaceful escort?
Yeah.
All right. Like, again, there are times when people will run out on the court and you freak out and you're scared. This seems like a fun prank. Dressed up in the entire LeBron James Heat stuff. That's kind of fun. How'd it turn out? How'd the game go?
You know what? I actually did make note of that. I think that Lindenwood held on for the victory.
Of course they did.
So
wow,
that wasn't the boost needed.
Okay, are you saying he's wanker of the weekend then?
No.
Or are you suggesting that the people at the check-in counter are wankers of the weekend for not allowing it?
Yo, that for sure. I think that would have been amazing to just watch the confusion of people like, hey, but he's not on our team.
Yeah. He's out there guarding and there's 6 people and they're like, this dude's actually really good though.
But the real winner of this situation is the person in the third row. I'll show you this video later. That person is flipping out because they saw this is somebody dressed up in LeBron James gear and everything like that. And they're like, oh, he's doing it. He's trying to get into the game.
That's fun. From the 817, a peaceful escortation took place.
Yes.
Is escortation the word?
I don't think so.
I want to use it from now on.
But
when you go to Vegas, do you have an escortation?
Now, this is going to get dicey. From the 832, it was a hold on South Oak Cliff. From the 214, pass interference call on South Oak Cliff was very, very late. Yeah, he made contact, but it didn't disrupt his route. All right. Here's the thing about that is people have been posting pictures to show that it was pass interference, but I'm not, or like screenshots from it. I'm not exactly sure if that was the same play. Like it involved the same people, so it very well could be the same play. It looks like it was a pass interference, and other people are saying, but it didn't mess up his route. That's not always the way that they call pass interference, but everything we've heard is that AT&T Stadium was a little stingy with those replays right there, and that allowed PNG to win 20-17 in the Division 5A, or excuse me, the Class 5A Division 2 championship, thus denying South Oak Cliff of
their third straight
title.
Gosh, that stinks. And it does stink that it would be on like a call like that, where that gets to be the deciding factor in something like that. I was not aware of how that all went down. I just saw, the scores. And
social
everything.
media, like during that game.
Was that Saturday?
Yeah, that was the first game on Saturday, I believe. It took over like certain sections of Twitter.
I decided to take my wife and my brother and sister, my brother-in-law and sister. We went out to Fort Worth, and so we were spending the whole day out there, just kind of enjoying the day. So I missed that, Kevin. That stinks. I didn't even look at my phone for the recoil on it either.
And well, needless to say, more people have thoughts. Is from the 254. I was at the game, and I'm also a football official. No way can you call that pass interference. But from the 469, Sock should have been set up for the onside kick. Then it wouldn't have even mattered. And then from the 903, it happened with 3 minutes left, and they didn't move the ball a yard. South Oak Cliff has every chance to win that game. That's not an excuse.
There you go.
That took over that section of Twitter.
It's always the Roger Staubach thing. What he always says about the Jackie Smith catch. Look, there's so many other things we could have done. We can't blame it on this. And then you're like, but this was a big moment. Like, this was a massive moment in the game. Of course it had an effect on it. But at the same time, if you have an opportunity to seal it late, that could be it. But you're always going to look back at the one play and go, what could have been, if not.
Now, this story is not fun at all. It is quite terrible, in fact. Chance Comanche, who is a G League player, he was arrested over the weekend along with his girlfriend for a kidnap and murder charge. Or attempt with carrying out a murder plot against a female victim. Now, Chance Comanche is 27. His girlfriend is 19. And the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police say that those two were responsible for plotting and carrying out the murder of a woman. That's pretty shocking.
What?
Yeah. And what you really don't, first of all, it's terrible. And that's the most important thing that matters is it's terrible, terrible, terrible that this woman lost her life. If you're the G League or the NBA, you no doubt don't love the fact that the picture in every single one of these stories is one of his promo shots for being in the G League.
Yeah. Wow, man. That is, I don't know how to describe that in this segment. Because Wanker of the Weekend's a different vibe for that, but that is terrible.
Yeah, we didn't really have another great spot for it, but yeah, awful right there. You want something more fun again?
I like fun, Kevin.
Okay. Is it okay to make fun of the Phoenix Suns for maybe never having their actual lineup out there for more than 5 seconds?
I was thinking about it the other day. Because I saw Kevin Durant is out, and I was like, have they had them on the court together at all this year?
For a very small amount of time, and now Bradley Beal is out 2 to 3 weeks with the ankle injury. I'm not saying him getting hurt is funny, but it is almost like absurdly laughable how many injury problems the Suns have had early this year.
It's always felt this way to me, and I could be wrong. Every time Kevin Durant has gone to one of these super teams to be on them, it ends up that they never get the trio out there that often. It's like one of the three is going to be out.
The Warriors worked pretty well.
Oh, I mean, even in the NBA Finals, didn't he get hurt and like he ruptured his Achilles and everything? So,
man,
you remember it happened. So, but I do feel like it's just like all the time. It's like you have all these stars. One of them's playing tonight, and you pay. Why have all the stars? Why have all those good players? It doesn't even seem like it's worth it for most of these teams.
And then you might think this is unfair. This is a judgment call right here. Is Steph Curry the wanker of the weekend for not making a three-pointer? He had made a three-pointer in an NBA record 268 straight games.
That's amazing.
Which, of course, shattered his previous NBA record of 157 games. So think about it. The record was Kyle Korver, 127 straight games. Then Steph Curry was like, that's cute. 157 straight games. And then current Steph Curry said to old Steph Curry, that's also cute.
I got this.
And he started this streak November 8th of 2018.
It's a long time ago.
He went 5 years and 268 straight games making a three-pointer. 0 of 8 last night in the Warriors win over the Portland
They
Trail
win
Blazers.
that game 118-114, and he doesn't make a single three-pointer. I guess when he shot 8 of them, he was just like, okay, it's not going to happen tonight. I've shot 8 three-pointers. None of them have gone down. I'm going to try again.
He gets the truth serum. And the question gets asked, would you have traded a loss to make a three-pointer in this game? What do you think he says?
He says no. He says no. What?
Just making sure.
No way. There's no way.
I'm just making sure.
7
I just
points.
wanted to make sure.
His lowest output this year is 16. 7 points. I would like to know the last time he had 7 points below 10 points in a game.
And they still won.
I need to go find his history, his game history, because that's insane.
That is, I mean, look.
They don't have Draymond. Steph is out there not making threes.
Clay might be washed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a possibility. Or just upset about his, contract.
I'm just giving Steph Curry a hard time. That is clearly an amazing, amazing streak. And they still won the game. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Surely this NFL game was worth at least 45 cents, right? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The holiday season is here, which means holiday deals for you with the Wrap Up the Year sale.
love watching Lamar Jackson last night?
Yeah.
Because there were a couple drives where I was just like, dude, Lamar Jackson this is why. And then like they did, I think a couple times they still converted in like extra field goals. But I'm still watching Lamar Jackson going, this is what he does all these things so well. And he's a weapon in so many different ways, but he's not going to put up consistently 340 yards and 4 touchdowns.
For sure.
Because of everything else that he does.
By the way, he is now second in MVP odds.
Makes sense.
As you can guess, Dak fell off. All right, Corey, what do you think is the record for most consecutive games with at least half a sack by an individual player?
At least half a sack?
At least half a sack.
Record consecutive games, 8. Am I low?
Not low, not too low. It's 11.
Okay.
And that record got tied
Reggie White
by, you know what? I need to check who he's tied with. But Justin Matabuke from Texas A&M, who plays for the Baltimore Ravens, tied the record yesterday. He now has 11 straight games with at least half a sack. And as you can guess, that led to some sarcastic comments about, wow, really appreciate that half a sack. That is pretty impressive in 11 straight games that he was able to do that. He will go for the record in their next game. Now, got more injury news. This was a tough day yesterday. Zach Wilson got a concussion as the Jets were eliminated from playoff contention, and Jamar Chase is now listed as day-to-day. You might remember going back to one of the weekend games on Saturday is he suffered an injury. Now he is day-to-day, and they're reevaluating him to see if this is going to be a short-term injury for the Bengals.
Dang, that stinks, the Bengals. But even still, they got, Browning going out there and being an all-pro quarterback right now.
Man, great fantasy pickup, I'm sure, for a lot of people.
Yeah, somebody out there is like, whoa.
A lot of people late in the season, that's really paying off for them.
Matabuke ties Jared Allen, according to what I just read somewhere.
Okay. All right.
And Chris Jones.
Okay.
And Trey Hendrickson.
Oh, my gosh.
And Sean Ellis. So,
Hmm.
Sorry, I didn't realize there were 4 other people on that list.
I'm definitely more familiar with the beginning of that list than the very end of that list. I'm going to have to think on Sean Ellis just a little bit more. Do you think this is a fair way to decide this? And I know J.J. Watt was just trolling, but after the Texans were victorious over the Tennessee Titans 19-16, by the way, the Tennessee Titans wore their throwback Houston Oilers jerseys that day, which again,
they look clean, dude.
It is true.
It was a slap in the face.
But that's the team that moved from Houston. Why,
I get it.
Why is that a slap
But why
in the
would
face?
you do it to the Texans? Do it to anybody else, man.
I just want to add here, that's like the Stars wearing a North Stars jersey against the Minnesota Wild. It makes no sense.
Yes, I agree with Chris.
That makes all the sense. That's where your franchise came from, and that's a great trolling job right there.
I get it. I don't like it.
Well,
but I also do like it at the same time.
Do you like
'cause it wasn't
J.J.
my
Watt,
team.
who came in and said, now we get the uniforms back. That's how the rules work. I didn't make the rules, but we will enforce them. Sorry, not sorry.
So the Texans, so he's like, because we won, we get the jerseys.
So the Houston Texans, who are in Houston but are not actually affiliated with the old Houston Oilers.
Except for the city.
Oh, yeah. Oh, great.
That's an affiliation.
Except for the city. And then the Tennessee Titans, who are the Houston Oilers.
Who just packed up their stuff and left Houston for no good reason.
Hey, what does Houston care? They got another team back anyway.
I actually don't know why they left. I'm still kind of confused on
because they didn't think they could draw. Or no, I think it was because they were mad about the Astrodome, right? Man, get us a new damn stadium.
It's been a long time. I'll have to look it up.
So yeah, I do not believe they will actually switch the lineage of those jerseys back to the Houston Texans.
Did they look clean though?
They did.
Look really
those
clean.
are really cool jerseys. I agree with all of that.
Did you hear Hop after the game talking about how Will Levis is going to be great? And he's like, that kid's gonna be great. And I don't know.
Levis yelled at him on the sideline and said, "You better tell them I'll be great." By the way, it's amazing that Will Levis is okay after that tackle he got where it looked like his body bent backwards.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Sprained ankle.
Which is
he's all right.
best case scenario.
Yeah, I thought they should have cut his leg off after that one.
Oh my goodness!
I thought it was going to be not usable.
That is too far. By the way, the NFL fined Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes a total of $150,000 for their temper tantrums at the officials, where they were clearly in the wrong.
And Patrick Mahomes reached into his change jar and was like, "Here, take it, I guess."
That is probably true. And then Jay Glazer said that the Aaron Rodgers is expecting medical clearance prior to their next game. But why? You're out of the playoffs. What are we doing this for?
Kevin, I had an entire C block based on this.
Okay, pick it up then.
We'll pick it up then.
Okay. Now that's a tease. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I know we usually do Dallas Cowboys thank you notes, but today, Dallas Cowboys no thank you notes. Who or what are you most upset about from yesterday's thrashing at the hands of the Bills? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece, followed by G-Bag Nation all afternoon. We appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Leader, 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. A lot of football left, but for now, the NFL MVP race seems to be coming down to Brock Purdy and Lamar Jackson.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know normally this is where we would have Stephen Jones on. He is going to have to move, we're told. He will be on today sometime between 12:30 and 1:30. So stay tuned for whenever that happens. In the meantime, we have brought on a special consultant for this segment.
Howdy, boys.
And that would be Eric Chiafalo. Low. I don't know why I put an
Why did you say Chiafalo?
I don't know.
Some people do that.
Holidays.
I don't know.
Chiafala.
Yeah.
I get it. I got
Let's
it.
just get into the holiday spirit here.
Yeah,
Why
That's
not?
true. Or I was going to call you Chiafalowell. I don't know. I don't
be an honor.
know.
You just cut yourself off
Yeah.
leading into it.
And my
Greatest
brain's
compliment.
like, no, you're not doing that right at all. Is normally this is where we do Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. But you know what? Instead, it's going to be Dallas Cowboys thanks for nothing notes. Or Dallas Cowboys no thank you notes. However you want to put it, because my goodness, what a catastrophe that game was.
It was bad, man. It was bad all over. Now, that's 7.2 yards per carry by James Cook throughout that game.
Not gonna lie, that's lower than I would have
It could have been,
guessed.
yeah, it could
I
have
would
been
have
more.
thought it was 9.
It could have gone up to 9 had they just said, "Hey, keep running the ball." But they decided, because the Cowboys quit and somewhere late in the second quarter, like at some point they could have just said, "We're going to go for another record, buddy. We're going to keep sending you out there." And they said, "Nah, let's go ahead and take a rest. We need you next week."
Yeah, it felt like they moved the chains every time he touched the ball.
It did.
All right.
It didn't matter the down, how many yards there were. It's going to be a first down. But I actually wanted to start out my no thank you notes to Marquise Bell. Now, I know Greg Olson, who I like Greg Olson, but he could not figure out what had possibly happened to Micah Parsons. And he's like, oh, I guess people just fell over. No. Marquise Bell threw a Bills defender into Micah Parsons' leg, which luckily it turned out to not be so bad. But holy crap, that freaked me out. Don't throw people at any Cowboys players, lest you throw him at Micah Parsons.
Yeah, at the knee, after the play, that was insane. I was a little bit scared because this is like, that thing like hyperextended on him.
Looked like it, yeah.
That wasn't just him milking it off the field, limping. That was a legit limp there. Thank God he bounced back. But I loved Marquise Bell. He did it, and then he didn't want to make eye contact with Micah. Like, he didn't want to acknowledge.
I wouldn't either.
That was my fault, dude.
Yeah, that was the moment in the game where I started yelling cuss words around the house. And my wife was like, "What is wrong?" Because she could hear me like from the back room back there. And she was just like, "What is going on?" She wasn't sitting there locked in with me.
Yeah.
Like I said, Daddy's watching the football game. If you want daddy time, you can just come sit next to me and we can have daddy time. So I'm sitting there like yelling, and she's like, "What's wrong?" And I was like, "Well, we could have lost Micah forever. Like, what's wrong? That's what's wrong. This team has these opportunities to go win a Super Bowl, and now we're going to be missing our best players."
She was like, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Daddy."
Exactly. That's what.
It's 12:05, for goodness sake. The kids are out of school.
Dude, we're all dads in here.
Some of the kids are out of school.
I'm daddy.
Oh, my God.
You are the father.
You know
that was
what?
one.
Bringing you on, that was a mistake. I can see that now. But it's too late to turn back.
That.
It's too late to turn back. No thank you note to the powers that be for saying, hey, what if we just keep all the starters in the game that we're definitely not going to win? All right. The Cowboys had 92 yards through the first 3 quarters. That's the lowest they've had in a game in 13 years. But somehow we decided at 31-3, now's the time. And we're running a sweet CeeDee Lamb rush into the end zone. And I was like, good job, guys. You really accomplished something there. What the hell was the point of any of that?
Eric, I contend that whenever you put out that kind of effort as a head coach and you see that, you have to force them back out on the field because that's their punishment.
Ooh, okay. I actually like that as an idea because I was just thinking it was the ego. I don't want to only walk out of Buffalo with 3 points.
Yeah.
I at least want to. Let's clean this up a little bit with the way it looks here. It's a disaster and it's very ugly and it's not going to look much better. But double digits, can you give me the 10 points? That's my thinking.
What
I don't want it
difference
as
does
a
that
fan.
make?
I'm just saying I think that's how. I think that's what the coach is thinking in that moment. unless he's like thinking what Corey's thinking there, which is this is just pure punishment, and I'm willing to risk injury to my players because of it.
Yeah, y'all want to be up by 30 at halftime? I'll get you out of this game pretty early. Y'all want to be down by 30 at halftime? Then y'all have some work to do, guys.
Okay, and I get that, but are you telling me I'm gonna have to listen to some nonsense by Mike McCarthy this week? And he's like, "Did you see our offense in that last drive, Miami? You better watch out."
Yeah, man.
Am I gonna have to listen to that this week?
Trying to get in rhythm for next week.
Okay, I'm out on all. I hear your point, but if I have to listen to McCarthy or Steven or Jerry or anybody be like, "Did you see our offense?" And I was like, when the Bills didn't care and we're just hoping you ran out the clock, great job.
From the 972, Kevin, no thank you to Michael Gallup. The man is literally committing highway robbery. Look at his contract. 1 target, 1 catch, 9 yards. I don't know how to.
Hey, that's 9 more than I thought he was going to have.
Yeah, okay.
So
that's 9 more than I thought he did have.
I don't know.
Fair enough, dude.
I don't know how to handle him. Because every time I bring him up, I'm like, hey guys, we got to talk about Gallup. Then he goes out and has a week where he'll have 4 catches and a touchdown. You're like, what just happened, dude? And so he just goes missing for too many times during the game. I don't know if it's just because Dak's not looking his way or if he's just not creating the separation that he needs to have.
If we can throw more into this is no thank you to Dak Prescott for missing a wide open Brandon Cooks on the touchdown play on the second play of the game. Look,
yes, dude.
Corey has a great theory about how Buffalo saw how that transpired and was like, oh my God, we need to shuffle it up just a little bit. Brandon Cooks was wide open. I know that's not a gimme play because deep passes are difficult to connect on, but that's a touchdown. That's a touchdown all day. And then, sorry, but we're going to have to pile on him just a little bit. He was the MVP frontrunner going into this game. Dak Prescott threw 4 interceptions that were dropped or broken up by Cowboys players before he threw his actual interception. Think about it. The Cowboys were losing 31-3 in a game where 4 interceptions were in the hands of Buffalo players, and then 2 of them were knocked away by Cowboys receivers, who I will admit did a great job of playing defensive back. And then the other 2 were just straight up dropped. It was an abysmal effort from Dak yesterday.
Yeah, it was really bad from top to bottom. That first miss to Brandon Cooks is heartbreaking. You're like, okay, does that mean we're gonna have more opportunities here? Is this a sign of we're gonna dial this up? He's not gonna be terrible all game, but he was bad. And I would say no thank you to all the wide receivers as well for the most part, where it's like, is anybody getting open?
Yes.
Is anybody getting open? Because I'm sure if there was guys open, I would like to think my quarterback's willing to throw the football as he's a quarterback, and he should throw it.
That does make sense. And I'm not saying by any means that the offensive line played well. Don't mistake that. But
for sure.
At least 2 of those were coverage sacks that you were just like, he's got nowhere to go with the ball. I would wish he would throw those away, but we are where we are. I thought the offensive line did not play well either.
Here's a number that I just stole from Babe Loffenberg. The Cowboys, what are they best at? Pass rush is
losing to good teams.
Pass rush is what they're best at, and the Bills said, you know what? When do y'all pass rush? 3rd down. We're not going to let you get to 3rd down. They had 9 third downs in the game, and it feels like they that's how good they were and effective they were on 1st and 2nd down running the ball. Is they didn't even have that many 3rd downs throughout this game. Only 6 of them were, and 6 of them were 6 yards or less on 3rd down. So it's not really even pass rush pressure as much as it is like they could go either way with this. And a lot of the times they were like, let's just keep running because we're really good at it. Don't worry about it.
I think they averaged the Bills were like, they averaged under 4 yards to go on 3rd down. Yeah. So it was just.
That's not good.
It was easy money opportunities for him, man. Yeah. It was just a bludgeoning of a terrible game. That really stung.
Mm-hmm.
Is Damone Clark,
no thank you note to Damone Clark, right? Is that where you were going with that?
Oh my gosh, dude.
Guess this is an awkward time to say you can hear him.
He'll be on tonight on the Cowboys Hour at the Sidecar Social Bar.
So he's still alive.
Yeah.
He's still with us, and that's honestly that's heartwarming for me. That play right there, that's the perfect synopsis. Well, there's a handful of plays that you could just show and be like, that was pretty much the game. Like the pile being pushed and Cowboy defenders just looking at the ref like, can't we just blow the whistle now? Like, do we actually have to get in there and stop this guy? Is his feet are moving, or
soft
is this allowed?
I heard, and we went back and forth with Mickey over it. Again, I like Nick Eatman. I appreciate DallasCowboys.com. He said it this morning. He's like, I hate that play. Then keep trying to tackle, Because you saw that. The whole reason they kept pushing the pile is because multiple Dallas players quit trying to tackle. And they're like, oh, we stopped his forward progress. No, he didn't. He just got another yard. And then another. And another. At least that first one, I think he gained an extra 6 yards.
Yes.
Which is crazy.
It's nuts. It's nuts. And it should be allowed. That is fine for me. I watch that and just say, yes, that's not a play that they need to look into removing. That's not rugby. That's just we are tougher than you. We are stronger than you, and we care more than you. And so we're gonna continue to do this. And they create first downs out of that.
How much time did y'all spend with that going into the game this weekend with the desperate team theory? Because I felt like they were the more hungry team, but I didn't know if they were desperate yet, as the Bills were.
We had talked about it a handful of times.
Okay.
Broadus likes to bring that up, and especially when you're dealing with a desperate team that is like a quality team.
Yeah.
Like they are a legit quality team. We know they were better than what their record actually showed, but we made it seem like they were the best team in the sport yesterday. Heartbreaking.
No, you're definitely right about that. This is interesting. I did not anticipate this. They did say, hey, can I squeeze in an actual thank you note to Mike McCarthy for getting CeeDee Lamb that garbage time touchdown? It saved my fantasy football playoffs.
Oh, okay. All right.
I did not anticipate.
Maybe that's what McCarthy was doing, keeping his players in.
Yeah.
There were championships on the line somewhere.
Yeah, for
or at
real.
least playoff games.
And we know you'll get cussed at if you do that. We've seen that happen with lots of players that have taken a knee at the 1 yard line and screwed over the fantasy teams out there.
No thank you note to anyone who is attempting to blame the referees for this loss. In what universe did you watch this game and think the refs screwed us and that's why we lost? Did you see the whole rest of the game? Like, I was going to say no thank you note to DeMarcus Lawrence for the late hit that kept the drive alive. Obviously, no thank you note to Sam Williams for somehow turning his arm into a triangle so the ball could go right through there. That was amazing. I understand if you're concerned about a call or specifically 2 calls. There is no way in the universe I think you can look at this game and be like, the refs are why. Like 0%. None.
I told you a while back, Kevin, I've decided to stop. I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago. I said I would never again blame the referees for games lost but then the refs started taking advantage of it, and now they're screwing the games over even more and more consistently outside of it. So I might have to go back to it at some point, but I wasn't going to let that affect my day anymore.
We got to keep the pressure on these guys, but that is, they were none of those penalties were going to change the outcome of that game. That is for sure. Even if you want to say, hey, they get 10 less points in the game. Okay, you still got crushed. There was nothing about that game that gives you like, oh, if without this call or that call, like the inevitable was the Bills were winning that game and they were winning by double digits, and that was just the fact of the matter.
And we're going to dive into this more tomorrow, but no thank you to Greg Olsen for saying this loss to the Bills doesn't make the Cowboys any less of a contender.
Is that what he said?
Yes, that is actually what he said. I don't know if he doesn't understand how playoff structure works or not. We'll dive into this full-fledged tomorrow. That is an absurd statement.
Well, they're still a contender.
Not the same.
Not the same.
It doesn't make them any less of a contender.
I mean, they're still as much of a contender as everybody else, right? Don't they have still?
You feel like their chance to contend is higher when you know they get to do it at home, where they're clearly a different team.
Oh, okay, I get
and
that.
Now it's
so you're saying home field advantage is the more important part.
Yes.
Okay, I understand that.
Well, and plus now
weirdly so, yeah.
Now you've played what we deem as probably a quality opponent 4 times, and you've lost 3 of them. Now, it is true in the rematch against Philadelphia, you beat the crap out of them. And I think the Cowboys are better than Philadelphia. But this was another supposed quality opponent that punched you straight up in the face. I was having San Francisco flashbacks.
Yes.
All throughout this.
Oh, game. It was the moment whenever you went to the sideline and Tyron looked stunned. And it was the same look that I remember seeing Dak on the sideline in San Francisco. It was the same look of just like, I don't know what's happening right now. I don't know why we can't do anything to score, and our guys can't do anything to stop them. And those balances help each other out throughout. That's the complementary football that we're all hearing about. it didn't help each other either way. Because once Joe Brady realized that the Cowboys couldn't do anything, he was like, why would I even throw the ball?
I know.
Why would I even give him a chance right now? I'm just going to keep running it.
It was amazing. Like an offensive coordinator just not getting bored with, actually, we can pretty much just run the ball.
3 times in a row.
Yeah.
They ran the same play 3 times in a row.
Everybody who loves 40s through 60s NFL that was watching this was like, this is when football was
Here we
football.
are. They were surprised when they saw it was like a sub 30-year-old calling the plays. They're like, wait, what?
Hold on. Can we also give a no thank you note to the refs for blowing the whistle on Mozzie Smith's supposed sack? So I have to listen to how he had a sack as if that means he had a good game. Did you see how that was going to go?
See, that's what the Cowboys were like. See, this is how we're supposed to be reffing these games. You're supposed to be blowing the whistle before I have to really do anything.
I will say that I know Broadus is going to come in with his viewing of it all, and I'll get to it tonight. But Mozzie didn't have a great game. He also wasn't the reason. Like, I'm not going to pile all this on Mozzie, but he has to get better faster. And he's got to get better at a lot of things a lot faster to be, especially if you're going to be missing Hankins at any point, he's got to be a lot better very soon to be an impact player for this team.
That whole front seven, absolutely terrible. I do want to say huge thank you to Mike McCarthy for when there was a moment for your defense to get a turnover and you could have challenged it. He had, I want to say thanks because he had that red flag in his hand.
Okay, well,
he had it in his hand.
Let's go ahead and thank Jordan Lewis and the rest of the crew that decided to stand there while they saw the play transpire 2 feet in front of them and not say anything.
So that's
it's a turnover.
The whole team just looked disconnected from the game, right? Like that's what I will take away from this one is they just all look disconnected. Even in that moment where they could have made something happen, did not make anything happen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much for jumping in with us, good sir.
Where can we hear you?
You can hear me on the home of the Cowboys, America's team, from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the G-Bag Nation.
And on pregame shows?
Pregame shows and stuff like that. So,
your face, Kevin.
Really nice to hang out
No,
with you
I
guys.
support that.
Well, I think you guys got something special here as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We'll tune in every once in a while and see what's going on.
Likewise, man.
But only until I get home. Then I got stuff.
Then you got it.
No, then you turn it on in the garage.
Then you got to do the
go
daddy
hang out in the
stuff.
garage.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go around the NFC East, gearing up for Eagles, Seahawks, and even more, probably about that horrid Cowboys game. Plus positives. The Texas High School Football State Championships belong to the Metroplex. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
The Expressway is brought to you by QCkinetics.com.
Here's 4th and 5 at the Dallas 48. Snap is back. They protect him. Prescott has the ball intercepted at the 40-yard line and tackled after about a 5 or 6 yard return. And Benford came up with the first interception of the game.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where that sadness and lack of enthusiasm from Brad Sham right there, I think is replicated in all of us having to watch that game.
That's one of the things that you do get the reality from Brad Sham within the game, within the moment of whether or not he's having a good time or bad watching this game. You definitely get that feeling from him, so that stinks.
Let's try to pick it up. I'm going to have some attempts at positives that people might not like.
Okay.
As we go across the NFC East and around the NFC East, always choose your own adventure. When we go around the NFC East, would you like to go with the Cowboys, the Eagles, the Giants, or the Commanders?
You know what, guys? We've been rocking with the Cowboys for a long time. The loss catches up to them. So let's go with the Commanders to start.
Oh,
yeah, I know. I switched up on you.
Man, that did really throw me for a loop. All right, let's go with the Commanders, where, well, they still lost because they're not good. But positive news for the Commanders. Sam Howell had thrown a pick six in each of his last 3 games. He could have tied the record held by Matt Schaub for the most consecutive pick six games. However, he did not. He only threw a regular interception.
Oh, just a regular one?
That's called progress.
Is it?
No.
Were they any better?
No.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
No, they weren't.
I guess, yeah, no.
Unless you're cheering for the draft pick?
I'm going to say it's not progress. I'm going to say that's just still standing still.
Because if it was still standing still, you'd have got knocked over and then a rusher would have gone right past you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you want to go? Otherwise, the Commanders are boring. Do you want to go to the Giants, the Eagles, or the Cowboys?
Well, Kevin, I know how much of a fan you are of one Tommy DeVito.
Oh, forget about it.
We will go with the Tommy Cutlets beer.
Tommy dropping dimes DeVito. Look, you can make fun of him all you like, but he's your last hope. Or probably your last best hope to win this division. Now, unfortunately, didn't go super great for them yesterday, as Tommy DeVito had to leave the field for, I think, like 4 or 5 plays. He got sacked 7 times.
Wow.
By the Saints.
Wow.
So there's that. And the Giants had all of 193 yards for the game.
But they scored a touchdown, right?
They did not.
Oh.
They kicked a couple. Actually, you know what? That actually phases perfectly into the next part. They did not score a touchdown, and their place kicker got hurt. So
I saw that.
He hurt his hamstring on a kickoff.
It's a tough thing to do.
After kicking a 56-yard field goal. So for their next field goal, because they couldn't be scoring touchdowns, they brought in the punter. And the punter hit a 40-yard field goal for the Giants. Now look, that made the game 7-6. I realized
close one.
Yeah,
Good finish right there.
I realized the game didn't end up
what
being that close, but at that point, the game was still,
within reach,
kind of in the balance,
within kicking distance.
Then don't worry about what happened in the second half because the Giants did a big bag of nothing.
They got it handed to them.
But do you think Jamie Gillen deserves some Pro Bowl love because not only is he a punter, he can kick a 40-yard field goal?
No.
Okay.
No. But let's see what he does next year. Let's see if he'll be like, you know what? I've trained for both punting and kicking. And I've never understood that, by the way.
What would you call that skill? If you combined kicking,
pucking,
and punting together, what would you call it?
I just said it. Like hockey, pucking.
Okay.
What would you call it, Kevin?
No, that sounds about right.
All right. I've just never understood why we don't have more combo kickers, field goal kicker, punters. And if you're like, well, because it's different kicking, don't care. Like, you kick the ball through the uprights and you punt it far. Like, just if you can do both of them, I can save a roster spot.
True.
I can have Trey Lance as my third string quarterback, and I can trot him out there when the game's over.
Oh, well.
Instead of having to leave him on the sideline. Or get real linebackers.
By the way, oh my goodness gracious. Fair. While we're talking about the Giants have 3 games left. 2 of their last 3 games are against the Eagles. That's why we keep talking about Tommy DeVito. It's as simple as this. I realize this is not simple and this is a big if the Cowboys could win out, you just need one time Tommy DeVito to dial it up and defeat the Philadelphia Eagles. If that happens, you win the division and you get the number 2 seed in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm assuming something from Detroit right there. You'll probably get the number 2 seed in the playoffs. And even if you don't, you would be stacked up with Detroit as the 2 and you as the 3, and you would avoid San Francisco until the NFC Championship game.
All right, now my question to you, Kevin. What on God's green earth makes you think that Tommy DeVito can do that, though?
Because before this game, which was not a good look, the Giants were on a 3-game winning streak. Do you know? Another NFC East team. Thank you very much.
Was it Washington?
No, yes. But think about this.
And was it the Patriots involved?
Yes.
Okay.
And the Packers. Hey, the Packers are not terrible.
How'd they look yesterday?
Not good.
Okay.
But I made sure to not say not terrible, is the Giants had won 2 games all season. And then, Tommy DeVito comes in.
Why do you do that every time?
Forget about it.
Why do you do that every time,
Forget about it. I think it's because... I think it's because of watching The Sopranos. And also, there's this Family Guy joke that I think is hilarious. And... somebody cuts in line in front of a whole bunch of like New York and New Jersey people, and they're like, "Oh, hey, Copernicus, why don't you navigate yourself to the back of the line?" And so I think it's a combination of those 2 things right there. And plus, you know what, Corey? That's the only hope we have is, well, I guess Matthew Stafford could help out as well. But if you want to get the tiebreak free and clear, you need the Giants to beat the Eagles. And you have to win out. Let's talk about some positive things, I guess. Is Dak Prescott threw his first interception, which that should have been the case like 3 times before that. He threw his first interception in 199 passes yesterday. That is the 3rd most in Cowboys history. Here's a fun way of looking at the chart. The longest streak in Cowboys history, Dak Prescott, 291. Then Troy Aikman, then Dak Prescott, then Troy Aikman, then Dak Prescott again. So the top 5 are all filled by Dak Prescott and Troy Aikman for longest consecutive run of throws without an interception.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll go back to it. I wrote a piece on 105.3 The Fan a long time ago that said that Dak Prescott would continue to be in that category where he would take over all the Cowboys records at some point. The game, the way that it's built right now, allows that. But even still, to throw as many times as he was throwing and not have that happen, that is a positive thing for Dak Prescott because he made a commitment to take care of the football this year.
I'm going to throw out one more positive that people might scoff at, and I'll admit I'm part of that group, is CeeDee Lamb had a rushing touchdown. He now has 8 receiving touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns this year. Last Cowboys receiver to get to 10 or more touchdowns was Dez Bryant 9 years ago when he had 16 in that insane season right there. What a crazy number of touchdowns. Good for you, Dez. Is you put anything into that, or do you still think, why the hell was CD and Dak and the rest of the A-team out on the field?
I'll stick to you don't deserve to get off this field. Like, give me some effort and I'll take you off the field, but y'all have done nothing. So at this point, we're doing practice reps in live rotation because I can't punish you in practice. So I'm going to stick with you guys get punished by having to be out on the field. But I do like that. I think it's a big deal, and it should be a big deal. that CeeDee Lamb's able to do something that this team hasn't had at that position in a very long time. They've had a lot of different wide receivers to spread the ball around to, and so those numbers kind of faded a little bit. But to be able to be that's a dominant receiver. It is a little weird that he does it on a run play.
Yes, that is true. All right. Now we need to go to the Eagles. So the Eagles play tonight against Seattle. And keep in mind, I just want to make sure everybody understands this. If Seattle loses tonight against if Philadelphia loses tonight against Seattle, that will temporarily put the Cowboys back into first place. But keep in mind, that's not the way it would play out if they both won out from here. All right? So you would still need some help if they both won out. But
from Tommy DeVito, is
probably. Or in this case, then Matthew Stafford would help you out as well, because you just need them to lose any game. I'm assuming we're all rooting for the Eagles to lose because that at least makes the path to a division title better.
Or
easier.
Here's the way that I kind of feel that way, Kevin, when you're discussing this. I want them to lose because it already seems like there's a little turmoil in house with the Jalen Hurts like trying to pick up the fumble stuff that's going on. I guess there was a note that AJ Brown was upset about it too, and so like I'm hoping that they're kind of falling apart internally. So that's really why I want to see it more than anything. I want to look and say, hey man, that team's they're not together anymore, rather than, hey, we got it just for our purposes. But I want to see it happen tonight. I definitely want to see it happen tonight, and then a continued everything just keeps falling.
In terms of updates for Jalen Hurts, Adam Schefter said it was described to me yesterday that Jalen Hurts was in real jeopardy of missing the game tonight. I think he's going to try to play, but I don't know if he's going to play. And then Eagles Nation put out that Ian Rappaport said he ended up traveling separately from the team. He's experiencing weakness and all sorts of flu-like symptoms, but he does not technically have the flu.
Okay.
And so
that is a kind of a thing that's been going around around these parts of late. I think kind of Adrian might have that thing going on.
Oh no.
Right now. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a weird thing. What do you call that, Kevin? It's like the flu, but it's not necessarily the flu.
So
the crud? You just call it the crud?
Yeah, actually, it does kind of make sense to me. Let's go with that. I don't know if that's the medical terminology, but we don't really have to worry about that. Let's go from that. I did that just for you. The Eagles made a change on their defensive staff. This is a kind of a low-key defensive staff. They're keeping their defensive coordinator in place. However, Matt Patricia has assumed play-calling duties for the defense, which that feels a little odd, does it not?
It does. It does. But it also, at the same time, like they needed an answer there, right? Their defense was floundering, and the Cowboys capitalized on what a couple other teams had seen that they don't do well. So the Cowboys capitalized it, and they're like, okay, can we fix this? They can't play man coverage, dude. Like that's just the reality of what they are right now. So they got to see if they can do something different in their scheme. It does feel weird to do it at this point in the season.
Yes.
But they are afraid. I really do think Philadelphia is afraid of all of this thing crumbling right before their eyes. I really do think that they're kind of on is it thin ice at this point? I think that everybody feels like they're on eggshells.
Do you think it's going to crumble?
Let's watch it tonight.
Okay.
Let's watch it all blissfully happen right before our eyes tonight.
So you're kind of anticipating the potential for
DK
crumbling.
Metcalf. I want to see 20 touchdowns tonight from him. Yeah, dude.
Would you settle for 3?
I would settle for 3.
Okay.
And a win, because didn't you have a really good game against us and they still lost? So I want the 3 and a win.
All right, let's go to Dom DeSandro, the security chief for the Philadelphia Eagles. He will not have sideline access for the remainder of the regular season. They might let him have sideline access back for the playoffs, but you know how we talked about he was going to be banned from the sideline for the Cowboys game, and then they would determine the NFL, that is, if there is further
need?
Yeah, further need for punishment.
Okay.
And they decided, yes, there is. So he will not have sideline access for the rest of the regular season. how much is that going to hurt them?
I don't know. Like that is a real thing. I bet he takes care of things that people don't even think about.
What does that mean?
Like
he takes care of things?
No. Like I bet he does things that people take for granted. You know, it's like whenever, it's like if I died, all right, my wife would be like, "Hey, how's the yard gonna get mowed?" You know, she wouldn't know.
What?
She would be like, when's the filter going to be changed out in the refrigerator? She doesn't know how to do that. Actually, she called me while we were away and changed it because I had to send her a link. Anyway, yeah, so I feel like maybe he does something. He gets a cup of water for somebody that they don't even realize he gets that cup of water for them. I think he's going to be missing, dude. I also think the fans love him so much so that whenever he's not on that sideline, they're like, we're lost without him. He's a leader.
Okay.
I don't know how they talk.
You're getting there.
All right.
Darius Slay underwent arthroscopic surgery this week. He's obviously not going to play tonight. And Sirianni did not provide a timetable for Slay's return, but he does believe that the cornerback will be back by the end of the regular season.
Okay.
So I don't know if that legitimately means just the last game of the regular season.
Nothing left to play for. You know what I mean?
I mean, they would be.
They're in the playoffs.
In the playoffs,
yeah, but if they
right?
lost out here, Kevin, you telling me that he would be like, "Yeah, I got to come back for this team. I'm the secret for us winning a playoff game. We stink so much. Lost to Tommy DeVito twice."
See, but that's the thing. I think I would come back for that because then you would get the NFC South in the opening round of the playoffs. And so when you win that game, you can be like, "You're welcome." Even though like realistically, you didn't have much, if anything, to do with what happened.
Valid.
You could still try to take credit for
I like it.
I would consider that. All right. Twofold question right here as we wrap up the NFC East and move back into the rest of football.
All right, ask the questions.
How do you feel about Saturday NFL football? Let's start with that.
I like it because I'll just take more football. I'll just take more NFL football every day.
Yeah.
You know me. Give me some Tuesday night football. I'll take Wednesday night football.
Okay.
What else am I going to do? You know, I'm sitting there enjoying football. What does my family do? Goes everywhere else. Instead of enjoying daddy time, watching football with me, they're like, "Hey, you know what? We're going to go into our rooms." I love Saturday football. It does feel like playoff time whenever Saturday football is happening. It just feels like because during the playoffs we do have some Saturday games, so it starts to feel like playoff time is upon us, even though we still have 4 games left before the season's over.
Right. Okay. I get that. It's always.
Plus, it does feel like there's something missing when college football is kind of on their 7-month break before the playoffs or whatever.
Are you
so long between?
Are you proud of the NFL for pretending like that's a partnership and waiting until college football is done to swoop in on the Saturday when in reality they could just crush them by taking over actual Saturdays during the fall?
They've always known that they could just take it away from them instantly, but they just left it there.
Okay, and then to go along with this, man, I really hate that this text came in because I think we're going to have to talk about this from the 206. Y'all notice Micah seems to only want to tackle quarterbacks. He will rarely go head up against a running back or get involved in a gang tackle. I have questions. Okay, let me preface this one more time. Micah is a fantastic player that I'm so glad is on the Dallas Cowboys. I have questions about his physicality. Because earlier in the year, I don't remember which game it was, but earlier in the year, Micah Parsons said, "Run up against any of our players. We'll stop you across the board." Then that's just fundamentally untrue. In fact, you're much more likely to find players that you can run over from the Cowboys than will actually make a stop on a run play. And I think Micah Parsons is part of that group. When he's moving forward and he has a momentum advantage, whether it's against an offensive lineman, whether it's against a quarterback or whatever, obviously he's phenomenal. If you have to go at it with the other person also having momentum, he has problems. Like he was part of that pile that was getting pushed back early in the game. And I have some concerns about Micah Parsons' physicality.
Go back and watch the play where his knee got hit. And I don't know what he was doing. He was just kind of standing around the pile and kind of had hands near it. And then I was like, now get away from the pile because, oh crap, that's it. That's why, because you can get, so don't stand near the pile. That's everybody knows that. But there were moments yesterday where I was like, oh man, like what is that version of him that really is on attack mode? Where's that version of him that can knock somebody and do some work? And I wasn't seeing that. And it has been, Kevin, maybe not just him, but the entire thing. It's a mentality whenever you're going into these big games against opponents that can be physically dominant to you. You have to have the mentality that you're going to be the hitter, that you're going to be the one that goes after them. And it does seem too many times that mentality is non-existent whenever these big games come up. So if you want to use the word soft, it does feel that way for sure. So that's kind of, when I was watching it, I had those moments where I felt that.
Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. It is time to talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Now, I'm curious because Mike McCarthy said this after the game. Micah Parsons said this after the game. I'm curious if you have any insight about why there is such a difference between this Cowboys team at home and on the road. We're getting towards the end of the season, so this has been a trend for a while.
Well, I think this is, personally, I think you take each one on its own merit. And, it's the way at least I like to take a look at a game. And, to me, that whole game stacks up to, we had some very inopportune penalties and situations that went against us. And, if you will, not that they weren't self-inflicted, but certainly, they have a nice drive to start the game, but we hold them in the red zone, which they're efficient in, and we're going to get them in a field goal situation. Unfortunately, we had a roughing the passer. The next time around, we stop them, and they're up 7-0. We had a nice drive, but had some penalties that hurt us, and then we punt the ball, and they punt the ball, and we have a great opportunity to block it, but we unfortunately rough the kicker, and they take that penalty and they go on and get another touchdown. And then, of course, we had the chance to ultimately we had a penalty. Then on top of that, we had a chance to recover a fumble, and that probably was a fumble. They moved quick. Hats off to them. You're on the road, and you get yourself in the hole against a really good football team, and it's hard to get back in it. You got to give the Bills a lot of credit. They needed that game in the worst way to stay in playoff contention. Not that we didn't need it equally as bad, as you said, to try to get us back to our home field. But, that's one of those games that I look at that, and that was our situation. But, we got to take a deep breath here and get back to work and still have confidence that we can play well on the road. If that's what it requires, we'll get an opportunity next week against the Dolphins, and we'll see how we respond.
You're right about the Dolphins game coming up, obviously, but I was curious based off of what you said. Right now, do you have confidence that this Cowboys team can beat a quality opponent on the road?
Absolutely. No question. I mean, we got the right guys. We got the right players. We got the right coaching staff. I just think it's one of those things. You look at each game, and, obviously the San Francisco game and this game last night were tough ones for us. But, I thought we played really good football against the Eagles, and gave us every opportunity to win it against a really good football team. And, we didn't make the plays at the end of the game, but we certainly had a chance to win the game, and we didn't do it. And I just think this team is like I said, it's real easy to pile on, and I totally understand it. I know our fans are disappointed, and I certainly understand the criticism, but we just have to go to work.
Is that frustrating, knowing that you could have put some pressure on the Eagles as they come into tonight's game?
Oh, I think there's pressure on them. I mean, I think, we lost an AFC game last night. They've lost one to the Jets. They lose this one tonight. There's a lot of pressure on them, and things are back to dead even again, maybe even more even than they were going into the weekend. So, we'll have lost 3 NFC. If they happen to lose this game tonight, then there's a lot of pressure on them.
The running game from Buffalo looked furious. They looked like they had the physicality to go along with it. Where exactly, when you were watching this, were you seeing, man, we gotta fix this pretty quickly? Because I know Hankins was out, and then Mozzie had his opportunity, but it seemed like there were some other areas that were struggling a little bit too.
Yeah, they did a good job of getting on the edge on us in terms of running that press play and then the cutbacks, and we just for whatever the reason we didn't play as good a defense as we're capable of. I think it's something that certainly something Dan will get with our team there and do the adjustments that we need to do. Look at where they had success against us and. Look at the film and do what it takes to be better going forward. Certainly, it's on tape. People are going to look at it. We play a team next week that's good on the edges. They've got two really, really explosive backs and Mostert and A-Chain, and we're going to have our hands full with that. And then, of course, they're dynamic in the passing game as well. So. We're going to go on the road again, and I expect our guys to answer the bell.
Now, in the midst of all of this, we haven't talked about it a whole ton today, but the Cowboys did clinch a playoff spot. Does that feel like a big deal to you today, or are you more focused on the loss against Buffalo?
Well, what we're totally focused on is getting better. And certainly, we got bigger goals in mind than clinching the playoffs. I would say that. And but we have to certainly take in this tape, see where we can improve as a football team, where we can execute better. I think yesterday was tough in all three phases, whether it was offense, defense, or special teams. We just, we got on the ropes there against a really good football team at their place in a tough environment, and we didn't get the job done. And if we want to do the things we need to do to ultimately accomplish what we want to accomplish, which is be a championship football team, then we have to get better.
Steven, do you have any updates at the moment on Zach Martin and how that quad's feeling?
Well, Zach Martin, as you know, is a warrior. And, he had that injury going into the game. He had a bruise there, and unfortunately got another one right on the same spot. And but there's no one I would count on more to answer the bell in terms of having a great opportunity to play next week. It's certainly something he couldn't play with last night, but feel good that he'll respond, to our trainers, and they'll get him in a position to give him every opportunity to play against the Dolphins.
Do you ever have to be cautious with a player like Zach Martin because he wants to play no matter what?
Yeah.
Like, I'm serious because he's so tough. Do you ever have to take a step back?
Absolutely. I mean, there are guys, and he's one of them. I know one of the biggest warriors we've had around that place is DeMarcus Lawrence, in terms of always being available to play, even when a lot of players wouldn't play with some of the things DeMarcus Lawrence or Zach Martin have had. So you do gotta monitor them, and but we've got a great staff back there. I think the best in the business, and Britt Brown and Jim Maurer, in terms of getting players ready to go and knowing what's in their best interest. Certainly getting them ready to play if it's the right thing to do, but also managing them, knowing that we've got a lot of football here to play. As you said, we're going to be in the playoffs, but in our mind, we still got a lot of work to do and feel like we can do a lot of good things that put us in a better position to have success in the playoffs.
Well, Steven, before we let you go, one of the thoughts is, hey, we got a lot of safeties playing linebacker on this team. They're a little light here. If that's going to be the case, can that carry through in the playoffs? Can the Cowboys have something like that happen again? Is there a looking? Are you kind of looking at the linebackers and trying to say, is there anything else out there we can add to this before the season ends?
Well, we always look at anything that would make us better. Obviously, you're at the end of the season here. It's more difficult to find situations that can help you. But I'll say this, where Buffalo was having their most success was on the edges. And usually that plays to speed and, what we do well. And it's just something we've got to digest this tape, see where we didn't get the job done in terms of setting edges and having success and doing a better job. I mean, hats off. You got to give Cook credit. You got to give the Bills credit. They needed that game in the worst way, and they play well at home just like us. I think if you look at their season this year, they've had a ton of success at home, and have struggled on the road, but we knew that was going to be a challenge, and unfortunately, we just didn't play the type of football we know we can play. And I fully expect with the leadership we have on the field, with the Dak Prescotts of the world and the Zach Martins of the world and the Micah Parsons, that they're going to respond to this and fully expect us to play really good football next week against the Dolphins.
Troy Vincent had said last week that the league would look at the rules about a fumble going out of the end zone. I'm curious if that sounds right to you, and what do you think about that rule? Because I know a lot of people really don't like it.
Yeah, I think it's obviously it's a very egregious penalty when you fumble the ball through the end zone, where if you fumbled it just out of bounds at the 1 yard line, that's where you get the ball. So it's something we've talked about many times in the past as a competition committee. Obviously, it's on Troy's slate for us to address, as it should be, when you're looking at something right there that has many opinions in terms of what it should be. And, sometimes, it's a traditional rule that's always been in place, but sometimes it's time to make a change. So we'll look at that. I want to take it all in again before I take a stand again. I guess, historically, I've really got to be convinced personally that you should change something if it's been in place for, if it's a traditional rule that's been in place for many, many years. But I'm also open-minded to change if it's in the best interest of the game.
Appreciate it as always, good sir. We'll catch up with you after the Dolphins game.
Hey, great being on with you guys. Take care.
There you go, Stephen Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan. One more quick note for you, because you know how this always works. Former Cowboy, current Steeler, DeMonte Casey has been suspended for the rest of the regular season following the hit on Michael Pittman.
Yeah, that stinks, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Man, I got a little bit of that Aaron Rodgers conversation I want to have with you, but also, when's it okay to just let it flow? We do that next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jaden Daniels, the LSU quarterback who just won the Heisman Trophy, is opting out of the bowl game and moving on to the NFL. So quick note for you there. Now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for announcing that, because now that brings on the discussion. Aaron Rodgers, who has had an Achilles injury all season long, is willing to play in a meaningless football game, while Jaden Daniels is not willing to play in a meaningless football game. All right, so hold on. They are not in the playoff.
Correct.
Do you also hate when guys don't play in just random bowl game too?
Yes.
Bowl game is like, random bowl game is just, it means nothing though. At this point, it's just...
I disagree with that, but...
It means nothing.
See, and I understand that some people think that. That's just not the way I feel about it. It would mean something to me because I made that commitment to see it through, but I understand the reason why it happens.
Why?
Because there's nothing he's going to do in that game, I'm sure is the perception, that's going to make his draft stock better. Whereas, obviously... You can look at what happened with Jalen to see how your draft stock could get worse.
Well, and yeah, I mean, draft stock for one, and for two, like the whole everything. You know, like he gets an injury that could ruin his career. That could definitely be it. And draft stock is one place. You can be drafted in the 4th round and turned into a starting quarterback for the Cowboys. That was a compensation pick. But he's pretty good too. Dak's still pretty good.
He is definitely good.
He's pretty good. Whenever it's against teams that they should beat, he's really good.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just joking. Or am I? But I get it. 877-881-1053 from the 817. The Texas State Bowl game against Rice means everything.
And look, by the way, I just want to point out before we get this, I realize that colleges are a-holes and don't live up to their commitment to these players all the time, too. I hear you on that for sure.
I do wonder this. If the bowl games gave more money to the players, would they play? Would that, if they said, hey, we're going to take a huge portion of this bowl game money, Cheez-Its, or I guess Pop-Tarts now, and
all right, if it's money, yes. If it's Cheez-Its or Pop-Tarts, not necessarily.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I am with this. Is like I'm looking at that going, give them an incentive to play other than, hey, you're just finishing the season out. I get it though. Aaron Rodgers, Kevin, let's discuss this for a moment, because we heard the breaking news that he still wants to finish out a meaningless game somewhere. And
pride.
Huh?
Because he has pride in the job that he committed
Absolutely
to.
not.
Oh, no.
It's about ego.
What?
This dude wants to go out there and say, I came back from an injury faster than anybody else. Everybody thought.
I'm sure you're right about
this. Is a dude that during COVID was like, hey, this horse tranquilizer stuff I'm using that instead. And all the other stuff. So like, this is all about this dude wanting to prove that he can beat time and science. And he's like, look, this is new science. Hey, I got a new doctor and a new rehab scheme for this. What's all, and that's fine. I like that. I really actually do like that mindset of, hey, is the old way of doing science and doctoring the best way? Or are there new things we can add to this that maybe could help us? If I push myself harder, is it that guy was just lazy in his rehab and I just pushed myself harder in my rehab than he did, and that's why I'm back out on the field? Or did he not do his rehab? So I think it's completely about ego for Aaron Rodgers to be able to go back and say, I did it. Everybody else can take it. They can deal with it.
Man. Okay. Look, it's hard to argue against Aaron Rodgers' ego. I don't think I'm going to be able to win that.
No, yeah. Well, and now that being said, are you an Aaron Rodgers fan in any way?
Not really.
Because of the way he talks about things?
I mean, I think it mostly starts with those 14 and 16 playoff games.
If you were just a football fan, Aaron Rodgers is a pretty good quarterback.
He is. No, he's in the history of football. Yeah, no, he's very good.
This is a great question from the 972. If Rodgers comes back this season and plays, does he qualify for comeback player of the year?
Oh.
He missed most of the season and came back at the end of the year.
That's a good question.
To still not get into the playoffs.
That is I'll
Hold on.
look into that.
Do they
I
have
don't
a
know.
shot, Kevin?
No, they're out. They're out.
You sure?
Yes, they're
What if Aaron Rodgers is on the team?
No, they're eliminated. They
Will the
could
NFL
win.
say, you know what? Let's play an extra game just in case.
You know what? I can't rule that out.
We were expecting
Assuming that doesn't happen, they're out.
from the 682. Rodgers is a narcissist, and I can't stand him. They all have egos, man. His just looks more out there.
That is a great point.
All right. I do have some audio from one Booger McFarland, Kevin.
Okay.
Now, Rain Football, I do not have this audio from Booger McFarland.
I've heard this.
There goes, the entire segment is now gone. So
what happened, Chris? What's the story?
Sorry, Chris. That's it, man. You're going to have to vamp for the next 6 minutes by yourself.
Did you send?
Wait.
Do I go improv mode?
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you send him the audio?
I think I did. I'm pretty sure I sent it over to him.
And Chris just chose not to get the audio.
Or maybe he forgot. He's been busy back there. So then we'll have to.
That's great.
We'll go have a meeting here in just a little bit.
Oh, that's a good point.
But yeah, so Booger McFarland, Kevin, according to the audio that was there, he said the upside of playing football in the rain is being able to go number one on the field without people knowing. He said, you just let it flow. And I started to wonder, where are the places in the world where it's okay to just let it flow? Obviously, the bathroom. Like, you go to the bathroom, let it flow. You're doing that there. The woods, right? When you're outside in the woods.
If it's good enough for a bear, it's good enough for me.
Now, I'm not saying like in the woods next to a park. Don't do that. Like, that's a bad idea because there could be kids around and other adults that don't want to see that. But if you're off in the woods hunting or camping or something like that, there's not very many bathrooms around, Kevin. You got to make do.
Are you taking issue with his statement, though, before we...
Oh, no.
Okay.
I bet this happens all the time. We've seen all sorts of stuff.
Would you do it?
I think Leroy Glover was like, yeah, I've gone in my pants number 2 in a football game. So, like, I've heard lots of guys talk about stuff like that. Would I do it?
Yeah.
So I'd still have a hard time doing that even in the ocean. It takes me a minute to think it out.
My next question.
You have the audio. All right, well, let's hear it real quick.
What do you know?
Let's see if it's.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
You know what? Maybe the computer wasn't working. I'll give him a little break here. Hit it.
There is one upside to this as a defensive lineman. When you're soaking wet and it's raining and you got to go to the bathroom. I wasn't expecting that. So listen, you have to find some good in this. So normally we have to go back in the locker room. But since everything is wet, we're just good to go. You just let it flow.
Instant heater. Okay.
Well, I didn't go that far. Just let it flow.
Okay. I went far. 7 fumbles in this game so far.
He does make a valid point, Kevin, in the instant heater part. Now, it's short-lived because it cools off pretty quickly.
Right.
But it is warm. Like, that is warm, so that is there as well. But, yeah, man, if it's raining, like he said, it's already bad weather. You're already in that situation. Might as well make something, go about it. So that's why. But, yeah, in the water, Kevin, you can do it there. That's perfectly okay to let it go.
In the shower?
Shower's fine. There's a drain. It's okay. It's not like I'm doing on the wall. You just aim down the drain and everything's going to be all right. 877-881-1053. Somebody said, let it go in the attic. Why the attic? That's a weird place. Like, you went up to the attic. And now it's going to, somehow I feel like it's going to get into your living room. Like, that feels weird to me.
At least seep into the floorboards up there that it would eventually smell, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I don't. Look.
Going in the backyard after the bar is the best. When you get home and you're just like, I can't make it inside.
Because that's your backyard.
Just going to, that's
right?
That's okay.
But that's a man thing, right? Maybe just because of basic equipment. But also, I asked my wife that once, and she goes, "Did you really pee in the backyard?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Mm-hmm.
And that's not.
My son sometimes will just go intentionally to the backyard. I'm like, why? Why did you do that? And he's like,
Say it's on your water bill.
Yeah. Well, that's if you flush every time.
What?
Come on, man. Your grandparents didn't try to save a penny every once in a while? Saying,
I mean,
hey.
that's fine for them. We're not in the Depression era anymore.
You don't know that?
That's true.
It could be a huge depression.
Do you not
coming
flush
up.
every time?
I don't know, man. Kind of depends. If I know I'm
So
going to be
the answer is no.
If I know I'm
to
going to be
that
the next one to
question.
go back in there, maybe not. You know.
Okay.
And lastly, Kevin, I've stayed away from this story as much as possible, but she's the gift that keeps on giving.
Is this about the Taylor Swift F-bomb?
Oh, no, I did see that, though. No. Did you see what she did after the game?
No.
After the game, she went with a handful of $20 bills and tipped all the food runners. She went back to where all the food runners were. It was like, hey, guys, thanks so much for all the work that you guys have done. Here's a tip. And it was 20s. She's not just rolling around saying, you know what, here's a $2 bill. She's rocking out there and she's like, I got 20s for you. Good work. Now, my question is, Kevin, who carries cash? 877-881-1053. Do you carry cash or do you just put everything on the card? Now, I will say this. Kevin also does balance a checkbook.
That's the reason I carry cash.
Why?
Okay. Because
cash is separate from what's in my bank.
No, what?
Yeah, those are separate entities.
Where does that cash come from, though?
I find it.
Okay.
Sometimes I get it out of the bank.
Okay.
And now it's not in this bank system anymore. It's gone. I have to re-earn that.
So I had this conversation with my wife because she'll pop over to like Starbucks or Target or Chick-fil-A, like not a real Target run, just like a little, you need one thing or whatever. And I'm like, if you just went to the bank, that's one receipt.
Mm-hmm.
That's one entry into the checkbook.
Right.
And I know people will be like, oh, the bank keeps track of it. I have busted the bank for making mistakes at least 2 times.
What?
In the last several years. So you have to keep the bank honest because they know you don't care. You should care because they make mistakes. That's why so many of them went out of business. And so if you make a stop at all those places, those are all extra things on the ledger I need to write down.
We don't have to write them down. You choose to write them down.
You know me as a person. I have to. You're right. Corey, you're right. I choose to. But there's also something internally inside of me that says, if you don't do this, you will die.
I'm surprised that you don't tell her to just go, well, I guess she does go to the Target Starbucks. Is that true also?
Ooh, probably.
So I'm surprised you don't tell her just to do that to consolidate. Like, hey, look, if you're going to check out at the Starbucks instead.
I'm not going to lie. We have definitely have multiple conversations about just the number of transactions that are taking place.
How many transactions is the perfect amount of transactions in a month for you?
Ooh, I'll have to get back to you on that. I'll have to do some research, but it's just great.
I feel like it's like 10. I feel like 10. You're like, that's
that would
good.
Be awesome.
That's real good.
But if you're just going to do a whole bunch of stuff around here, yeah, like you're going to take the kids out for lunch and maybe you want to stop at a Starbucks and maybe you're going to buy somebody a toy or something. You can knock that out with one bank. All right, one transaction. Then you can just I don't even care. I don't even care what the money goes to.
Do you care how much the money is?
In certain instances, yes. But it's just the beatdown of how many different transactions there were that I'll just end up running combo. Like, it bothers me if there's a Target and then a Target the next day, and I'm like, combo Target.
So I was in Fort Worth this weekend, Kevin, and I had $500 in cash on me.
Oh, my gosh.
And in the morning, I went to get my wallet, and there was no cash in my wallet.
Oh, dear.
And I went, I know I had at least $300 just sitting in my wallet last night. What happened? And I'm sitting there going, I'm thinking it all out. I'm going through all the scenarios. And I was like, I must have just thrown $300 bills into a tip jar somewhere and didn't know and thought it was a 1 or something.
My God.
Some like Starbucks barista just had the best day of their lives.
And I was like, no. And then I got home. And yesterday, late in the evening, my wife goes, hey, I found that money. It was in my purse. And I was like, why was it in your purse? We still don't know the answer to that either. So she stole my money.
She knows the answer.
She was trying to jack my money. She was trying to take my stuff from me.
Man, I did not realize this was such a divisive topic. From the 903, cash money equals free money. From the 817, cash is needed. You never know. I won't finish the rest of that sentence. And then somebody said D-boys carry cash, which that's just rude. And then another person followed back and said, I always have cash. I get standing behind those cashless SOBs who hold up the line with their damn cards. I had no idea. Look, for me, I just prefer to have some cash. You can live your monetary life however you want. I had no idea that this was like such a contentious topic.
Do you believe that Taylor Swift carries cash? I feel like that she doesn't need it. Right? She doesn't need to. Like, she just walks in and she's like, I'm Taylor Swift, and people give her stuff, right?
And that's what people say.
Oh, really?
Where does she get the cash from then? Her handler or something? It's like, hey, do you have any of the poor people money?
Yeah.
And they're like, what do you mean?
They're like pennies, and she's like, no, the other poor people.
And what's a penny? No, I'm just kidding. She's awesome. I do really appreciate how much gratuity she seems to be giving out to all the people that help her out. That's really cool.
Kevin hands out political opinions as tips. Kevin hands out Whataburger ketchup packets as tips. This is fun. I like this. 877-881-1053. How do you think Kevin tips people?
Old people candy as a tip. I do think Werther's Originals are really good. Look, my wife will tell you I'm the oldest not super old person you'll ever meet. I also like doing the puzzles in the newspaper. I'm not here to argue against that. I'm an old person.
There, you can use that one, Chris. That's a good one to use.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
And that's the C Block, everybody.
Coming up next, are you pumped at all that the Cowboys are officially in the playoffs? Plus, something positive, back to the Texas High School Football State Championships. Let's shout out DeSoto, Duncanville. We'll get to it next right here on The Fan.
Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Second down and goal. And they're going to try a tush-push lineup. And in they go. Josh Allen walks it in, and it's about to be 21-3.
Unfortunately, I'm just laughing at how sad that call was because of how sad that game was. That's the only thing I can do to try to make me feel better is laugh a little bit as the Cowboys get pummeled 31-10 in a game that was not that close.
I think laughter for this one, Kevin, is one of those where it helps you move on to the next one.
Yeah.
And that's what Steven wants, right? Steven gets on with us. He's like, look, guys, we're focused on the Dolphins now.
Yeah.
We got to move on from that one. I think last week it was McCarthy that said, look at the 12-hour rule, or midnight rule. At midnight, we'll be done celebrating and move on to the next one. And that's where Steven wants us to be in that mindset with us. But no, man, it's frustrating when you see your team who's been on a hot streak and you're like, there are still some questions that I need answered. I need to see that you do these things consistently, and they don't do it. And they let you down. And then the way that they looked was bad. So that's a frustrating thing. You can say it. You're frustrated.
And so this might be a ridiculous question to ask in the midst of it, but this is what you saw blitz across social media before the game. Is the Cowboys have clinched their third straight playoff spot.
That's awesome.
Is it today?
Yes. It still is awesome that you did that.
I told you a week ago they had already clinched.
Because, Kevin, do you remember all the time? Yes, you did. You've been saying, I guarantee the Cowboys are in the playoffs.
And they didn't even have to win.
They didn't have to do anything. And everybody was like, but we should wait it out. And you were like, nope, they're already there. I guess yes, I can feel okay. I can take away something from it that I'm not all right with. Sorry, I lost track of where I was going. Back to you.
Is that because because Mike's not here, so you have to substitute in?
No,
that once a show where he's just like, I don't know.
I had a thing I wanted to say, but I forgot.
No, but and I totally get that. By the way, this is a very clever text right here from the 817. No need to worry. The Bills have been whooping my ass over here recently as well.
Who's that from?
Anybody USA? You know
Bills fans?
No. I think they're saying the Bills.
Oh yeah,
have been
cash
whooping their ass.
I got you. I see where you're going with that now. Look at you.
I was just curious if there was anybody out there who was pumped because the Cowboys made the playoffs, despite what would happen right after that. Now,
yes,
go ahead.
That's where I was going with that, Kevin. 3 years in a row.
Correct.
When was the last time you said?
91 through 96.
Okay, and they won 3 Super Bowls in that time.
It's true.
So, I can't guarantee that's about to happen. But there was a time when you would make the playoffs, lose, get bounced, and then you're 8-8 the next year.
Yes.
Or you don't have a winning season the next year. And there was never the consistency of them always in it. Now the biggest complaint is what you do in the playoffs, not the regular season.
Yeah.
Regular season isn't junk around here. Regular season, you're doing pretty good. You just have to make sure that you're there at the end of the season to be able to take advantage of the opportunity that you've given yourself. You didn't fumble that away during the season.
I am not disagreeing with you, but I don't know if most people in the Metroplex feel that way.
A lot of people on a day like this want to get under a blanket and stay away from it all.
Okay.
I get it.
Let me ask you a question. No, this is not just about this one specific person. I'm going to read you this text. This is just normal Cowboys operations. They'll get booted in 1 or 2 games in the playoffs, always a letdown. Let me ask you this, because there's a lot of people out in the Metroplex just like that. Do you think they enjoy the Cowboys regular season then? Because they're going to be 12-5, something like that, to finish out this season, just like they were the year before and the year before.
I don't.
You don't think they enjoy it?
Because I see it, and I talk about this a lot. I can still enjoy watching, with Luka. If Luka never wins a championship, I can look back and go, I was watching one of the best players around. Maybe he never did it, but I did that with Dirk. I was like, look, man, I just have to reside to the fact that I'm watching a great player, and maybe he might not ever win a championship. And then he did, so I got lucky in that respect. But I can still enjoy the regular season for what it is. I want more beyond that. I definitely want more beyond that. But I look at them as two separate things, I guess. Okay. You got to get through this portion to get to that portion each year. A lot of people just want to blow right through it and not even take in the regular season. They just want to get straight to the playoffs and then watch the Cowboys lose. That's what they're hoping will happen, is that the Cowboys get to the playoffs, lose, and they can say, I was right the whole time.
I understand the logic of why people feel that way, but I just want to throw something out there for you. In the last 14 seasons, this is now the 6th time the Cowboys have made the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's a big deal.
So
it's important.
It's usually every other year. I just don't know what's in recent history to lead people to believe that the regular season doesn't matter at all. I get why in the past.
Yeah.
Look, I was also alive during all those Cowboys Super Bowls. Should have been 4 in a row. We don't need to talk about that right now. I was alive during all of that as well. But what in the meantime has led you to not enjoy the regular season? Is it because you just know they're not going to win the Super Bowl and that negates the rest of the run? That's what I'm curious about from people, because I think that is it.
From the 682, I'm numb to the regular season for the most part. I just see games like this, especially this time of year, and it's what I've been done with. I understand that. I don't live that. I don't live that style. Each week is a problem. Each week is going to present a new problem, and I think they're great opportunities to look at yourself and say, were we good? Yeah, but can we be better at this? When you're beating, I guess that's what a lot of people are looking at. Yeah, they're just beating bad teams. The whole NFL is bad right now. There are like 5 teams that I feel are good. The whole NFL looks stinky in a lot of games each week. I'm like, that's not what I want.
Right.
And there were games, Kevin, how many games have had no touchdowns scored? We watched.
If you're an East Coast team or Northeast team, a lot.
The Panthers just won 9-7. We watched a 3-0 football game this year. There's a lot of bad football. So yeah, the Cowboys are going to have some stinky opponents.
Hey,
but did they finish the game? Did they do certain things right? Now, when they go up against big time opponents that are better, that's when they can learn the most about themselves. I would love to see them, whip their asses. I would love to see that. But they got to learn more about what they are bad at. Yesterday, it was a glaring example of some problems with both sides of the ball.
And from the 940, now I enjoy the regular season for sure. Just get tired of them getting our hopes up every year. That I get a little bit more. And then from the 225, they'll beat the South winner and then lose in the next round. I will tell you this. I think that is overwhelmingly the likely result if things stay as they stand right now with the playoff seeding. I will still be excited going into that divisional round because you still have a shot to win the game that puts you in the game to go to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I realize that the Cowboys have been losing this game every single time they're in it. I just think that's part of being a fan. Is I promise you, my hopes will still be up because that's just part of being a fan, I think.
Yeah, man. Get the opportunity to play against San Francisco on the road. You want to back down from it and say, they're just going to lose anyway. I'm not even going to watch.
No, I will think that, but I will watch.
Like, man, we're going to lose anyway. I shouldn't even go to that game. I'll just stay here in Dallas.
And that's part of what makes
Frisco.
Sports amazing is, look, maybe you will lose, but it could be that day where you don't. And you know what I'm saying?
I think maybe even still like the Rangers may have
That's right.
Over positive Corey is around because of the Rangers. Because the way the Rangers looked to end the season, I was like, there's no way we can win a baseball game. And then they went out and win the World Series. And I was like, they did things that we hadn't seen them do. So let's blame the Rangers then. If we're going to do anything, let's blame the Rangers for that. And then making me feel like we could get Ohtani in the offseason.
Let's kick this around just real quick because we talked about South Oak Cliff earlier. I want to go to cut number 23 if we can, because there was multiple other Metroplex teams getting state title stuff done this weekend.
So Bailey looks to throw, and he's got a man wide open for the catch, and the touchdown. It's Ethan Feaster, the freshman, in for the score. On 3rd and 21, doesn't matter.
Now, DeSoto would go on to win their state championship over Humble Summer Creek 74-14. That's the most points ever scored in the 6A state championship game. It also caps off a perfect undefeated state championship season for DeSoto. So most of the day after the PNG win over South Oak Cliff, that would have made it amazing because Aledo won, I believe, their 11th state title in the last 15 years,
That is impressive.
which is bananas. So Aledo won, DeSoto won, wedged in between there before DeSoto. If we can go ahead and fire off cut number 22, you can add another tally to the City of Champions.
Duncanville back to work. And breaking free is Durham. Durham shook off one tackle. Now it's a foot race. The 40, 30, he'll win the race. Caden Durham, 92 yards for the Panther touchdown.
Duncanville victorious over Galena Park North Shore 49-33. That's the second straight state title for Duncanville. And that brings that series to Galena Park North Shore 3, with one of those being a Hail Mary at the end of the game.
Wow.
And Duncanville 2. So in the last 6 years, those two teams have played 5 times for the state title. So Duncanville and DeSoto from the same district both win state titles. And you got to think overall bragging rights obviously go to DeSoto since they won that game earlier in the season. But if you're Duncanville, you probably don't care about that because you just won the effing state title for the second year in a row.
Yeah, no, you know how we're feeling about the Rangers right now. Nothing matters because we won the World
So
Series.
true.
But yeah, that's awesome. Do you think we're going to get another? Is it going to be 6 straight years of that? Duncanville,
it's been
Galena?
5 of 6 years.
5 of 6.
You know what?
Do we get a 7th year?
I say one time in the next 2 years they play again.
One time?
One time.
All right. I love it, man. I love whenever you get these kind of battles back and forth.
But absolute domination from the Metroplex in the state championships yet again. Not just on Saturday, like you said, go back to Aledo on Friday. We talked about the rest of the games earlier last week. So hell of a job. Congratulations to all of these games.
And even cooler, all Texas teams won the state title games.
In Texas, that...
Damn right. I just said it.
Yes, you did. That is true. That's a good point. And by the way, you know what? You want more championship excitement?
Did it happen in Texas?
The Texas volleyball team defeated Nebraska for their second straight volleyball title. Now, that happened in Florida.
Nebraska's pretty good, too.
But Nebraska's number
very
1.
Good, yeah.
It happened in Florida, but it's still a Texas team.
It is now.
That won the championship.
Texas title right there.
Woo!
Look at that.
We won so many championships. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Corey Majors.
The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Sam Martin. Oh, that was tipped. Flag down, though. They didn't get the ball, and they ran into the kicker. Turpin caught it at the 30, running around and tackled at the 25. And Sam Williams, who was that's twice they've been that close to blocking it, but Sam Williams didn't get the ball, and he did get the punter.
I appreciate that Kevontae Turpin kept running around like it would matter. I would have just walked out of bounds and be like, jeez. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for a chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Been better. Thanks for asking, Hagee.
Yeah, although I think we can place the blame on Eric Chiafalto for what happened yesterday.
That unfortunately has a pretty nice ring to it, Hagee. Gosh dog it.
Two different names now.
Yeah, no, I'm going to take ownership of this one, man. That's on me. We're going to get back to the drawing board, and we're going to bounce back in the biggest way possible.
By losing by even more to the Dolphins? I'm just kidding, but they have a good running game.
They do have a pretty good running game.
It's good.
I don't think you'll see one like
good.
what you saw yesterday, though.
The physical
ever again in the
nature of
history of the Cowboys playing football.
I'm with you. I'm hoping so.
That was ridiculous yesterday.
Oh, what? Just because James Cook was the first Buffalo player to have at least 200 yards from scrimmage, as well as a rushing and receiving touchdown since Thurman Thomas in 1991. If you do something where a generation of people watching are like, I don't know who that is, you should, boys and girls. But you don't know who that is. That's not good.
You said Thurman?
Thurman Thomas.
Okay.
That guy was pretty good.
I'm on it.
He was very good.
He was pretty Hall of Famer, I think.
Not as good as James Cook, though, obviously.
No, James Cook's got on his way to Canton, for sure.
No one's better than James Cook was yesterday.
The best that ever lived.
Yeah.
Broadus, I don't know if you're saving this for Krusty's Corner or later, but you were running through the 4 different quadrants of which the Bills ran the ball.
Yeah.
And the worst one by far was still solid. That's not good for the defense.
Yeah, no, it was funny. The most success that they had running the ball yesterday was outside left. They had 10 carries for 82 yards. They had four of their 10 carries were 10 plus yards or more. And then outside right, actually it went outside left, 10 of 82, and then the next best success rate would be, or where they ran the ball. Well, let me do this. How about 80% outside left, 25% outside right. So they struggle a little bit over there, a little bit. Inside left was 80% success rate, and then inside right was 50%.
Wow.
So yeah, it didn't matter. It just really didn't matter where they averaged like I said, they light box, neutral box, stack box. It didn't matter. They had success. All the boxes.
And I know Jonathan Hankins is good, but I've heard that name come up too much in response.
I don't know that he was saving that yesterday.
Like, I think he could have made a difference. I don't think that would have made a difference in the game because across the board, we brought this up earlier, and some people got mad, and I understand it because he's a great player. He is a great player. Sometimes I worry about the physicality of Micah Parsons. Fair or unfair?
I think the thing that teams, and yesterday they ran at him 3 times, and had success all 3 times, and so it's not the physicality, it's his willingness to want to get up the field so quickly. Then all of a sudden he gets pinned to and people take advantage of that. Like there was one run they had where he was so far up the field that the tackle was pulling to block him, but just went up the field because he was already out of the play. So you've already, you've already got, you're at a little bit of a problem there just because you've taken yourself out of the play. That happened several times in that game yesterday when you went back and watched it. Dan Quinn tried to slant his front in order to kind of keep guys from like having to play toe to toe. He knew he was pretty small in the game. So what he did was he tried to move the front and slant. So all of a sudden you're slanting your front. And now when you slant the front, you have to fill all the other gaps. So if you're leaving an area and going to another one, you got to be able to fill. And they didn't do a good enough job. And what happens is you've got slant front. Now you got guys pinned. Now you got 312-pound offensive tackles that are pulling through the hole onto guys that are safeties, whether that's Bell or Curse. Now it turns into those guys are trying to fight blocks, being really undersized, and that's a huge issue right there. That's why a lot of their success. There were some times where Dallas did actually a good job of playing the front, but then the ball bounced. And now when the ball bounces outside, there was nobody there. Yeah. So sometimes they take care of the front side, and then the ball goes backside. Well, all of a sudden you've got tight ends that are blocking your linebackers. You got tackles on edges that can't get off the block, and now there's the ball. There's the crease, and that's why Cook a couple of different times had some big runs where it looked like that he bounced the ball back to where away from where it was supposed to go.
The personnel,
they're not big enough.
Yeah,
they're not big enough.
That can't be fixed, right?
No, not right now.
Not right now.
Not right now.
I mean, you start to bulk a little bit.
Well, you could talk. Maybe
just hit the weight room. It'll be all
more
good
protein
by January.
The best way to now you could talk about putting Evans in there, but Evans, Clark, you can maybe try and the problem is you play so much dime because you've relied on because of injuries. You've had to replace all those injured linebackers with safeties.
Yeah.
And you get away with this. When the problem the Cowboys run into is if they play against a team that is able to hold them in check offensively. See, when you play with light players, you can get away with it because it's part of your pass rush and coverage games. When Dallas is when they're at neutral where it's a tied game or they're behind, then all of a sudden it turns into a little bit of a problem for them. Because that team then can commit to running the football and stay more balanced. And when Dallas is at their absolute best, there's 2 things. It's their big plays on offense and their ability to rush the passer on defense. And Buffalo took them out of both those yesterday.
Real quick, how are you guys feeling about Eagles-Seahawks this evening?
Look, Jalen Hurts, who knows if Geno yesterday was also listed as questionable. I'm hoping Geno plays. If he does, I do think Seattle can win that football game. I mean, the Eagles are clearly making changes there with a defensive coordinator, but their secondary is so bad. We saw the passing game of Seattle can have a lot of success. If Geno is just even 75% of what he was against the Cowboys on Thursday night, I think they absolutely can win that game at home.
Yeah, no Darius Slay, and the Eagles are already 0-1 without Big Dom. And he's going to be out once again
for the rest of the regular season.
Brian and I saw him after the game last week.
We shook his hand, and I'll say this though: Seattle's the perfect team for Philadelphia to play because Seattle does not finish games. Philadelphia's been living all year on teams' inability to finish his games. They find ways. And we know about Seattle. They struggle to finish games.
You just need one more Tommy DeVito lightning strike against the Eagles. And you're good to go. Hey, what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. We'll have Krusty's Corner, 2:40, of course, more Brian's brilliant breakdowns. We'll have the McCarthy Presser at 3:30. 2 guys, 1 booth at 5, and then the brilliant Christy Scales will join us at 6.
Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it's hour one of the G-Bag Nation, and that stunk. All right, 31-10. Bills just spanked the Cowboys around. Now, Eric, you and I were smart and did pick the Bills to win this game.
Look at us, the smart guys in the room.
Football guys. Brian went with the Cowboys like a schmuck.
Alleged football guy.
But I don't think any of us saw the catastrophe that happened yesterday happening. However, I was just telling these guys on air, off air. Now I'm bringing it on air.
In the air, on the air.
This is exactly what the doctor ordered, right? You'd won 5 in a row.
Right, yes.
Were you going to go on a 9-game winning streak to end the season and then on a 13-game winning streak to win the bleeping Super Bowl? The odds of that? No, not really. You needed to drop a game.
Yes.
Now you get back on the horse. You circle the damn wagons. You win 3 in a row to end the season.
There you go.
You get into the playoffs, and then you win 4 more. So what, a 7-game winning streak to end the season?
That's doable.
And the last time this happened, where they get thoroughly embarrassed and their ass beat, they were able to reevaluate at the bye. They came out with a whole new look offense. Another hurdle.
See, that's the
Niner
thing.
game saving
Yes.
the season. Bills game saving the second half of the season.
Couldn't agree more, Walchuk. It wasn't even just that they needed to lose yesterday, which of course they did, but they needed to get demolished. You know, they needed to get their ass completely kicked. It was one of those games where they couldn't even give the fans hope for a single second that they had a chance at even coming close to almost losing by less than 10 points.
They needed a gajillion personal foul penalties and to not challenge a fumble that they should have rightly gotten and to give up 5.4 yards a carry and 266 yards and lose a game in which Josh Allen only had 94 yards passing and 15 pass attempts. They needed this.
I think it was important that James Cook had one of the most historical performances at the running back position that we can remember, you know? And that was another thing, you know, you're checking off the boxes of things that need to happen in order for you to set yourself up for a great Super Bowl run. And they did that yesterday, and you got to give them credit where credit's due.
Wait a minute, you're talking to a guy.
When the job is to poop the bed, Broadus, and you poop the bed at the highest level, okay, now all of a sudden you're talking about doing things in a championship way. It's a big picture mindset.
I like what you're saying right now, but it's funny when you start to talk about historical runs. That's part of a Dallas Cowboys team that watched 3 200 rushers. 3 rushers have 200 yards games in a row. 3 of them in a row. That's historic.
That's bad.
That's historically bad rush defense. You have 3 in a row of guys getting 200 yards.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've seen some bad football when it comes to run defense around here. You know what?
Sounds like you agree with this though, and I'm glad you're on board.
Yep.
No,
the Super Bowl just a positive spin. I think we needed this on a Monday where we're all feeling down on ourselves.
When we won the Super Bowl in Green Bay, we won 8 straight. That was the deal. Won 8 straight games. So, you know, you get to a point you didn't want to lose that game yesterday, boys. Come on now.
No, I think you definitely wanted to win that game.
You didn't want to.
Right. You definitely wanted to win that game.
You didn't want to lose.
Shout out to the texters, by the way. Like the 903, we're just justifying an ass kicking. You know, there's the 817. Hey, y'all shut up. Y'all are about to get smacked by Miami as well. STFU.
Okay.
So they're telling us on our radio show to stop talking, and they're taking us a little bit too seriously.
Yeah.
Yesterday sucked. Yesterday
was terrible.
That was a bad day.
Didn't expect him to win. Picked them to lose.
No, you did.
Losing is understandable.
But I didn't think it would look like that. I didn't think the offense would wet the bed the way they did.
To get embarrassed like that is, and that's a fair word for it. You're not just throwing that word around. That was like a oh my gosh kind of performance where you really shouldn't have one of those in any given year, but you've now had 2 of them.
Yeah,
that was very reminiscent of San Francisco.
It was very reminiscent.
Well, the thing that's, and I'm going to go forward on this thinking that, to me, when Dallas's offense doesn't get the job done, and we haven't seen it very often this year, when their offense doesn't get it going the way that they have been, their defense is going to struggle. Their defense is going to struggle because what happens is the way Dallas's offense plays, it can make the opponent very one-dimensional. And it plays right into Dallas's strength of rushing the passer. Buffalo, when you talk to the people of Buffalo, they were terrified about 2 things: your big plays and the way you rush the passer. And Buffalo took care of both those yesterday. They didn't allow any big plays offensively. Did a great job in coverage. You know, and they'd been a team that had struggled with their secondary when it came to separation, near the bottom of the league. But they played a ton of zone coverage, playing 5 guys underneath, you know, playing 2 guys back, playing 4 guys under 3 guys back. They did a really nice job of just saying 4-man pressure, and I think they only blitzed 6 times in the game, and were able to do what they did. I think it was a bad day for the quarterback. Wasn't particularly sharp. Your receivers didn't do a very good job of helping each other like they had in the past. You missed that opportunity on the deep ball to Cooks.
Mm-hmm.
That could have kind of got you going
Absolutely.
the right way offensively.
Yeah, I talked about that. Now it's 7-7.
But
who knows?
But there was, I think Buffalo was okay with you running the ball yesterday. I think Buffalo was all right. And, but what happened is Buffalo then made you one-dimensional, which you're thinking about, well, the strength of this team is throwing the football. But Buffalo's like, listen, we're not going to let you throw the ball like you throw it against every other team. I give Buffalo a lot of credit. Then their scheme with the way they run the ball is harmful, as we saw to Dallas. It's Dallas does not handle having to deal with pulling linemen. It just doesn't.
Yeah, they're pulling tackles on you.
Yeah, they're pulling tackles, they're pulling guards. The combo blocks to second level.
It's really well designed by Joe Brady.
Yeah.
And Mike McDaniel's going to look at that.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, Mike McDaniel's the kind of guy with the ego that he has, and I absolutely love him for it. But yesterday,
he ran the ball 10 straight times in a game, didn't he?
Yeah, well, and yesterday, Raheem Mostert at the goal line, he's got a chance to break the rushing record for touchdowns in a season by Miami. And first 2 times, gets stuffed. Third time, he's like, nope, we're still going with you. And he runs it in for an end zone for a touchdown. So Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins will line up and say, hey, until you stop our running game next week, we're going to keep running it at you.
I always kind of laughed when somebody always told me complimentary football. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, dude. Complimentary football. They just love to. They're like digging for the cliches in their pockets. You can always come up with a complimentary football. You always sort of have it. That's the beauty of the complimentary football.
Yeah.
It's on your person at all times.
I think Buffalo played complimentary football yesterday.
Well, how about it? Yeah. Their commitment to the run game, I will say,
there was no need. There was no need for them to throw the ball yesterday because
need at all.
Dallas's offense was never going to threaten them.
I mean, Josh Allen postgame says he feels like the kid in the class project that gets an A and didn't do anything, and that's basically how it was.
They had the name to the project. That guy.
Wow, I've never identified with Josh Allen more in my entire life.
I mean, if you had told us Josh Allen went 7 of 15 for 94 yards, would have been like Cowboys win that game.
Yeah, did he get hurt in the middle of this
Something
game?
happened?
What?
Why do you only have 94 yards on the year? Why do you only have 15 pass attempts? You didn't need to throw it.
Was it a rain out? Did we have a lightning delay?
It was unbelievable.
We're going to pick this thing back up in the second quarter on Monday for some weird reason. Why did that happen? Oh, it's because they had one of the most historical days on the ground that we can remember.
It was.
They punished you, man.
Well, it was a well-designed scheme. And it's one of those things that when Dallas looks at himself, Dan Quinn's trying to mask a deficiency that he has. He doesn't have size at linebacker.
And we got a caller last night. Some of that is not, I mean, it's been unfortunate. Leighton Vander Esch gets hurt, right? Maybe a career
ender.
So
does Overshown.
Overshown gets hurt.
Yeah.
Right? So those were your bigger linebackers.
Clark, and I'll say another thing. Clark is the second.
Clark hasn't performed.
He hasn't performed as well as I really thought he might.
I mean, that Deion Dawkins block 10 yards down the field.
I haven't stopped thinking about it.
It was embarrassing.
You know how long it took me to go to sleep last night because that thing was just replaying over and over in my head. And then I found out he was going to be on the Cowboy Hour tonight. And it made me feel good that he still has a pulse and he's alive. And then shortly find out, actually, no, he's going to be a late scratch because he's limping around today, probably hurting more in ego than anything. He probably just got the wind knocked out of him because he got just slammed on his back. And I haven't seen a block like that since the scripted Blindside movie, where a high school kid is just 10 times bigger than the other kid.
Gosh.
And it's fake, and we're doing this, okay, on 3 here, we're going to go lights, camera, action. That's what happened in real life yesterday. Deion Dawkins just buried him.
But you're right, Brian. I mean, and you'll talk about this at 2:40 in Krusty's Corner with the film breakdown, and we can carry that over and do more of it at 4. But the personnel groupings that they came out of and ran the football, like they had that 21 personnel with Ty Johnson and James Cook on the field.
And we're like, here's a bunch of corners and safeties.
Well, yeah,
so go stop it.
So the 22 personnel, they got to, so that for those that don't know, that's a 6th offensive lineman. They're going heavy.
Yeah,
and the Cowboys are playing in the nickel because really, to your point, they don't have a choice. They've got Marquise Bell playing linebacker, who's really a safety.
Yeah.
But that is just an absolute mismatch. You're losing at the snap, basically, if you're the Cowboys. You're undersized. Typically, that speed has helped them at times. It's what's made them a fun, turnover-prone defense. But when you get into these situations where the offense isn't scoring, to your point, you're putting no pressure on the opposition to keep up with you, and they can basically just line up and play smash-mouth football.
Yeah.
Now you're getting away from what is your strength on defense? Rushing the passer.
That's it. Yeah. Dallas is built. They really are built to get after you, rushing the passer. One of the best in the league when it comes to that. But
you got to earn that right? Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, but like I said, Dallas is when they don't make teams one-dimensional, you could see the problems that they might have.
Yeah.
That somebody becomes that committed. I don't think the weather had anything to do with it.
First half, it was good.
I think
we'll talk with Christy at 6.
Yeah.
And she was there, obviously, on the sideline.
I think Cook is one of the better backs. I mean, and not just because of the yards
in the history of the game.
Well, you
That's
watch.
what you're going to say, right?
You watch the vision that
Get
he
the
had.
bus ready in Canton.
Yeah, he had the vision. His ability to catch the ball. I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, he took. There were a couple times he took a ball front side, and it's like it's not there, and he bounced the thing all the way backside.
Yeah, the vision was incredible.
And Dallas had nobody there home to make a play on him. So yeah, you saw a team that they were totally comfortable defending you, and they were totally comfortable saying we don't have to throw the ball here because we know you can't stop us from running it.
Yeah. Their commitment to running the football was as impressive as anything. And like you said, they didn't need to do anything else.
It made you blush. A guy that hates the running backs more than anybody.
That's right.
A guy that hates the running game
you're
more
running
than
for 7 yards a carry.
when you're
why not?
Exactly.
I mean, James Cook touches the ball, he's getting a first down.
Yeah. If you're running at that sort of clip, and if your defense is giving up those types of rushes that consistently, there's no reason to do anything else. And kudos to Joe Brady. He was like, I refuse to get bored just calling run plays. And and they were very creative as well with the design and everything.
Johnson,
as you mentioned,
like I mentioned, outside wing, and then come inside a block on Curse one time, and then they kick Parsons out with a puller, and now the ball goes up inside. I mean, yeah, there was some really neat designs when you watch the way that, and to me, with guys like Dawkins, he's not the best puller. But man,
he's a huge guy.
He was yesterday.
Dawkins, Brown. Those guys were pulling, and you're like, man, they're making things. They're going up into the hole and searching people out because their down blocks were so got
washing
so much
dudes.
movement. Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is there wasn't a ton of desire at times.
No,
when you're watching these guys put on the first drive of the game, and the running back is being just pushed by his team for a first down,
12 yards.
Yeah,
they went 12 yards.
A lot.
Who wants it more? And you're just getting out muscled.
That first pile move. There was another pile move too down on the goal line with
Murray.
Yeah, and that was impressive. But the 12-yard pile move got my attention. That you're like, whoa.
Yeah, we were curious.
What's going on?
That got our attention.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about them being the desperate team for sure, and they showed it from the jump.
Dallas should have been a desperate team too. Dallas is a desperate enough team to play a game to knowing that if somehow, some way they can win the division and get home games, that means that's huge to them.
It's amazing. Okay, you clinched a playoff berth. Congratulations. It's the first time you've done it in 3 consecutive years since 94 to 96. According to them, they didn't know about that before the game. So we got a lot of questions in the post. Did they, were they feeling themselves a little bit? Did that have an impact on how they played? According to them, no, not at all. And I don't think that it did. But, man, absolutely, when you're starting to see these road home splits, it's a real thing for the Cowboys, and they should be doing everything they can to be desperate to make sure maybe we don't get the 1 seed because we need things to go our way. But if we can control our own destiny and win out, at least we've got a chance. They lost all chance yesterday with that loss.
Yeah. They absolutely did. And they have their – it's sort of a team that feels like it has their perfect conditions. They can go just mop the floor with some teams. At home, no inclement weather, no loud crowd. We can just communicate. Everything can be perfect and smooth, and boom, we'll get the lead. We'll play fast on the turf. We'll be front runners, and we'll go win that game. But once you start to mix it up a little bit and you start throwing some variables in there, they don't really adjust to it all that well.
Well, they played well in Philadelphia offensively. I felt like had a chance to win that game.
For sure.
And two of the bad road losses were before the bye, right?
Yes, Arizona and San Francisco.
Where they kind of started figuring out things offensively.
Yes.
Right? I mean, I'm not trying to
but there's no inclement weather in Philadelphia. It's an extremely common opponent.
No, I understand what you're saying.
And you scored 23 points in that game. It wasn't like you just lit the world on fire.
No, but Dak wasn't terrible in that game.
For sure.
Yesterday,
it wasn't as inevitably.
They played well enough to win the game.
They absolutely
that
did,
day.
yeah.
And then they had a chance in the final drive, and unfortunately they weren't able to do it. Now, Zach Martin, that was the big story, and we'll talk with him on Thursday around 5 o'clock. Do you have an update on Zach?
Yeah,
he had that quad injury, left the game.
I asked somebody over there, and the situation, and we need to keep an eye on this one, though. But I was told he is getting better. This morning he was better.
Good.
Much better than he was yesterday. So hopefully that will improve. But hell, I thought Hooker was going to play. They thought Hooker was going to play. They thought his ankle was going to come around. So, every time you think that maybe Zach Martin or anybody's going to be okay, I guess we got to wait until they actually, Christie gives us the inactives on, the pregame show. Because, every time you feel like that, oh, no, that guy's going to be okay and ready to play, then the next thing you know, he's on the inactive list.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk more about this throughout the entire show. We do have the Stars back in action at home tonight against the Kraken, and the Mavs will be on the road taking on the defending champion Denver Nuggets. What a performance from Luka, another 40-point triple-double, making history the other night. And, of course, you got his teammates saying, why the hell is he not in the MVP conversation? So maybe we'll get more positivity in DFW with the Stars and the Mavs.
The Stars win. That was not very good in St. Louis the other night.
It was not. And they've got some goalie issues right now, bringing somebody off the street. So we'll see. Hopefully that's a playoff rematch. I'm sure Seattle, it's the first meeting of the season, would like to get some revenge. But we got G-Bag of the Day coming up next. And do we have some bet payoffs? Who lost G-Bag Survivor? Talk about that next.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW, and if you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-3333.
All right, thank you, Rigo. We'll get you the G-Bag of the day coming up here in about 6 minutes or so. And G-Bag Nation Survivor, it was not just the Cowboys that bleeped the bed yesterday. Now, I can't remember who everybody had, but I know me and Dawson were riding with the Falcons with a chance to maintain their opportunity at winning the division. The Falcons go to Carolina in front of what I believe to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 or 7 people in attendance.
And that's not a joke. I mean, that stadium was empty. They showed a picture at halftime. It was sad.
Yeah, well, it was disgusting outside. It was rainy. It was windy. You know, the Panthers are 1-12, now 2-12, of course, because the Falcons found a way to allow Bryce Young to go basically the length of the field in the final couple of minutes of that game in torrential downpours and steal a victory away from the Falcons, and that'll go ahead and force myself and Dawson to pay off a
I'm
debt.
in there too.
You lost yesterday?
Okay, so who did you have?
I had Tennessee. Tennessee against Houston.
With no C.J. Stroud.
Overtime, right?
Yeah, Houston's got every one of their players basically hurt. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching, and you know who our former tight end killed me.
Schultz
makes a play.
And then Noah Brown, I think.
Noah Brown makes the one to tie the game. And I'm like going, why?
Just a big middle finger to you.
Yeah, but that's so yeah, I'm with you guys. So yeah, Zach was the only one who had a winner yesterday.
Go Rams.
Had the red hot Rams.
Just ram it.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Not picking the Rams unless I had already picked them this year, or not picking the one that I was thinking about going with on Friday was the Saints at home to DeVito and company. But I was like, man, is DeVito I was scared of DeVito.
DeVito might be for real. Is that what you were thinking?
I'm wondering to myself, and it sounds just insane to say it now. But on Friday, I'm wondering, does DeVito got the goods?
Forget about it.
Is he about to go into the Superdome and give them all the Italian fingers and lead his team to victory?
I'm going to make you feel terrible. You had not selected the Rams.
So I could have gone Rams or Saints there.
You could have gone the Rams.
But I rode with I believe Arthur Smith and Desmond Ritter. That's what I did. I think your guy Bijan fumble farted a situation.
Yeah, he did have a fumble. Desmond
Sucked.
Ritter was running to his left and tried to throw the ball. I don't know why, but back right in the middle of the field, and decided he's used to throwing to the black colored jerseys. So he did Carolina. It felt right at home. He just threw it right there to the defender. But man, what a bad day.
Absolutely
what
heartbreaking.
A bad day.
Sorry,
I've got 2 pet payoffs I got to make.
Yeah, you have 2. I mean, the Tex is still getting on you for this beer bet payoff that you failed to do.
All right, Tex, I'm just trying to tell you guys something here. You know, drinking in the studio is not as much fun as drinking with you guys. I'm just telling you that right now.
And that's factual.
I mean, I had more. The reason why at 9:38 of championship parade day, I had no intention of drinking at all.
But 9:39 rolled.
9:39 rolled around, and then I saw our G-Bag Nation flag. 9:40, I walked to the fence, and a guy hands me a Shiner. That's when it started. There was no intent. There was no intent of getting as drunk as I was that day. But you know why I got drunk? Because of you guys. Because I was going back and forth between these 2 groups.
Just Tolos,
and
man.
they kept handing me drink. At one time, I had 3 beers in my hand and just kept drinking.
I was impressed because you at first they were just handing you beers, and then it became like a little toss, like a toss sweep to the beer.
Yeah.
And then by the end of it, he was doing, like they do in training camp, where they have one of these guys try to catch a bunch of punts with and then every time they catch it, they keep the ball in their hand and they keep catching the punts. That's what Broadus was doing by the end of parade day, where he's got multiple beers in his hand, and then they're lobbing more beers his way, and he came up with all of them, and then he shared them with us.
And it got to the point where people were leaving the parade, and they're like, "Hey, Broadus, you want these beers?" And I went and found a bag. I go, "Hey, give me using that bag." No, just
beer bag.
Beer bag.
Was it one of the Fiesta bags?
It was some kind
Grocery
of
store
it
bags?
was. I'll tell you what. Some lady offered me a margarita out of a bottle.
That
like
was
the
delicious.
straight margarita out of a bottle.
You and I had the wherewithal to waterfall it because
Yeah.
that thing had been, that was
Man.
a community bottle.
That
being
was
passed
awesome.
around.
Yeah.
Walchuk just goes right into his mouth.
Now, I was 2 vodkas deep by that time. So I wasn't really thinking.
That's true. That was a vodka breakfast for you.
It was.
The point I'm trying to make, Tolos,
is you're not a P word.
No, I'm not, because I want to do it with you guys again.
Well, the
That's what
Tolos
I
don't
want.
seem to care. 972.
Okay.
We don't want excuses. We want results.
All right.
214. It's not supposed to be fun, Brian. 214. It's a bet payoff. Not supposed to be fun. So they're basically saying we don't want to drink with you. Just get the damn thing done.
Well,
Okay,
we
okay.
got-
If that's the case, then I will absolutely. When Dawson gets back, I think we said on January 2nd when he comes back, I'll sit here in the studio and just pound beers, and it won't be as fun.
It won't be as fun.
It won't be as fun. I promise you, it won't be as fun. I will be hammered, and I'll probably drink a lot of Fireball shots too to go along with it, because every Fireball shot it goes for another beer, right? Didn't we kind of agree on that?
Yeah.
So I'm going to drink probably a lot of Fireball, but it's just not going to be as fun without you
It's
guys.
not as fun.
It's just not as fun. But I'll do it because you guys want me to do it. That's what I'm going to do.
And I think we got a Mrs. Doubtfire on deck as well.
Yeah, you got to
because
choose what you want to do for
we
the
got
other one. Now, Mrs.
multiple
Doubtfire
payoffs here
would be great.
Well,
So-
how many guys? Is it just you and I on Friday?
You don't have to do it this week if you want to. If you want to save the payoffs
I kind of feel
for
like
New
I feel
Year's,
like
that's
that
fine.
we need to do the payoffs when
We're all together.
When we're all together, where it makes it all. I'm not trying to.
Honestly, me and you could probably use the help by a fun bet payoff on Friday.
But there,
I'll dress up like Mrs. Doubtfire.
we can save.
I
it for
might
a
get
triple,
drunk on Friday then, if that's the case.
a triple bet payoff Friday.
It's a lot of stress on me, but
because
all right.
me and Dawson and Broadus all have. We could do a triple bet payoff situation coming up here very soon. But knowing that Broadus has 2, we'll see moving forward how many more we accumulate before year's end. But the debts will be paid. You know that.
Oh no,
We're
the
men of our word.
absolutely will be paid. Yeah.
All right, let's get into the Pimp Cup. Rigo Mendoza in for Lucius Alexander one more time. One last ride. G-Bag of the day starts right now.
What's up, guys?
How we doing, sir?
Hey, Rigo.
Doing great. Not as good after the Cowboys lost, but hey, it is what it is. You know what? We keep it pushing. It's Monday, so new week, new start to everything.
On to Miami.
Yeah. All right. So your G-Bag of the Day winner, your current G-Bag of the Day winner, I believe it's 4-time. You'll go looking for 5-time, is the Manitoba Junior Hockey League goes Puck Daddy.
Uh-oh.
All right. Let's see if he can make it 5 times today.
Joey Cassidy turns back.
Ooh.
Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. And here comes Bazin. He's got some speed. Split the D. Oh, what's he going to do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
Look at this.
So
Look at
good.
that.
It just ages like a fine wine, man. That thing is as deserving as any sound ever for 5-time status.
No kidding.
Should look at this, look at that be a T-shirt?
It absolutely
Look
does.
at this. Look at that.
I got to get that one, and the NFL's a strange lady. That's my. I'm losing money on that one.
I think I'll throw in on a roof daddy.
A roof daddy too?
Yeah, shooting at roof
Roof
daddy.
daddy.
Roof daddy?
I do like that quite a bit.
D.
It's a worthy champion, Rigo. What you got?
All right, so it's Christmas season, and I think now that we're going to try to get into the holiday spirit here. We got the Grinch pranking a little kid.
Oh,
Dad, he's got the shop.
Putting up them hands.
uh-oh.
Fight me right now.
He's just huffing and puffing. Dad in the background just laughing his tail
Wow.
off. Yeah.
Jeez, dude. Did he whisper his name at his kid? Did he say something about like, yeah, it's okay, Thomas?
Yeah, his
Can you
mom.
imagine that kid? It's okay, Thomas.
He's like, calm down. You gotta calm down. We can't have you injuring Pops in the prank here.
I think to this day I'm still scared of clowns. Like back in the day, like when I went to the circus, the clowns freaked me out. I think the Grinch would do the same thing if I was like a little kid. That green.
Just stick with you forever.
Yeah, stick with me forever. Clowns bother me a lot.
All right, and again, to kind of stay in the theme of Christmas, because, you got family coming into town and stuff like that, what do you call it? We got a grandpa going to Starbucks ordering a drink, but kind of orders a pinkety drinkety.
What do you guys want?
Let me get a fratte motete. And then let me get a Trenta pinkety drinkety.
Drinkety pinkety dinky and a frappe mate.
What the hell?
A frappe mate and a frinkety pinkety.
Was that a pink drink and a, did you say cafe au lait?
Frappe mate.
Latte mate? I don't think we got one of those.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My first time. A pinkety dinkety. Drink a pinkety dinkety. Yes.
Okay, it's going to be $5.49.
Oh my goodness.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
The pinkety dinkety.
Pinkety dinkety.
Pinkety drinkety diggity.
All right, we got one. Do we got time for one or two more here?
Yeah,
go ahead. All right. What do you call it? You guys follow football any at all?
We follow football?
Soccer.
Oh, soccer, sure.
Yes.
A little bit.
All right, well,
I'm disrespected by the question.
I watched some of Liverpool Man U yesterday.
Well, this Manchester United fan has had quite a little bit enough of Manchester United and decided to write a rap about it. Check it out.
Yo, how can I support United? Every match is boring, nobody's scoring, even our luck is All the players are injured, always complaining, so far nothing is changing. So dear Ten Hag, I just gotta ask, what are we doing in training? We're right at the Champions League already. Bro, how? Like Eddie. It's embarrassing leaving my house, my friends just laugh, the pain gets heavy. A United fan till I die, but I can't lie, sometimes I cry. Mental health was taking a beating and stressing me out, that's why. Yo, how can I be f***ing happy? My team is we're right at the title race like that, I cannot see the light. We'll struggle to get top 4 like what? We're meant to be Man United. I remember watching the Fergie days and I used to be mad excited. All the pundits slating my club, L after L, no dub. Man, I'm tired, the whole team need to be fired. Just get me high, cause I can't take no more. My heart can't break no more, the passion is gone. The love's not there and the players don't care. And that is the reason I'm writing this song.
Well done.
Okay.
Going in.
Okay.
Well done, sir. Well done.
All right, and the last one that I got here is the Tooth Fairy got a little drunk.
Uh-oh.
You didn't get 110, it's $20, two $10 bills. Is that actually 100?
Getting up from the chair. Going to the...
I think the Tooth Fairy was drinking last night.
Mama was throwing him back, and did she put too much under the pillow?
It was $100.
Dad put $120 in the pillow.
Thought it was just a one.
Pops, okay.
But I thought they were just ones. He threw way too much. Way too much.
I'll never forget waking up with $20 under my pillow for losing a tooth in probably like second grade, and then having to exchange the 20 for a $1 bill with my mom the next day, and she had this whole
like
BS
a barter system,
fairy reasoning behind it, that the tax. I guess she felt like she needed to put something under the pillow. All she had was the 20, so she did it, and then she did a little takebacks on 19 of it. So she's I mean, you guys know she's a great mom.
I was gonna ask Wolchuk, have you ever tipped a stripper too much?
Oh, I don't
like you. It's like
never. I mean, that one time I stole his phone and started going.
You thought it was the one, but it was a 10. And you're like,
I mean, honestly, it's probably likely that it's happened.
And you're like,
no.
He's definitely got some.
And then once it's gone, once it's there, it's there,
done.
right? You can't.
The odds of me accidentally putting an extra 20 in there when I shouldn't have, probably very high. I've stumbled out of baby dolls before.
And the odds of you thinking there was a 10 on you and it actually being a 1
it was
probably
a 1.
pretty high as well.
Well, me having a 100 on me, not likely.
All right, G-Bag of the day. What do we got here? Is it the Hammered Tooth Fairy, Man U Jam, Dainty Starbucks, the Grinch, No Love for the Kids, or is it our 4-time champ looking for 5 to Manitoba Hockey Daddy? You know where I'm going here. I'm going with the champ, Rigo. What you got?
You know what? I'm gonna go Roof Daddy, my fault. I'm sorry, Roof Daddy.
Roof Daddy,
yes,
yeah.
My fault.
This and that.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Okay, unanimously, there it is. 5-time status. That is going to be a really, really fun one to relive here in the coming weeks when we do G-Bag of the Year with Lucius Alexander and Gavin Dawson back in the saddle. Coming up next, Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, let's talk about this Buffalo game. Had a chance to watch the All-22. We'll get into that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads and relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Rigo. Okay, I put a poll out on Twitter at Zach Wolchuk for you to vote on Broadus' bet payoff. Should he wait to do his drunken bet payoff out at a G-Bag remote or just do it in studio? Right now, Brian, wait for a G-Bag remote is the winner with 56% of the vote. That will go until the end of our show. You can go and vote on that, and then a decision will be made as we leave it to the totals to make that choice.
I had so much fun with. I've had people come up to me at remotes and ask me, "Hey, can I buy you a drink?" And I'm like, "Oh man, I'm cool, thank you." And I'm thinking, how many times have I turned down drinks? But to the opportunity to go out and remotes are fun.
Yeah.
I enjoy the heck out of a remote, and just to hang out with people and have beers and stay afterwards and probably drink more. I'd be totally into that. But if you guys want me to hang out in the studio and just keep filling my Yeti cup up with scotch or beer or whatever I'm going to drink, then, go for it.
I like the idea.
I might drink a whole bottle of scotch.
I'll pour some scotch into your beer.
Man of the people there, Brian
Man of
Broadus.
the people.
Two birds.
All right, time for Krusty's Corner. We got NFL News of the Day coming up on the other side. Mike McCarthy presser at 3:30, but here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian Broadus.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you saying that. And whatever you guys vote, I'll be happy to do. All right, we're talking about run defense, right? Yesterday it seemed to be the biggest issue.
Yes.
By the way,
was it? Yeah, it was.
Okay, let me ask you this though.
Only if you want to be negative.
What was? Let me ask you guys. Let me ask you this, guys. Were you more shocked with the run defense or the Cowboys' inability even to move the football?
Inability to move the football.
They're both pretty surprising, but I still think the run defense being that ridiculously bad is still pretty surprising to me.
Yeah, I think that the run defense, I understand.
But we knew it was kind of bad.
But they took it to new heights.
They did, but I was shocked that the offense was that inept because I thought you could take advantage of the Bills.
The film showed the offense was inept. It really did.
Like the numbers we gave them, the middle of the field for the Bills, bottom 3 team in the NFL when it came to coverage. You should have been able to attack them.
You know what they did, the middle of the field, though?
Clog and cover?
Well, the thing with the safeties. Remember we were talking about what San Francisco, what Cleveland did when they played
the robber.
The play with a robber. So what they did was they made Dak. I've said this. It's funny in my notes. I went 4 and 5 under. They went fire zone. Fire zone is when you bring a blitzer. They only blitz 6 times, but we talked about it too in the pregame show. It's going to be corner blitz, safety blitz. That's what you got from the blitz packages from them. They dropped the safety down in the middle of the field to take away the crossers. So they made it 5 across, and then they'd make it 4 across.
Was a lot of that. It was post snap. They show like a cover 2, and then on the snap
flip,
and
then the snap drive it. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. So they did not want Dallas to attack the middle of the field. And then the one time that they did try and attack the middle of the field. Remember late in the game they tried to throw a ball down the middle to Lamb.
Yep.
And what happened is the Bills they go too deep. They go from single high to too deep. So Prescott reads the rotation, and then all of a sudden he thinks the middle is going to be open now. But what we've seen in the past, in a lot of with this offense, is their ability to have routes that affect other routes. And so what happens is, though, Cooks, Poyer, the safety for the Bills, usually a safety's affected by the vertical route of, say, Cooks.
Right.
Because Cooks is just blazing, and now the safety turns his hips that way and then has to adjust back. But Poyer didn't even do that. He saw what was happening with Lamb. So he comes, instead of flipping and turning his hips away to take Cooks, he totally disregards Cooks. It's like, nah, I've seen this one before. Ball's going in the middle of the field here.
Smart.
So all of a sudden now he's in the play and he makes it a contested play. But those are the kinds of plays that Dallas have been running all year long, where they've used routes to set up other routes and to get guys open space. In that case, Buffalo did not go for it at all.
Yeah. So, McDermott has done, the Dolphins are a team that like to do a lot of those in-breaking, like intermediate and deep routes.
Yeah.
And earlier in the season, they had more of their guys, their health, their Matt Milanos and stuff. But they were able to, I mean, they held Miami earlier in the season to like 20 points. Miami really couldn't do much of what they were used to doing. McDermott is, I mean, he's still got his fastball when it comes to needing to dial something up as a defensive mind.
Yeah, he did a nice job with how they played. They looked really comfortable with the way that their secondary was played. They weren't stressed at all in this game. Okay, I'm going to talk about one more offensive play, and then I'll get to the defense for the run game stuff. Okay, we had a sack by Russo and Dotson on the play, where they both got and this is where your guard gets beat.
Was it TJ Bass?
Bass gets beat off the line of scrimmage immediately. Schoonmaker then is struggling with Russo on the play, right? So what happens is Dowdle has to help pick up Russo on the play. So he's beat that quick, they're beat that quick. So he has to get the first guy that's there in the pocket. Well, what happens is Dotson's in coverage with Dowdle, and he's like, my guy just picked up a blitz or just picked up a guy. Dotson takes off rushing on his own. He just key blitzes that thing. My key's pit blocking. Now I can go rush. But all of a sudden, Russo and Dotson go get home. Lamb on the play is open. I mean, he is open in the corner. They run a corner route, and he's open.
Is this the 3rd and 1 play action?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which we were like, man, Lipke just got it by an easy 4 yards.
Yeah.
Just put Hunter Lipke back over there.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, now you get a sack of 10. So Prescott can't get the ball out on that particular time.
Yeah, the right side just caved in on you. Scooney, Bass, Steele.
It was, and Dotson, the linebacker, made a heads-up play. My guy's blocking. I'm just going to rush.
Yeah.
And then that causes the problem. Okay, I'm going to talk about the touchdown run that they had, the 24-yard touchdown run, and what happened on that particular play. And this is going to be a common theme when you get a chance to watch the All-22 yourself. You're gonna see this as a common theme. Here's how the play starts. Oso Odighizuwa gets doubled. Bell gets caught in the double team as well. So now they've got the combo block. They've got Osa. They got him taken care of, and now they're pushing him into Bell. So Bell's now in part of the trash that he's having to deal with. Clark gets kicked out by Dawkins. That's a puller. The tackle's pulling, so Clark gets kicked out by the puller. Curse gets blocked by Dawson Knox, the tight end. 1-on-1. Wanye Thomas's angle is super poor to the ball. He misses a tackle. Mozzie Smith had a chance that he just couldn't close quick enough, and he missed Cook in the hole. So the play starts off where Mozzie just misses in the hole. Cooks gets through the hole, and now you have everything I just talked about. Osa getting doubled, Bell getting caught up in the trash, Clark getting kicked out by Dawkins, and Curse getting blocked by Knox. That's the Cowboys playing run defense. That's them that day. That's every time you watch it, you're going to go, oh, okay, that's what happened. I don't think it was about physicality. I think it was about the scheme, and Dallas does not handle pullers and those guys that come off double team blocks well. They just don't.
Is that correctable?
It's
or with
tough.
the personnel they have now, is that just kind of
because you're giving ground.
Right.
You're giving ground to bigger blockers.
You're giving up a lot of weight and size.
You're giving up a lot of size inside. Okay, let me talk about this. Here's a ball at Parsons on a counter. Brown, the tackle pulls, and he gets just a piece of him, but the ball is already to the outside. Armstrong gets kicked inside. Clark late arriving outside. Thomas from safety makes the tackle. Gain of 17. Here's another one. Parsons gets blocked wide. Oso Odighizuwa gets blocked inside. Crease between the two for Allen to scramble. Nice close by Clark to make the play. Tackle for short gain. That was down on the goal line. At Parsons, he gets knocked inside. Curse is blocked by Davis. Wilson jumps inside. Bland with the force at gain of 2. You can kind of see, okay, playing a little bit of better, playing some better defense there, but with guys only giving a 2-yard gain. Another ball that goes at Parsons right here. Because they're going to run the ball at Parsons. Here he goes. Ball outside of Parsons. He gets the ball gets inside of him. Clark blocked by Ty Johnson. Osa gets hooked inside. Wilson reads pass instead of run and takes a false step back. Lewis managed to play off the block for the tackle. It's a gain of 9. You see what I'm talking about, guys?
Right.
I mean, it's like it's guys getting kicked inside, guys getting kicked outside, guys getting up on linebackers that are safeties trying to deal with pullers.
I mean, hearing Damone Clark getting kicked out by Teron Johnson.
Yeah.
Like, there's no excuse for that. Dude.
Not at all.
Yeah. Well,
but it was a collective effort of incompetence, right?
Yeah. Well, there was one time now. I mean, Parsons had there was a gain of 9 that Parsons wins against Morse, the center. He wins, but he's held. Okay, Parsons is not going to get a call.
No.
And he's literally tackled on this play. And
he bounces it outside, right?
Allen scrambles. Like, Curse is in the area, but he's moved through the coverage to Cooks. They released Cook, and now Curse goes with him. So now it's like last week against Philadelphia, where all of a sudden they move the linebacker out of the hole, and then they run the ball right there. But Parsons, he wins, and they don't call holding right there.
I think, what is that, 34 straight quarters now? That a holding call?
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, the stuff that he has to deal with. All right, one more here if I can. Do we have time at the end of the day?
At 4, we can circle back.
I'm going to circle back because I want to talk about what Dan Quinn tried to do by playing a slant front.
Yeah, perfect. I love that. Yeah,
Okay,
4 o'clock, we'll get that. We'll
I know I'm out of time here, but
no, you're good. Absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm going to read you through every time they played a slant front, what happened. This was their answer to try and make up for some of the problems they had.
Set your alarm. Set your timers. All right, 4 o'clock. We'll get back to more of Brian's film breakdowns as he gets the film before everybody, and it's an absolute blessing that we have him here as part of the program. Our Super Bowl winning scout, Brian brought us. Let's do some NFL news of the day coming up on the other side. Unwanted playoff history. The year of the backup quarterback continues, and some filthy changes. That's next.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
About to get into some NFL news of the day. We got the Mike McCarthy presser coming up at 3:30 as we rock into hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo. We got Rigo Mendoza in today for Lucius Alexander. Ryan holding down your video. Gavin Dawson on assignment, hanging out with the Familia until the new year. Gentlemen, did you guys watch any of the Saturday games?
Oh, I did. I saw T. Higgins make one of the coolest touchdowns of the entire season. One of the coolest that I can remember in general. And then I watched Sam Laporta go be a super beast at the tight end position for the Lions of Detroit.
And boy, did that make Will Chambers unhappy. You remember Jared Sandler rallied the troops and vetoed a trade between him and I where he wanted Sam Laporta and he was going to give me Cooper Kupp. And at the time, I had Dalton Kincaid also. I was like, okay, I can part with the tight end. He needed one. I'll take Cooper Kupp gladly. And in hindsight, I'm glad that trade got vetoed because Laporta's been a badass.
Yeah, you having Laporta's been really, really good for you. I think the Cowboys were interested in Laporta, but they were like, we'll take this Mozzie Smith guy. We're going to need him for that Buffalo game in December.
Oh, no.
Just going there, aren't you?
Yeah, he did. He went
masterpiece of dog ass yesterday.
It
You're
sure
right,
was.
Black and Gold B.
It sure was a masterpiece of dog ass. Well, we had a couple of good games. You mentioned Bengals-Vikings. All right, that was really the only good game, but I'll get to the other one in a moment here. 27-24. Bengals rally. They beat the Vikings. And in doing so, you had their quarterback, Mr. Browning of Washington. And if you didn't know, apparently he was a member of the Minnesota Vikings. So
Practice
they rally,
squad, right?
They get the win, yes, and he ends up getting cut. And there is a video of him along the sideline saying this to the camera. Should have never effing cut me. Letting the Vikings know. So post-game, he's fired up. Jake Browning throws for 324 yards, 2 touchdowns, did have 1 interception, but he had a really good game. Overall, a 97-plus passer rating, leading the Bengals to an 8-6 record now without Joe Burrow. They've still got playoff hopes alive. Vikings fall to 7-7. Nick Mullins apparently still going to be their starter for next week. According to Kevin O'Connell, they're not going to be going back to Josh Dobbs. They're not going to give Jaren Hall an opportunity. They're going to stick with big Nick Mullins here. But afterwards, here was Jake Browning discussing his viral moment now of you shouldn't have effing cut me.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say it's not a good feeling. It's much better than losing. I think the emotional roller coaster is part of the game, and part of that is just me staying even keel. But there was definitely a little extra part of just before the game. Like I remember getting cut there the last time, and just being told like, hey, we might have a spot for you on practice squad. Like go to the hotel and wait. And so I sat in the hotel for like a couple hours, not knowing if I had a job or not, and then just basically got a text or a call from my agent that they didn't tell me. Like I'd been there for 2 years, and I've been cut my fair share of times, and that was probably the one. And there was a little bit more this week. I know I denied it, and there's some great people over there. It's completely different coaching staff and everything. And I want to emphasize like there are some incredible people over
Great
there,
people.
That one felt good. I think right after we made the field goal to win the game, I screamed at a camera and said they never should have cut me.
Did you know earlier in the week then, when you said to us that you were going to just play it down until afterwards?
Yeah, I mean you can't say that the whole week and then go lose. You just wait until you win and then don't look like an idiot.
Love the honesty.
Smart man.
Love the honesty. He's right. You got to wait till the win, then I can talk my ass. Because previously they're like, who the hell is this Jake Browning guy? Of course he wasn't good enough to be on our roster. Now, revenge, and it feels oh so sweet.
Yeah, and he couldn't be sure that the Vikings were going to do a high leverage late in the game, need 1 yard tush push with the smallest guy pushing the tush on their entire roster. It was like, I don't know, was it Jordan Addison? It was some tiny wide receiver that was getting behind Nick Mullins.
It wasn't Addison. It was the other guy.
Osborne?
They have a couple. I don't know if it was.
They do have some tiny guys.
It was like your typical slot receiver who's like 170 pounds soaking wet. And I guess Kevin O'Connell was like, with the game on the line, that's the guy I want pushing the tush of my quarterback so that we can ensure ourselves not advancing.
Maybe he's putting up heavy weight. You don't know.
I do know now.
He's not.
Not heavy enough to push big Nick Mullins.
No tushing.
Over the first down line. And so Jake Browning couldn't have known that Kevin O'Connell was going to make that stupid decision late in the game.
There's no way to know.
And so until that happened, he was like, I'm going to have to bite my tongue here. But he played with a little hate in his heart. And Jake Browning is playing himself into
Brandon Powell is who it was.
Yeah, see, Brandon Powell. What's he doing on the field?
What are his dimensions?
Brandon Powell, let me get that for you real quick here.
I'm going to guess he's under 175 pounds.
Like 6 foot at least?
5'8", 181.
No.
Ooh!
181 at 5'8"?
Close.
Oh, what are we doing here? That's bad. Well, then later on in the night, you mentioned, of course, yes, the Lions just completely obliterated the Broncos. That was a blowout. You had the Sean Payton going viral, just ripping into Russell Wilson. He said that's none of our damn business, whatever he said to him. But then the Colts beat the Steelers 30-13. Shout out to Gardner Minshew doing his thing. They're now 8-6. Colts are hanging in there in the playoff race.
Didn't you give Shane Steichen head Coach of the Year on your
think
Twitter account over the
he needs to
weekend?
be considered. I really do, because you're playing with the backup quarterback now and Gardner Minshew, who looked terrible when we saw him a year ago. With him in Philadelphia, now you're kind of dragging along this team. They might make the playoffs. Shane Steichen, who I didn't know if he'd be a good hire or not, he's had this Colts team playing competitive football, man.
Okay, so you didn't give him the award over the weekend, but you said he should be in the conversation.
He needs to be under the conversation, absolutely. We need to be looking at him like we're looking at D'Amico Ryans for the type of job both those guys are doing.
I'm going to go comment back on that tweet. I'm just going to put cosign.
Okay.
I'm with you on that.
Thank you. Yeah, he needs to get some love.
That's a good take.
I don't like giving a former Eagle coordinator love like that, but he deserves it right now. What the Colts are doing, I think, is pretty impressive.
There's no current Eagle coordinators you could give that love to right now.
Absolutely not. We'll get to them in just a moment. But from that game, there was a nasty play. Former Cowboy DeMonte Casey ends up obliterating Michael Pittman, the wide receiver, former USC Trojan, Jared Sandler's buddy of the Colts. Now, the NFL has suspended Steelers safety DeMonte Casey without pay for the remainder of the regular season and any potential postseason games for repeated violations of playing rules intended to protect the health and safety of players.
Did you see the comment by Tom Brady on this?
What did he say? Tommy's probably livid. Is Tommy siding with the receiver or is he siding with the DB?
He's just siding against the quarterbacks. Because
don't put the receiver in that situation.
Yeah, he starts it with nobody likes seeing players get hurt. So he wants everybody to know that on the front end. But then he goes about 4 sentences deep on just criticizing the quarterback on being able to read defenses better and not set your wide receivers up for failure. So he's blaming the quarterback there. He might not be wrong. He really might not be wrong. But that was a vulnerable spot for old Michael Pittman.
It really was. It did not look good.
It was almost as egregious as the Jaron Kearse hit on whatever receiver that was.
Yeah, I mean, Jaron Kearse has obviously come out today on social media. He's not happy with it. I mean, if that's a catch, I think it's a clean hit. I don't know. What do you guys think about that call?
I kind of felt like that they're really not letting these guys play very much.
It seemed like a football play to me.
It seemed like very much a football play to me, and I know that's we cover the Dallas Cowboys and watch them quite a bit here, but to me that seemed like one of those that you should not have probably called that as a foul. I just thought it was a good tough play. Trying you
didn't hit lean.
What are you going to do? I mean, how are you going to defend?
Wasn't helmet. Yeah, exactly.
How do you knock the ball out of these guys' hands? I mean, why don't you just let them catch it and then tackle them right there on the spot? No, I mean you got to play pass defense. And I just kind of felt like that was a blown call right there.
The 682 says, are we just going to brush past Sean Payton lighting into Russ for something that was, not
He's
his
my
fault
best
at
friend,
all.
sir, so I'm not going to light into him.
Yeah, I just knew no one was going to light into him. With Brian here, the Sean Payton thing. We're going to brush. I know my teammates, so yes, we're going to brush by it.
It was funny to see him, though, just like Russell Wilson was just eating it right there on the sidelines for everyone to see. Sean Payton ripping him for his right guard being a few inches allegedly over the football, drawing an offsides on the goal line.
Get him lined up, Russ. What the hell?
The replay showed like it was a pretty bad call there. Sean Payton just needed to blow off some steam.
Sean shouldn't have lit into him like that.
No, he shouldn't.
My favorite thing, though, once the Broncos were down considerably to the Lions, it was just watching Sean Payton, who's against the iPad and the evolution of the sport, going through the binder of still shots, and he's just flipping through like a madman. Like you're not like I feel like he was just doing it to look like he was doing something.
Belichick does that too. Belichick still does the Polaroids.
Yeah. But Sean Payton was doing it, and it looked like he was just doing it. He was flipping so fast, it was like you couldn't be seeing anything here. You're just trying to look like you're doing something as your team's down by triple digits.
Yeah,
he's speed reading defenses. There's what he was.
Good
doing.
for him, man.
Yeah.
Maybe call better plays offensively, and you'd have had a chance.
They were bad, and
it was not a good game.
It was not a good game for him. Nope.
And Detroit's now looking good, and they can run the football on you. And now what are we going to do? Can you stop the Detroit running game? Can you stop Miami's? Those will be talking points the rest of the way for the Cowboys. Cowboys, of course, will be paying attention to the Eagles game tonight. It's Monday Night Football. This one got flexed. Yesterday we heard Jalen Hurts fighting flu-like symptoms, but it's not the flu, but he's sick and he's traveling separately from the team, so he's questionable tonight. And then you had the big news where Matt Fat Patricia is going to take over the defensive play calling duties for Sean Desai.
What'd you call him?
Fat Patricia.
Oh.
Well, you called him Matt Fat. He gave him two first names.
Well, his name's Matt Patricia, but we call him Fat Patricia. And usually I would not have said that, but now he's with the Eagles and everything's fair game.
Yeah, this is the first time Walchuk's called him Fat Patricia.
I usually let you handle the Fat Patricia.
No, you do, and I appreciate that. You know your role, I know mine. And it looks like Fat Patricia's got a new role, and we'll see. They're hyping it up like
dinner roll.
He's the savior.
Well, he's had that one. He's got a new one now, which is a little bit more responsibility. He's going to be calling the plays. I look forward to seeing his laminated call sheet with the pencil in his ear.
Yeah,
that is a good look.
It's a good look.
It is a good look.
As a rocket scientist, it's a good look. But this is less egregious than Bill Belichick allowing him to be his offensive coordinator.
Yes, this is actually a role that he can do.
Somewhat qualified for. But it does feel like the Eagles, and that's what makes yesterday that much more disappointing. The Cowboys lose. They lose in disgusting fashion, but also it feels like the Eagles are extremely vulnerable. They might be falling apart at the seams. They're doing like middle school fumble drills on how to recover your own fumble. I don't even think it was like how to not fumble. It was like when you inevitably do fumble, Jalen Hurts and the rest of this offense, this is how you recover it. Like, those were the videos we were seeing.
Yeah.
And then you have Darius Slay out. Going into Seattle on Monday night, that's going to be a loud
and their secondary is already terrible, and he's supposedly going to be back by the end of the regular season, according to Sirianni, had arthroscopic knee surgery.
You didn't see Lane Johnson running to the fence and back after he jumped off sides in that practice.
Go touch a tree, some over there. Bring me back some
Go
bark.
run a lap. You just keep running until I tell you to stop, okay? Lane Johnson.
Terrible. Ravens running back Keaton Mitchell, if you saw that last night in their win over the Jags, really gross-looking knee injury. It was like a hyperextension, but either way, now we got the results of it. He's done for the season. It looks like he just blew everything out inside that knee, man. Not good, but an ACL tear, full ACL tear is what the report is. Hopefully he makes a speedy recovery and is able to come back, and he was having a great rookie year for them and was part of their three-headed monster there at running back.
Relatively small sample size for sure, but I think he was like over 8 yards per carry. Like he was a really nice.
Yeah,
he was
like
a
anytime
really
he was in
nice,
there, he was kind of a big play guy for them.
Yeah,
super fast, a lot of speed. So it's a bummer for them because they look like probably the best team in the AFC right now. We got a big game, maybe Super Bowl preview coming up this Sunday.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, Christmas collision course, Niners and Ravens. That's gonna be pretty fun.
So from what are two really good teams to now the Jets being eliminated from the playoffs this year, this is now the 13th straight year.
Longest in the league?
Longest postseason drought among America's 4 major professional sports leagues. Not just in the National Football League.
Congratulations, New York.
Holy cow, man. And
they earned it, dude.
Yeah.
They earned it.
Apparently reports are that Robert Saleh has lost the locker room a little bit.
How about it?
Is that a surprise? I don't know.
When you lose 30-0 to a Dolphins team that just lost to the Titans and was extremely banged up, didn't have Tyreek Hill, many think is the MVP of the league.
You know who is? Tua. Move over Brock Purdy. Tua had a better moment than Purdy's had all year yesterday. No Tyreek Hill. 4 backup offensive linemen? And you go and light up the Jets like that? To me, that's an impressive win for Tua.
If he wouldn't have fumble farted the bed versus the Titans on Monday Night Football, I might be able to rock with you on
Are we going to rock? Is that on him or is that on McDaniel? Maybe some of the coaching malpractice? I don't know. I mean, I gotta give some love to Tua. I just don't want Purdy getting this damn thing.
I want to see Rodgers play now. I want to see Rodgers play for the Jets.
You think they trot him out there after being eliminated?
I want to see if he plays.
That'd be funny if they did.
It would be him trotting himself out there.
I want to see if in fact that he can be that much of a difference maker to this team.
I believe Zach Wilson was pressured on 12 of his 16 dropbacks before being pulled in that game yesterday.
He got crushed on the goal line. You see that when he my
God. Shout out to Baker Mayfield.
Trainer had a spatula to get him up off the field.
You had to scrape him up. He might still have parts there left.
Cooking on a flat iron.
He took Chubb to the face.
Yeah, he did. And nobody wants that to happen. Nobody.
Yeah.
2 quarterbacks have posted a perfect passer rating at Lambeau Field.
Mayfield?
Rodgers did it against the Raiders in 2019, and Baker Mayfield did it yesterday.
How about that?
22 of 28, 4 touchdowns, perfect passer rating, and a 34-20 win, and now they look in the driver's seat to win the NFC South, which would probably be a rematch of the wild card round. Cowboys going to Tampa Bay, assuming the Cowboys can hold on to that 5 seed and maybe Philly does end up losing out. That'd be amazing. We'd love to see it. And the Cowboys can win the NFC East, holding out a little bit of hope. But after yesterday, it's most likely they're going to be the 5 seed. But shout out to Baker. He deserves a little credit for that.
Tampa run the ball. Should we start looking at that tape?
Rashad White's having a hell of a year. But that's a bad team. The Cowboys will go and spank them like they did last year. Okay. Trevor Lawrence is in concussion protocol, so we'll have to monitor that. And Derrick Henry's undecided on his future with the Titans. And if you saw his stat line yesterday, I think maybe he should be considering his future in the league right now. 16 carries, caught 4 passes for 1 yard, and he generated 9 yards on those 16 carries.
Four catches for 1 yard?
Yeah, and 9 yards on 16 carries.
He was playing. It's a game of inches, Wolchuk.
You got to claw with your fingernails for that inch.
He was playing inches at a time yesterday.
All right, so there's your NFL news of the day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's get you some Cowboy observations. What was the play? What was the moment that sticks out to you most from yesterday's debacle? And then we'll hear from Mike McCarthy with his presser coming up here in just a few minutes next right here in The Nation.
And we're back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if you or a loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
I got to be honest with myself. I think it is the Damone Clark play where he gets taken to the woodshed in a way that I'm not used to seeing professional football players get taken. Deion Dawkins just buried him. It was like 20 yards worth of blocking before he just buried him right in front of the goal line. It was a tough thing to watch and stomach. I believe he just got the wind knocked out of him because he was banged up there. But when you get slammed just flat onto your back like that, you can go ahead and lose the ability to receive oxygen for a good 30 seconds. And I know from experience. I had a Denton Geyer offensive lineman one time in high school. I believe he picked me up by the throat with one hand, and then he just slammed me right down on my back. And you start to lose focus, coherency, and desire not only to play football, but just really to live for a few seconds.
That was essentially my experience going up against Jackson Jeffcoat in 7th grade.
Oh, that's not fair.
It was not fair.
That is not fair.
That guy was about a foot taller than me.
Yes, and he still is.
He still is, yeah.
Yeah, so it makes sense why Damone Clark is going to be a late scratch for tonight's Cowboy Hour. You'll get C.J. Goodwin. So salute to him. We'll get to Mike McCarthy's presser here in just a few minutes. But what was the game? What was the play? What was the moment that stands out to you the most yesterday? 877-881-1053.
Can I talk about a play last night in the game that it makes you feel like that these players sometimes have money on the game?
Oh, are you about to
out somebody?
Paul Cruz somebody right now?
It's not even Tuesday, but let's get toxic.
You see that run that Trevor Lawrence had there? And he just drops the ball.
I think he just lost his mind. There was a couple brain fart moments from Jacksonville.
He's scrambling and he's like,
it was a glitch.
It's between
Madden glitch.
Is he trying to slide? Is he trying to get out of bounds? It made me think damn, does he have money on this game? The way he just dropped it.
It was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. There's some ridiculous plays, but you say
he short-circuited. Lawrence short-circuited there. I think he got up and was like, "What just happened?" I don't even think he knew what he did.
I don't
when
think
he
so
did
either. Maybe that was the concussion.
Maybe
that was the play.
There were some concussion-like symptoms all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Some concussion play going on yesterday.
I think the one. for me.
Now, what's the
I got
question
a few.
again?
Yeah, there's several.
Yes, the play.
There's a lot.
The play or the moment that you just can't get out of your mind from yesterday. I think it's Damone Clark for me, but you could make the argument for a lot of plays and moments. What is it? Go ahead.
It's the block punt.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great one.
That should have been a block.
Inexcusable.
When you go back and you watch that thing and you slow it down, and I'll say this though, it's amazing that the punter, it's amazing that they got the punter punted around him, basically.
So is this credit to punter, or is this
I don't
like
know.
Sam Williams?
He shanked it really kind of bad, but this is where I kind of like I lose my S about stuff, because they should have blocked the first one, okay? Because Hunter Lipke, Armstrong, and Williams all get penetration right off the snap. So they had a chance for the block and they all missed. They just couldn't, they scrambled, they got the ball off, but it was to the point where I could see Bones Fossil like, okay, next one, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to get this next one. If we can make them punt again, I'll go after it here. But the Bills do something. They try and get Hamlin, their personal protector,
DeMar.
They try and get him out early. They try and run him out so he can get down the field and cover. And so they take him out of the middle. And all Williams has to do is beat the center, which he did clean. And all he has to do is fall forward. If he falls forward, he blocks the punt. Instead, I don't know why he went up. Why do you go vertical there? Just go low. Take the ball off the guy's foot. You can blow him up. Once you block it, you can blow him up. You can run into the guy.
I mean, he literally could have taken the ball away from the punter.
He could have.
Was that clean.
It was that clean. Like the center Ferguson got beat so bad and so quick. I'm thinking, like, when you watch, you're like, oh, there's no way. How did he get that ball out of there? That was the play to me. I just went,
yep.
This is not going to go our way.
You're F.
No doubt.
You're F today.
The certainly one that had me, oh no, was the Cooks should have been an easy touchdown. Unfortunately, the win behind Dak, and we've heard that might be a reason, but he overthrows him. Either way, he overthrew him. That was a big what-if moment. But the challenge...
You feel like if you complete that, you feel like you could have lost by less than 20 points.
I mean, it would have been 7-7. Game flow, who knows what happens, right? But the non-challenge really killed me. The fact that McCarthy had the challenge flag in his hand.
He was proud of that.
So, I mean, to me, all the crap that we're talking about, oh, they got up to the line quick, oh, we didn't get to see a replay. Your coach knew. He knew that, oh, maybe I should challenge. Throw the flag or call a timeout. It was a huge play in the game.
Huge.
You've got all three of your timeouts. There's 5:13 left. You're getting your ass kicked. You need some type of momentum change. I mean, I'm begging Brian. I'm like, God, this would be a great time for a Josh Allen turnover. It ends up being an awesome play. Marquise Bell punches the ball loose from Diggs. It's a clear recovery from Donovan Wilson. I understand it's on the opposite side of the field. All that be damned. McCarthy knew enough to where he's got the flag in his hand. Throw it.
I just don't think they didn't want to do Trayvon's brother like that. Did you hear Dan Quinn during the week? Like, yeah, we're not going to make Trayvon give us all the secrets. It's his brother. It's family. I think they were just trying to help out,
Diggs, Did Diggs tell him? Diggs probably told Dan, you need to watch the running game.
Hey, dude, my brother didn't fumble that, bro.
They don't throw the ball very well. You need to watch the running game.
It really is inexcusable, man. Like,
Stephon didn't fumble. He doesn't fumble, coach.
Dude, and Diggs is clearly trying to hurry this thing up.
And that's what was amazing, because you just have to just pay attention to what's going on the field, because there was a play very similar. Now, it wasn't a fumble, but DJ Moore catches a pass along the sideline yesterday. I talked about this in the postgame. He clearly didn't think he got both feet in. He runs back over, guys, we got to snap this ball quick. It's a hurry-up situation. Stefanski doesn't get a replay. They never show one. But he just realizes, okay, something's up here, throw the challenge flag. They review it, it ends up being overturned. It's just an awareness. And in that, to me, there was no losing in that situation.
At least
Worst
call
case
a
scenario,
timeout.
yeah, at least call a timeout. Worst case scenario, if you don't, you throw the challenge flag and you lose a timeout. It was worth taking a look.
In the first half, I'm not really much concerned about losing a timeout.
And there's 5 minutes left, a little over 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, it's a huge play that is ultimately going to be inexcusable on your head coach, and it falls on him. And those are the types of things that you don't really have much faith in your coach. You don't have a bunch of faith in your coach to do the right thing in a high-leverage situation, game management, all that kind of stuff. You don't really ultimately trust him. He's got a good record throughout his career of challenging. Like, when he challenges, he wins often.
Hell, we'll never forget 2014. That was the flag that time.
Yeah, he did. He didn't just keep
only
it in
challenge
his
he
hand
won
there.
all year. That was the only one he won. All year.
Disgusting.
And that's what a lot of people are texting in about, the thing that sticks out to them the most. Like, a lot of, we're getting the Sam Williams play, but the not challenging the fumble there which is something that you absolutely, like, you go into that game needing turnovers. You know it. They're susceptible to it. You're great at it, and that's one like highlight moment from one of your defenders in the game where he punches the ball. It's a beautiful play by Bell. And then you're not able to capitalize on it. And, it's a huge bummer. And yesterday it was filled with errors. I will say the very next play, like they run to the line and they get the play off. And isn't it the sack, the Mozzie sack, the very next play?
And they blow the whistle.
Well, the thing that stood out to me there,
he stopped. He's in the grass.
The whistle was something that did stand out. Where it was like, thank God
Josh
they blew
Allen.
the whistle.
Yeah.
But if you watch Micah on the play, what he does to Spencer Brown is as almost disrespectful as what Deion Dawkins did to Damone Clark. You watch Micah Parsons on that play, and it's reminiscent of what Micah did to McGlinchey in San Francisco last year, where he works the inside and just ragdolls a 300-pounder through the air. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And Josh Allen's running for his life, and there's Mozzie to save the day. But that did stand out to me, Broadus, the way that Micah Parsons just absolutely launched Spencer Brown on that play.
No. His rush attempts, he was good yesterday. He just didn't get a lot of them.
No. The problem is they threw the ball 15 times, and that was probably 15 more times than they really even needed to. It was a dominant rushing attack there yesterday.
Can I ask you guys, and the Dak interception, I was confused.
Should have had 4?
Well, I mean, I'm just
several that were close.
The one that was caught. I mean, it. Be honest with you, Dak probably shouldn't have been playing that point of the game anyway. But
is that a coach punishing his team a little bit? Like, you didn't earn the right
Dak,
to
no,
sit.
he wanted to try and establish some momentum and
get into that rhythm before next week.
Maybe so.
Damn right, they're winning next week.
But
the question, that CD touchdown.
The question that I have is, I'm not sure who Dak was throwing the ball to. Because when you look at the route, to me it was confusing because it appears that he wants to throw the ball underneath for the first down to Cooks. And Cooks is open. But there's a route behind that. There's a Lamb route behind the Cooks route. And the ball was thrown such a high trajectory. It was too high for Cooks. Or too high for Cooks.
He kind of thought about jumping, but he didn't. It was too high.
Too high for Cooks, and then too short for Lamb. And I wonder if he got caught in between trying to think, because first off, like I say, Cooks was wide open. That's a ball that you hand the ball to Dak and say, throw that pass. He's going to complete that pass, how open Cooks. But I was confused by the depth of Lamb behind Cooks in the route, and how the ball just sailed out of Dak's hands.
Couldn't figure out who he was trying to throw to there.
I couldn't figure out if he was trying to throw. Man, I didn't know.
But the way he was airmailing a couple of those, it
might have been.
I think it was to Cooks.
It might have been to Cooks.
Put too much on it.
Yeah, I was confused. I'm like, God, who's he throwing the ball here to?
Yeah. All right. Well, we have the Mike McCarthy presser that is getting ready to start at any moment. So let's go ahead and take a break here, and then we'll hop back in with McCarthy as soon as he gets rolling next year in the nation.
You just never know who might show up with a KNC.
performance like that?
Definitely not a burn the tape thought process at all. We've we had a chance to go through it with the players. Turn the page to Miami. So that's what Growth Monday is for. I think it's important to stay in the consistent into the flow of going week to week. And frankly, I worry more about games where you play really well. I think handling success is a bigger challenge than getting punched in the mouth and responding. So yeah, we definitely went through a normal Monday.
Todd.
Mike, Todd Archer. Again, when you look back at the run defense, now that you had the time to look at it, what were the biggest issues you guys had?
The biggest issue was the tackling. We lost the tackling battle, and the two glaring statistical the characteristics of our production success this year is winning the tackling battle and winning the big play opportunity battle, and we we lost both those battles significantly last night. So when you look at the year, we're 11 wins, 3 losses in both those areas, the tackling and the big play. So that's not our that's not the norm. The norm for us is to win those, but we lost both those battles significantly last night. So they broke twice as many tackles. I think they had 12 broken tackles. We had only 6. So we're -6 there, and then we were -13 in the big play, which is a huge statistical area of production to overcome. But when you look at those things, we're plus, I want to say plus 87 for the year in big plays and plus 90 in tackling. So that's definitely not to our standard. And those were the 2 biggest areas I felt that impacted the game.
Was this the first team that kind of took advantage of your size at linebacker, or used their strength over your speed?
I think more, once again, I think the more the opportunities, and I think looking at some of the play time distribution, these are some of the things we talked about. How can we help in that area? But yeah, it's when you look at our defense the last 3 years, the run defense is going to be attacked because of the way way our strengths line up, because of the amount of pass rush that we have. So, and they attacked it. And then really the biggest thing for me from a team perspective, I thought we played poorly above the 2.3. They were clearly better than we were at the end of the play, over the course of the game in all 3 areas. So those are the things that we identify with.
John.
John Machota with The Athletic. Mike, why do you think that you guys have had so much success passing the ball the last couple months and it didn't work in this game? Is it just everyone has an off day?
Well, it's a vision defense. Felt that going in. Similar game plan to Arizona. Played us out there early in the year. So you got to be cleaner. We weren't as clean as we like to be. But if you look at the down and distances, we were our third down and distances were favorable, for the most part, and we all know how well we've been on third down for the year too. So it was you wanted to play in the rhythm. I think the ability to sustain drives was really the mindset going in. I went into the game expecting to go the long way. The shot play that we had on the second play of the game was something that we had on them, and it was there, and we didn't convert it. But we knew we weren't going to get too many opportunities to go over the top, just for the depth of their safeties and the way that they play. So we needed to be extremely detailed and efficient, and to play in that type of game. And then I thought the weather was great. We got a huge break in the weather the first half, but it did it got a little wet there in the second half too. So so we just weren't where we needed to be.
When the weather was pretty good when the game started and you guys won the toss, did you ever think about taking the ball just because?
I did. Talked about it. Yeah, absolutely. There's the wind, and I just it's part of playing in that part of the country. The wind at whatever time I got there, 11 a.m. I was taking the ball. Then by the time we got out there for pregame, and just the way the wind shifted and everything, put me in more of a deferred mindset. And like I said, I think it clearly was the right thing to do because especially the way the game went, having the potential extra series in the second half would have benefited us. So, but yeah, I didn't. Like I said, I think we got to, based on the weather forecast, and I know we were all watching it. I mean, the weather in the first half was tremendous. I thought we got a break there.
Sadius at The Athletic. Mike, what do you feel like your team is kind of more built to play from ahead? And I know you just talked about the coin toss, but like even aside from that, do you need to really get ahead in order to be at your best at the start of the game?
No, I don't think so. I think we're way past that. I've coached younger teams. I've coached teams where you felt that way, because of some other characteristics of your team. But I mean, I think our productivity over the course of the year, speaks to a team that can win anywhere, anyway, from ahead, from behind. So I don't think I think the way that they play, particularly in the ability to play in a winter climate, with them getting ahead definitely benefits them, more. But this thing started with running the football. We knew both teams were going to have to run the football and go the long way. 10+ play series and so forth, and they did it at a very high level, and we did not.
Newy Scruggs, NBC5. Mike, 102 penalties for you guys this year.
I'm sorry.
You have 102 penalties this year. Yesterday, 5 of them, 3 of them were really killers there. At this point in the year, how come that's still an issue for you guys?
Well, the number of penalties I would live with. I think if you look at the numbers, if you're 5 or less, I mean, you're obviously in the top, 2 or 3 in the league at that per game. But yeah, the timing, the penalties were, and just like anything, we've had time to go look at them. Whether you agree with them or don't agree with them was irrelevant. But the timing of it was clearly tough, because they extended drives that eventually resulted in points. So we definitely got to be a bit more disciplined there.
At this point in the year, is that more on the players? Is that the coaches? How does that?
Well, I think it's not on it. It's on all of us. I mean, we got to be better in those spots. But it's the same thing. It's the play style and the discipline. That's the thing you're always trying to balance. You want to be aggressive. I mean, they called 5 personal fouls in the first half, so I think that shows you what kind of game it was, down there on the field. But for the most part, I don't know how many. I don't know how many they had. I know we had 6 called, 5. We had 5 that they used. So, but 3 more critical, no doubt.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How's Zach feeling today?
Well, the report is, he'll definitely have a chance to play this week. So that's the outlook. But he was in there getting rehab today.
Talk about. I think last night you said you got to figure out why we're not playing the way we need to on the road. What have you figured out so far?
Did I say figure out?
No, I just figured out. I think you said we're trying to find.
Oh, I mean, I think it's obvious. I mean, I think there's definitely a gap between the way we're performing on the road compared to at home without a question. So I think you got to look at those things, and there's some other things I'll look into. But we got to play better on the road. I mean, you can't get to where you want to go being a 500 team on the road. I mean, it's just, and you're not going to be playing playoff games at home with that record either. So it's definitely a focus for us.
John. Joe Trahan, WFA TV. Mike, this question is about mentality, because there were a few of the guys who talked about not playing with the right mentality in the locker room afterwards. As a coach of professionals, is that something that you have to handle a certain way to try and get the most out of them? Do you have to say anything?
Absolutely. No, I think the emotional and mental realm is where the gold is. There's nothing that we can't do physically. We've shown that. I mean, that's why when people refer to our football team as talented, I take it as an insult. We clearly understand the physical capabilities of our football team. It's documented. So, but the emotional and mental growth is where the really good teams turn into a great team. So, I mean, you're always working to develop that.
Was that a case of your team not being, I don't want to say mentally tough, but not being emotionally mature to try and handle the success that they had leading up to that week?
I get the narratives, and I respect, everybody's approach and digging into it. We didn't play well at the end of plays. I mean, there's things that you emphasize each week, and when you play 11 out of 14 games at a very high level, in two critical areas of production that you need to win, and then you don't play well. You know, I don't, you know, and that's why I think we talked about effort last night. I mean, it wasn't an effort issue; it was a finish issue. You know, we weren't. That's when we break these plays down into pre-snap to 2.3 and above the 2.3. It gives us a really good definition of, you know, things we want to work on, the specifics. You know, the techniques within those realms and the detail of how it's teach and how our guys look at it. So we did not perform to our standard above the 2.3. So within that, there's a lot of production that came out of that. Whether it's them pushing for a first down, we call it bend backs. You know, they won the bend back battle. We did not. That's part of the 2.3. You know, those are variations of things that we look at. So, and you know, we'll clearly emphasize it like we do every week, and we need to be better because, you know, we've got a big challenge in front of us.
Was that the thought process? You know, we talked extra earlier about the size of your linebacker. The thought process of using, in a game like that, using Mike at linebacker, you know, he's done that before.
Definitely, but it's you know, personnel groups, tendencies, all, you know, all those things play into it. But, you know, that's a very fair question. Yeah, absolutely.
Are teams taking advantage of your nickel defense? You got the speed on the field with their size and running the ball against your nickel.
Well, I would say it's you know, it was clearly their approach, but, you know, I mean, you have to give, you know, you got to give them some credit. You know, I thought you know, the runner was on fire last night. We had a hard time tackling.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. You mentioned all the things that the Bills have done or did well last night in terms of playing for 2.3, bend back, you know, and so forth. Does it kind of reinforce some of your guys' messaging as a coaching staff and as a team? Because a lot of what they did right are the things that you guys each and every week try to do right. And that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like to get to the other end of it. That's why it's so important to do it yourself.
Well, yeah, but also, you know, I don't want to take away credit from them. I mean, if you just, you know, I understand what the record are, but I know the video I watched the last 4 or 5 weeks in particular, they, you know, we felt they were playing at a very high level, and, you know, and they've lost some players too. So, as we know, when you lose a Trayvon Diggs, you lose Leighton. Sometimes it takes you a week or two to get things going. I think that's kind of what they've gone through. Some, you know, I think they're playing at a high level. So, and I felt we were playing at a high level too, coming off of Philadelphia, and you know, we didn't play to our standard.
And is there ever a time as a coach when you get the red flag and you don't have the benefit of a review upstairs, or I'm going to blindly throw it because they're hurrying up to the line, and it would be a big call if it was to go in our direction?
Absolutely, we called a blind challenge. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a time for it. But I think it's like anything. Just being in that position now for as long as I've been in it, you need information. You know, there's different levels of information that you're looking for, whether it's to call the timeout or take the blind challenge. And frankly, just based off the information that I had in that moment, it didn't validate a timeout or a challenge. You know, so but that's our process. And I mean, so, you know, clearly the benefit of it for them. You know, his back was turned to our sideline, on their sideline. The reaction of players around, all, you know, all those things. That's all part of information gathering. You know, the information from the box, so the information from our sideline. So at that time, I didn't feel like I had enough information to call a timeout or to challenge. But we called a blind challenge.
Just for clarity's sake, your people up in the booth, they only had the feed for TV, right, Mike? They didn't have any other.
Yes, absolutely. Our group did not have a replay. Yes.
Todd.
Mike, you said earlier that when people call you guys a talented team, you think that's an insult. Why is that an insult?
Because that's not what it's about. Everybody's talented in this league. I mean, and let's be honest here. You know, you're talking about 68 players in a building. You know, how many blue, red, green, orange, yellows? It's irrelevant. You know, at the end of it, to me, there's a time to collect talent and keep, you know, you're always trying to upgrade and, you know, with players, and I think we do a phenomenal job in that realm. But it's the connection and it's the emotional and mental development that, you know, gives you a chance to grow. I look at the way we played in week 1 or 2 compared to the way we played the last month. It's night and day, and that's a reflection of that, of the team growing emotionally and mentally. So I mean, there's fine motor skill, gross motor skill development in the physical realm. So we're always working on that. I think we do a really good job there, particularly with our young players. But the hardest part of this business is the emotional and the mental challenge.
And then on the road stuff again, you're big on schedules. Is the schedule that you look at, what you do, get in early, get in later, do something different at the team hotel? Those do you kind of look at everything?
Yeah, I really have. I think we spent a lot of time on it. I think it's clearly we've changed. Over the last couple of years. I think it has helped us. I think we're in a good routine. I mean, we travel east. It's different than traveling west, and that was the east game, and going east is a little more difficult than west. But yeah, I think we're fine there. I mean, we need to play better on the road. It's east or west.
Cal. We talk about the run defense. What did you think of your front?
Well, you could this. Yeah, but we're not passing on any game balls this week, and so. Whether it's their run blocking unit and their finish or the run defense in their tackling. So we clearly were below the line.
When you talk about the road, is it as simple as it's not so much changing the hotels when you get in, it's just we got to get something done on the field?
Yeah, we got to do what the Rangers do. It's to me, I think it's I'll just say this team has responded pretty much every step of the way. So I do have great confidence that they'll respond to this challenge, and when we've laid things out in front of them, they've always taken to the coaching and the emphasis of it, and hey, this gauntlet of games is laid up nice for us, and this is an example of it. None of us feel good about what happened in Buffalo yesterday. That's not who we are. That's as far as what we believe in our team, and hey, we've done the right things. We've given them credit, but same breath, this is a totally different challenge going to Miami. It's a different style of football team, and this will be another great road challenge. So, and you got to play better. You got to play better at this time of year, and that's what's disappointing when you have a performance like that in December.
Ivory Taylor, NBC5. As a coach and having been around coaches, sometimes you hear them say that the losses start to stick with you more than the wins. Is that something you can guard against, or is that just inherent with the position of coaching?
I think it's the life of a coach. Yeah, I think the longer you do this, the harder the losses get. No doubt. And I know it is for me personally.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation as we go and recap some of what Mike McCarthy, the head coach of your Dallas Cowboys, here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, had to say. Regards to Zach Martin, definitely has a chance to play on Sunday, which is in line with what you said earlier there, Brian Broaddus, that today it looked much better, that quad injury, than initially maybe yesterday.
Yeah, they're hopeful. And but you never know. The thing I've now all of a sudden learned, you talk to some folks and they'll say, hey, no, it looks good. And then we get to the final part, and maybe the thing didn't respond like they thought it would to completely finish out the rehab process of it. But, hopefully for Zach Martin, things work out. He's a tough guy. We all know that. We're not going to question that. But that was a pretty significant injury. I'll say this. He's lucky he didn't tear up his knee with the way that Russo flew inside and hit him, because if Zach's if he's stationary right there and Russo goes right a little bit lower, that thing's going, that's into the knee area, and that could be a lot worse than what it was.
Yeah, that was 2 big breaks yesterday, not having Micah Parsons with a catastrophic knee injury after Marquise Bell just threw a Bills offensive player into the knees of them. I mean, you make it out there alive, we'll see. Yeah, it would be great to have Zach Martin, but, Mike McCarthy, it seems like they lean to be a little bit more cautious, especially with supreme guys that they need.
Mm-hmm.
But this will be a game you'll want to have them versus the Dolphins for sure. Christian Wilkins, he comes to mind as one of the better defensive tackles in the league. So, but that's great news. Great news, man. He must have just been living with ice wrapped around his leg for the entire duration of
plane
the flight home and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yep, optimistic there on Zach Martin. We got the top 10 at 420 coming up on the other side. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo. We got Rigo Mendoza in for Lucius Alexander. Gavin Dawson on assignment. Shout out to Ryan as well, running your video. You can check us out on Twitch and on YouTube. A couple other takeaways from McCarthy. Of course, he mentioned they lost the tackling battle, so they'd been pretty good on that the majority of the year. They definitely didn't tackle well yesterday.
They got blocked yesterday. I mean, they missed some tackles, but it was really, and he can't come out and say that. He can't come out and say, hey, we just got blocked. They missed some tackles, but the way that the Buffalo Bills were able to get guys on their defenders, whether it was the slant fronts or, them, playing guys down in the box. I mean, they just got bodies. And you and I were talking, Zach, in the post game last night with Brad. It just appeared to me, just from the eye test of watching the game, a lot of blue jerseys just plastered on white jerseys. And the film showed that.
Hat on a hat.
They struggled to get off blocks yesterday.
Yeah,
and it showed. I mean, they gave up all those yards.
He said it wasn't an issue with effort or finishing, but give the Bills credit. And he certainly did. I mean, he was asked there about taking advantage of the nickel and dime, smaller personnel on the field. Again, he wanted to give credit to James Cook. Certainly.
That's a problem for them.
Certainly teams are going to take advantage of that.
That's
and you're
a
playing against
problem.
2 teams that are very good at running the football in Miami and Detroit coming up next.
Yeah, and Dan does some things. I mean, he tried. Now, there was what we call the neutral box with 7 in the box. That's
as many defenders as there are blockers.
Yeah, that's they went neutral box. They had 10 opportunities against neutral box. James Cook running the ball yesterday. 10 attempts. 4 of the 10 attempts went for 10 yards or better.
Oof.
They had a 70% success rate. That's 4 yards or more on the run. 70% in that neutral box. Even when they went stack box, averaged almost 5 yards a carry. Stack box 8+.
So you have extra defenders in the box to slow down the run.
8 rushes for 39 yards, 4.9 yards a carry versus stack box.
Wow.
Yeah, nothing was working for you.
Bad angles, getting washed.
Nothing.
Yeah, your defensive tackles getting blown off the ball, and then they were running right at Marquise Bell. They knew, hey, this is an undersized guy.
Bell, Curse, Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't discriminate who they were trying to run against yesterday.
So, and you've seen this too, Brian. We get a lot of people texting in and asking 877-881-1053. Parsons moving off ball linebacker.
That doesn't help you there. I mean, to me, like having him, okay, if you want it, they still were getting guys up on the second level. They still were driving defenders into linebackers. Parsons playing off-ball linebacker, yeah, fine. It's if the ball goes away, and there were some most of the balls were going away. So, I could see, but to me, Buffalo didn't care. I mean, you're one of the best defenders in the National Football League. They took the ball at. So playing off-ball linebacker, okay, you're putting a bigger body back, sure. But to me, having him at the point of attack, because he beat the center one time, he got held. I'm trying to put Micah Parsons in as many situations that he can to make plays.
Well, when he's on the edge and they can just leave him unblocked and he's rendered useless on a lot of those plays, I would have liked to see them move him inside a little bit more because he
played a couple times.
Yeah, a couple times. But he should have done more of that, man. You set him on the edge. They just know, okay, we're going to run away from Parsons. We'll leave him unblocked, and he will be rendered useless.
And again,
they'll run at him. But more often than not, they're just running away from him and saying, we're not going to block you, and you're not going to be able to do anything.
Right. I mean, when we haven't seen that many games where it's just, man, a team's just not going to throw the football at all because they don't have to. They're running the football so damn well on you because he was definitely successful rushing the passer. But the question I had last night was the last time we did see them play him off ball, which was the Giants game where they won by 20 to 30 points. He was vocal and frustrated and ticked off on social media afterwards. Like, how much does he really want to do that?
For sure. And that's definitely a bummer that that's sort of his mindset. But even if that's the case, you mentioned him should have drawn the holding call, but he's wreaking havoc there in the middle of the defense, and it's a run play. It's not pass rushing. Right. It's a run play where he can at least try and do something. Because when he's on the edge and the Bills know, okay, we can just run. We can run at him or away from him. Either way, he ain't doing anything here. They should have adjusted.
Here's one. They ran a toss play to the right. So they went toss right. They crack Parsons on the edge. He spins out of it, though, but he's not going to get there.
Yeah.
Clark reads pass first, steps back. He's late to get to the ball. Kearse gets knocked wide. Gilmore, no force. Gain of 7. They ran a toss sweep his direction, and they got 7 yards out of that. They crack him on the end. To me, but they're going to find ways to block him. I mean, you're not going to let him, whether you play him as off ball or play him on the line, you're going to find ways to block him. That's the thing to me that I'm like, playing him as I would rather put him at the ball. I think that he has a better chance if you play him off the ball and he's having to run and take on, man, maybe. But I think it's when he has a chance to be at the point of attack, he's probably a better player.
I agree, line of scrimmage. But yesterday on the edge, he was useless.
He didn't have the opportunity to rush, right?
Yeah.
But 903, interesting question. And I believe this was asked yesterday during the post-game show. We just didn't have time to get to it. But and granted, Sam Williams has had some bonehead penalties, but he's also somebody that they've struggled to get on the field at times. Would you look at Sam Williams as maybe trying to slide into a linebacker role? Because he's got a little bit more size, and we know he's a freak athlete.
Yeah, I don't know that he would be someone I would trust to be able to understand where to be. And so much of being a linebacker, like physically, I think he'd be
and
more
we're
than
seeing
capable,
that with Damone Clark,
taking
right?
on blocks and stuff. Yeah, but so much of linebacker is cerebral and knowing where to be and when to be there. And I don't know that you could just take a defensive lineman by trade and in the middle of the season,
I think it's a tough ask.
Just throw him in there.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think.
I don't know the schematics part of it and need to ask this question, but I wonder if it would be better if they played a 3-4 front. If they played with 3 down linemen, and then now you find a way to get guys like Sam Williams and others and Lawrence involved. I don't know if it's something that you could do to play better run defense.
Well, I think based on matchups like yesterday, that's something that might have been able to help you. I mean, I think it's not very fair to just say, hey, Dan Quinn, Just keep running out your nickel guys when they're going heavy and they're going an extra offensive lineman.
Yeah.
There's got to be something you can do here. Bring in another defensive lineman. Get a little bear front going.
Yeah, maybe some bear front.
You
That's
don't
what I'm
have
saying.
to just sit there
Yeah.
with safeties as linebackers and say, well, this is just sort of all we got. This is what we do. So even though you've got heavy personnel, an extra offensive lineman in here, you're running on us at a historic rate. This is just what we do. I think Dan Quinn was absolutely awful yesterday.
Yeah, and certainly he's been a guy that's made great adjustments during his track record here, but yesterday you didn't see him. You didn't. And that's asking to lose, running when you've got 22 heavy personnel going up against your nickel and dime packages. It's just it's a bad matchup.
I understand what you're saying about him having a bad day yesterday. I think his adjustment was, I can't play toe-to-toe with these guys. I can't play toe-to-toe. And we talk about moving and slanting the front. He didn't have answers yesterday for how they were blocking him. He tried to keep his guys out of harm's way, and it didn't work. It just didn't work with his front. Because, like I say, we'll get into, and I'll tell you, like as I go through, and I broke down every single play that they ran where they ran slant front. Line slants left. Golston, Osa Digizawa stays square. Golston plays off block. Thomas helps with Phil. Gain of 2. Okay, here we go. Playing a little slant front. Maybe this is going to work now. Next play, slants the line to the right. Good across the board, except Wilson on the edge gets fooled to the inside, which gives up the corner. Cook bounces the ball to that side. Evans makes a tackle from the inside, gain of 8. Okay, here we go. The next time, line slants to the right. Osa wins, but can't adjust back. Parsons gets blocked. Bell trapped. Williams and Clark miss tackles. Gain of 12. Slant right. Clark and Curse get trapped inside. Ball bounces outside. Clark laid along with Gilmore for the tackle. Gain of 4. It's just his idea was, I'm going to try and move this line and see if I can create a negative play. And they just couldn't.
It's probably smart to do with their quickness, right? That's their advantage. They're quicker. Yeah. But unfortunately, they got blocked, and they weren't. It was sticky rice out there. They weren't able to get off, and the adjustments. Yeah, I would have liked to see maybe a bear front up there. I think that could have been a smart move.
There's got to be something.
Maybe it wouldn't have worked.
Well, right,
but you would have just liked to see
was
something different.
And the other thing too, when it comes to Parsons, and hey, you're playing on the edge, whatever. But at some point, do you realize they're not throwing the football? You don't have to be in a rush to get so far upfield like you're rushing the passer. They're running the ball right past you,
trailing
dude.
quite a bit yesterday. He definitely was. There's no question about that. And then in regards to the challenge, as we wrap up McCarthy's presser reaction, blind challenge is what they would call it, right? He said he didn't have quite enough information when you're not able to see the replay and you just throw the challenge flag. You call it a blind challenge. And he said the information that he had at the time didn't validate a timeout or a challenge to be called.
Okay.
So that was Coach's explanation.
Some days you have to make gut decisions as a head coach.
I agree with you 100%.
Some days you have to figure out if you want to go for 2 and maybe take the game in a different direction. His team was not going the right direction. We've seen in basketball all the time when someone's on a massive run, what do? They call a timeout. You have to change momentum if you can. Right there would have been an opportunity. Nobody would have faulted Mike McCarthy for challenging that right there. After what we all saw. Now he's saying it's a blind challenge, but you've got to trust that, wait, something just happened here. This is a big point in the game that maybe I need to change the direction of the game. That's sometimes being a coach.
Yeah, and you can't overvalue a first half timeout.
No. And I think at that time, just throwing the challenge, and even if you lost it, it was worth the gamble.
Hey, but he had it in his hand. He did
have it in his hand. He was considering it.
Give some credit where it's due.
And that's what matters. All right, let's slide into the top 10 coming up on the other side. It is National Twins Day. I got the top 10 twins in sports history. What's a set
Harmon
of twins?
Killebrew?
Maybe. What's a set of twins that stands out to you? That's next on The Fan.
We will
third down attempts were 5 or less. 3 of them were 3rd and 1. So we were a little disappointed just in the fact that the thing that you guys do best defensively, you really weren't able to.
Yeah, but you've got to create it to get into those spaces. So yes, we do think of it in that way, that we all have to work together to create the spaces to go. And when we do that, we get to use some of our best strengths, which is getting able to rush and use our speed and the blitz package. And when you don't, you saw the results that weren't as good. And so we've been, trust me, tested plenty of times into that space, where teams want to run and we create some, longer seconds and third downs and able to use it. And so when you don't, it's bothersome. But yeah, I would say that's a good, accurate description.
Michael Gilkin, Dallas Morning News. When people think of sudden change situations, it's the offense turning the ball over, some of the defense has to come on the field. But when there's a penalty that turns a red zone stop into a new set of downs, or a 4th down punt that you're back on the field, or a 3rd and 19 that's now a 1st and 10, is it the same type of emotional training that you're looking for from players in those situations, and what is the message in those situations?
Yeah, I think it is. And the reason I'll share that, almost a similar scenario in last week's game, they converted a fake punt, a 3rd down stop that kind of brought the, energy up. They created converted on a fake punt. I'm talking about Philadelphia, and we had to go back out and we got to stop, but you go stand back up and you go fight for it. And so when the same scenario happened here, it was just a different version of that. They got the ball, it was a 1st down, but you got to go back and stand up again. And that's our job as the defense, wherever it is, to go battle for it. So you just treat it as a new scenario, a new situation that's coming up, and you got to go get your stops again. So that's just part of it, and having the resilience and the toughness to go, hey man, blade of grass, let's go fight for it wherever it may look like. And I can think of examples from last year. I think it might have been Micah chased one down to the 1-inch line, and Law created a fumble against, maybe it was Detroit. So the reason I'm saying that, Michael, is you just go fight, man. I don't care where it is, how you get it on, but you just go battle for it. And if you do that, it can kind of just play in. Because I think if you get all sideways, oh shit, here we go, or whatever happened, man, you're not going to play very well. So when you go to take it, you go to take it, and you say, hey, let's go stop it and play. And we've been pretty effective at that. And so when you don't, like in times like yesterday, it gets magnified for sure, to say, here was one cause that turned into another, and all of a sudden you're here in the 3rd quarter getting your ass kicked and saying, how did we get here? And you want to make sure, no matter what, every single time that we go and get it on, the tackling, the ball hawking, those things are on point. And so when we don't have those plays that can create them, it's hard to change the energy of a game that needed changing.
In the 2 bend-back plays on the opening drive, one guard gets the whistle a little late, but nonetheless, when those happen, I suppose, one, your thoughts about it happening in terms of the offense being able to keep things structuring downfield, and 2, the adjustment that follows from the coaching staff standpoint to play through the whistle maybe a little more.
Yes, I think you've nailed that. And so it was one of the things I certainly talked about right away, to make sure, this is our identity. That can't ever happen. And so when it does, it pisses you off. And it should, to say, that's not going to happen on our watch. And so when it does, in that first drive, that definitely affected me, and make sure that doesn't happen.
Right. Dan Bradshaw, Cowboys Radio, kind of follows up on that about the tackling. A lot of basketball coaches think that rebounding and defense are less about talent and more about desire and attitude. When you've proven yourself a good tackling team, you're not going to forget your technique overnight.
Correct.
And to have a game like that, is that, in your mind, more about their desire and their approach and their concentration? What causes that bad tackling?
I would say it's probably in the concentration piece. And the reason I say that, Brad, more often, not all the time, but more often they're in space, right? Where it's a guy can create, or you lose a leverage to go. And so that could be one example. The other is, man, you're too damn aggressive. You're flying past. You're not taking the right angle. And so usually the truth is somewhere in the middle. And in this case, we needed to take the extra step, where we weren't going to, lunge and miss because we didn't have the right angle, taking the extra step and that to me was what I was looking for in this game. But as far as pushing the pile and that, I just want to make sure every time that people see us play, you got to play fast, they play physical, and so if you have a push play like that, I don't like what that looks like.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one has been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
So Bailey looks to throw. And he's got a man wide open for the catch. And the touchdown. It's Ethan Feaster, the freshman, in for the score. On 3rd and 21, doesn't matter.
DeSoto continues to get it done. Texas high school football. What a weekend it was for many programs right here in the DFW. Fantastic. I know Baskey still celebrating his Duncanville Panthers. So
as he should, man.
What a
win for them.
Huge
Shout
win.
out Coach Samples.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Rigo. And now, huge win for all of us. It's time for the Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day.
Let's do it. We'll get into the top 10 twins in sports history. Texas State Championship game. Absolute blowout. 74 points, most ever scored in a Texas State Championship game. 63 was the previous record by Kyler Murray's Allen Eagles in 2013. So congratulations to the DeSoto Eagles, as this game was pretty much over after the first quarter when they put up 36 points.
You like offense? You've come to the right place.
Damn right, Hicksy. Duncanville also beating North Shore in round 5 of their state championship series, 49-33. They win back-to-back. DeSoto's won back-to-back. South Oak Cliff looking for the three-peat, unfortunately fell to PNG if you missed it, 20-17. PNG getting an onside kick late. There was a pass interference penalty called late that Sauk was not happy about. When you go back and you see the still picture, it does look like there was interference made. But congratulations to all of your state champions. Alito wins again, 51-8 on Friday night. Gilmer, Anna, Gunter, Malakoff, Albany, Timpson, and Benjamin, and then Gordon. Sounds like a bunch of names right there, but there you go. There's your state champions in Texas.
They were a
high
bunch
school
of
football.
names.
Like first names of children, not like high school.
That was honestly my biggest takeaway of the entire Texas high school football playoff. It was just a bunch of Brock versus Anna versus Melissa.
Bunch of brother and sisters going at it.
Bunch of twins.
Like, okay. I guess we're just really half-assing the way we're doing these names here. That's
Really
fine.
are. All right, 682, shout out to my brother Garrett, my twin brother Garrett. You got a set of twins in your family there, Eric.
He
with your
fooled
mom
me.
and sister.
I do. My
mom and aunt.
Not my mom and sister.
Your
I don't
mom's
have a
sister.
But my mom is
You and your brother.
is a twin.
They look like twins, but
yeah.
not technically twins.
Not technically.
That fooled me.
Oh, Brian was livid.
I swear that fooled me so much.
Brian's
that time.
like, did he just lie to us and say that he's sick and can't work this game? And here he is at the game,
At
just
the
trolling
game?
us right now.
I thought seriously you were trolling us at the pregame show. Like you said, yeah, I can't come. I'm too sick. And then you're out there in front of the stage like with a cocktail in hand.
Yeah, punting on work to go party at a game would be on brand for me.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't take it the further step of approaching you guys at the broadcast position and trolling you in your face. Haha, well, Chuck, you're working for me. I'm supposed to be home sick, but I'm here to watch the Cowboys beat the Colts.
Oh, man, absolutely. It's crazy. All right, let's get to our top 10. What do you think's the best set of sports twins in the history of the sports? All the sports.
Serena and Venus aren't twins, are they?
No, and you know what? I got for that as well. Because when I started looking through these lists, I'm like, why the hell are Venus and Serena not on any of these lists? They should be number one. And then I realized, oh, they're just sisters. They're not twins.
What about Amon-Ra and Equanimous?
I don't think they're twins either.
Son of a gun.
Just brothers.
What about the Cavender twins? Where are they?
The Cavender
Ooh,
twins.
shout out to Jake Ferguson.
The Cavenders get honorable mention. They're not quite up there. They haven't. You only have one that's good at the sport.
The Lopez's?
The Lopez's are number 10.
Are they?
Brooke and Robin Lopez.
See, and that's how you know there's
not a ton.
There's a lack of dominant twins in professional sports.
A lot
history.
of siblings, but not just twins.
The McCourtys aren't twins, are they?
McCourtys are, and the McCourtys are on the list.
They're super twins, man.
Absolutely.
You really can't tell them apart. At least with the Lopez bros, they have a clear distinction on the way they like to wear their hair and whatnot.
Yeah.
Robin sort of looks like he smells of the earth.
Man, he does. He's a grounder. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That dude likes his grounding.
Almost as much as Kelly Olynyk.
Woo! Oh my gosh. I think didn't the Mavericks draft Kelly Olynyk and then traded his rights draft night? It was one of those random trades.
So, yeah.
KO.
He's actually been a pretty good player.
He's one of my favorite Mavs of all time.
Man.
There's got to be some hockey dudes in here, right?
The number one seed will be the hockey, the Sedins.
The Sedins, yeah.
We've got the O'Bannon brothers. They fought in NCAA. The Barbers certainly will be in the list.
Okay.
Oh yeah. We
got to vote for Paige Spiranak. I see what you're doing there, 714.
What about the Julius Jones and Thomas Jones?
I think they were just brothers. I don't think they were
Stop
twins.
it.
Yeah. They do look alike, though.
See, now you're just trolling me.
Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen. That's a good set of twins right there. Shout out to my B-Day twin, Donovan Wilson from the 469. And the 682 says they just had twins 4 months ago. They have 5 kids now. They're at 7, 5, 2, and then the newborn twins asked me if I'd like to borrow 1 or 2 for some practice.
Ooh.
Okay, so
that would actually be a pretty good idea. I can loan you one of my kids for a week.
I've had a lot of people tell me what you need to start doing is just not sleeping now to prepare yourself. Is that a thing?
Yeah, you lose. I think I saw this stat. I think you lose 3 months of sleep.
Crap.
Once you have a kid.
Oh, but it doesn't end. Like my daughter just turned 1 year old, and over the weekend we had a night where I probably slept about 3.5 hours because these winter seasons arrive, and then it's fevers and it's runny noses and it's fussy at night, can't go to sleep. Maybe they got body aches. I don't know. They can't talk to you. That's one of the most nightmare things is I know something's wrong, and now I'm not going to be able to sleep or figure out what's going on. But here we are.
I did have
take some Tylenol.
Well, I'm not looking forward to that. I got to be honest. But I did have a best of the weekend moment where yesterday.
You already felt your dad's strength start to come on a little bit?
No, not yet. But I'm hoping that is a thing.
It's a huge day, dude.
You put together a chest of drawers or something like that?
Oh, no. 2 weeks ago, we did. We put together all my sister and I put together all of our backyard patio and fire pit.
Did you have any bolts left over?
Did have a couple of screws.
Yeah.
So we got some leftover screws, and we'll
Just
see.
point out which chairs those are, so I don't have to sit in.
We've tried them all out, and with my own body weight, and everything works.
That's the real test.
So
Yeah,
if I'm comfortable sitting in it, I'm not going to have a guest come over and sit in it and risk your
Watch me go over there. That thing just buckles.
That would be hilarious. But no, my big win was Maya wakes me up. She's like, Zach, you want to try and feel the baby? And so for the first time, I was able to feel my baby Eliza kicking.
A little kick?
Yes, I felt it.
Nice, dude.
Dude, it was so cool. I'm not going to lie, I geeked out. I was like, holy crap, it's my baby.
She's going to be a soccer star,
It's nuts.
isn't she?
It's wild. All right, number 10 is Brooke and Robin Lopez. Number 9 is Horace and Harvey Grant. Remember Horace, of course, played with the Chicago Bulls. The Grants both picked in the top 12 of the 87 NBA draft, with Horace going 10th, Harvey going 12th. Horace made one All-Star team, but is best known for winning 4 NBA titles with Jordan and the Bulls. Harvey played 11 seasons in the NBA with the Bullets, Blazers, and Sixers. So both had good careers. Obviously, Horace the better one.
The Charlo twins keep getting texted in here, Waltchuck.
Absolutely. And the Charlos are on the list. We will get to the Charlos.
Oh, they're in the top 10?
They're in the top 10.
Okay.
Well, they've made a big name for themselves recently.
They absolutely have. Any conjoined twins? The 254 is asking.
Ooh, no conjoined twins in sports. In sports history.
Professional sports history.
Professional.
At least none that we're really able to do enough to, make it into
But
the
that
top
would
10.
be pretty badass if we had, say, like a doubles squad or something out there.
Synchronized swimming would be cool.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. They're divers.
It's just like, yeah.
Yeah.
Watch them dominate the breaststroke.
Look at them.
Playing with an advantage there.
A little bit. Yeah. 2 lungs. 4 lungs.
Actually, I think a boxing conjoined twin would be the most interesting.
Can you imagine?
Because
It'd be like that Pokemon that's got the you know what I'm talking about.
I think there's a wingspan advantage, but there's 2 heads to hit if you're the opposing fighter. So
214, the Bella twins. Absolutely. Bella twins deserve some love. Number 8, Devin and Jason McCourty. There you go, Brian.
There we go.
Playing 13 NFL seasons, each of them. Of course, you had one of them with the Patriots and the Rams win a Super Bowl. The other, which I believe is Jason, playing for the Titans. Browns did play with his brother for a year there in New England. I think did win a Super Bowl with him and the Dolphins. Then Paul and Morgan Hamm, which are gymnasts. They were on the Olympic team in 2000 and 2004, winning a silver alongside his brother in the 2004 team competition. So both of them winning silver medals.
Hams.
I don't know. This is going to be an old one here, Ryan. I'm going to need your help. Dick and Tom Van Arsdale.
Yeah, they're pro basketball players.
Yep. They played together at college in Indiana.
Chicago Bulls, one of them.
Both NBA rookie team in 66. Each made 3 All-Star teams, including playing in the game together in 70 and 71.
Jeez.
Now, Dick played 12 seasons in the NBA, including the last 9 with the Suns,
Okay.
who have retired his number. Tom played 12 seasons in the league, including his final year with his brother in Phoenix. I don't see anything.
Dude, so everything about their
Bulls related.
careers is identical?
Intertwined. Isn't that amazing? They should be number one.
I was
That's
trying
incredible.
to figure out if Dick was better than Tom, and it sounds like
Tom and Dick
it's
were
equal.
both good. Bob and Mike Bryan, who were tennis twins.
Tennis guys, yeah.
Retired in 2020, most successful doubles team in tennis history. Jermel and Jamal Charlo in boxing. So there we go. Brothers, of course, 2016, they were in the same division. Currently, Jermel owns all 4 belts at 154. Jamal, who is 1 minute older than the brother, won the World Boxing Council title at 160 pounds. Both of them 2 of the best in the sport right now. The Pouncey twins.
Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
wow.
Marquise and
Dang
Mike.
it. I think that they are definitely a part of the offensive line retirement crew that shrinks up in a huge way. They just shred the weight extremely
they look
fast.
good
They
now?
look, yeah.
Not that they looked bad before.
That's right.
I mean, I'm not trying to shame them.
They looked
in any way.
fantastic.
They would
but
probably kill us.
Their goal was to. You're not being hyperbolic when you say that either.
I was trying to be. I probably was too aggressive there with my wording.
I believe,
but also honest.
Mike Pouncey, though. Mike Pouncey was the Steeler. Or no, Marquise.
I get them confused.
Oh, speaking of, what about the
Marquise was the Steeler. Mike was the Dolphin.
Mike was the Dolphin. He walks around with a cane now.
Yeah.
Like the
Damn
beating
it! I
that
think
these guys.
I think I flipped it too.
Did you?
Marquise made 4 Pro Bowls with the Dolphins and Chargers.
Okay.
He retired before Mike. Mike made 13 Pro Bowls. He was the more successful.
So it wasn't quite like Dick and Tom.
But Marquise made 9, so it's not like both of them were good. Both of them had good
yeah,
careers.
for sure. Absolutely they did. What about the Morris twins?
The Morris twins are an honorable mention. They didn't make the top 10.
Really?
Yeah. Even though we got one on our team now, and he's doing a good job campaigning for Luka, and I think it's Markieff, campaigning for Luka to be the MVP, which he should be. Rondé and Tiki Barber are number 2. We like one of them, not the other one.
Honestly, do you know comfortably who number 1 is going to be here, Broaddus? Because you would think Rondé and Tiki Barber, I don't know how it gets much better than that.
We'll just give you a hint. I know the hockey hot Gavin Spittle's probably screaming.
Oh, you already said it's the Sedins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel and Henrik Sedin.
Vancouver?
Only set of twins in the Hall of Fame of any of the professional sports. Vancouver Canucks picked Daniel number 2, then Henrik number 3. How crazy is that in the 99 NHL draft? Kept both of them for all 17 years of their careers. Henrik is the franchise's all-time leader in assists, points, and games played, and also was named the NHL's most valuable player in 2010. Daniel is the franchise's all-time leader in goals. So amazing for both of them. So crazy.
Very crazy. I wonder if there's ever been a professional athlete who had a twin, but only one of them was a legit professional athlete. You know what I mean? Like, is there anybody who's like, yeah, I have a twin. We're very similar, except I'm awesome at sports and he's not. I would like to know that if anybody has any answers.
That's a really good question.
Text in at 877-881-1053.
I bet there's a lot like that.
But there's a ton of them, man. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on a Cowboys Monday. Let's get you 2 guys, 1 booth at the top of the hour, but around the bases we go. Ohtani is open to doing something pretty special. Should we get a name change in Major League Baseball and a Rangers shakeup in the booth next here in the nation?
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, the Eagles on Monday night, Mavs against the champs, Stars cracking, and Jerry Jones live at 8:30. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson.
Miller Lite.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Boomer Esiason is on the Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on the Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads and relax and enjoy the difference.
All right, shout out to the Rangers, and thank you very much, Rigo, who had 6 players selected to the All-Major League Baseball team over the weekend, and it was an incredible accomplishment. We had several, including Corey Seager, Marcus Semien. They were selected first-team members, and then second-team, Nathan Eovaldi as a starting pitcher, Jonah Heim at catcher, and Jordan Montgomery as well. So 2 starting pitchers in Evo and Monty, Jonah as the second team, and then Marcus Semien, Corey Seager as first-teamers. It was pretty cool. You had Jonah Heim there along with Adley Rutschman, who went out. Rutschman was your first-team catcher, and they were just talking about how, they enjoy watching both of their games, both switch hitters. And Rutschman was giving Jonah some love because he's so tall. He's like, man, getting down in that stance and playing as many games as he does, that's a lot of grind and wear and tear on the body. But Jonah's a badass, and without him, we certainly would not be World Series champions. But it is always nice now when a Cowboys Monday following a defeat, we can kind of just put a smile back on our face by saying, you know what? The Rangers are World Series champs.
Yeah, we're still champions up in here. And you actually had Mike McCarthy name drop the Rangers in his presser earlier, where he's like, when it comes to winning on the road, we gotta channel something much like the Texas Rangers did. Going on the road and finding ways to win, especially versus quality teams, playoff teams. It's exactly what the Rangers did. They might need to get old CY or Bochy in there for a little like a little celebrity shot, but just come in for like a little celebrity speech of sorts. Maybe
instead of Michael Irvin. That Michael.
I love a good playmaker speech.
Michael's speeches at home work. We need a road guy. We need a road speech.
I thought Brian was going to say Jason Garrett because they did win all their games in 2014 on the road.
8-0.
That was an outlier.
I think it was.
That was in spite of Jason.
But let's get both. Who do you think would be better, Boch or CY, or just have both of them come in there together and just say, "Hey, this is how it's done." Probably a Boch.
I think the gravitas of Boch.
He commands the room.
He does.
I mean, both do, but Boch has the voice of really God. It seems like.
Yes, yeah, and he's got the skins, all over the wall.
But
CY gets fired up, and he's a Dallas guy.
That's what I'm saying, though. Boch is kind of like, isn't he kind of a let him play guy? Like, I'm not much on speeches and.
I don't know. I know
he kind of knows the room.
He's fastballed an orange into the wall out of anger years ago.
And when we were in, going into the clubhouse spring training, everyone was telling us how his opening speech that he gave the team for spring training, everyone was ready to run through the wall.
I kind of thought at the end though, he was kind of like, I know my guys. They don't need.
I think in season.
They don't need a speech. They know what's on the line.
Yeah, he'll just say a couple of words, like go figure it out yourself.
And we're not talking about Bochy's guys. We're talking about McCarthy's guys.
Yeah, they need it.
Bochy's watching this Cowboys team going, they need to kick in the gosh dang rear
He lives in
He's
Nashville, I believe. He was probably disappointed that the Titans dressed up like the Oilers yesterday didn't get it done.
Okay, should the Cowboys have done this then, Brian? Because I think
I'm sure he's just all beat up about it right
now. A lot of what galvanized the Rangers was
probably got a drink on the deck right now thinking about that.
Deck, by the way, with an E.
But if you remember, they were on the road together for like 2 straight weeks.
Oh yeah, he said one time they flew over Texas.
Yes,
they were on their way.
Because they had to go home, right?
Yeah, they were on their way to.
I mean, they were West Coast, back to Tampa Bay, then straight to Baltimore, and maybe the Cowboys should have just said, you know what, we're going straight from Buffalo to Miami.
Ooh, that's our place.
We're practicing all week.
You don't want to spend a week in Miami.
Maybe you go to Weston or Fort Lauderdale or one of the areas that aren't quite Miami Beach.
Yeah, you're going to want to get
suburbs
up into,
where it's a little bit more timid and quiet.
Yeah. You're going to want to get up into the northern portion.
And we've got strict
panhandle
bedtime policies, 10 p.m. All right, you're not going out to the strip clubs.
I don't think they have an answer for this right now.
All right, we're going to have to figure this out. Another big news today when it comes to the Rangers, C.J. Nitkowski, who friend of the station and has done an excellent job with Bally Sports Southwest. He is stepping down as the Rangers analyst on Bally to take a similar position on the Atlanta Braves telecast with Bally and Bally Sports Southeast. The Rangers announced today CJ, who's won Emmys, Lone Star Emmys, and has also been a part of Fox
beat me for one.
and FS1. Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, do you hold a grudge?
He dominated you for one, didn't he?
Just like you up against the wall?
He like Deion Dawkins you, and you were Damone Clark.
I think there was a year where and then the next year, Derek Harper beat me.
That one makes sense.
Too talented. CJ doesn't?
No, I'm just kidding. Neither one of them makes sense, dude. Broadish, you should win all the awards.
Yeah, I mean, all three of you guys very, very deserving. CJ saying this has been a dream job. It was capped off by watching the team I invested so heavily in and once played for win their first World Series. The Texas Rangers are a first-class organization throughout. John Blake actually also commented on this. They let him out of his contract to do so. His family lives in Atlanta.
They live in Atlanta, yeah.
So he was sacrificing a lot of time being away from the family to cover the Rangers, and now that position opens, he gets to go back to Atlanta and just be with the family now full time.
Okay.
So, as KMC was pitching earlier, our buddy Mike Baskey, Mike did a good job with that National Series.
The Nationals broadcast sure did. They didn't win a damn game with him doing it, but
maybe Mike slides in there. Job. I do think our dude David Murphy, Murph probably would be my first choice, but there's a trickle-down effect, right? I mean, you got Murph, then Valley, and then maybe Mike takes more games. I mean, I'd love to see Mike get more opportunities in the booth.
Yeah. I mean, just do like a bit of a rotation.
A little rotation.
I mean, it's baseball for goodness sakes.
I did see this.
Are you going to say anything bad about Dave Valley?
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, are you?
I'm not going to say anything.
But what about you over there?
Are you going to say anything bad about Dave Valley?
I was thinking about it, like I'm definitely considering
never met Dave.
it.
I've heard he's a great guy.
I feel like we're here till 7 o'clock, so like there's time for it. But if you want to go ahead and get yours off now, feel free.
I thought maybe you wanted to go first.
I do lead from the front generally.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Dave Raymond, really.
But
I love Dave Raymond now.
Shout out to Dave.
It's Walchuk's segment, man.
It's his segment. Yeah, we don't want to interrupt that.
Yeah,
go ahead. We're sorry for interrupting.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Brian just apologized.
For interrupting.
I interrupted. Yeah, I did interrupt
Dude,
you.
I love you, man.
Breaking
Even
news
though
here on
you did
105
not
through
text
the
me
fan.
back on Saturday night when I invited you to dinner. You still...
I did not text you back. You're absolutely right about that. I did
You
not.
ghosted
Brian
the
did.
bully?
I did.
Brian-
I totally ghosted him.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. It's on Walchuk for throwing out the Hail Mary invite to dinner an hour before.
Dude, it's a
an
fluid
hour
situation.
Before. He's like,
I don't know what I'm doing day by day, man.
I get a text from Walchuk.
Did you
on
get an
Saturday.
invitation
it's
too?
Probably the
Yeah.
same. After you,
I invited my guys.
After you ghosted him. So he was going to have
Oh,
you
no.
third wheel with him.
No, I
and his
texted all of you. I
fiance.
just didn't want to do a big mass group thing, so I was just individually texting you
I actually
guys.
like that approach, Walchuk, because you make us all feel special and important.
Thank you.
And I wouldn't have known that.
And
you
some
sent
people
the same
don't like
text.
the group text deal.
I'm
He
seeing
says-
if I even saved it. I didn't.
This is like 2 hours before dinner. He texts me and
Was it
says,
that close?
It was at like 4 o'clock. He goes, gonna try out this Japanese barbecue spot with Maya. So if y'all are free, was gonna see if you wanted to join. I know it's last minute, but wanted to extend the invite.
I didn't get that kind of detail.
You just said dinner question mark?
Dinner. Yeah, do you want to go to dinner kind of a thing?
Well, I expected Brian to reply.
I didn't reply.
And maybe go. I knew you weren't going to be able to go, but I wanted to at least give you the invitation.
And it was appreciated. It really was.
Because you never know. Maybe your Darnell Mooney style, you almost catch that Hail Mary. And maybe we had business.
That's true, man. That would have been awesome. If I could have put together a Saturday Hail Mary 2 hours in advance to get 3 babies watched so that me and my wife can drive halfway across the state of Texas from Fort Worth to Plano to enjoy some Japanese barbecue with you and your lovely future bride.
Would have been a party.
I would have freaking done that in a heartbeat, dude. Especially because we have a built-in DD with your lady.
Yeah, and she was DDing me around. That's for
I know
sure.
she was.
Golly.
You came stumbling in here yesterday for an afternoon Cowboys game, and I could see the weekend on your face.
It was a blast. How about Shohei?
Sake bombs.
Yeah, sake bombs. Gosh, they're so good. And that bartender was rocking it. And I cannot pronounce the name of this place, but it was good. And if I could, I'd give them some more love.
Yeah, you were like, this guy must work out.
Yeah, must. Shohei's open to the possibility of playing in the outfield next year. He's not going to be pitching because he's had, the Tommy John, the elbow surgery. So once the elbow is healed, he is open to playing in the outfield. He has made 7 outfield appearances in his career, but more could be on the way next year with the Dodgers. Makes sense. I think that would be fun to see him out there. And then the other story that I wanted to get to as we wrap up around the bases, the Rays president, he's threatening to reject the new stadium deal in St. Petersburg. Brian Auld is his name. St. Petersburg wants the Rays to change their name from Tampa Bay to St. Petersburg. They want to be the St. Petersburg Rays and not the Tampa Bay Rays because you're not playing in Tampa. You're playing in St. Petersburg.
It's a little wordy.
It's like if Arlington said, Jerry, you're not getting a stadium unless you're the Arlington Cowboys. You're not the Dallas Cowboys. So here's Brian Auld saying, you can go bleep yourself. We're not changing the team name.
We appreciate that you can and should discuss anything and everything relevant to your decision-making process. But please understand that within the context of this particular issue, there will not be a new ballpark nor a development project if there's a requirement to change our franchise's name. We are the Tampa Bay Rays. We proudly call St. Petersburg our hometown, and we are so excited about the energy, the excitement, and the impact we can create here with this ballpark and neighborhood development.
And that was on full display when the Rangers stormed into St. Petersburg to take on the Tampa Bay Rays in front of a crowd that felt a little bit like the Panthers crowd yesterday.
I was going to ask you, had a bigger crowd yesterday.
I think just by a slim margin, it was the Rays because it was indoors. There was no elements to deal with, and they were in the playoffs, whereas the Panthers were sitting at 1-12. Huge victory, though, unless you had the Falcons in Survivor.
Yeah. Well, shame on you.
Wait, I did.
Shouldn't have done that. Should have rolled with me taking the Rams. And it is a little apropos that you guys are now both doing bet payoffs, you and Dawson. That sucks.
Oh, yeah.
And
brought us over
Brian's
there.
got 2. Hey, at least you don't have 2 like Brian.
And That's true. And then who didn't have anybody to go to dinner with him Saturday night?
Yeah.
I still went with my lovely fiance and Cody.
Oh.
And his girlfriend Jordan.
Oh, nice, dude.
They showed up.
I'm a big fan of both of those people.
You tricked him, huh?
He was tricked.
Did you wear a bib this time at the spot?
I did.
He needed me to sit next to him with the Tide pen.
I don't want to spill on myself, and Brian wasn't there to help clean me up.
I was laughing at you the whole time.
Let's
as
do
you're
a little-
Brothers is always there with that, that
pen.
well-timed towel.
Thanks,
after
Uncle
the
Bri.
fun.
Let's do a little 2 guys, 1 booth, and we do have news on Jalen Hurts and his availability tonight. We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation and what's been a therapeutic Cowboys Monday here. Big therapy session. Not the result that the Cowboys wanted, but they're going to circle the darn wagons like the Bills do and come back and hopefully perform better against Miami. And we will do a little two guys, one booth here in just a moment. We do have Seahawks and Eagles tonight, and it is official, according to Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network. Jalen Hurts will play tonight against the Seahawks. He's feeling well enough to go. However, we don't have an official decision yet on Geno Smith. However, it is trending unlikely that Geno can go with a groin injury, so very iffy. Seattle, in a corresponding roster move, has called up Sean Mannion from the practice squad, so it could be Drew Lock starting again for Seattle, Sean Mannion as the backup, but Jalen Hurts will be good to go, as I'm sure we're going to be paying close attention after the Cowboys lose to the Bills. If the Seahawks can upset Filthy, then again, the Cowboys, for the moment, are in first place in the NFC East.
Yeah, it would go, it would keep hope alive a little bit for the opportunity to win the division, but right now it seems a touch far-fetched.
It does. And because even if both teams won out in that circumstance, the Eagles would end up getting the tiebreaker.
Like, you still need the Eagles now to lose 2 games.
You need Tommy Cutlets, Tommy DeVito, to be able to come in here and get a win, which, with the way they're playing, and if they lose tonight and now you've lost 3 in a row and you don't have Darius Slay, I don't think is completely out of the realm of possibility. But yes, you need help, and you're going to have to keep winning. And after the run defense that we saw, in which they missed 13 tackles, I got that from Clarence Hill, which is the most they've had in a game since the Seahawks or the 49ers game.
Sure.
And Dan Quinn saying it was not, that's what we pride ourselves on, being a tackling team. We tackled poorly. Miami's going to run it on you. They've got a phenomenal system there with Mike McDaniel. He's off that Mike Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan tree. And they've got 2 guys that are really good, Raheem Mostert and Devin Achane. And they're going to stress it on you. And McDaniel is the kind of dude with his ego. He's definitely going to keep dialing up the run until you stop it. And the following week, we saw what Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery did just against Denver, which is also a good defense, running the football as well. So you're going to be tested these next 2 games. Can you figure out that run defense?
For sure. And the Lions got Frank Ragnow back, which is huge for them offensively. Their center. I mean, the splits of him on and off the field for them, it's night and day. It's like one of the best offenses in the league with him on there, and literally one of the worst, like a Pittsburgh Steelers level of offense when he's not on the field. So having him, Ben Johnson off the McVay tree, that's a guy who knows how to dial it up as well. So these next 2 games are going to be super, super interesting for the Cowboys for sure.
Absolutely. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo. We got Rigo Mendoza in for Lucius Alexander. Shout out to Ryan running the video. Gavin Dawson on assignment, hanging out with the family. Happy holidays to everybody. And if it's your first time into the nation, welcome on in. Turn it on, leave it on. That stands for Tolo. 877-881-1053. Always the number to text. Before we slide into 2 guys, 1 booth, Eric, thank you for alerting me on this. According to Fox Sports and multiple outlets, the Pirates are signing Martin Perez. They are in agreement on a contract, according to multiple reports. So former Ranger pitcher Martin Perez, an all-star 2 years ago, will not be returning. He is going to Pittsburgh to play there. But without further ado, let's see if Rigo's got this ready. Let's do it. It's a little 2 guys, 1 booth.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that, and then we'll do.
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other.
Let's do it, boys. Wow, Rigo, very impressive.
Attaboy.
Ready to go at the intro.
Rigo's got it.
Must be a Cowboy Monday.
I told you, man. I'm in my bag.
You know who else was in his bag? Babe Loffenberg to start things off in the pregame show. He gave us a nice story about a fantastic condiment, the buffalo sauce.
Long and short, Michael Ray gets back next day. He says, "You're not going to believe this. That bottle of buffalo sauce broke in my suitcase. It was on everything."
It was on everything.
Years ago, Babe Loffenberg and his team go up to Buffalo. One of his buddies thinks it's smart to pack home a glass bottle of the famous buffalo sauce from Buffalo, New York, the Anchor Bar.
Yeah.
And the thing explodes in his luggage on the way home. I don't know if that is like a... Do you think that's an air pressure situation, just being up in the sky like that, or is that being too rough with the bag? It cracks, it breaks.
My guess is that his bag was probably under the plane, and they were throwing bags on top of that.
Definitely,
Yeah.
Just stack them up.
Yeah,
yeah. Absolutely.
But the buffalo sauce, No, I mean,
There's
you smell
worse
like
smells.
buffalo sauce for a while. I don't think there's any problem with that.
I do think he also added into that story right there was a tequila bottle.
That
from
was me.
That was you.
That was
Okay,
me.
I think the tequila would be more pungent.
One of my
challenging odor.
scouting buddies I picked up at the airport there in Palo Alto, and he had the tequila smell.
That
all
would
in
be
his
tough.
clothes. Yeah.
Not that I don't enjoy the smell of tequila.
877-881-1053. Would you rather smell like buffalo sauce from Anchor Bar, the
tequila.
original Buffalo Wing Bar in Buffalo, or tequila? I think I'm going to lean buffalo sauce here.
I think
for
so.
the record.
I'm with you on that. Now, Babe was rudely interrupted. He's trying to tell us a story about Josh Allen.
I got a little Josh Allen story for you. So my older son Joey was coaching at USC, assistant to the assistant type thing. But here we go. Sorry, Josh Allen's going to mess up my story. I'm trying to tell a story about you, Josh.
Gosh, the nerve. Like, can Josh Allen not be aware that Babe is trying to tell a story about him? He's trying to give him some airtime, and they want to get up to the line of scrimmage and run a play. What the hell's going on?
It's extremely inconsiderate.
Might have been that challenge play that McCarthy should have done.
But it's like respect your elders. You know, especially from a fellow quarterback. Yeah. You feel like you would sort of put Babe Laufenberg on the pedestal that he deserves. It's disappointing, Josh Allen. Almost as disappointing as DeMarcus Lawrence absolutely ruining what could have been a great opportunity for your team, Buffalo, to settle for 3.
He got hit on the side. Spotter Jake Goldberg said he slid, and then a Buffalonian ran into him.
Flags are down. Fists are out. Right in front of the Cowboys bench.
Oh, my gosh. That was the Dak play. But, yes, we had the DeMarcus Lawrence situation. It was yeah, no, you're good. Rigo just played the wrong cut.
Did Rigo play the wrong cut there?
He played 04. We wanted 03, but it's okay, Rigo.
Did he just say it was in his bag?
Ownership.
Rigo's still in his bag.
He did.
Rigo, will you fire off 03, please, real quick? Just real quick. Just give me 03.
He doesn't have it. He's shaking his head.
He doesn't
now.
have it. Oh, my gosh.
He doesn't want that pitch. Give him a different pitch.
It's all right, but that could have been a big swing there, a 4-point swing.
Yeah, DeMarcus
Field
Lawrence.
goal instead of the touchdown.
I'll be honest with you. I thought it was a bit ticky-tack. I really did.
Yeah, I did too.
But ultimately, DeMarcus Lawrence got to be, you know,
Just
you got to act
don't
like you've
touch
been there
the
before, man.
quarterback.
There's like YouTube videos of Josh Allen flopping, quarterback flopping. You could watch for 3-4 minutes of him just every time he gets touched flopping.
Yeah, because he was immediately pointing like he got hit in the face, and it's like he didn't even get hit in the face.
He didn't. Yeah, it was a good sell job there from Josh Allen. And then, of course, the hit on the sideline. Shout out to Zach Martin. But I know we got a call last night. There was you can't take that penalty there. Hell no. Yeah. I want my linemen going after and protecting the quarterback. It was offsetting penalties. You still got a first down. I'll deal with it. We got after the Cowboys, after Andy Dalton knocked out on the field, and everyone's just standing around. No big deal. There's no retaliation. I want my all-pro guard to go and hit somebody in the face. Shout out to Zach.
I love the way he did it, too, because it was such an alpha move. He didn't even go and push him. He just went and just put his body on him. He just put a belly on him, and that dude went flying.
Hell yeah, he did.
And he deserved it. I would love to know, do you think we'll get out of Zach exactly what he said? Because that was accompanied by you can go, do a lot of.
I think he's gotten comfortable enough with us.
I think he'll tell us. Yeah,
he might.
Yeah,
he might.
Yeah.
I don't know that he'll be honest about how his knee is or the quad is. He's probably going to reserve that a little bit, but I think that'll be open with. The injury stuff probably private.
I bet Zach Martin leads the league in ice bath time this week.
Yeah,
Well,
I think you're 100% accurate.
I think he's that dedicated.
Well, his replacement Bass, something here with Brad and Babe, and who's your daddy?
Now TJ Bass is feeling it a little bit. He gets up this time and he's barking at Linville Joseph. They get after it.
Yeah, that's just a good call. I think it's a good call by Brad and Babe there.
You like that one?
I do.
Who's your daddy Bass?
Who's your daddy Bass? And who is the biggest Bass man on the team in terms of the G-Bag Nation? Because a couple of you were interested in Bass.
I was a big TJ Bass.
Oh no,
guy.
that was the Wooly Bully.
Yeah, I was surprised that TJ
guy,
Bass went undrafted. I'm a believer in TJ Bass.
Yeah,
I think he could be a starter in the NFL.
Yeah. Him and I know we're working with Aisha
Yeah,
Morse.
Aisha
was on that one too.
TJ Bass just dropped that ass, dude.
Yeah.
He's got a squatty bottom.
Yep.
So Aisha also a Bass man.
Yep.
Kudos. All right, let's see if we got this one here. This was the play that I knew was just everything was going to go wrong for the Cowboys, and it involves Sam Williams and an attempt at blocking a punt. Unless, of course, it's not there. We're getting the shake.
Getting the shake from Rigo
out of the Pimp Cup.
Okay.
Maybe none of the actual highlights are here.
Can I read something
that could be
though?
Interesting.
Can I read something about the block punt though?
Yes.
I know I was talking about it.
I'm sort of drowning here, so anything you can do
No,
to save
I'm trying to.
This is important.
I'm trying to hand you a glass of water right now. Yeah,
should have absolutely been a block punt.
Yeah. So, but I knew this was the case because I said it last night on the post-game show. I think that Bones Fossil went on his own on that block punt after the first time that they got a guy home. And Clarence Hill, evidently they get to talk to the coordinators. And Clarence Hill tweeted out that Cowboys special teams coach John Fossil got chewed out by Coach Mike McCarthy for the block punt call that resulted in the roughing penalty on Sam Williams. It was a one-man block call. The Cowboys had a return on. Fossil didn't let McCarthy know he was making the call, and he told that wasn't his decision to make.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, all right.
So
I knew that was sometimes Bones Fossil is a little too important, I think.
Like he makes himself too important?
You know what? I'm probably going to take some grief for saying that, but you're a special teams coach, bro. You know, you do a fine job in a lot of areas, but that's your responsibility to let the coach know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, you're supposed to click over and say, hey, and he's one of the few special teams coaches in the league that wears a headset. Okay. And so I'm just going to tell you, though, when you're thinking about doing stuff like that, you might want to know the guy, the head coach. You might want to let him know that so he could either say yes or talk you out of it of, hey, we're going to get the ball here and try and drive it. You know, and I know the call, they should have been a block. It absolutely should have been a block punt. But you can't just rogue this thing. And I said it last night.
You did?
On the post-game show. When you do rogue things, you get your team in trouble as a coach.
And maybe that's why you're not seeing as much playing time for Sam Williams.
Yeah. Well, Sam Williams is a good player.
He is.
But
he's also, and it's not the first time he's had these personal foul penalties.
No, but it also, that's on Fossil.
Absolutely, it's on the coach
for telling, he's got to alert Mike.
He does.
Mike has to
alert.
Yeah, Mike has to sign off on that. Hey, you don't have the autonomy to be. You're not the head coach, bro.
What a
special
huge play.
teams coach.
What a huge play it would have been. Now, we've got the injury reports to come out. You're probable, you're questionable, you're doubtful. But what happens if you're downgraded past doubtful? Just cut 7.
I still like the way the NFL designates it, Brad. Downgraded to out. Like there's not a lower level you can go to short of dead, right? He's been downgraded to deceased.
It's pretty good from Babe.
I thought Damone Clark got downgraded to deceased on that one play. Man. I'll be quite honest with you.
You're just like, you can't get that out of your mind, can you?
That's terrible.
It was horrifying.
Was it?
I mean, you've
been in
watched
that
football
situation,
a lot longer
right?
than me. Yes, that's why it hit
we've
close
all
to
been
home.
There. I was looking out of my ear hole one time. I got hit so hard. Now, literally, my helmet was like I was looking out my ear hole.
That sounds like a penalty.
Was that a blindside situation?
Oh, I got crushed.
That was you, long snapper.
Run down.
Holly jolly down the field, and all of a sudden, boom! One of the hardest hits I've ever taken was on a punt.
Oh my
Just
God.
running down aimlessly and out of nowhere.
I know I was concussed, and I still played.
Yes, dude.
Because we didn't know what concussions were at that time.
You just rubbed a little dirt on your brain.
I was seeing like the Lucky Charms leprechaun guy. I mean, they're like my eyes went pink.
Everything went Tommy DeVito's agent.
Everything just went pink.
I am impressed with how well you've aged.
My
with all that
gosh.
CTE that's floating around in there. Okay, let's see if this one's going to work.
I think we're
James
good.
Cook, left tackle for 10 yards.
Hand off to Cook on first down. Bounces out to the left. There is nobody there. And he's going to get 10 more yards down the left side. When I tell you this is the worst job of a team setting the edge mostly on their defensive right, but not exclusively, I just don't know when they've been this bad.
Man,
I don't know when either. Maybe the San Francisco game.
Outside left, Brad Sham, you're absolutely right. What we say, 10 carries, 82 yards, 8.2 yards a shot, 4 runs of 10 yards or more.
Really
were
bad.
working. They were working.
Brad, stay in your bag here because he's going to continue frustration with the run defense here with a pretty good reference. Take it away, Brad.
No. Wow. I mean, we're looking at replays. Gallamore's getting manhandled. Armstrong's getting Parsons is getting moved out of the way. There's nobody playing worth a tinker's damn right now in the front line of the Dallas Cowboys.
Worth a tinker's damn.
Who's Tinker?
Brady?
What's a Tinker Dam?
Man, there was Tinker Bell back in the day.
Tinker's Dam.
Yeah.
I need to look this up.
It looks like it is a minimum amount, or I guess it just means a minimum.
I'm an
amount.
old man, but I've never heard Tinker's Dam.
The least value or merit, nothing or anything at all. It's not worth a tinker's damn.
I'd say he used it the right way then.
He did. He absolutely did.
A frustrated Brad Sham, as long as that frustration's not pointed to me directly, is my favorite version of Brad Sham.
Oh, it's hilarious. And then you have Babe, who always tries to add the comedic humor.
That's right.
In the moment.
Here's, oh my gosh, it's another Buffalo Bills touchdown.
1st and 5. And off Cook on the right side. Look at him. 10-5. Stroll in. That was just way too easy. That was like practice against air. 24 on the touchdown run for James Cook. The Cowboys are being thoroughly embarrassed.
Yeah, we're laughing to save ourselves from crying right now. That's how it felt last night, as they thoroughly were embarrassed. And I love you, Dallas Cowboys, and I always will. But gosh darn it, yesterday I was very angry. It was very, very difficult to do that 3-hour post game. But thank you, everybody who rocked with us. 31-10, Cowboys lose. Was this a pause moment? Did we get this correct here from Brad?
Airs it out deep left. Lamb in a crowd, and he caught it for a first down to the Buffalo 32. And then Taylor Rapp tried to rearrange his vertebrae for him.
Pause.
Tried to blow that back out.
Uh-huh.
Taylor Rapp. Taylor Rapp made a couple of plays yesterday. We got a little prepubescent version of Brad Sham yesterday.
TJ Bass, welcome to the game.
Yeah.
And he just turned around and said, "Excuse me, what do I do?"
Woo, I'm a rookie. I don't know what to do. And then, I think the Cowboys definitely needed a little life alert yesterday.
Fell down, just slipped on the wet turf. That is a perfect microcosm of the Cowboys' day. 3rd and 10.
I have fallen, and I can't get up.
And I can't get up.
Oh, man. Yeah.
At what age do you invest in that, Broadus?
What that
Are
device?
you approaching? Have you been getting
I think
random calls about that
I think
lately?
getting some mail about that.
Yeah.
I think I got to fill that out and send it back in.
All right, there it is.
I'm going to wear it around my neck and when we do radio.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
I think it'll look sharp on you.
Yeah.
All right, let's barrel into the Expressway. 35 minutes, commercial free, right here in the G-Bag Nation on a Cowboy Monday. Football's finest. Great observations from the Cowboys game yesterday and around the NFL after a football Sunday next year in the nation.